At 11 o'clock in the evening, the cafe's exterior was shrouded in gloom, with a torrential downpour imminent. I have told you countless times, John Luo. Dating is not akin to friendship, and marriage is not merely dating. You lack a car, a house, and even a stable job. That on what grounds do you believe I would remain with you? Is it based on feelings? At 18, I might have been swayed by your song, but now at 23, I wish to convey that my feelings for you have evaporated. I desire wealth and stability, not mere affection. This is reality. Do you comprehend it? In a corner by the window, a meticulously made-up woman was incessantly chattering. Before her sat a handsome young man, holding a cup of coffee, quietly listening. Despite the woman's fervor, his gaze appeared particularly vacant, almost hollow. He stared out the window, listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops. Though it was the height of July, the air still bore a stifling heat. Yet Zhang Luo felt inexplicably cold. Today was Valentine's Day, marking the third anniversary of his relationship with Lu Qian. Had they truly succumbed to the harshness of reality, for reasons unknown? As he listened to Lu Qian's tone, reminiscent of reprimanding a pet, he felt no anger, only a profound sadness. Answer me. Why are you silent? Did you not say that after graduation, you would secure a good job and save for a house? Instead, you spend your days playing games. Is that a talent? Lu Qian seemed to thirst, taking a sip of coffee before resuming her interrogation of Jiang Luo. Feeling guilty, aren't you? I knew it. You've never put in the effort. You simply can't do it. Finally, a cold smirk graced her lips as she uttered the words she most desired to express today. How to end a relationship with conviction and without remorse. It was to strike at the opponent's vulnerabilities, to wound deeply, and compel them to depart in shame. She understood Jiang Luo. He had once fawned over her during their school days, and continued to do so after graduation. Before turning 20, she welcomed his adoration. But now, she found his offerings woefully insufficient, preparing to seek out someone else, while Jiang Luo could be discarded like refuse. Just as Lu Qian was ready to leave in triumph, Jiang Luo suddenly lifted his head, his gaze sincere as he addressed her. So, were those your true feelings just now? Lu Qian raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback by his response. Indeed, they were my true feelings. I simply refrained from voicing them to spare your pride. Very well. Jiang Luo nodded, focusing on the faint veins on his hands, his pupils finally sharpening. Then I wish to ask you something. You were the one who said you wanted me to protect you. That is why I pursued you. This fault lies with me, for lacking the discernment to identify a scoundrel. I was foolish. However, I have never proposed marriage. That urgency was yours. I never intended to provide you with a home without money or a car. But now I find solace in that, for you are simply unworthy. And as for finding a job, how dare you question me? Jiang Luo chuckled coldly. His profession was that of a game designer. At T16, he had garnered acclaim within the gaming community for his self-developed games. At 18, he enrolled in a prestigious university, achieving the highest academic standing for 5 consecutive years. Before graduation, he triumphed in a national game development competition. This had always been his source of pride, yet at this moment, it had become Lu Qian's sharpest weapon against him. Because you spend excessively, I am forced to take on menial tasks for others. You believe that establishing my own studio requires funds, hence you pressure me into employment. I have never blamed you for pushing me. After all, one must be accountable for their choices. Yet now, as you pose that question, I genuinely wish to inquire. In love, is it not a matter of conscience? Lu Qian, do you possess even a modicum of it? Every word he uttered seemed to pierce Lu Qian's very being. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her thoughts jumbled, as if in a daze. Was this truly Jiang Luo? When did he dare to speak to her in such a manner? He, who usually remained quiet and never uttered a curse. Instinctively, Lu Qian reached for her coffee cup, but before she could lift her hand, Jiang Luo snatched it from her grasp and splashed its contents across her face. Then, with a somewhat refreshing smile, he inquired, "Are you angry?" "Good. You should be that a man cannot abide being deemed incapable, and neither can I doubt you." Lu Qian, akin to a startled rabbit, leapt from her seat. Her exquisite makeup now marred by coffee stains, her bag also sullied. She instinctively reached for the tissue Jiang Luo had offered. Yet he swiftly retracted it. She watched, dumbfounded, as he muttered to himself in a tone of mild frustration. Becoming accustomed to being a sycophant has made me proficient at handing out tissues. With a swift motion, he tossed the entire pack accurately into the bin. Lu Qian stood frozen, staring at the man whose smile radiated like a blooming flower. In a frenzied moment, she emitted a series of sharp screams before dashing out of the cafe in her high heels. Jiang Luo, wait for me. I shall not let you off so easily. As she vanished from sight, Jiang Luo's smile gradually faded. Lu Qian had always been proud. From her school days, she was the campus belle, surrounded by admirers. When she approached him, the youthful Jiang Luo had been utterly defenseless against her charm. From then on, he had pursued her like a shadow. Yet at this moment, that reality had dissolved into thin air. Indeed, not everyone can achieve their desires through flattery. However, to persist in such servitude is merely a torment. Moreover, as the saying goes, a man without a woman draws his sword with ease. Now that we have parted ways, I can return to myself, to engage in endeavors that truly matter to me. The freedom to express such sentiments and enact these actions tonight stemmed from Lu Qian's prior attempts to provoke Jiang Luo. Yet he continued to endure, contemplating whether this time, Lu Qian's temper might have softened. But today he suddenly found it all rather tedious. His inability to succeed had not been a flaw, but rather the final straw that severed their bond. Reflecting upon this, Jiang Luo let out a soft sigh and scratched his head. He had initially intended to bring his girlfriend home for the holidays this year, but that now appeared to be in jeopardy. Yet perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Thank goodness he hadn't introduced such a woman to his family. Otherwise, the ancestral grave would surely be smoking. With that thought in mind, he voiced aloud, "Waiter, a glass of wine, please." Alas, there was no response. Jiang Luo raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Waiter, where are you?" After a prolonged silence, a mature, magnetic voice finally responded. "Buying wine at a cafe? You truly are amusing." He cast his gaze and beheld a tall woman clad in an exquisite black office outfit. The upper half was adorned with a conservative white blouse, while the lower half featured form-fitting black stockings. Her makeup was subtle, yet exuded an ineffable air of maturity. If one must describe her, the words would be intellectual, elegant, and generous. Moreover, she seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered her before. It appeared she had sensed Jiang Luo's scrutiny. The woman smiled faintly and said, "No beer left. Would you care for some whiskey? I don't do tabs, not on credit." With a thud, a bottle of liquor was placed before Jiang Luo. He averted his gaze. Having just experienced a breakup, he harbored an appreciation for her presence. Yet his tumultuous emotions urged him to drink deeply to find solace. Gulped out a glass of whiskey slid down his throat, the fiery sensation akin to being tightly ensnared. Then, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Could it be? Am I already tipsy? I can usually manage half a bottle of beer. How could I be so intoxicated after just one drink? Jiang Luo rubbed his eyes and caught sight of the woman before him, her lips curling into a bemused smile. Had she been mocking him? At your age, how can you still be caught up in the melodrama of heartbreak and daring to drink when you're already tipsy? Throwing coffee earlier was far more amusing. "Hello, Auntie, is this Jiang Luo?" He might not come home tonight." A rumble of thunder echoed outside as a torrential downpour commenced. The typhoon had made landfall in Sioux City. The sophisticated woman glanced out the window, hesitated for a moment, and upon hearing the agitated voice on the phone, her tone softened slightly. "Oh, Auntie, there's no need to worry. The rain is too heavy for him to return tonight." Yes, it's fine. He can stay here. He'll go back tomorrow to this juncture." Her eyes brightened with surprise as she noticed the man before her, a big boy who suddenly tumbled from his chair with a loud thud. He landed at her feet, comfortably nestled against her leg, and drifted into a deep slumber. Observing this, Su Qingye raised her delicate brows slightly. Little men can be so bothersome. Yet, that face at IT was remarkably unchanged since before graduation, like at 1 o'clock in the morning. The apartment door creaked open. Two figures stumbled in, entwined and swaying slightly. Both bore the faint traces of inebriation. Their soft breaths quickly escalated into hurried, fervent gasps, a heady atmosphere enveloping them. Su Qingye's expression was somewhat dazed as she focused on the young man's reddened eyes, unable to suppress a mix of amusement and exasperation. This mature woman gently tugged at her refined tie and deftly bound the man's hands, then gave him a gentle push. Jiang Luo landed heavily on the sofa, muffling a groan. He truly resembled a heartbroken puppy. Yu Qing shook her head lightly, poured herself a cup of hot water, and sipped slowly while her gaze drifted through the passage of time. It was already past midnight. Logically, she should have taken Jiang Luo home or at least secured him a hotel room. Yet, she ultimately chose to bring him back to her own abode. The rain was relentless outside. According to the meteorological forecast, this unprecedented typhoon was expected to last over a week. The thought of leaving Jiang Luo alone was troubling to Su Qingye. Thus, she decided to take him with her. After all, she glanced at her phone, reading a message from her best friend, Jiang Yu. Qingye, please take care of my brother today. Once he wakes up tomorrow, make sure to give him a good talking to. Honestly, I never imagined you'd find him at the cafe. His love life is a mess. What true love? More like sheer foolishness. Reading her friend's scathing remarks about her brother, Su Qingye couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking her head as she regarded the disheveled man on the small sofa. After a moment's contemplation, she approached him, bent down, and struggled to arrange Jiang Luo comfortably, covering him with a blanket. After completing this task, she let out a gentle sigh, watching as he shifted from lying flat to curling up. Her eyes flickered as she snapped a photo and sent it to Jiang Yu. Then, she retrieved a bath towel and pajamas from the balcony and hurried into the bathroom. As the sound of running water filled the air, her alluring silhouette subtly revealed itself through the thin glass. Uncertain of how long he had been in a stupor, Jiang Luo awoke from his hangover, his head pounding mercilessly. How could this be? I didn't drink any counterfeit liquor. Why does it hurt so badly? In one drink. How utterly humiliating, he mumbled as he sat up from the sofa, his hair a tousled mess, his clothes wrinkled and disheveled, appearing rather pitiful. The rain pattered against the window, the outside world shrouded in a thick fog, leaden clouds rumbling ominously as torrents of water cascaded to the earth. Inside, only the faint sound of a kettle broke the stillness. Wait, what? Jiang Luo thought he heard something stirring in the room. He instinctively stood up, noticing the slippers neatly placed on the floor. In that moment, realization struck him, and he suddenly felt wide awake. Where am I? A spacious flat, with redwood flooring, gray-white walls, and a minimalist yet tasteful decor. There were women's stockings and lingerie, subtly hanging on the balcony. A few pairs of exquisite high heels occupied the shoe cabinet. That moment. Jiang Luo's keen observation skills as a game designer kicked into high gear. After a few seconds, his expression turned serious. If he wasn't mistaken, he was in a woman's home. Furthermore, the elegant decor suggested she possessed refined taste. From the undergarment sizes, one could infer she had an appealing figure, at least a D cup. Lastly, the high heels indicated she was certainly not a girl under 25. Girls of that age typically filled their closets with sneakers, casual shoes, sandals, or even flip-flops. But high heels, they often had only one pair at best. Thus, all things considered, she appeared to be a mature and independent woman. Oh, and the faint aroma of coffee lingered in the air. It seemed she was quite industrious. Jiang Luo's gaze sparkled as he swiftly gathered the information he sought. Then he froze. Wait a moment. What was he doing here? His mind felt blank, as if a crucial piece was missing. All he recalled was dousing Lu Qian with a cup of coffee at the cafe. And then, he wanted a drink. Jiang Luo rubbed his temples, a frown etching his features. Out of courtesy, he felt reluctant to wander about in someone else's home. However, considering the torrential rain outside, waking up on a stranger's sofa was undeniably awkward. Just then, a cool voice, laced with a hint of magnetism, resonated through the air. Have you awakened? You are quite well behaved, not wandering about recklessly. Jiang Luo turned towards the voice. At that moment, his pupils dilated and the memories of the previous night surged into his mind. Oh no, how could it be the same waiter or perhaps the proprietor who had delivered whiskey to him last night? Then he had drunkenly clung to their leg, mumbling incoherently. In that instant, Jiang Luo wished to cover his face in quiet despair and find a hole to bury himself in. Is there anything more mortifying than social death? Observing Jiang Luo's expression, Su Qingye raised an eyebrow, regarding him with a hint of amusement as she asked, What troubles you? Are you recalling last night's events? I I seem to have blacked out, but I vaguely remember you bringing me back. Jiang Luo coughed awkwardly, offering a sheepish smile. Thank you, otherwise I might be wandering the streets in this downpour. Regardless, Jiang Luo would never admit to having clung to her long, slender legs in a drunken stupor. Who knows, he might have even rolled around on the floor. Well, by the way, why do I feel as though I've seen you before? It seems like we've met countless times. Do young men often deceive young ladies in such a manner? I feel as though I've encountered you before, as if you were the one among 100,000 who captivates me at first sight. Su Qingye crossed her arms, a playful expression gracing her features. Despite the smile, there was an air of aloofness in her casual demeanor, exuding an almost regal quality. Ah no, it really does seem like we've met. Jiang Luo scratched his head, perplexed, unable to recall. Well, that's not important. What truly matters is what you plan to do next. Su Qingye glanced out at the torrential rain, pondering. The entire city was currently under lockdown, and the subway lines were likely out of service. Hailing a cab might prove to be quite challenging. I'll wait for the rain to subside, then return home. Once I've tidied myself up, I would like to treat you to a meal in gratitude. Jiang Luo displayed a resigned smile. His current disheveled appearance hardly seemed suitable for dining with someone. Sounds good, Su Qingye nodded, and just as she was about to turn to leave, Jiang Luo's phone rang urgently. He answered it, and his gaze fell upon the caller ID. It was his landlord. Hello, Uncle Zhang, good morning. What? You've terminated the lease? Before the rain last night, you moved everything out overnight, and now you expect me to pay a penalty? Jiang Luo's expression turned to shock, his brain momentarily stalling. Lu Qian, she said we were moving out, so... No, I didn't know it on the other end. The line quickly went dead with a busy signal. Jiang Luo instinctively forced a wry smile and noticed the woman before him pausing in her motion to turn away. She blinked, her curiosity piqued as she looked at him. The house has been vacated? So, you have nowhere to go? Currently, yes, but I can find a hotel. Jiang Luo scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Given the weather and your lack of accommodations, why don't you stay here for now? Can you cook? Su Qingye glanced at the time. If you can, check the fridge for ingredients and prepare a dish you excel at. Consider it a token of gratitude. As for now, I still have some work to attend to. With that, she picked up her coffee and gracefully walked towards her room, watching her retreating figure. Jiang Luo's thoughts were still in disarray. Is she a teacher or a lecturer? So youthful, yet she undeniably possesses a rich aura of elegance. Wait, hold on. Did she just invite me to stay and cook? Just like that. Am I staying here? Chapter 3. The moment of revelation. Jiang Luo gazed thoughtfully at the refrigerator, gradually sinking into contemplation. He was now almost certain that this woman lived alone. Inside the refrigerator, there were coffee, facial masks, tomatoes, and steak with eggs. Beyond that, there was nothing else. It was highly likely that she did not utilize the kitchen much. After some reflection, Jiang Luo decided to prepare a steak and boil 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles. Gourmet meals often require only the most unpretentious ingredients. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the sounds of washing and chopping vegetables. Meanwhile, in the room, Su Qingye's voice was both elegant and intellectual as she sat in a chair. The upper half of her attire had transformed into a pristine white fitted shirt paired with a black lace-trimmed jacket, while the lower half was adorned with a short nightdress. Her long, graceful legs slightly crossed. That concludes our lesson for today. Regarding the original painting project, those of you wishing to become my graduate students may proceed. However, I am quite stringent, and whether you can pass under my guidance is something you should contemplate thoroughly. Therefore, those merely intending to coast along should consider switching advisors. That's all for now, class dismissed. With that, she terminated the online class session, exhaling deeply as she lifted her coffee cup and extended her legs onto the bed, her expression reflecting a newfound languor. After a busy morning, she could finally rest. She unlocked her phone screen, only to find a call request from her close friend. Jiang Yu. Hello? Yazai, where are you going? I can't be without you. Jiang Yu's playful voice resonated from the other end of the line. Su Qingye gently furrowed her brow and replied, What are you up to so early in the morning? Nothing much, just thought I'd tease you. My brother has a poor tolerance for alcohol. Did he shout like I just did after getting drunk last night? No, he seemed far more composed than you. Ugh. Su Qingye, you truly lack empathy for the opposite sex. How can you be more composed than me? Miss Su Qingye, I am, after all, a serious and respectable elite lawyer. Be mindful of your words. They could become evidence in court. Stop blabbering and get to the point. Su Qingye set down her coffee cup, faint sounds of chopping echoing in her ears. Well, it's nothing much. Just asking how my brother is doing. Has he woken up? Is he having a meltdown or contemplating jumping off a building? No, he is quite calm. It seems he has fully regained consciousness. Recalling the way the young man had been glancing around nervously earlier, a subtle smile crept onto her lips. On the other end, Jiang Yu sighed in relief and then said, "That fool is completely love-struck. I genuinely worry he might do something reckless. Thankfully, you brought him back. By the way, when did he leave? Why hasn't he returned home yet? I've been waiting downstairs at his apartment for ages, and in this downpour, I feel like I'm turning into a drenched chicken." Su Qingye was momentarily taken aback by her words. Then her eyes suddenly brightened with mischief as she struggled to suppress her laughter. "Oh, so you've been waiting for him, have you?" However, he did not leave. Moreover, if he were to depart, he certainly would not return, for it seems that the house has been vacated by his former girlfriend, leaving your brother in a state of homelessness. What? Through the phone, Su Qingye could sense Jiang Yu's bewilderment and shock. "No, I mean, when will he return?" Jiang Yu's voice had yet to fade. At that moment, Su Qingye heard a gentle knock at the door and promptly said, "I must hang up." "What? You're just going to hang up on me?" "Su Qingye, what on earth are you doing? You left my brother with you? Didn't you say back then that you weren't interested in younger ones, that my brother was not to your liking?" Su Qingye did not afford Jiang Yu the opportunity to continue speaking and directly ended the call. She then tucked her legs away and her expression softened considerably. "Please, come in. Can we eat now?" The light illuminated the room brightly, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Su Qingye's gaze fell upon the dishes on the dining table, and she couldn't help but feel a tinge of surprise. The young man's culinary skills were quite commendable. Zhang Luo, somewhat shy, remarked, "The ingredients were rather limited, so I just made something simple." Su Qingye took a seat, picked up her chopsticks, and delicately began to eat the noodles. "Is something wrong? Is it not to your taste?" Noticing the slight furrow in the woman's brow, Zhang Luo felt a surge of anxiety. Was it unpalatable? "No, it is unexpectedly delicious, though somewhat bland. I am from Sichuan, and I relish spicy food." Su Qingye replied calmly before continuing her meal, occasionally glancing at the messages on her phone. Dining as a mature woman indeed felt different. It was as if a unique rhythm enveloped the atmosphere, gentle and elegant, exuding a distinctive charm in every gesture. Zhang Luo's thoughts began to drift. Suddenly realizing the truth in the adage about the past, what schoolgirls and seniors, the innocence of youth seemed so fragile in the presence of a mature woman. "All right, I shall take note next time. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Su Qingye. I am Zhang Luo." As the two sat facing each other, Su Qingye lifted her head and, with a teasing smile, gazed at Zhang Luo. "Why did you break up?" Zhang Luo felt the weight of her curious gaze, and an unexpected sense of helplessness washed over him. "Well, it was simply a matter of incompatible personalities. I beg to differ. When you were together, didn't you claim that it was a matter of compatibility?" Su Qingye replied with a gentle smile, her eyebrows slightly raised, revealing a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Oh, indeed." She was a mature woman, and her words carried a certain boldness. Yet, it was quite embarrassing. Zhang Luo was in a state of urgency, scratching his head, and expressed his frustration. "It's not what you think. It's a financial predicament. She desires a better life, which I cannot provide." "Oh, that is what I was thinking as well." The woman naturally placed a piece of beef into her mouth, her red lips parting. But it needn't come to that. If it were so, parting amicably would suffice. Zhang Luo sighed, a hint of self-mockery in his expression. "In matters of romance, initially, we converse about feelings. Yet when it becomes real, it revolves around life. In life, we must be in sync. When I earn 100,000, she spends 100,000. And when I earn 50,000, she spends 50,000. She never perceives her spending as excessive. She simply views my earnings as insufficient. Thus, we are destined for an unfavorable conclusion, and the lack of dignity during the breakup stems from both of us being unwilling to acknowledge our flaws." "What flaws do you possess?" Su Qingye inquired, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Zhang Luo regarded Su Qingye for a moment before calmly stating, "Blindness, stubbornness, and a lack of intellect." Upon hearing this, Su Qingye couldn't help but pause, then burst into laughter. In that instant, her charm blossomed like a begonia in full bloom, a beauty beyond reach. Zhang Luo found himself momentarily entranced. Then, he heard Su Qingye's amused voice. You possess a remarkably precise self-awareness. She handed him her phone. On the screen was a WeChat moment. The caption read, In the days to come, the wind and snow are you. The warmth is you. Everything is you. The image depicted Lu Qian holding hands with a boy, embracing in a car while torrential rain poured outside. Oh, Zhang Luo's gaze faltered, flickering with disbelief, shock, anger, and amusement before ultimately settling into resignation and undeniable disappointment. Su Qingye meticulously observed the changes in his expression, then heard him mutter softly, Damn it. She even created an atmosphere, didn't she? Just wait. Once the rain stops, I will confront her about reimbursing my rent. Chapter 4. She is not a silent sea. Merely untroubled for you. At this moment, Zhang Luo was striving to retract his gaze, attempting to clear his mind. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the ferocity in his eyes could not be contained. Damn it, this is infuriating. I had resolved not to care, so why does it still hurt so much? You know very well that Lu Qian is that kind of person. Her actions are utterly reasonable. What is there to be angry about? You should be grateful that you have not truly succumbed to despair. Knowing when to withdraw is the final dignity of adulthood. Yet, damn it, seeing her posing with another man still incites a desire to curse. Lu Qian, you are truly indiscriminate. Observing the young man struggle to maintain his composure, the sorrow was evident, spilling from his eyes despite his efforts to conceal it. Su Qingye's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, revealing a shadowy and inscrutable gaze. It truly evokes a sense of compassion. Indeed, the smaller the man, the more delicate he appears. His sorrowful expression remains as endearing as it was a few years ago. I say, you wouldn't dare to cry in front of me, would you? She teased softly, a smile gracing her lips. How could that be? Who do you think I am? I wouldn't even glance back at an explosion, let alone be affected by this trivial matter. Zhang Luo, momentarily taken aback, opened his mouth to explain, but the woman merely lifted her phone, activating the camera, which reflected his reddened eyes on the screen. Damn it! What a pitiful sight for a man. His lips parted slightly, but ultimately, he obediently shut them. What a sharp-tongued woman. Then, he watched as Su Qingye gracefully stood up, carrying her bowl towards the kitchen. One must admit, despite her venomous tongue, her silhouette was strikingly elegant. Her fair legs, clad in sleep pants, swayed gently, each inch of her skin gleaming. The curve of her waist was soft enough to quicken one's heartbeat. Most importantly, there was a certain mature allure about her, distinctly different from Lu Qian. Oh, this woman is actually fetching food. Zhang Luo scratched his head, pondering if that meant the food was quite delectable. By the way, how do you have that boy's friend circle? He inquired. He was once a student in our department. Oh, really? Are you a teacher? Which university? Zhang Luo's interest piqued. He had sensed a unique aura about Su Qingye earlier, and now it made sense. Su Qingye lifted her gaze, observing Zhang Luo's bewildered expression, her eyes flickering slightly. Evidently, he genuinely could not recall. She responded nonchalantly, Qing University. Wow, I'm also from Qing University, but how come I've never seen you before? Zhang Luo's pupils widened in astonishment. Over the course of 4 years, he had never once encountered Su Qingye. She let out a cold laugh, her sharp tongue still intact, because all your attention was on your ex-girlfriend. May I ask, who else do you remember? Zhang Luo's lips twitched slightly, his expression neutral. Teacher Su, let's not reopen old wounds. We were friends. Honestly, I believe this is not the crux of the matter. Couldn't you pay a bit more attention? As she spoke, Zhang Luo paused slightly, then noticed several replies beneath that friend circle. Was that Lu Qian introducing her new boyfriend? His brows furrowed, his expression growing increasingly serious. Hello, friends. Let me introduce my boyfriend, Wang Si, a top game designer who has just returned from overseas. The game he designed will be launching on major platforms soon, so do remember to support it. Accompanying this was a string of links. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Luo couldn't help but twitch his lips. How intriguing indeed. After Lu Qian reprimanded him for lacking a decent job and ambition, she unexpectedly sought out a game designer. Furthermore, she even leveraged her personal connections to promote the game. Is this truly the case? It seems that human hypocrisy is the most repugnant of all. Su Qingye, with a playful twinkle in her eye, couldn't help but chuckle. What's the matter? Struggling a bit? Perhaps, Zhang Luo replied, his expression calm yet tinged with self-mockery. After all, during our time together, she never acknowledged having a boyfriend, nor did she ever take me out to dinner. He shrugged, maintaining a serene facade. She certainly isn't a silent sea. She merely doesn't stir for you. That sounds rather unfortunate for you. However, her boyfriend does seem quite impressive.
And this game appears to be quite appealing, Su Qingye remarked, her gaze fixed on the exquisite mobile game displayed on her phone. After casting a glance,
Zhang Luo's attention suddenly halted, revealing a look of astonishment. He couldn't have misread. This game bore an uncanny resemblance to the unfinished manuscript he had been working on. Although altered, it was essentially just a new skin. How could this become that fellow's game? Unaware of the underlying circumstances, Su Qingye merely raised an eyebrow and remarked softly. No wonder she recommended it on her social media. This game is indeed remarkable, currently trending, and possesses the potential for explosive success, though its artistic style is somewhat average. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo furrowed his brow and murmured, "If I were to claim that this game was my creation, would you believe me?" Su Qingye paused momentarily, her gaze shifting to a more complex expression as she regarded the young man before her. "You created it? Are you suggesting it was stolen?" "Yes, she has my manuscript. I had been developing this game for about 6 months, but I've been too busy lately to advance it, only to discover it has been released under a different guise." Zhang Luo replied calmly. Su Qingye stared in astonishment. After a few seconds of silence, curiosity flickered in her eyes. "You seem rather composed. I expected you to be infuriated. What is there to be angry about?" "I merely find it regrettable." Zhang Luo shook his head. "In truth, I had my suspicions. When we broke up, Lu Qian took my computer for a time, and reflecting on it now, there were indeed signs to follow. What a pity, a splendid game has been pilfered. And considering the issuing company, their background is quite formidable. If you intend to pursue legal action, it will likely be a challenging endeavor. And it might even backfire on you." Su Qingye contemplated, her gaze growing slightly cold. She hadn't anticipated that a mere social media post could unravel such a situation. Had she known, it might have been better not to show Zhang Luo. The young man's facade of calmness barely concealed the sorrow lurking in his eyes. "There is no need for that. Since he has already changed his facade, what good would it do for me to reclaim it? Shall I simply endure?" Su Qingye furrowed her brows. "Endure? No, I shall create a new game to outshine him. I am not one to hold back. I believe in retribution," Zhang Luo replied, his demeanor gradually growing colder. Truth be told, although he was furious that Lu Qian had returned the apartment yesterday, he could not be bothered to dwell on it. However, the act of stealing his hard work to bestow upon another man was intolerable. Chapter 5. Comfort is reserved for the dead. As the saying goes, every individual has their limits. Lu Qian was currently trespassing upon his boundaries repeatedly, which he could not abide. Listening to Zhang Luo's words, Su Qingye raised an eyebrow slightly, and, pursing her crimson lips, responded coolly, "Creating a new game doesn't seem so simple." To her, crafting a quality game was inherently challenging. It required not only a solid foundation, but also a surge of inspiration. Yet, inspiration was as elusive as a distant dream. Although Zhang Luo was gifted and had performed exceptionally well in the past, starting anew demanded considerable courage. Instead of exhausting herself, Su Qingye was already contemplating how to protect her rights. The adult way of resolving issues is always through confrontation. She pondered whether to contact a platform to initiate a minor blockade. Just as her thoughts flickered, Zhang Luo's voice rang in her ears. "It may not be easy, but I believe it is doable." Su Qingye snapped back to reality, her gaze landing on the small man before her, who wore a light-hearted smile. He remarked, "As the saying goes, one should always keep a card up their sleeve. Lu Qian has squandered my money and pilfered my game. But she certainly cannot fathom that my true wealth lies here." He pointed to his head, a look of profound sentiment crossing his face. "Within my mind, I harbor hundreds of top-tier game concepts." Before he could finish, the beautiful woman in front of him frowned slightly. "Get to the point? Ah well, that game was merely a means to cope with the competition. It was not truly what I wished to create. Thus, it can only be deemed a spur-of-the-moment endeavor." Zhang Luo chuckled awkwardly, his expression becoming much more serious. "In fact, I have another game that I have been preparing for quite some time, but I never had the opportunity to pursue it. Now, I feel it might be worth a try." Upon hearing this, Su Qingye raised an eyebrow, glancing at the game on her phone with some hesitation. "Is it better than this one?" "Indeed," Zhang Luo replied, a slight smile gracing his lips, confidence gleaming in his eyes. "Currently, there is no other game of this type on the market. New ideas often require validation. A contemplative expression emerged on Su Qingye's exquisite face as she continued in a professional tone. New ventures either carve out a blue ocean or perish in obscurity. You must be prepared. Of course, I eagerly anticipate your work. Although our encounter is merely fortuitous, I must admit that your experiences intrigue me. Su Qingye set down her chopsticks, having satiated her hunger to the point of discomfort, which is somewhat uncharacteristic for her. She has always adhered to strict principles regarding her physique. A cup of coffee in the morning, a modest portion of staple food at noon, and vegetables and fruits for dinner. Comfort is often reserved for the deceased, to embody the refined, elegant urban woman who captivates every student's gaze from the podium and cultivates a cherished image. One must be rather stringent with oneself. Yet today, she could not deny that Jiang Luo possesses a remarkable culinary talent. Jiang Yu, you are indeed fortunate. She mused silently as she prepared to rise and clear the table, choosing not to inquire about Jiang Luo's new game. In her view, this man had just endured a series of betrayals, undoubtedly harboring a subconscious resistance. Thus, it was perhaps better not to ask. Observing Su Qingye's silhouette as she entered the kitchen, Jiang Luo lowered his head slightly, contemplating before retrieving his phone. Since he had resolved to embark on a new game, he could no longer afford to drift aimlessly in menial jobs. The era of servitude was over, effective immediately. Before long, a familiar voice resonated on the other end of the line. Lao Jiang, what's going on? You seldom call me at this hour. What is up? Are you not working as a servant today? Upon hearing his childhood friend Zhang Yuanzhi's words, Jiang Luo's lips twitched slightly. Damn it, how precise can you get? He retorted with a hint of annoyance. Enough with the nonsense. I need to discuss something important. How much do you need to borrow? Get lost, let me finish. All right. It can't be that you broke up with Lu Qian, can it? Are you planning to turn over a new leaf? Listening to Zhang Yuanzhi's mutterings, Jiang Luo's expression darkened as he replied softly, A few seconds of silence ensued on the line, and soon, Zhang Yuanzhi's exuberant voice returned. What? You broke up? Damn, what a joyous occasion. Pray tell, how did it end? Can the sun truly rise from the west? Jiang Luo's eyelids flickered as he felt an urge to lash out at his friend. Logically, you should be here to console me, not to gloat. Haha, consolation for others. But for you, I must confess, I find it rather amusing, he said, his tone taking on a more malicious edge. It's been 5 years. Do you know how I've endured this time? Ever since you got together with her, my days have been spent accompanying her, earning money to spend on her. What about my brothers? I can't even find that stone man to play league with anymore. As he listened to his friend's grievances, Jiang Luo had intended to interrupt. However, after a moment of contemplation, he chose to let it be, ultimately only letting out a gentle sigh, his gaze drifting away. In recent years, it seems he has lived rather tumultuously, to the point where even his friends can hardly bear to watch. Yet, paradoxically, he has never come to this realization himself. After a long silence, Zhang Yuanzhi, weary from his outburst, finally asked, Have you truly broken up? Indeed. Then what do you intend to do? I aspire to create a game. I wish to establish our own studio. A game studio, are you certain? Absolutely. Jiang Lu responded with calm seriousness. Previously, when you called upon me, I was indeed devoid of time, ambition, and energy. However, the situation has changed. I now yearn to develop a game that genuinely resonates with my vision. Are you perhaps seeking to transform your sorrow into motivation? By the way, I Haven T asked how your breakup occurred, though I can surmise it was likely her dissatisfaction with you. No worries, my brother, I understand your desire for revenge, and I shall certainly support you. Hearing such nonsensical remarks, Jiang Lu could no longer suppress a smile. You've misinterpreted. I admit there is a slight vengeful aspect, but it is minimal. And why is that? I used to read in novels that the aspirations of youth are more precious than gold. I never quite grasped that notion until now, and my friend, I must say this. In youthful days, one's ambition soared high, promising the finest in the world. Before Jiang Lu could finish, Su Qingye emerged from the kitchen, her gaze landing on the impassioned young man before her, her expression shifting to one of mild peculiarity. Indeed, they say a man remains a boy until death. Chapter 6. I only wish to provide him a home. Ahem. Sensing Su Qingye's gaze, Jiang Lu felt a flush of embarrassment, thinking, what a strange phenomenon. Could this be the peculiar magnetic field between individuals? When I look my best, I often go unnoticed, yet in moments of social awkwardness, I am targeted with precision. I love this. He chuckled awkwardly, suppressing his earlier bravado, and continued, "All right. Let us focus on the matter at hand. I am genuinely preparing to embark on my second life. My studio is set to launch, and I have already determined the core of the game. Running the program is merely a matter of days, but I require a deputy who can finalize operations, promotions, and subsequent information maintenance." As he spoke of game development, Jiang Lu seamlessly transitioned into a professional demeanor, his earnest expression causing Su Qingya, who held a cup of coffee, to raise an eyebrow in intrigue. On the other end of the line, Zhang Yuanjia pondered briefly before responding, "None of that poses a problem. If you wish to pursue this, my friend, I wouldn't hesitate to cling to your sturdy leg. However, we are still in need of personnel. Other roles can be overlooked, but a skilled artist is absolutely essential." Zhang Yuanjia and Jiang Lu had grown up together and attended the same university. Though Zhang's studies leaned towards operational management, an artist, Jiang Lu's eyes flickered. Indeed, he had previously envisioned several artistic concepts. Within his studio, Zhang was responsible for operations and promotions, while the programmer focused intently on coding. The artist, naturally, was Lu Qian, a professional in the field of painting. The moment of imagining this was indeed quite beautiful. However, upon reflection, it seems rather unreasonable. Back in our school days, we formed a game development group, and you appointed Lu Qian as the artist. Although our game boasted the highest quality, her inadequate drawing skills and delicate nature led you to fear exhausting her. Ultimately, you resorted to hiring a slightly inferior artist to compensate, which resulted in our failure to achieve a commendable ranking. Frankly speaking, Lao Jiang, we must take the issue of artists seriously this time. Jiang Luo's expression grew solemn. Zhang Yuan's words rang true. A skilled artist is indeed crucial. No matter how exceptional the programming or engaging the game mechanics, they require a commendable presentation. The presence of an artist is essential for a more refined representation of the game. But where can we find quality artists now? In our school days, he could summon all the top artists with a mere wave of his hand. However, back then, Lu Qian was by his side, and he declined all offers. Now,
with Lu Qian gone, he has missed his prime opportunity. How could he reach out to others?
It is likely that anyone who thinks of him now sees a man who has succumbed to mediocrity, preferring to be a drudge rather than earnestly create games. Reflecting on this, Jiang Luo let out a bitter smile and said, "All right, I will handle this matter and gradually recruit some talent." "That works. If you can resolve the artist issue, then we have no problems. As for funding, I reiterate my point." Zhang Yuanzi replied nonchalantly, "My brother has money." "Where did that come from?" "From Lao Zhang, of course. He provided it 3 years ago, encouraging me to start my own venture after graduation. However, these past 2 years, I have struggled to find a good project." Jiang Luo was taken aback by Zhang Yuan's words, shaking his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation, feeling a warm current in his heart. This lad was clearly just waiting for him to take action. "All right, please arrange the venue and office facilities. We will discuss this in person tomorrow." "Got it." Zhang Yuanzi cheerfully hung up the phone, evidently eager to get to work. Setting down his phone, Jiang Luo felt a wave of reflection wash over him. Indeed, at critical junctures, one cannot always rely on women. It is exceedingly difficult to earn a woman's love. Yet it seems somewhat easier to have a brother willing to stand by you through thick and thin. He bowed his head, pondering how to recruit a talented artist. After some deliberation, he took out his phone, deciding to tap into the power of his social network. He began crafting a message. "We are preparing to establish a game studio. Are there any exceptional artists willing to join as partners?" With a single click, he sent it off. Almost immediately, his expression turned somewhat desolate. Although he had long accepted the reality, he still felt a pang of disappointment as he reminisced about the past. Creating a game is not merely a matter of raising a hand to gather a multitude eager for collaboration, is it? Yet, what is the reality now? It is a blessing that I am not met with universal disdain. Observing Jiang Luo's demeanor, while he diligently sipped his coffee, Su Qingya, reclining in a rocking chair, allowed a faint smile to grace her lips as she inquired, "What troubles you? Are you contemplating retreat due to entrepreneurial setbacks? Perhaps you should consider pursuing legal action instead." Jiang Luo lifted his gaze, his eyes wide with righteous indignation. "Retreat is not an option. The previous emperor's venture has merely encountered minor blemishes before reaching fruition. As for litigation," he chuckled self-deprecatingly, "it holds little appeal. I currently wish to avoid their presence. You may interpret this as an aversion to confrontation, absence alleviates annoyance. If I succeed in developing this game, I shall undoubtedly counter their advances. At this, Su Qingye nodded slightly. The young man harbored considerable ambition, which she deemed commendable. She had initially intended to inform Zhang Luo of her intentions, believing that, given his character, he would swiftly confront Lu Qian. However, she reconsidered, deeming Zhang Luo's own choices to be paramount. With this thought, she set her phone down gently. Just as Zhang Luo was about to speak further, his phone rang urgently, and his expression shifted to one of curiosity. "Oh, sister, has my dear sibling finally taken time amidst her busy schedule to inquire about my well-being?" He had informed Zhang Yu of his breakup the previous day, primarily to alleviate her worries. Yet, after a restful night, she had only now returned his call. Alas, the warmth of human emotions has faded. He answered the call, and soon his sister's voice resonated on the line. "Zhang Luo, where are you now?" Stunned, Zhang Luo pondered how to respond. Su Qingye raised an eyebrow, her fingers gliding over her phone screen. "Oh, never mind. I'm not concerned about your whereabouts. I'm simply relieved to hear you can still speak and are alive. That's enough for me. Goodbye." Wah! Zhang Luo's eyes widened. The words barely escaping his lips before the call was abruptly severed. "What the hell? Sister?" His expression shifted, letting out a soft sigh as he glanced at Su Qingye. Feeling somewhat sheepish as he explained, "I apologize. My sister has always been this way. Moreover, our relationship has grown a bit strained during my romance with Lu Qian over the past few years, so she may have lost interest in my whereabouts." As he spoke, a wave of inexplicable sadness washed over Zhang Luo. It seemed that merely spending one night away had nearly stripped him of the dignity he had left. Su Qingye remained unfazed, calmly nodding as she continued to engage with her phone, although a barely contained smile tugged at her lips. On her screen was the chat history with Jiang Yu. "What on earth is wrong with you, Su Qingye? Just now, you forbade me from speaking. What does that mean? Surely, you cannot be harboring intentions towards my younger brother, can you? Moreover, your earlier threats were utterly excessive. I dare say that if I were to speak, you would pursue him. I am now profoundly suspicious of your motives for bringing my brother back. Why are you silent? Answer me. Look into my eyes and tell me why. Forget it. I actually feel you are unlikely to pursue him, as you two do not seem well suited. Your demeanor is too cold, while my brother is so warm-hearted. But if you were to consider it, your ample figure could indeed be advantageous for childbirth. I find myself rather desiring a nephew, so perhaps it is not entirely out of the question." As her phone vibrated with a cascade of messages, Su Qingye's calm visage began to flush with warmth. What on earth is this girl babbling about? Her beautiful eyes blinked slightly, and without hesitation, she blocked Jiang Yu. How dare she imply anything about my physique? That shapely figure was painstakingly sculpted in the gym. Does she not understand? A flicker of indignation crossed the mature woman's eyes. Furthermore, she had never even contemplated pursuing Zhang Luo. Wait a moment. Su Qingye cast a glance at Zhang Luo, and a sudden thought flickered in her mind. With his culinary skills being so exceptional, perhaps he could stay on as a cook. That would surely leave Jiang Yu with little to say. My primary intention is merely to provide this young man with a home. Ah, how I misspoke. A temporary place to stay, rather. The elegant woman felt a slight flush of red on her cheeks, suddenly realizing that her thoughts teetered on the brink of peril. Chapter 7. A Reasonable Transaction. Zhang Luo, oblivious to Su Qingye's reaction, was still pondering the matter of the graphic designer. This task was of utmost urgency. Any misstep could lead to complications. Meanwhile, in the commercial district, within a bright office, Lu Qian sat contentedly in her chair, relishing the ambience, feeling an inexplicable sense of elation. "How do you like it, Qian? This environment is quite pleasant, isn't it?" A message from her current boyfriend, Yang Wei, flashed on her phone. In truth, Yang Wei had pursued her long before her breakup with Zhang Luo. It was only after the end of her relationship with Zhang Luo that she acquiesced to his attentions. Thus, Lu Qian felt she had not wronged Zhang Luo in any way. Rather, she believed she had granted him ample time. 3 whole years. It was quite astonishing that he had yet to establish an office. Indeed, true capability would eventually reveal itself over time. With this thought, Lu Qian gently shook her head, disappointment flickering in her eyes. Enough of this. I shall not dwell on it further. She needed to compose herself. Her new boyfriend, Yang Wei, was genuinely commendable. After thorough consideration, one could nearly deem him a paragon. Having returned from overseas, he possessed an impressive education and a prestigious family background, truly a scion of high society. Most importantly, his abilities were noteworthy. He had made a name for himself in the gaming industry abroad. This made Lu Qian realize that without comparison, there is no distinction. Sometimes, it is indeed the choices that matter most. With a sigh of melancholy, Lu Qian picked up her phone and began to capture the scene before her, planning to share a small promotion on her social media. To her surprise, she stumbled upon Jiang Luo's post. Recruiting designers? A gaming studio? For some reason, a flicker of irritation surged within Lu Qian. Had he really opened a studio immediately after their breakup? What did that imply? Was he waiting for me to leave before pursuing his ambitions? As if he feared I would claim a share of his studio if we remained together. When I asked him before, he claimed to lack both money and time. Now, suddenly, he has the means. Had he forgotten his earlier promise? He had said that when he opened a studio, it would be to earn money for me to spend. Jiang Luo, you truly are something. Yet, it hardly matters now. Yang Wei has already begun to generate buzz for the new game. The momentum is incredibly strong, already pushing into the top 10 of the newcomer rankings. At this rate, without a core game to support him, what great game can Jiang Luo possibly create? Eventually, his studio will likely dissolve in shame. With this thought, Lu Qian gently shook her head, a hint of coldness in her gaze. Jiang Luo, I have waited for you all these years, as flowers bloom and wither. Now, I shall take your game as compensation for my youth over these years, and I find it quite reasonable. With that in mind, she sent Yang Wei a message. Her tone light and playful, a sweetness Jiang Luo had never experienced. Darling, when is our game going live? You said it would be a nationwide sensation. Was that true? Yang Wei responded swiftly. Don't worry, my dear. I've already begun the promotion, reaching out to numerous media outlets. Soon, this game will dominate the charts. I've even enlisted a legal team, so just wait and see your useless ex-boyfriend weep. Lu Qian exhaled softly upon reading the message. Her greatest fear had always been falling short compared to Jiang Luo. But now, it seemed her choice was undoubtedly correct. Alas, no matter how discontent Lu Qian felt, Jiang Luo remained oblivious. He was deep in thought, having reached out to several designer friends, only to be met with rejection. Yet, this was something he had anticipated. The warmth of human relationships is often predicated on strength. Work is not about making friends, without capability, who would engage emotionally. Observing Jiang Luo lost in contemplation, Su Qingye raised an eyebrow and timely inquired, What's the matter? Are you troubled? Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Luo turned to look, only to be momentarily taken aback by the sight that greeted him. The woman leaned back in the rocking chair, her form slightly sinking into the seat. However, due to her statuesque height, her long legs had nowhere to rest and ultimately settled before her, the delicate toes gently swaying. Jiang Luo swallowed quietly. Firstly, he was an ordinary man. Secondly, he found it challenging to resist mature women, akin to the irresistible allure of a perfectly ripe peach, which at his age could be deemed a fatal temptation. Lastly, must he be tested so thoroughly? He silently turned his head, striving to maintain his composure, and responded nonchalantly, Indeed. I am currently troubled by the difficulty of finding particularly suitable candidates. What are your requirements for an artist? Su Qingye inquired lazily. For the artist, I expect them to create visuals according to the game's specifications. I don't necessarily seek perfection. A decent outcome will suffice, Jiang Luo replied after a brief contemplation. He truly had lowered his expectations. Upon hearing this, Su Qingye slightly squinted, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Actually, I do have a candidate in mind. Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brightening with interest. Could it be? Did this esteemed professor possess such connections? He felt compelled to cling tightly to this opportunity. Do tell. I shall be most grateful, he exclaimed, gesturing with anticipation. Su Qingye raised an eyebrow and smiled, her gaze narrowing slightly, exuding a beauty that seemed intoxicating. I have my eye on your kidneys. Jiang Luo was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly laughed. That might not be very convenient. Oh, very well, Su Qingye sighed softly, shaking her head as if feeling a sense of loss. Let us consider an alternative. But before that, I have a question. Do you currently have a place to stay? At the mention of this, Jiang Luo's expression dimmed slightly, his mood becoming more somber. Yes, that is indeed a concern. I will have to find a place to rent soon. Well, you could stay here, Su Qingye suggested. Observing Jiang Luo's contemplative demeanor with a hint of a smile as she gently guided the conversation. Stay here? Jiang Luo was taken aback, his eyes widening at the unexpected proposition which had not crossed his mind. Indeed, I have an empty room that I've been meaning to rent out. But suitable tenants have been elusive, Su Qingye stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing an ordinary matter. Of course, she was striving to appear nonchalant. Zhang Luo pressed his lips together. To stay here? He felt a twinge of embarrassment. The house was clearly exquisitely decorated and brand new, far from the typical rental property. Su Qingye's offer to rent it to him must stem from concern for his well-being. Contemplating this, he pondered further. Zhang Luo took a deep breath. And after a mental tussle between his thoughts, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of staying. However, I truly feel rather uncomfortable, considering we are not acquainted. And your house is so new, it seems wasteful to rent it to me. Zhang Luo spoke sincerely. In response, Su Qingye casually shook her head. I have several new apartments. This one is simply closer to my school. Moreover, I am not offering you free accommodation. There are conditions. Hearing this, Zhang Luo was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Conditions? I do not require you to pay rent. Rather, I hope you can stay and cook for me. Zhang Luo was stunned. I tend to feel quite fatigued after work and generally dislike cooking. Moreover, I have grown weary of takeout. Your culinary skills are quite commendable, so I thought it might be better to have you than to hire a chef. Su Qingye said with a smile, her eyes narrowing. Her exquisite features, which usually exuded an air of aloofness, appeared particularly enchanting when she smiled. Zhang Luo couldn't help but take a quiet breath, mentally calculating this arrangement. Cooking equated to rent, which seemed quite advantageous, given that he already cooked. Yet, why did it feel somewhat surreal? Could such a fortunate opportunity truly be for him? Chapter 8. The sister's legs are not legs. The spring waters of the Seine, observing Zhang Luo deep in thought. Su Qingye maintained a seemingly indifferent smile, yet her true intentions remained hidden within her heart. She spoke the truth. She genuinely needed a cook, especially one like Zhang Luo, who was both pleasing to the eye and charming, with a commendable work ethic. If Zhang Yu were to learn of this, she would likely express her disdain. What does this have to do with hiring a cook? Yet, the mature professor remained unconcerned, thinking to herself that she could do as she pleased. At 30, with a modest fortune, it wouldn't be unreasonable to indulge in a younger companion. Nonetheless, in Zhang Luo's presence, she was determined to uphold her image of aloof elegance. Su's adage, never allow a man to underestimate you, or you shall be belittled. Meanwhile, Zhang Luo was still contemplating. After a considerable pause, he lifted his head, a hint of conflict and affirmation in his gaze. To be frank, Professor Su, I find this title quite fitting, familiar yet maintaining a certain distance. Your proposition, if I were to say it didn't intrigue me, would be disingenuous. Yet, if I admit to being intrigued, I am indeed somewhat uncertain, as chefs are not particularly hard to come by. Why must it be me? Su Qingye cast a sidelong glance at him, a look of calmness gracing her brow. Because I sense you possess good character. Furthermore, there are not many who can cook better than you. Zhang Luo wholeheartedly agreed with the first statement. However, the latter left him feeling somewhat insecure. Along with a sense of nostalgia, mastering the culinary arts was not an innate talent. Persistence is cultivated through arduous practice. Throughout the years of his romance with Lu Qian, he has effectively assumed the roles of a security guard, a chef, a server, and even an ATM. His culinary endeavors, in particular, have become a significant aspect of their relationship. Lu Qian suffers from a delicate stomach and often experiences gastric pain from cafeteria food, which has led her to frequent hospital stays. Thus, since their university days, he has shouldered the responsibility of preparing her meals. Whatever Lu Qian craves, he diligently researches and replicates. Gradually, Zhang Luo has almost completely mastered her culinary preferences. Initially, he took pride in this. After all, isn't winning a woman's stomach tantamount to winning her heart? Alas, that sentiment faded when Lu Qian's health improved and she ceased dining at home, opting instead for nights filled with karaoke, drinks, and hot pot, occasionally prompting him to rise in the dead of night to prepare congee. Reflecting on this, Zhang Luo clenched his fists in quiet frustration, feeling a pang of resentment. Nevertheless, he inhaled deeply and softly remarked, I believe merely cooking is insufficient. I should contribute to the rent instead. Su Qingye cast a sidelong glance at him and replied languidly, cooking is sufficient, provided hygiene and cleanliness are prioritized. Not an issue. Zhang Luo sighed. In truth, he was low on funds for rent and contemplated whether to swallow his pride and apologize to his family. Perhaps even return to inherit some family wealth. However, With his parents off globetrotting and his sister's notoriously foul temper, he ultimately dismissed the idea. He resolved to wait until his studio became profitable before gradually compensating Professor Su. Excellent, Su Qingye said, observing Jiang Luo's acquiescence. She crossed her arms, ceased the fidgeting of her toes, and straightened her posture. The curvature of her form became strikingly apparent, accentuated by her silk nightgown, which left Jiang Luo momentarily apprehensive about its tautness. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration as he witnessed this scene. Indeed, a 30-year-old mature professor possessed undeniable allure in both appearance and demeanor. Unfazed, Su Qingye returned to a more serious demeanor. With the housing situation settled, let us address the matter of the artist you mentioned. I am my own candidate. I am a professor of original art at Qing University. While I have many students I could recommend, given the instability of your studio, I cannot easily allow them to take risks. Therefore, it must be me. When she spoke of her work, her entire essence transformed. Whereas her domestic persona radiated a lazy charm intertwined with an unintentional allure, her professional demeanor was markedly different, professional, solemn, and authoritative. Jiang Luo mused that if Su Qingye donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, she could easily be described as formidable. Yet, the weight of her words was indeed substantial. Jiang Luo felt a bit dizzy. Is the original artist truly so fortunate? Could it be that after parting ways with a troublesome woman, his aura has shifted? If he is indeed an original artist, it aligns perfectly. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Luo regarded Su Qingye with a spark of fervor in his gaze. It was not a matter of romantic yearning, but rather a pure admiration for talent. Let us first examine the works. This will facilitate our collaboration, Su Qingye remarked as she rose, instinctively stretching her waist before slipping into her slippers and looking at Jiang Luo. Shall we? Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback. First, we shall view the works. Oh, right, the artworks. He then followed Su Qingye into another room. Notably, her residence was a spacious flat, approximately 160 square meters, which felt rather empty for a single occupant. Before long, Su Qingye produced a key and unlocked a spacious room, where white curtains gently filtered the sunlight. The floor was strewn with easels, displaying a myriad of hand-painted pieces and completed works. As an original artist, one must first possess exceptional drawing skills before venturing into animation. You may start by looking at these. See if they meet your expectations, Su Qingye suggested, and Jiang Luo's gaze wandered. Each easel showcased paintings of diverse styles. Some depicted vibrant sunflowers, others exhibited exquisite two-dimensional artistry, while still others featured realistic landscapes. To be frank, Su Qingye's range was impressively vast, and each painting evoked a profound sense of awe. However, one particular artwork immediately captured Jiang Luo's attention. Wait a moment, this painting. He was momentarily speechless. In the corner of the room, there was a tall woman depicted. She wore a taut white shirt, a black trench coat, and her legs were clad in black stockings, accentuated by high heels. Though the facial features were subtle, the gold-rimmed glasses lent her an air of refined maturity. Jiang Luo's gaze lingered. Upon seeing this image, the first thought that sprang to his mind was, isn't this Su Qingye? His peripheral vision instinctively darted towards Su Qingye, comparing the character in the painting with her. Indeed, the resemblance was striking, not only in attire but also in her aura, truly a one-to-one match. Standing at 1.7 meters, she exuded a presence that felt like 2.8 meters. Moreover, the gold-rimmed glasses stirred a warm excitement within him, a fluttering sensation. Oh, when did I develop such an interest in mature women? Su Qingye also noticed Jiang Luo's captivated gaze, and her expression turned slightly peculiar. Among so many beautiful and professional artworks, he fixated on this one. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, for this particular painting was one she had created when she first donned her uniform at work, gazing into the mirror. As it was a work from her youth, she couldn't bear to discard it, so she left it in the corner of her room as a memento. And now, it seems, Jiang Luo has set his sights on it. Truly, men are all the same. There's no distinction between young and old. They remain unabashedly lustful until the end. Furthermore, that unabashed gaze of yours, do you truly enjoy it? Su Qingye took a quiet breath, a blend of helplessness and amusement gracing her brow. Are you quite fond of this? Would you like me to give it to you? Huh. Jiang Luo snapped back to reality, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face as he chuckled awkwardly. No, not at all. Not at all. I noticed the moment you entered, your eyes were fixated on it. Is it that men universally enjoy such things? Su Qingye continued, her expression unchanged. No, I have a friend who likes it. To be honest, this entire room is filled with art. Yet art pales in comparison to beauty. Oh, is it genuinely just a friend? Su Qingye regarded Zhang Luo with a skeptical gaze, then glanced at where he was staring. The waist, legs, feet. And after a moment of silence, if your friend truly adores it, I could certainly gift it to him. Besides, friends of your age typically favor those exaggerated, two-dimensional, voluptuous beauties. However, what I have painted seems rather ordinary, just a typical office worker, wouldn't you agree? Zhang Luo turned away, hesitant to respond to that inquiry. Instead, he smiled and shifted his attention to other artworks. Aesthetics are a complex matter indeed. Moreover, that painting is simply stunning. Anyone would find it hard to resist casting a glance or two, huh? Now, let us take a look at what you've done with your anime creations. Could he still respond? Absolutely not. That is undoubtedly Su Qingye's self-portrait. He certainly couldn't mention anything about voluptuous beauties, could he? Professor Su, your figure is quite alluring as well, if I may say so. Before long, Zhang Luo exited the room, his gaze reflecting a hint of focus. My impression after viewing is that it's simply remarkable. Professor Su, you truly live up to your title. Your level of skill would make anyone feel as though they hit the jackpot in our studio. So extraordinary. Setting aside that self-portrait, Zhang Luo earnestly examined the other paintings, which indeed exhibited an exceptional level of mastery. To have someone of Su Qingye's caliber as an artist in their studio would be utterly fantastic. However, the question remained, how could they possibly entice a talent like Su Qingye? This thought plunged Zhang Luo into contemplation. After all, Professor Su hardly appeared to be impoverished. The apartment alone spoke volumes. In terms of emotional value and reputation, she was already a top professor at a leading national university. What, then, could possibly captivate her? To be frank, as Zhang Luo pondered deeply, he failed to identify any qualities within himself that might attract Su Qingye to stay. After a long pause, he let out a wry smile. Professor Su, let us be straightforward. What conditions do you desire? I ponder over whether this small temple of mine can accommodate you. Su Qingye cast a casual glance at him, leaning effortlessly against the coffee counter as she poured herself a cup of coffee. After taking a sip, she remarked nonchalantly, I possess no interest in wealth or fame. Much like renting an apartment, your cooking for me constitutes a reasonable transaction. Thus, being your artist naturally entails a different price. As she leaned against the bar, she fell into contemplation, one leg unconsciously sweeping lightly across the floor. Zhang Luo found himself unable to divert his gaze, revealing a wry smile. How is it that she perpetually exudes an unconscious allure? One must admit, this sister's legs are striking enough without stockings. What are these legs? They resemble lethal, curved blades. Chapter 9. Do not tease. Sister Su smiled. Su Qingye was deep in thought, so engrossed that she failed to notice the man before her subtly averted his gaze. The languid posture she exhibited inadvertently exuded an irresistible charm. What else could he do aside from cooking? Laundry, perhaps? That seems rather inappropriate. Managing household chores? That appears unsuitable as well, as it feels like my intentions are far too transparent. If Jiang Yu were to discover this, would she not come and confront me? Never mind. Su Qingye instinctively rubbed her temples, then lifted her gaze to Zhang Luo, finally formulating an idea. Professor Su, please state your conditions plainly. Feeling the weight of Su Qingye's gaze, Zhang Luo suddenly felt a tad uneasy. Though he smiled wryly, his eyes were resolute. However, I am well aware that given your stature, Professor Su, I am most likely unable to bear the burden. But please, do share. Just let me come to terms with it. Observing Zhang Luo's gaze, which was almost as steadfast as one seeking party membership, Su Qingye could not help but find it amusing. It seemed this young man truly needed her assistance. However, she did not dwell on it for long. If she were not inclined to help him, why would she have broached the subject? Nonetheless, she was not inclined to dangle hope before Zhang Luo. Suppressing a smile, she said coolly, my conditions are neither overly difficult nor easy. I have 5 classes each week, 2 of which are open to the public, during which I will require a teaching assistant. Would you be willing to take on this role? Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo was momentarily taken aback. A teaching assistant? But in the next instant, his eyes sparkled with delight. Could it be true? Just a teaching assistant? Such fortune. As for what being a teaching assistant entailed, he was uncertain at the moment. However, in Zhang Luo's view, if this could lead to Su Qingye becoming his artist, he would gladly accept any role, even that of a professor. Professor Su, this condition is perfectly acceptable. Observing Jiang Luo's exuberance, Su Qingye's lips curled slightly, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. Yet she maintained her composed demeanor. Is it truly acceptable? Do not rejoice too soon. Being my teaching assistant is no simple task. No worries, Professor Su. Just tell me what pose to take. Jiang Luo waved his hand nonchalantly, his expression relaxed. Su Qingye paused, a flicker of embarrassment crossing her eyes. What was this little man just saying? Jiang Luo quickly realized his misstep and added, I didn't articulate that well. I meant, do you want me to be a model, standing there for your students to draw? As long as it's not nude, I'm fine with it. He felt a bit shy, considering Su Qingye's status. He had somewhat presumptuously assumed she meant modeling. Oh, you've misunderstood. Su Qingye shook her head in response. I'm not asking you to be a model. As for how it will be done, I will arrange it when the time comes. All right. Jiang Luo sighed in relief, a smile breaking across his face. As long as it wasn't nude modeling, he could manage. That particular endeavor was indeed a bit too much. I apologize, Professor Su. I got a bit carried away and inadvertently made you misunderstand. I even made you blush. He glanced shyly at the woman before him, having noticed her face had momentarily flushed. Although she quickly regained her cool demeanor, he had caught the moment. Hearing this, Su Qingye was momentarily taken aback, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance bubbling within her. So, this little man is teasing me quietly? With that, the poised and commanding woman straightened her posture, her curvaceous legs tensing as she cast a penetrating gaze at the man before her, saying coolly, Don't make me laugh. Sister Su has nothing to be embarrassed about. After speaking, Su Qingye slipped on her slippers and strode into the room without looking back. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Luo stood there, momentarily dazed. Goodness, what a fierce, decisive statement. Truth be told, he wasn't the type to be easily flustered. He had encountered beautiful women before. Lu Qian was the top beauty at Moda University. Moreover, he was a typical tech-savvy type, not particularly driven by physical attractiveness. In other words, he wasn't one to be swayed by mere appearances. Yet, every time he interacted with Su Qingye, he felt a profound sense of defeat. It was as if he could hear the online cries, I'm dead, sister. Don't kill me. Sister, please. Jiang Luo shook his head vigorously, dispelling those mundane thoughts, his gaze sharpening. Wait, what I need to clarify is, Professor Su has agreed to be the artist, so have we gathered enough for the initial trio of the Divine Fantasy class for our studio? His eyes sparkled with excitement. It was hard not to feel exhilarated. The major obstacle had been finding an artist, and now it had been effortlessly resolved. How utterly delightful. He sent a message to Zhang Yuanjia, urging him to promptly arrange the studio space and other necessities. To be honest, their relationship was so close that there was no need for formality. Throughout their university years, he had often helped Zhang Yuanjia with his troubles. Reflecting on this, Jiang Luo couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Compared to himself, old Zhang seemed to be living a charmed life. They had grown up together, and from a young age, old Zhang had been quite the rogue, daring to scale walls at 8 to spy on the neighbor's aunt bathing, and by 12, he was already taking the aunt's daughter to the movies. At 18, he had become a gold member at a hotel, and now he was blessed with a lovely and beautiful girlfriend. As for Jiang Luo, alas, he had always been a defeated dog, now reduced to being a mere beast of burden, exploited without remorse. Life often left one feeling disheartened. Yet, at least this was the extent of his lament. However, a life devoid of profound love would always be tinged with regret. After a brief moment of introspection, Jiang Luo prepared to resume his activities. Just then, Su Qingye emerged from her room, completely transformed. Her attire had shifted from a casual home style to a relaxed, urban elegance. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. She wore a loose-fitting shirt, the neckline modestly framing her ample contours, though its looseness suggested that a slight bend could reveal more than intended. Her lower half was clad in sky-blue shorts that displayed her long, slender legs. Beneath her perfect proportions lay shapely calves, and her delicately exposed ankles were a vision of elegance, clad in expensive flip-flops that exuded comfort. Indeed, Su Qingye's golden ratio of limbs was a testament to her exquisite fair skin, with even her toes appearing pearl-like in their brilliance. Standing before him, she embodied perfection, fulfilling every expectation of femininity at her age. But what was she intending to do? Go out? What did her gaze imply? Did she wish for him to accompany her? Sensing Jiang Luo's attention, Su Qingye spoke with calmness. Why are you still dawdling? Can you drive? She tossed a set of keys casually. To his surprise, they were not for a luxury car, but rather a practical Xiaomi vehicle. Oh, how trendy was Professor Su. Chapter 10, Thrift and Diligence, Jiang Luo, Earning a Living. Su Qingye, mastering the art of driving. A fine young man like him surely could drive, even if he didn't own a car. This thought brought a pang of nostalgia to Jiang Luo. When he graduated, his sister Jiang Yu had promised him a car as a gift. However, after she became involved with Lu Qian, the luxury car was no more, replaced instead by a baby stroller that was delivered to their doorstep. In her words, wishing you both a lifetime of happiness and early blessings. Sigh, the past is best left unexamined. Sister, as I look back, are you still on the other shore? Su Qingye, seemingly unaware of Jiang Luo's sorrow, merely nodded gently and said nonchalantly, then let us be off. Did you not just receive a call this morning? You must move everything today, correct? Since you have decided to rent my place, why not relocate directly? Furthermore, with the torrential rain outside, it seems impractical not to drive. Hearing Su Qingye's words, which were delivered with such assurance, Jiang Luo found himself momentarily stunned. Sitting on the sofa with a dazed expression, was Su Qingye truly this thoughtful? He had been so preoccupied with thoughts of the studio that he had almost forgotten about the move. Yet, this Professor Su not only remembered but also willingly offered to assist him with the relocation. For some inexplicable reason, a faint warmth began to brew within Jiang Luo's heart. Suddenly, he felt that the superficialities of appearance and demeanor paled in comparison to the deeper understanding that comes from genuine care. In the garage, Jiang Luo grasped the steering wheel after a long absence. The Xiaomi Su, a testament to contemporary automotive trends, was indeed a remarkable vehicle. Chairman Lei, it seemed, was a person of grand ambitions. The modest yet powerful design exuded a sense of aspiration. For just over 200,000, the driving experience was undeniably impressive. However, he also noticed that the keychain bore keys to several other vehicles, which indicated that Professor Su was indeed quite affluent. Let us head to your rental property first. We shall transport your belongings, he suggested. All right. In truth, Jiang Luo had little to take with him, merely a few outfits and his computer. As for the rest, the landlord had already informed him that all items had been sold off at a discount by Lu Qian, who had made it her mission to clear everything out, leaving Jiang Luo with nothing. Quite ruthless. And yet, it was a painful lesson that could bring about a profound clarity. As the vehicle merged into the bustling traffic, the torrential rain, though still persistent, was far more manageable than the previous night. Su Qingye, leaning against the passenger seat, instinctively reclined it and remarked, once we have gathered your things, let us visit the supermarket for groceries. It has been ages since I last enjoyed a home-cooked meal. Her words rang true. Since taking a position at Qing University, she had lived alone, her mealtimes having grown increasingly erratic. During a recent visit to the doctor, she had been advised to find a partner. How absurd, she had thought at the time, seeking a man for her stomach ailment. Yet, the wisdom of that soon-to-retire elderly doctor was becoming clearer to her. Perhaps it was time to find someone who could genuinely care for her. Out of the corner of her eye, she discreetly observed Jiang Luo's expression, gauging whether he bore any displeasure. If he was unwilling, then there was no need for her to continue with this line of thought. Jiang Luo chuckled and said, all right then, you can start pondering what you'd like to eat. I can prepare most of the dishes. Su Qingye felt a slight stir in her heart, then withdrew her gaze, softly affirming with a murmur as she fixated on the leaden clouds outside, quietly slipping into contemplation. Has he discovered my true identity? Approximately an hour later, Jiang Luo, holding an umbrella, placed his computer and several changes of clothes into the car, then sat in the driver's seat, panting and muttering with a mix of exasperation and amusement. I truly can't believe this. This woman has only left me a change of clothes and a computer. The furniture is all purchased by me, and she hasn't left a thing behind. At this moment, Su Qingye handed him a towel that she had prepared in advance, casually stating, my home is well equipped. If something's not left behind, it's no bother. I don't need you to repurchase anything. Where did this towel come from? Jiang Luo asked, momentarily taken aback as he received the towel. One I brought when I left, Su Qingye replied, leaning back in the passenger seat as she glanced at the time, calculating. We only have an hour to buy groceries. I have an online class at 4:30 that will last about 75 minutes, which gives you just the right amount of time to cook. Will we be able to have dinner by 7? Listening to Su Qingye's inquiry, Jiang Luo silently admired her thoughtfulness, having discreetly brought a towel when leaving. On the other hand, he calculated the time and responded, "That should be about right. We might even be done before 7:30. Good. Su Qingye nodded slightly, her calm demeanor betraying a hint of anticipation. Upon arriving at the supermarket, perhaps due to the torrential rain, many people flocked to stock up on supplies. A glance around revealed a considerable crowd. Jiang Luo skillfully maneuvered a shopping cart, heading straight for the discounted produce section. However, after wandering for a while, he was pulled back by Su Qingye. With a furrowed brow and an air of resignation, she remarked, "There's really no need to buy discounted items, is there?" From her perspective, Jiang Luo was not so financially constrained. Previously, he had to spend due to the presence of a troublesome woman, but now, with her around, such a life was unnecessary. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Luo paused, sensing Su Qingye's thoughts, and couldn't he help but smile as he explained, "It's perfectly fine. Discounted items are quite good. Besides, haven't you ever bought groceries?" Su Qingye fell into a brief silence. Indeed, she had never engaged in grocery shopping. This wasn't due to any sense of entitlement, but rather because her family had never permitted her to do so growing up, and she hadn't had the opportunity as an adult. Seeing her silent reaction, Jiang Luo quickly understood and smiled as he clarified, "In fact, discounted items are nothing to worry about. They are merely products that didn't sell in the morning. There exists no issue of quality. It is merely that the morning market did not sell out. If the supermarket fails to sell the remaining items tonight, they will be unsellable tomorrow. Thus, I do not consider myself miserly. Rather, I would call it prudent management of resources." After pondering for a moment, he remarked, "Frugality and diligence in the household. Professor Su, you ought to learn this from me." Upon hearing Jiang Luo's words, Su Qingye hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded, and in a rare display of agreement, acknowledged, "Well, if you put it that way, I must admit I misjudged you. You indeed practice frugality and diligence. I shall learn from you henceforth." Although her demeanor was somewhat assertive, even bordering on domineering, earning her the title of female tyrant among students, she was not unreasonable, especially in light of Jiang Luo's well-reasoned argument, to which she was willing to concede. Of course, her intention to learn from Jiang Luo was feigned. "Frugality is your affair. It bears no relation to me, as my duty is merely to earn a living." The elegant woman mused this as she drifted to the other side, beginning to select cakes. Chapter 11. Is this the feeling of being in love? Observing Su Qingye's swift transition from the conversation to selecting small cakes, Jiang Luo could not help but chuckle, reflecting, "Indeed, women are like this. Upon seeing desserts such as cakes, they are irresistibly drawn, unable to avert their gaze or retain their funds." Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Who would be paying the bill today? After some contemplation, Jiang Luo resolved to cover the cost. Although Su Qingye had become his landlord from this day forward, in another sense, he remained her employer. Paying the bill was inevitable. Being stingy was not the mark of a true gentleman. A sense of generosity welled within Jiang Luo, and he resolved to express his gratitude for Su Qingye's hospitality the previous night, willingly parting with his funds. Soon, Su Qingye returned with several exquisite small cakes, and the two continued their grocery shopping. Since he was to become the chef for the Su family, Jiang Luo began procuring the necessary ingredients. The refrigerator at home was practically empty. With 3 meals a day, it needed to be stocked. "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" he inquired. "I have no restrictions, except for poorly prepared dishes." "Ah, Professor Su, you are even more particular than most." "Indeed," she laughed. "Greens, tomatoes, garlic, ginger, potatoes, broccoli, and small chili peppers were essential components of a healthy diet. Today's pork ribs look delightful. They seem quite fresh. Let us get a couple of those. And this beef as well." As Jiang Luo busily selected items, Su Qingye's gaze wandered, momentarily drifting towards the section of men's lifestyle products, when suddenly an idea struck her. Seizing the opportunity while Jiang Luo was engrossed in his task, she swiftly made her way over, intent on making her own selections. "The razor is currently absent from Jiang Luo's possession. It must be purchased. Slippers, bath towels, men's shampoo, facial cleanser, toner, and other such items also require acquisition." After a thorough shopping spree, Su Qingye's gaze lingered on a set of pajamas. Jiang Luo indeed had a set, albeit worn and in a cartoonish design, unmistakably chosen by Lu Qian in the past. She pondered whether to procure a new set. Would it be too forward? considering Jiang Luo merely viewed her as a chance acquaintance, a landlord she had known for a mere day. However, the thought of Jiang Luo parading about in those old pajamas left her feeling somewhat discontented. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a look of internal conflict crossed her face. Yet, in a decisive moment, she placed the silk pajamas into her cart and continued her selection. Socks and underwear felt overly personal, so she set those aside for now. That seemed to encompass her shopping list. Once finished, Su Qingye quietly returned to Jiang Luo's side, discovering him engaged in a spirited negotiation. Old woman, I wanted that piece of rib. You've picked the wrong one. That fatty piece is excessive. Oh, young man, you sure are discerning. The woman slicing the ribs chuckled, then turned to Su Qingye beside Jiang Luo. Young lady, your husband is quite remarkable. I noticed how well he selects ingredients. He's quite adept at household matters. A good man indeed. At these words, Su Qingye stood momentarily bewildered, a sudden flush rising to her cheeks, rendering her delicate earlobes warm. What? Husband? What has happened? Meanwhile, Jiang Luo could only smile wryly, feeling somewhat helpless at the old woman's misunderstanding. Grandma, please don't exaggerate. She is not my wife. He felt a tad embarrassed, having been misinterpreted on their first outing to the supermarket. What would have happened had they ventured elsewhere? The old woman, understanding, bore a knowing smile. Oh, I see. Girlfriend, a romantic relationship, it's only a matter of time. She handed Jiang Luo the still warm ribs. Jiang Luo was left speechless. The explanation felt rather inadequate. Professor Jiang. My apologies for the misunderstanding, he thought. Su Qingye, regaining her composure, though her blush had not entirely faded, her gaze returned to its usual coolness as she softly stated. It's not your fault. It was the old woman's misinterpretation. Yes, we have nearly finished shopping. Shall we proceed to check out? All right. Together, they navigated the bustling supermarket, weaving through the crowd. Though words were scarce, an unexpected sense of harmony and understanding enveloped them. Jiang Luo couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection stir within him. Over the past 3 years,
He has predominantly been the one to venture to the supermarket for groceries, as Lu Qian was often preoccupied. Furthermore, he bore the financial burden alone.
during the most trying times, he could only afford the discounted leftovers. Reflecting on it now, one realizes that one's own actions often lead to such unfortunate circumstances. In contrast, shopping leisurely alongside Su Qingye feels almost reminiscent of being in love. Could this truly represent the essence of romantic feelings? However, it seems the frequency with which people turn their heads is rather excessive. He acknowledges that, like his companions, he possesses a striking resemblance to Wu Yanzu. Yet, such allure should not warrant this many glances. Perhaps it is merely Su, with her undeniable charm, that captivates so many. Despite her lack of makeup and her casual attire, her presence exudes an undeniable magnetism. Jiang Luo muses that if he weren't by Su Qingye's side, these individuals would likely have approached her for WeChat by now. Wait a moment, is Su Professor still single? Living alone likely indicates such. To think she remains unattached. Jiang Luo momentarily drifts into contemplation, realizing that Su Qingye must have high standards. However, he quickly dismisses this thought, reminding himself that now is not the time for such musings. While the allure of a wealthy partner is enticing, his focus must remain on his career. Besides, what does her discerning taste have to do with him? Meanwhile, as Jiang Luo indulges in his internal dialogue, Su Qingye feels a twinge of discomfort. This marks her first experience shopping with a man. Truth be told, she feels a peculiar sensation within, one that she is not quite accustomed to. Yet, she finds herself not opposed to it. She simply needs time to adjust. Moreover, it seems no one is approaching her for WeChat, which alleviates much of the hassle. Her cool gaze flickers as she ponders to herself. Suddenly, her phone lights up, drawing her attention. To her surprise, it is a message from Jiang Yu. Su Qingye, where are you? Why aren't you home? I was just thinking of stopping by. I'm leaving now, remember to reply? Not responding? I'll spill the beans. Quickly tell me what you're up to. Ignoring the earlier messages due to her distraction, she notices the urgency in this latest one, to preempt any potential outburst from Jiang Yu. Su Qingye calmly replies with 2 words, buying groceries. Subsequently, she adeptly blocks Jiang Yu. After all, one must strive for a world of tranquility, love, and peace. As the two navigate through the long queue of people, Jiang Luo is about to speak when a sudden, crisp voice breaks through the air, filled with astonishment. Jiang Luo? What are you doing here? Jiang Luo raises an eyebrow, his gaze following the voice, and the smile on his face vanishes in an instant, replaced by an involuntary chill in his eyes. Chapter 12. Breaking up with you, yet you have affections for another? Zhang Luo raised his gaze to behold Lu Qian standing a short distance away. His eyes gradually darkened, and a chill manifested in his demeanor. Truly, it is a case of fate's cruel irony. It is peculiar how such circumstances unfold. When he harbored feelings for her, even a simple message went unanswered, yet now? A casual trip to the supermarket results in an unexpected encounter. Beside Lu Qian stood a young man clad in an exquisitely tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles. Possessing a countenance that could be deemed handsome, his eyes gleaming with a subtle sharpness, reminiscent of an elite within the financial sector. Upon hearing Lu Qian's voice, Yang Wei raised an eyebrow, taken aback. Is this truly Lu Qian's former partner? To be candid, he appeared rather unremarkable. His attire bore no high-end labels, and he lacked a watch or any semblance of understated luxury. Merely an ordinary individual, it seems. After discreetly marking Zhang Luo, Yang Wei instinctively straightened his posture, his eyes radiating a newfound intensity as he initiated a greeting. Hello, Zhang Luo. I've heard about you from Qian. Yang Wei's tone was nonchalant, yet the smile gracing his lips was unsettling, as if he considered himself of a far superior caliber, gracing a mere acquaintance with his presence. Zhang Luo raised an eyebrow, discerning that this individual was the one who had appropriated his game, and to be frank, it was not mere superficiality that led to his judgment. Some individuals could indeed be read like an open book, a man with airs of superiority, particularly evident as he subtly rolled up his sleeves twice within mere seconds. His gaze turned icy as he replied, "Greetings." At this moment, Lu Qian's finely sculpted visage swiftly shifted, fixating on Zhang Luo and Su Qingye, her eyes gradually emanating an icy glare, yet she remained silent. However, her behavior could hardly conceal her agitation and ire, as she stared intently at him, as if attempting to see through him. Yang Wei, oblivious to the tension, continued to chuckle, saying, "I hear from Qian that you are involved in game development? How fortuitous. For I am also in the industry, albeit having worked overseas previously, and I've created a few moderately successful titles. Perhaps we could exchange insights in the future." As he spoke, he glanced at Su Qingye beside Zhang Luo, his eyes momentarily lighting up, clearly captivated, and he continued, "Is this perhaps your new girlfriend? She possesses a remarkable aura." Zhang Luo, taken aback by the remark, found it amusing. How brazen to bring along one's ex-girlfriend and then cast admiring glances at his new partner. Truth be told, he might overlook a slight against himself, but an affront to Professor Su that he could not abide. Unnoticeably, he stepped forward, shielding Su Qingye behind him, just as he was about to respond. Lu Qian's eyes glinted with derision as she suddenly mocked, "Zhang Luo, I truly did not expect your swiftness. Your capacity to change affections is indeed remarkable. Or perhaps you had already found a new option before we parted ways. You feigned such deep affection, such genuine love. I truly could not discern that you are capable of such seamless transitions." Lu Qian's style had always been thus, her tongue sharp and biting, her words often harsh, leaving no room for others to save face. Although Zhang Luo had grown accustomed to this over the years, he could not help but furrow his brow in response. "To be frank, you two are indeed a match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Is it so easy for you to fabricate rumors? Just because he went out with a girl, does that automatically make her his girlfriend? You will resort to anything to tarnish his reputation, won't you?" Yet, Lu Qian did not wait for Zhang Luo to respond, for Su Qingye had already approached him, her demeanor icy. Wearing casual sandals, she cast a cold glance at Lu Qian, her eyes meeting Lu Qian's slightly reddened ones. Then, with an air of nonchalance, she remarked, "Sister, do you reside in the Pacific Ocean? Why are you so concerned with others' affairs? Even after the breakup, you still fret over whether he has moved on seamlessly. If you cannot let go, why not just admit it? Isn't begging him to return an option?" As she spoke, Su Qingye suddenly broke into a radiant smile, akin to a blooming flower, and continued, "As for me, I have been virtuous and kind for half my life. It seems I deserve to have a pure-hearted little pup, doesn't it? And what of your displeasure? What can you do about it? Pure-hearted little pup?" Upon hearing this phrase, Lu Qian felt her mind buzz. To be honest, she had seized the upper hand in this verbal skirmish, delivering sharp and pointed remarks. Yet, deep down, she did not genuinely believe that Zhang Luo had found a new girlfriend. Although they had broken up, she considered herself to know him well enough. She understood the depths and steadfastness of his affections over the years. How could he possibly find a new partner within a single night? Infidelity? Seamless transitions? Backup plans? Such terms were utterly incompatible with Jiang Luo. Thus, in that fleeting moment of thought, she speculated that he must have deliberately sought out this girl, employing some peculiar method to track them down, intending to provoke her. However, the phrase pure-hearted little pup left her utterly perplexed. Her inherently sharp gaze reflected a look of bewilderment. Could this be right? Wasn't it a bit too intimate and fervent? Even when she stumbled upon it online, she never dared to address her that way, finding it somewhat cloying. Yet now, the woman before her, exuding an undeniable aura of strength, casually uttered those words. In that fleeting moment, Lu Qian felt a wave of confusion wash over her, her gaze instinctively flitting over Su Qingye, as if trying to scrutinize her thoroughly. The unease within her completely unmasked. As she meticulously examined Su Qingye, a sense of foreboding settled in. The woman before her was extraordinarily beautiful, her figure voluptuous and graceful. With long, straight legs and a tall waist, boasting a flawless waist-to-hip ratio. Just her presence elicited an inexplicable sense of inferiority, and her exquisitely refined face undeniably overshadowed Lu Qian's. Most strikingly, the mere glance from Su Qingye instilled a feeling of being utterly overwhelmed, as if every aspect of her being was completely subdued. In that moment, Lu Qian's pride, which she had once held dear, appeared to crumble. Chaotic thoughts surged through her mind. What was happening? Jiang Luo, what are you doing? Did you deliberately seek someone more attractive than me? Someone with a better figure? And bring her close to provoke me? Have you even developed feelings for her? What about me? Did you not once vow to protect me? I merely ended our relationship, and you swiftly turned your affections to another? Chapter 13. What does this have to do with you? In that instant, Lu Qian felt an overwhelming surge of anger, an unspeakable emotion weighing heavily on her heart. Jiang Luo, you merely said we should part ways, and yet you immediately fell for someone else? Is this truly who you are? So this stunning woman possesses more allure than I do. Such an intimate term of endearment. Pure little puppy. How intimate you both are. Have you already engaged in other matters befitting adults? Upon this realization, Lu Qian instinctively took a half step back. Primarily, it was Su Qingye's icy gaze that invoked a disquieting sense of vulnerability within her, causing her to instinctively evade Su Qingye's stare, and after a moment, she managed to catch her breath. Heh, Jiang Luo, you truly are something. So, you prefer someone older? A May-December romance, is it? At this moment, Lu Qian was entirely engulfed in a state of panic, spouting words without thought, hoping to retort with whatever came to mind. Yet, she herself could not comprehend her own turmoil. Despite having already severed ties with Jiang and devoid of any lingering feelings, why did she still feel such an undeniable sense of anxiety, restlessness, and even annoyance? Hearing her words, Jiang Luo's gaze instantly turned frigid. Lu Qian had certainly not lost her touch when it came to piercing words. Her capacity for unreasonable banter remained as amusing as ever. Even though he had done nothing wrong, merely unfortunate to be present before her, she seemed intent on inflicting the most cutting and acerbic remarks. Alas, it was regrettable that saying one had moved on meant one had truly moved on. Despite some lingering regrets, they have dissipated in that stormy night. The wounds that once pierced my heart no longer cause pain. What is wrong with a romantic relationship between siblings? Does it concern you? It is perfectly acceptable to exhibit vulnerability, so let it not drag on indefinitely. Moreover, I believe it is time for you to awaken to the reality that disparaging others is a most uncouth behavior. Although we have yet to be together, I feel compelled to assert that Jiang Luo is an exceptionally admirable man, and I am indeed contemplating how to cherish this connection. What say you? Su Qingye's voice was soft, devoid of any dramatic fluctuation, yet her words bore a palpable intensity, akin to a potent force, especially in the way she regarded her interlocutor. What does it mean to look down upon someone? What does it mean to completely disregard their presence? At that moment, Professor Su illustrated this with striking clarity, rendering Lu Qian akin to a mere jester. As she spoke, she discreetly concealed Jiang Luo behind her, a protective gesture that, despite her lack of romantic experience, was guided by the instincts of adulthood. She sensed the despondency emanating from the man behind her, a stark reminder of the previous night. Outside, the torrential rain poured down. Inside, the relatively inexperienced young man clutched a bottle of alcohol, his silence and inaction only amplifying the aura of despair around him. She could hardly bear such a sight. What is heartbreak, if not a woman's disdain leading to abandonment? Yet, Jiang Luo, this young man, does not deserve such treatment. In her memories, he was always so pure. And even now, he remains so. How could one bear to inflict harm upon him? Once Su Qingye's words hung in the air, the atmosphere grew heavy. Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of melancholy. He had intended to unleash his frustrations, but realized that Su Qingye had already positioned herself before him. Meanwhile, Lu Qian seemed rendered speechless, her gaze vacant. This was to be expected, as she had always been the type to bicker and seek assistance during disputes. Even with customer service, for some inexplicable reason, he found himself wanting to laugh, realizing that this was precisely what Lu Qian deserved. But why this sudden outburst from her today? Was it merely discontent over his association with another woman? Yet, what right did she have to feel such discontent? Was she not the one who seamlessly transitioned out of his life? How dare she criticize others, as if she still harbored feelings for him? However, this thought felt somewhat narcissistic. After extinguishing that notion, he could surmise the cause. Perhaps Lu Qian was simply struggling to adapt. After all, he no longer stood by her side, but had instead found solace next to a strikingly beautiful woman, one who shielded him from sorrow and embarrassment. Eager to restore his dignity, Professor Su, the security you provide is perhaps a touch excessive, reminiscent of a valiant heroine, exuding an air of both grace and formidable strength. Moreover, the words you uttered stand in stark contrast to your usual demeanor. Despite your typically cool and detached manner of speaking, you unexpectedly articulated several sentences in one breath, placing you in a rather awkward position, Professor Su. Nonetheless, it is indeed a source of profound discontent. I never anticipated that a day would come when a woman would stand before me, safeguarding the remnants of my fragile pride. Sigh. It is somewhat disheartening, despite the circumstances. Why do I still feel a twinge of sadness? Even though I have been shielded, why is there still a sense of loss? Is it because she suddenly appeared before you, accompanied by a newcomer, only to offer unsolicited advice? Having already parted ways, must we continue to torment one another? Jiang Luo let out a gentle sigh, as if he could hear the sound of his own lingering obsessions dissipating entirely. His gaze remained fixed on Lu Qian. Yang Wei, standing nearby, was somewhat bewildered, uncertain of the current situation. He wished to interject, but found no opportunity, as Su Qingye's aura instilled in him an inexplicable sense of reverence. At last, Jiang Luo spoke, his voice soft yet unmistakably clear. Lu Qian, I have already made my position abundantly clear that day. Henceforth, let there be no further entanglements between us. I implore you to maintain your dignity and self-respect. Today marks our final encounter of polite discourse. I hope that in the future, you will keep your distance, for I fear I may succumb to the urge to publicly berate you. With those words, Jiang Luo exhaled deeply, feeling an undeniable sense of relief, and then turned to Su Qingye. Professor Su, shall we settle the bill? We have a class to attend, do we not? Indeed, a flicker of appreciation crossed Su Qingye's eyes as he slightly nodded. Let us go. I am quite eager to witness your abilities this evening. With that, the two departed, leaving Lu Qian somewhat disoriented in the wind. What? Her eyes widened in shock, a chill enveloping her. What had she just heard? Tonight's abilities? What capabilities? To be honest, she couldn't help but let her thoughts wander, for we are all adults and tend to interpret things through a certain lens. Subsequently, she gazed at Jiang Luo's retreating figure, filled with anger and skepticism. Jiang Luo, you are truly heartless. I initially believed you were merely seeking emotional refuge. Yet I never expected you to be so desperate, to so swiftly engage in such affairs with another woman. She found herself unable to contain her emotions, calling out to Jiang Luo's back. Jiang Luo, you have truly disappointed me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's footsteps faltered slightly, his expression momentarily frozen. Before he turned to face the distance separating him from Lu Qian, his gaze peculiar. Are you all right? What does your disappointment have to do with me? Chapter 14. My rules are the rules. In moments of silence, one may indeed find themselves smiling unexpectedly. Jiang Luo truly did not anticipate that as he prepared to leave, Lu Qian would insist on making a final remark. Naturally, he could not restrain himself. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qian was momentarily frozen, her thoughts abruptly stifled, her gaze nearly spiraling out of control. How could Jiang Luo say such a thing about her? In an instant, Lu Qian felt as if the sky were collapsing around her, rendered speechless as she stood there in shock. She had always considered herself to possess a rather aloof demeanor. Yet, Jiang Luo's remark had undeniably breached her defenses. On the other hand, Yang Wei, unable to bear the scene any longer, displayed his discontent. Jiang Luo, that's quite excessive. Isn't it? After all, we are still friends, and Qian was merely showing concern for you. Is it really necessary to speak so harshly? Jiang Luo shot a glance at Yang Wei. Have I addressed you? Are you now the arbiter of this matter? Seemingly detecting the chill in Jiang Luo's gaze, Yang Wei's expression soured. Qian has always treated you well. Just the other day, she mentioned that if you struggle to find a job, she would consider giving you an opportunity. But if you act like this, I will have to think carefully about it. Jiang Luo shook his head, disinterested in engaging further with the two. You stole my game company. I refrained from taking action to avoid resorting to such petty tactics. But when the time comes for me to retaliate, you will surely regret it. Before Yang Wei could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed that Jiang Luo and Su Qingye had already walked away, leaving him seething with frustration. Turning to Lu Qian, he muttered angrily. What is with Jiang Luo's terrible temper? She has merely been criticized a bit. Let us not concern ourselves with her. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lu Qian's eyes as she clenched her teeth and said, Darling, when can we start climbing the rankings for our game? I hope this game can achieve great success and be extraordinary. Instantly, Yang Wei understood, a knowing smile spreading across his face. I see what you mean. You want to deliver a crushing blow to her? No problem. I've already started working on it over the past few days. Lu Qian remained silent, lowering her head as she walked toward the supermarket. In her view, Jiang Luo had gone too far and had deeply disappointed her. Meanwhile, in the bustling crowd, Jiang Luo stood in line, her gaze filled with a hint of melancholy as she looked at Su Qingye and said with a touch of resignation, Thank you for today, Professor Su. Su Qingye responded calmly, No need for thanks. It was nothing. If she hadn't slandered our relationship, I wouldn't have needed to say anything. I truly appreciate it. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qingye's face broke into a smile. If you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, then please cook a good meal tonight. Jiang Luo chuckled, shaking her head in amusement. Is Professor Su so easily satisfied? This is simply my duty. You have quite modest expectations. What else would I require of you? To serve me tea? Su Qingye shook her head calmly and stated, I do not require these. Jiang Luo couldn't help but smile as their turn to settle the bill approached. However, his expression froze as the cashier began to remove items from his cart, numerous items that were not his purchases. It was reasonable for Su Qingye to buy towels, but shampoo, razors, skincare products, and pajamas? Jiang Luo was taken aback, particularly upon seeing the pajamas. Were these gifts from Su Qingye? He instinctively glanced at her, only to receive a fleeting, indifferent look from Professor Su. Do you possess these items? Her single inquiry rendered Jiang Luo speechless. Professor Su did not elaborate, yet her silence spoke volumes, and he understood. A hint of embarrassment washed over him, and he smiled wryly. He had initially intended to discreetly procure these items himself that evening, only to discover that Professor Su had already taken note and made the purchases on his behalf. Su Qingye maintained a serious demeanor, primarily feeling shy about responding, fearful of revealing any weakness, as she too felt a pang of guilt. She had never before bought such items for a man. Thank you, Professor Su. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Luo sighed softly, feeling a sense of helplessness. This sensation was unfamiliar. Throughout his years with Lu Qian, she had never done such things for him. Thus, he felt genuine gratitude and a touch of emotion. Although the actions of Su Qingye appeared trivial, he understood the profound happiness that comes from knowing someone cares for you. There is no need for thanks. Su Qingye remained aloof, while internally, she pondered whether her earlier retort to Lu Qian had been sufficiently assertive. Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of regret, as her mind conjured up numerous things she wished she had said. If only she could relive that moment, she would certainly have spoken her mind. It was regrettable, primarily due to her lack of experience. As Jiang Luo listened to Su Qingye, shaking his head in resignation and preparing to pay, she unexpectedly handed him a card, accompanied by her cool remark, for the groceries. Jiang Luo was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was she paying? He had already pulled out his phone to tally the expenses. Use the card. Su Qingye urged the cashier to expedite the process, as her class was approaching. No. How can you cover this? Jiang Luo frowned, reluctant to accept, feeling that he was taking undue advantage. The grocery total was minimal, with the bulk of the expenses stemming from the items she had purchased for him. After all, he was a man. Could he truly rely on others for such matters? As Zhang Luo, with unwavering determination, resolved to restore his dignity and demonstrate to the mature woman before him what it truly means for a man to stand strong. Su Qingye calmly concluded the transaction. She retrieved the card and placed it back in Zhang Luo's palm, remarking, "From now on, use this card for grocery shopping." Before Zhang Luo could respond, Su Qingye pondered for a moment and added, "Should I perhaps provide you with another card? Just in case of unforeseen circumstances, like a malfunctioning appliance or issues with utilities." This scene felt oddly familiar to Zhang Luo, reminiscent of the narratives often found in male-centric novels where the protagonist finds himself in a similar scenario while being financially supported by someone. As Zhang Luo, grappling with his own predicament, reluctantly allowed Su Qingye to use the card. He clenched his teeth and resolved to assert his masculine pride. "Are you instructing me on how to manage my affairs?" "Absolutely not. I cannot allow you to cover the cost of groceries." Su Qingye remained silent, her gaze fixed on him, and after a few seconds, she softly declared, "You are now my chef. My rules take precedence, understand?" Ultimately, under Su Qingye's authoritative declaration, Zhang Luo had no choice but to acquiesce. In a certain sense, Zhang Luo was indeed Su Qingye's employer, yet she was simultaneously his superior. Thus, in this context, Su Qingye undeniably held the reins of control regarding culinary matters. "From now on, this card will serve as your grocery card," she asserted with an air of indifference, exuding a commanding presence. Zhang Luo, having accepted the card, suspected that she derived a certain pleasure from this domineering persona, yet he chose not to confront it. On their way back, Zhang Luo could not help but sigh. "Professor Su, this feels rather inappropriate. I have an odd sense of being supported by you." He genuinely felt this way, largely due to Su Qingye's unwavering kindness, which left him somewhat flabbergasted. However, after uttering these words, he immediately regretted them. Truth be told, he felt it was inappropriate to say such things. Su Qingye's kindness was her own choice, and he had grown accustomed to misfortune. Thus, any kindness from others left him feeling out of sorts. He feared that his comment might displease her. With this thought, Zhang Luo felt a pang of guilt and a sense of helplessness, as he realized he had become so accustomed to being subservient that adjusting his mindset felt nearly impossible. Yet, as Zhang Luo wallowed in his frustrations, Su Qingye merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction and replied, "Our relationship is transactional. There's no need to frame it in such peculiar terms." Zhang Luo scratched his head, bemused, as he reflected on how even the notion of a transactional relationship seemed rather unseemly. On the road ahead, Su Qingye fell into silence, intently focused on her phone as she prepared her lesson plan. Clearly, she was engrossed in her teaching preparations. Zhang Luo refrained from interrupting her, lost in his own thoughts. Ever since he met Su Qingye, it felt as though life was transforming in ways he could scarcely fathom, and thus far, it appeared to be wholly positive. Suddenly, as Zhang Luo paused the car to retrieve something, Su Qingye unexpectedly remarked, "If she bullies you again next time, remember to tell me." The unexpected statement left Zhang Luo momentarily stunned and bewildered. "I am not standing up for you. I primarily feel that I have made an enemy." After uttering this, Su Qingye picked up a bag and, without looking back, elegantly strode toward the elevator. Zhang Luo found himself momentarily at a loss. An enemy? Reflecting on Lu Qian's behavior that day, he couldn't help but think that Lu Qian was the one enduring a one-sided torment. He mused that it was unlikely she would cause trouble anytime soon. Amused, he shook his head at the thought. It seemed he had underestimated Su Qingye's formidable tactical prowess. She truly embodied the essence of a combat-ready professor. With a sigh of appreciation, Zhang Luo quickened his pace to catch up. Upon returning home, he found Su Qingye already clad in a chic upper-body trench coat, her demeanor serious and purposeful as she held a cup of coffee. She glanced at Zhang Luo and said, "I'm going inside to teach. If you have any questions, you can contact me via WeChat." Just as she was about to enter, Zhang Luo couldn't help but call out, "Professor Su, it seems we haven't added each other on WeChat yet?" A fleeting look of surprise crossed Su Qingye's exquisite features, but she quickly regained her composure. "It appears we haven't tea. I almost forgot. I'll add you now." In no time, they exchanged WeChat information. "All right, I'm going in," Su Qingye said before hurriedly entering the house, clearly in a bit of a rush. Zhang Luo stared at his phone screen, somewhat surprised to find that Professor Su's profile picture had an unexpectedly cute charm, a playful little sheep nibbling on grass. With the username Yaya, Jiang Luo fell into contemplation, marveling at the delightful contrast. He had assumed that a woman of Su Qingye's artistic sensibilities would have a profile picture filled with profound artistic significance. As he pondered, he silently changed her contact name to Professor Su, then reconsidered, feeling it too formal, changing it to landlord boss, and finally settling on female tycoon. This was primarily inspired by the formidable presence she had exhibited in the supermarket earlier that day. After organizing his WeChat, Jiang Luo proceeded to prepare dinner. Tonight, as a debut chef, he is eager to showcase his culinary skills. The menu is set: green pepper shrimp, fragrant ribs, seaweed egg soup, and stir-fried potato shreds. After finalizing the dishes, Jiang Luo busies himself in the kitchen. Notably, he notices that Su Qingye has discreetly placed an apron on the counter. Upon wearing it, he feels an overwhelming sense of domesticity, leading one to believe that he and Su Qingye are indeed a married couple cohabitating. In the room, Su Qingye is conducting a lecture. However, today her mind drifts, distracted by the images of the argument at the supermarket. She feels a twinge of regret, believing she did not perform well today. If such an opportunity arises again, she vows to be more assertive. Lost in thought, a student gently interrupts. "Professor Su, is our class so short today?" "Oh, no, I'll continue," she replies, her focus returning to the lecture, her expression unchanged. At 6:30, the online class finally concludes. She picks up her phone and notices several messages from Jiang Yu. "All right, I want to engage in a shopping spree with you. Tell me, how are things between you and my brother? Any issues? Does he still have money? If not, I can send you some to help support him." Seeing Jiang Yu's sudden surge of sisterly affection, Su Qingye stretches and responds nonchalantly, "I'm not lacking in money. Are you really planning to let him stay with you?" Through the screen, Jiang Yu's astonishment is palpable. "Indeed, what else can I do? Doesn't he have a suitable place at the moment, and he is preparing to open a new studio. Given your connection, what is wrong with me taking in my dear friend's unfortunate brother?" Su Qingye retorts confidently. "Su Qingye, do you know what this is called?" "What? Profiting from chaos. Haha, I'd rather call it the compassion of the heart. I'm done discussing this. I'm off to take a shower." Setting her phone down, Su Qingye feels a stickiness on her skin, a consequence of the humid weather in the city, particularly during the rainy season. She glances at WeChat, noticing that the profile of Jiang Shaoluo is not flashing. He must still be cooking. With this thought, she decides to sneak a peek at how Jiang Luo is faring in the kitchen. Yet, as she tiptoes to the kitchen door, Jiang Luo happens to turn around. Their eyes meet, and Su Qingye freezes. In that instant, her expression shifts rapidly from curiosity and guilt to an icy calmness. "Oh, finished with your class?" Jiang Luo blinks and inquires. "Ah, yes. I'm going to take a shower now." Caught in the act of spying, Su Qingye swiftly retreats from the scene, clutching a towel as she makes her way to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water fills the air. As Jiang Luo emerged from the kitchen, he momentarily froze. His expression slightly stiffened. "Ah, the nightgown still rests upon the table? Does Professor Su not wear her nightgown after a shower?" Chapter 16. Please hand me the nightgown. To be candid, gazing at the nightgown draped over the chair left Jiang Luo somewhat bewildered. Yet, he dared not inquire nor voice his thoughts. Perhaps Su Qingye had already retrieved another nightgown in the bathroom? It was not entirely implausible. Contemplating this, he initially reached for the nightgown but then gently withdrew his hand, casting a sidelong glance at the bathroom. Ultimately, he resolved to return to the kitchen and continue his culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, within the confines of the bathroom, Su Qingye remained oblivious to these musings. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. For reasons unknown, she felt a touch of discomfort during her shower today. Perhaps due to the presence of an additional man in her home? Last night, Jiang Luo had been asleep, and she had felt nothing amiss. Yet today, an inexplicable nervousness crept into her heart. With a long exhale, Su Qingye's expression softened slightly. She pondered that Jiang Luo was merely a young man. What was there to be concerned about? Yet, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. If Jiang Yu were to discover such thoughts, she would surely be mercilessly teased. Typically, she prided herself on being a refined, mature woman, yet here she was, feeling flustered simply because a boy was in her home. How utterly shameful. Resolving to shake off these thoughts, Su Qingye hastened her actions, washing her hair, indulging in a bubble bath, and quickly drying off. Soon, she stood from the tub, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, her face adorned with a faint flush. Her damp hair cascaded messily around her neck, accentuating her graceful, alabaster swan-like neck, while her lips, glistening with droplets of water, appeared both alluring and beautiful. She blinked her clear, cool eyes, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to her, she had already reached 30, yet had never sought a man. If her parents were to find out she was harboring a young man at home, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. While applying moisturizer, she mused, if they press for marriage in the future, perhaps I could ask Jiang Luo to pose as my boyfriend. If he were to refuse, I could simply offer some form of compensation. At this thought, her cheeks flushed even more. How absurd. How had her thoughts strayed so far? How could she even contemplate pretending he was her boyfriend? He was Jiang Yu's younger brother, which meant he was merely my brother. Yet, continuing to conceal this was not a viable solution. I must communicate openly with Jiang Yu to prevent her from spilling the beans. Su Qingye muttered to herself, her blush intensifying rather than diminishing. Quickly, she dried her hair a little, but it remained damp, so she wrapped it in a towel, applied a facial mask, and prepared to dress for dinner. She guessed that Jiang Luo's meal should be nearly ready. As Su Qingye raised her head to gaze at the wardrobe, her eyes suddenly froze. Wait a moment. Where's my nightgown? She distinctly remembered taking it out along with the towel, yet the towel remained, while the nightgown had vanished. In an instant, it was as if a rewind effect played in her mind, the scene shifting gradually to when she had been caught peeking at Jiang Luo and had fled in embarrassment. She instinctively grasped the towel draped over the chair, realizing that the nightgown must have been left behind. Su Qingye widened her eyes, her mind momentarily blank. What should she do now? The mature woman quickly fell into deep contemplation. As a refined and meticulous individual who had lived alone for many years and cultivated impeccable habits, it was unfathomable that such a trivial matter as forgetting her nightgown would occur on the very first day the young man moved into her home. If Jiang Luo were to see it, would he think too much of it? Su Qingye let out a silent sigh, hesitating as she glanced at Jiang Shao Luo's avatar on her phone, contemplating whether she should ask him to fetch it for her. After some consideration, she wrapped the bathrobe around herself and stood before the mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. One must admit, the troubles of having a good figure manifested at that moment. She was covered, yet not entirely concealed. Particularly on the upper half, a generous expanse of alabaster skin was tightly encased, while the lower half was merely draped around her thighs. Stepping out like this felt akin to being exposed. Su Qingye inhaled deeply, her gaze drifting out the window. Ultimately lacking the courage to venture out directly, she picked up her phone and messaged Jiang Luo, asking if he had finished cooking. After sending the message, 5 minutes passed without a reply. It seemed he was still in the kitchen, too preoccupied to respond. With this thought, Su Qingye couldn't help but let out a sigh of frustration. What should she do? The idea of going out directly felt perilous. Thus, she sat on the toilet in a state of mild discontent, waiting quietly for Jiang Luo's response, feeling somewhat helpless. Su Qingye, you are far too careless. The mature woman chided herself softly. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo was in the kitchen, plating the final dish. After exhaling a long breath, he walked into the living room, only to discover that Su Qingye was still absent. Was she not done yet? Jiang Luo was taken aback. Estimating the time, it shouldn't take this long. Did beautiful women perhaps take longer to bathe? With that thought, he felt no urgency, returning to the kitchen to tidy up a bit. Just as a call from Zhang Yuanzhi came through. Upon answering, he was greeted by Zhang Yuanzhi's exuberant voice. Old Jiang, the matters concerning the studio have essentially been settled. The venue and equipment are all arranged. When do you plan to come? Jiang Luo was somewhat taken aback. This fellow's speed was astonishingly swift. What was discussed at noon was already organized by evening. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Zhang Yuanzhi was undoubtedly a wealthy second-generation heir, hailing from a family that led the chain hotel industry in the magical city, and money was certainly not an issue. Nonetheless, the Zhang family's principles were rather strict, preventing Zhang Yuanzhi from developing the typical arrogant demeanor often associated with the affluent. Listen, my brother, let me be candid. My primary focus is efficiency. This time, with our combined efforts, success in our entrepreneurial venture is assured. As the saying goes, with no distractions from women, one can wield a sword with unparalleled prowess. Presently, devoid of romantic entanglements, you are invincible. On the other end of the line, Zhang Yuanzhi was unusually exuberant, as if the opportunity was right before him. just waiting to be seized. Just as Zhang Luo was about to speak, a soft voice emerged from the bathroom. Zhang Luo, I forgot to grab my nightgown and can't come out. Could you please bring me the nightgown on the chair? Zhang Yuanjia. Chapter 17. Just let it in. At the moment Su Qingye's voice resonated, Zhang Yuanjia's voice on the line abruptly fell silent. After a brief pause, he exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell? Old Zhang, are you messing with me? Did I just imagine that? I could have sworn I heard a woman's voice. Zhang Luo, maintaining his composure, replied flatly. Yes, you must be mistaken. There is no woman's voice here. This was indeed rather awkward. Just when he had declared a lack of distractions from women, Su's voice had to make an appearance, prompting Zhang Yuanjia to concoct wild speculations. Really? The incredulity in Zhang Yuanjia's voice was palpable. He had heard it, and that voice was enchanting, carrying an inexplicable air of sophistication. Could it truly have been a mistake? As he pondered this, Zhang Luo was preparing to end the call when Su Qingye's voice chimed in once more. Zhang Luo, did you hear that? Zhang Yuanjia's voice escalated in pitch. Damn. Old Zhang, you still want to admit it. You're hiding a woman. Before he could finish, Zhang Luo, expressionless, terminated the call and quietly blocked Zhang Yuanjia. As the saying goes, one should remain calm in the face of events. Taking a moment to cool things down with old Zhang, he could only imagine the barrage of messages he would receive had he not blocked him. Subsequently, he set his phone aside, his expression somewhat perplexed. Had Su really forgotten her nightgown? But how would he deliver it? Zhang Luo's gaze deepened with contemplation, involuntarily sinking into thought about how to proceed. In the steamy confines of the bathroom, standing before a mirror now veiled in a delicate mist, Su Qingye felt her cheeks flush to the point of near embarrassment. She tightly wrapped a towel around herself, shielding her modesty. Yet it merely served to create the illusion of a modest bustier. Her gaze remained fixated on the door, her ears inexplicably turning crimson. Why did Zhang Luo remain silent? Was he too shy to respond? Yet, his silence rendered her unable to step outside. At this moment, the mature woman found it utterly impossible to maintain her composed, sophisticated demeanor, her inner turmoil reaching a fever pitch. Fortunately, Zhang Luo's voice finally broke the tension. Professor Su, is it the nightgown on the chair? Yes, she replied. How shall I deliver it to you? You can simply open the door, and I will take it from your hands. All right. Outside the door, Zhang Luo grasped the silky, cool fabric, which even bore a subtle fragrance, his face betraying a slight blush. Though unsure of the reason for his embarrassment, he felt an undeniable shame. Zhang Luo, it's merely a nightgown. Why the flush? He chided himself. If Professor Su sees me like this, it would be quite unbecoming. After all, I am a man who has weathered many storms. I shouldn't let something so trivial fluster me. With this thought, his expression softened, and he swiftly composed himself before striding toward the bathroom. Inside, Su Qingye's face was still aflame, yet she found herself muttering reassurances. Su Qingye, he is coming. You must not falter. You are an intelligent, mature, and elegant woman. There is no need to act like a nervous girl. This is merely a small matter, one that should not provoke such anxiety. Besides, you have covered yourself adequately. Even if something were to happen, it would not be visible. As she whispered to herself, a knock sounded at the door. Startled, she quickly regained her composure, turning the lock and cautiously opening the door just a crack, striving to maintain a calm tone. You may come in. Shall I place it inside? Yes, please. It's a bit tight. I can't seem to fit it through. Oh, no worries. I shall open it wider. A shared sigh escaped both as Su Qingye closed the door, hastily donning the nightgown within. Meanwhile, Zhang Luo hurried toward the kitchen, his heart racing. Goodness, what an exhilarating experience. The source of the thrill was irrelevant. It was simply electrifying, particularly since he had tried so hard not to look. Yet his peripheral vision had caught glimpses, the exquisite, porcelain-like length of her legs, a true paragon of beauty that was both slender and voluptuous, an irresistible allure. With a click, the door opened once more. With a calm demeanor, Su Qingye emerged from the bathroom, now donned in her pajamas, exuding a sense of ease as if nothing had transpired. She cast a glance at the array of dishes on the table and then smiled. Well, doesn't it look quite delightful? Zhang Luo also stepped out, carrying 2 bowls of rice, and chuckled dryly. Is that so? Give it a taste. If you find it unpalatable now, you can still dismiss me. Very well. Su Qingye took a seat, picked up her chopsticks, and selected a prawn, her eyes flickering with surprise as she remarked, You even deveined it. It's impeccably cleaned. Zhang Luo paused momentarily before responding with composure. I'm accustomed to it. As he instinctively peeled a prawn, he frowned slightly upon finishing, then handed it to Su Qingye, saying, Professor Su, this is for you, as a token of gratitude for your assistance today. Su Qingye raised an eyebrow, her expression one of mild astonishment. Her earlier shyness had subsided significantly, and her demeanor had become much more tranquil. Yet, as she observed Zhang Luo's gesture of offering the prawn, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, she accepted the prawn and remarked calmly, It seems you're not particularly fond of shrimp. Zhang Luo was momentarily taken aback. You can tell? Indeed, a woman's intuition is quite accurate. However, your technique in peeling shrimp is quite adept. I surmise you often do this for Lu Qian. Upon hearing Su Qingye's words, Zhang Luo fell silent, impressed by her insight and perceptiveness. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was when he intended to develop his new game. As your artist, I wish to understand the essence of this game. Su Qingye's lips parted slightly as she savored the shrimp Zhang Luo had provided. Truth be told, she felt a sense of satisfaction. The young man's technique was quite proficient. Yet, she also felt a pang of sympathy, realizing he had cultivated such a skill despite his aversion to shrimp. As she contemplated this, Zhang Luo's voice broke through her thoughts. Regarding this game, it's a bit laborious to articulate, but I can certainly convey the main points. I'm labeling it a romantic game. Would that seem peculiar to you? Zhang Luo's expression was somewhat complex. The game he envisioned was one that offered extensive freedom of choice in romance, with a core concept that was profoundly simple: to fall in love. Though Zhang Luo himself had limited experience in romance and had faced failures, this did not hinder his ambition to develop a love game. After all, in this era, it is often the single individuals who craft the most compelling romantic narratives, filled with heart-fluttering plots that evoke both laughter and tears. Only those unencumbered by relationships truly understand the desires of their kind. Additionally, beyond this reason, Zhang Luo had earnestly researched the current market trends. The realm of romantic games is indeed a vast and untapped expanse. Presently, the market is saturated with narrative masterpieces, visually stunning works, or even that mind-numbing minigame previously developed by Zhang Luo. In light of this, Zhang Luo believes that his romantic game possesses a genuine opportunity for success. Upon hearing this, Su Qingye's expression became somewhat peculiar, and she gazed at him in astonishment. It was evident that this romantic game had indeed left her somewhat bewildered. You intend to create a romantic game? Yes, Zhang Luo affirmed, a game designed to teach individuals the art of love before they naively plunge into it. Perhaps it will spare them some heartache and encourage them to show a bit more patience towards the boy they cherish or a touch more tenderness towards the girl they adore. Is it because you have failed that you wish to provide others with an umbrella? Su Qingye scrutinized Zhang Luo, suddenly interjecting. Zhang Luo fell into a brief silence. Professor Su, you truly excel in pinpointing vulnerabilities. Let us not dwell on this matter. We remain good friends. However, he sighed quietly, acknowledging that Su Qingye's words held a kernel of truth. He indeed harbored such thoughts. He hoped that at the very least, the men who played this game would acquire the ability to discern unworthy women. Of course, women should also possess the skill to identify unworthy men. If you put it that way, I am left with no retort, Zhang Luo replied nonchalantly. Nevertheless, the essence of the game remains as such. I wish for the world to have fewer sycophants and more genuine individuals. After all, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Upon hearing this, Su Qingye gently shook her head. In my view, sincerity is not necessarily the ultimate weapon. Often, it is the strategies that win hearts. However, sincere individuals are always deserving of love. Zhang Luo nodded, quietly taking out his phone to jot down her words. He then continued, Now, let me elaborate on the specific gameplay. My concept is akin to a narrative choice format, where each player begins with a somewhat random identity and encounters different girls. These may be their ideal types or individuals they have never met before, starting from friendship. They will then be presented with various options to advance their romance. If both parties' intimacy reaches 100, it signifies the conclusion of that storyline. Su Qingye adjusted her glasses, appearing contemplative. This sounds quite intriguing. High freedom in gameplay is indeed the prevailing trend. Players are no longer fond of feeling constrained. She added, however, I believe this requires careful consideration. How challenging will the narrative choices be? They should not be overly simplistic. What I mean is, romance is inherently complex. A purely blissful love devoid of conflict is non-existent. If you intend to pursue this genre, the authenticity must be ensured to guarantee players' immersion. Zhang Luo was momentarily taken aback, grappling with the implications. But if the difficulty is too high, might players abandon the game altogether, or even lose faith in love? It is a common sentiment among people today that, while they profess to seek leisurely games to pass the time, it is, in truth, only those games that challenge and torment them that truly captivate their interest. Furthermore, love that comes too easily resembles the realm of science fiction, which, in turn, breeds skepticism towards the very notion of love. Thus, my recommendation is that the difficulty should closely align with reality. Su Qingye's analysis is astute. One might mistake her for not merely a concept artist, but rather a top-tier strategist, a true maestro of player psychology. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo found himself lost in contemplation, inexplicably resonating with Su Qingye's insights. His previous notions seemed, indeed, insufficiently grounded in reality. Rather than crafting a romance simulation game where success is easily attained, which would undoubtedly lead to boredom, a heightened sense of realism and challenge would transform the experience entirely. In both life and love, individuals possess a desire for victory. When desire is ignited, energy is inevitably devoted. Furthermore, his earlier thoughts were misguided. The notion of learning to love under the shelter of an umbrella in the rain may not be as effective as the idea of tearing the umbrella apart. As this realization dawned upon him, Zhang Luo's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, and he couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Su Qingye. Impressive, Professor Su. I had no idea you not only excel at artistry, but also possess a remarkable grasp of human psychology. This meal was certainly worthwhile. Do not worry, Professor Su. Should you desire dragon meat, I shall summon a dragon for you. Zhang Luo's face radiated joy, his heart brimming with excitement. Armed with Su Qingye's suggestions, he felt a renewed confidence in the potential success of his game. Su Qingye smiled lightly, her demeanor calm. Dragon meat is not necessary. However, since I have committed to collaborating with you, I shall certainly give my utmost effort. I am a 30-year-old woman, after all, and I won't be deceived by unscrupulous employers. Listening to the words of this mature woman before him, Zhang Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment and couldn't help but murmur, Professor Su, 30 is not old at all. He chuckled softly. Su Qingye smiled again, continuing her meal without further comment, silently hoping that Zhang Luo's words were sincere and that she would not be perceived as aged. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her features as she reflected on the matter. When devoid of male companionship, she felt an enhanced allure. Yet the presence of a man often reignited her concerns regarding her age. Their meal concluded swiftly, and Su Qingye took the initiative to wash the dishes, stating that it was unreasonable to expect someone to both cook and clean up, even if the cook were hired. Zhang Luo, though somewhat helpless, felt a sense of admiration. Why is it that some understand this principle while others do not? He promptly settled down and began to type rapidly on his keyboard. After a brief moment, his screen flickered to life, revealing a message from an old classmate. Zhang Luo, have you broken up with Lu Qian? I saw her in an interview with another guy. It wasn't just one person reaching out. Several others echoed similar sentiments. Zhang Luo couldn't help but furrow his brows. Interview? What interview? Quickly, he clicked on a link, and his gaze fell upon two figures engaged in animated conversation. This game was conceived while I was overseas. To be honest, creating such a game isn't difficult. One could manage it in 3 days. I never anticipated it would possess such vigor and potential, he chuckled. At that moment, Zhang Luo's phone screen displayed a renowned game interview program from the Wendao forum. The forum boasted impressive viewership, highly regarded within the industry and exceptionally well-known domestically. As he entered the program, he noted the view count had already soared into the hundreds of thousands. His brows knit together in surprise. Wow, Yang Wei is quite generous. Clearly, the two figures on screen were none other than Lu Qian and Yang Wei. To be frank, Zhang Luo had not expected these two to engage in such audacious antics. After all, the Wendao forum was notoriously expensive, the last time he checked. It had cost hundreds of thousands. Yet, the benefits were undeniably significant, given the exposure. However, what puzzled him was that the game in question was not even developed by Yang Wei. Had he truly stumbled upon this opportunity? Zhang Luo shook his head lightly, his expression turning cold, a glint of derision flickering in his eyes. Others might not comprehend, but he understood all too well. The game Yang Wei produced had altered much of the foundational logic, including elements Zhang Luo had originally considered its true selling points. In such circumstances, it was evident that Yang Wei lacked genuine understanding of the game, resorting instead to mere imitation. To dare appear in an interview under such pretense was indeed audacious. Su Qingye's gaze turned towards him, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Wen Dao? Zhang Luo raised his head in surprise, smiling as he looked at Su Qingye. Professor Su, I didn't realize you were familiar with Wen Dao. Of course, I'm the original artist. It's only logical that game design and original artistry are intertwined. She replied with a nonchalant demeanor, her brow slightly raised. Is he your rival? Professor, you are mistaken. I currently have no partner, so where would a rival come from? Ah, true. Zhang Luo sighed helplessly, his gaze returning to the screen. In the center of the frame, Yang Wei donned an ostentatious pink suit, complete with gold-rimmed glasses and his hair slicked back, though he appeared somewhat greasy. At this moment, Yang Wei was engaging in a lively discussion with the interview host, intermittently interjecting with several technical terms, exuding an air of superiority. Beside him, Lu Qian, adorned in an exquisite little dress and with a strikingly beautiful makeup, sat demurely, her face reflecting admiration and acknowledgement towards Yang Wei. In my view, the game was remarkably effortless to create. Yang Wei's lips curled slightly as he cast a glance at the camera, continuing, as I mentioned, this is a work inspired by my experiences abroad. Many believe that developing a game is a daunting task, but I contend that once the core concept is grasped, everything becomes uncomplicated. Frankly, such a game is not difficult at all. One can craft it in merely 3 days. Zhang Luo, observing Yang Wei's ostentatious demeanor through the lens, couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth. 3 days? Indeed. There is no cost to showing off. It merely requires a bit of talk. A cold smile played on his lips as a message from Zhang Yuanjia popped up on his phone, having just been released by Lao Zhang. As expected, Lao Zhang's attention had shifted from the presence of a woman at home to sending a furious voice message. Not Lao Jiang. Did you see the question posed? Who the hell is this Yang Wei? What is the situation? Isn't this game yours? Wait, Lu Qian is sitting beside him too. Damn it. It seems I understand everything now. So, brother, are you simply being cuckolded? Observing Lao Zhang's explosive remarks, Zhang Luo's lips twitched slightly. Please don't slander me. This was a legitimate breakup. All right. But that transition was seamless. I distinctly remember this game being yours. I even remarked that selling it at a slave price was a grave loss. There was potential for it to be a hit. Noticing Zhang Yuanjia's perplexed expressions, Zhang Luo narrowed his eyes and calmly explained, I created it. It was merely stolen. Zhang Yuanjia fell silent, seemingly deducing the truth. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Somewhat irate, should we expose him? Damn it, the game is yours, and the bravado is his. Honestly, I can barely contain myself. What is the point of exposure? He might just deploy his minions to claim you're slandering him. Zhang Luo scoffed. Isn't this quite common in our gaming circle? Besides, rest assured, I am well aware. They cannot complete this game. The best approach is to let him self-destruct. The more he flaunts now, the more tragic his downfall will be later. Why? He stole something problematic. Zhang Luo smiled silently. Zhang Yuanjia's eyes suddenly lit up. Damn, Lao Jiang, you're clever. As he spoke, Yang Wei in the frame had already begun discussing the creative philosophy behind the game, with nearly every word echoing Zhang Luo's design proposal. Zhang Luo felt a sense of lethargy and was about to close the screen when he noticed a message from the classmate who had previously shared a link. Zhang Luo, I've seen Lu Qian. By the way, have you two started a studio together? Is that why you're recruiting people on WeChat? I could join as your designer, after all. I'd like to support an old friend. It's clear that this Ritterni possesses considerable talent. Upon reading this string of messages, a chill flickered in Zhang Luo's eyes. How amusing it was that this old classmate had not even given a single like when he was recruiting designers on WeChat. Yet now he was so eager to join in. His fingers hovered over the screen, but ultimately he typed out only a few words. Not familiar, not clear. I am not part of their team. The response came almost instantaneously. Seriously? Zhang Luo, that's rather ungracious of you. We've been classmates after all. And who doesn't he know about your relationship with Lu Qian? With such a great opportunity at hand, you're keeping it to yourself. Worried I might steal your thunder? I misjudged you. Zhang Luo silently shook his head and closed the chat window. There are moments when silence truly speaks volumes. Just then, a wave of cheers erupted from the live stream of the forum. A middle-aged man had taken to the stage. Let us welcome Mr. Li from Penguin. Today, since learning that Mr. Yang Wei is here to promote his game, He has come specifically to converse with you. This man was a heavyweight in the domestic gaming industry. As he stepped forward, Yang Wei's demeanor instantly brightened, though he still restrained his emotions, revealing a confident smile. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Yang Wei. Hello. I am Li Sun from Penguin Games. I watched your interview and am very interested in your game. I wonder if there's an opportunity to discuss potential collaboration in detail? Mr. Li smiled subtly. Observing this interaction, before Zhang Luo could respond, Su Qingye frowned. Is this Li Sun out of his mind? He asked the head of the company. Yet he can't see that Yang Wei is a fraud. Listening to Su Qingye's words, Zhang Luo shook his head. You don't understand. Li Sun is notoriously tricky. Penguin Games is known for replicating successful ideas rather than innovating. They and Yang Wei are indeed birds of a feather. They share the same path. So a collaboration seems almost inevitable. Su Qingye furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Li Sun's face as if committing it to memory. Meanwhile, Zhang Luo had already shut off the live stream and quickly began to eat. Noticing his actions, Su Qingye couldn't help but chuckle. What is this? Are you planning to hastily finish your meal before diving into game development? Zhang Luo nodded, looking at her with an expression of approval. Professor Su, you truly possess the art of mind reading. Indeed, that is my intention. I now feel the urgency to expedite the game's development and then decisively suppress them. Observing the fervent determination in the eyes of the small man before her, Su Qingye could not suppress a light chuckle. Very well. When would you require me to begin illustrating for you? Tomorrow, or perhaps the day after? Zhang Luo pondered for a moment. It isn't that immediate. For the foundational programming, I will need at least a day or two to run the processes. Fortunately, I have already created much of it. Now it is merely a matter of integration. Roughly speaking, I will need you to commence the visual work by the morning of the day after tomorrow. Su Qingye nodded gently. That is agreeable. But I must inform you in advance that you may need to assist me with my teaching assistant duties tomorrow afternoon. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo's expression turned serious as he looked at Su Qingye, perplexed. Professor Su, you have yet to disclose the content of this teaching assistant class. Actually, it is quite simple. During the class, I will require various tools for drawing, including adjustments to the projector. You'll need to help me manage these trivial matters. Not a problem. Zhang Luo sighed in relief, realizing it was merely a few minor tasks. He immediately gestured an okay sign, then finished the last bite of his meal and swiftly headed towards the sofa. Observing this, Su Qingye furrowed her brow slightly before speaking. There is a study inside. The desk is quite spacious. You could move a chair and sit beside me. Zhang Luo was somewhat taken aback by her generosity. He hadn't expected Professor Su to be so accommodating, and he felt a tad embarrassed. Nonetheless, working solely from the sofa was indeed somewhat inconvenient. Then, it would be my honor to comply, Professor Su. Thank you. With that, Zhang Luo eagerly took his laptop into the study, where a fragrant aroma enveloped him. It must be said that Su Qingye possessed exquisite taste. The study exuded an exceptionally comfortable ambience, adorned with mahogany furniture that blended antiquity with a touch of warmth. Zhang Luo quickly immersed himself in his work, knowing he must race against time to catch up with Yang Wei and their game promotion efforts. His plan was straightforward, to dominate the leaderboard and subsequently reclaim the game's rights. Su Qingye observed Zhang Luo's focused demeanor, choosing not to interrupt him, her gaze drifting slightly into thought. Li Sun. The forum concluded swiftly. Yang Wei emerged from the live broadcast room with a beaming face, distributing several red envelopes to the hosts before him. I truly appreciate everyone's support today. This is just a token of my gratitude. Ha ha. Young Master Yang is indeed generous. You are too kind. Yang Xiao is remarkably generous. It seems nearly impossible for this game not to become a sensation. Amidst the chorus of praise, Yang Wei took Lu Qian's hand and returned to the car, his gaze imbued with a relaxed and contented demeanor. What do you think? Qian, am I not swift? Once this game streams live today, our popularity will surely soar to new heights. I anticipate topping the charts will be effortless. Moreover, as soon as the game makes its debut on the rankings, I shall engage someone to generate buzz for us. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Darling, you are incredible. I never imagined your capabilities were so formidable, and in just a few days, our studio is on the brink of becoming a sensation in the industry. Indeed, Yang Wei replied with a grand gesture, removing his gold-rimmed glasses, a glint of coldness flickering in his gaze. Initially, I intended to partake in a casual manner. but I did not anticipate that Jiang Luo would be so unwise. Thus, I have no choice but to take action. In a few days, I have prepared a grand surprise to illustrate the disparity of social strata. Listening to Yang Wei's fierce words, a faint smile graced Lu Qian's face. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a sense of unease began to brew within her. This situation was not as gratifying as she had envisioned. Jiang Luo, why did you choose to offend me? You must regret it now, Lu Qian mused silently, glancing at her phone screen. She pondered that if Jiang Luo were to plead for mercy or seek an opportunity to collaborate, she might be willing to assist him out of respect for their past. Unbeknownst to Lu Qian and Yang Wei, Jiang Luo was entirely unaware of their thoughts. At 1 o'clock in the deep of night, Jiang Luo stretched languidly. Before her, the computer screen displayed the nascent form of a game, a romantic choice-based adventure. The immersion required was paramount, hence she opted for fully personified dialogue options. It also needed to present challenges. Thus, the design of the female characters required a delicate balance. Moreover, there were real-world issues to consider, such as dowries, purchasing homes, renovations, and even the dowry for a brother's marriage. Professor Su aptly remarked today that the essence of humanity is a penchant for challenges. Reflecting on this, Jiang Luo realized her game might indeed evolve into a profoundly satisfying healing experience. After a moment of contemplation, she prepared to package her work for Professor Su, intending to gradually add images when she had the opportunity. Yet, something felt amiss. It seemed the romantic narratives lacked a certain depth. For instance, the 3 sacred romantic destinations were overly discussed online, but the specifics required first-hand experience. The question lingered. Who could she ask? Surely not Zhang Yuanjia? As Jiang Luo pondered this, a hint of uncertainty clouded her thoughts. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed outside the door, followed by the languid and nonchalant voice of a woman. Still awake at this late hour? Staying up late is detrimental to your kidneys. Is it so difficult to take better care of yourself? Chapter 21. Tomorrow, take me to work. Upon hearing Su Qingye's voice, Jiang Luo couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Professor Su, I'm sorry for keeping you up so late. Have I disturbed you? Holding a cup of water, Su Qingye took a delicate sip and replied indifferently, Not at all. I am also working. Jiang Luo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is the matter? Do you also encounter troubles in your work, Professor Su? Su Qingye responded with a calm demeanor. I am not a superhero. Naturally, I face such issues. Would you like me to take a look? At this remark, Su Qingye couldn't help but smile, observing Jiang Luo's earnest expression. Are you certain you wish to see? Of course. Although it is often said that switching fields is like climbing a mountain, in another sense, our work is quite interconnected. Perhaps my insights could spark some inspiration for you. Jiang Luo replied earnestly, confident that he could indeed offer solutions to Su Qingye's dilemma. Upon hearing this, Su Qingye slightly raised her brow. All right then, I don't mind sharing. Recently, I have taken on a project to create promotional artwork for a comic convention, which requires innovation and must appeal to the anime community. The challenge is that I know little about this subculture, so I must rely on information gathered online for my designs. Jiang Luo, his expression serious, was momentarily taken aback. Wait, what did you just say? Anime? You don't understand it? Well, that is something I do. He beamed with a radiant smile and continued, You've come to the right person, Professor Su. Although I'm not an aficionado myself, my friend, Zhang Yuanjia, is utterly passionate about the anime world. Of course, his interests are somewhat unconventional. He particularly admires the female characters. A couple of years ago, his greatest joy was masquerading as a photographer at conventions, often returning with photos of various cosplayers. I used to scoff at this, pursuing such superficial connections instead of engaging in genuine relationships. Is that even right? Yet, reflecting on it now, he suddenly felt as though the shot he had fired at Zhang years ago had, in a twist of fate, struck his own heart. Genuine relationships? Upon closer inspection, he realized he was the least serious of them all. Your friend understands this world? Su Qingye inquired, a hint of surprise crossing her features as her elegant brow furrowed in skepticism. He does, indeed. My friend is well versed in this, and I have naturally absorbed some knowledge through him. Additionally, I have previously worked on similar types of games, which also fall within the anime genre. Jiang Luo nodded slightly, opened the computer before him, and retrieved a document. While developing this game, I conducted an in-depth analysis of the ACG community. Their preferred attire, artistic style, and overall character design align perfectly with your current requirements. Observing Jiang Luo's screen, Su Qingye fell into a moment of contemplation. She had not anticipated that the headache that had plagued her for several days could be effortlessly resolved by Zhang Luo. Moreover, the organization of the ACG images proved to be remarkably useful. Noticing Su Qingye's captivated expression, Zhang Luo's lips curled into a subtle smile. Assisting Professor Su in overcoming her immediate challenges would enable her to commence her work sooner. Otherwise, when would he be able to finalize the game? After a moment, Su Qingye lifted her head, her expression tinged with seriousness. Please send this to me. I believe I may have found a direction. She paused. Tomorrow, you have work, right? If it's convenient, could you give me a ride? Taken aback by Su Qingye's unexpected request, Zhang Luo chuckled lightly. Professor Su, it appears you are quite adept at employing my assistance now, aren't you? Glancing at Zhang Luo, Su Qingye's exquisite features remained unchanged, and she replied calmly. If I complete this promptly, I can begin working on your project. What do you think, Zhang classmate? It seemed that, due to Zhang Luo's habitual address of her as Professor Su, she instinctively referred to him as Zhang classmate. For some reason, upon uttering those 3 words, Su Qingye felt an inexplicable flutter, a slight tremor coursing beneath her nightwear. Yet, she concealed it expertly, revealing nothing. Zhang Luo, contemplating, realized that indeed, it was Su Qingye who had assisted him more. Resolute, he nodded. All right, it's settled then. I shall serve as Professor Su's chauffeur tomorrow morning. Su Qingye's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Chauffeur sounds rather odd. It's merely a ride, not quite that formal. Moreover, in a sense, you seem to be my employer. Zhang Luo chuckled awkwardly. He then rose, softly stating, Very well, Professor Su, you may continue your research for a while. I shall freshen up and prepare for bed. Otherwise, I may not be able to give you a proper ride in the morning. Agreed, then it's settled. Zhang Luo stretched lazily and promptly retrieved the nightwear that Su Qingye had purchased just that day, heading to the bathroom to take a shower. In response, Su Qingye gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought, then glanced at the screen once more. After a while, she couldn't help but smile to herself. The little man was proving to be far more effective than she had anticipated. Not only is she an excellent cook, but she can also assist her in resolving troubles, which is truly remarkable. With this thought in mind, Su Qingye continued to gaze at the screen, diligently researching. To her, this was of utmost importance, as she was indeed eager to swiftly tackle these issues and aid Zhang Luo in bringing the game to fruition. In the bathroom, Zhang Luo felt the warm water cascading over him and let out a long, relieved sigh. From yesterday until now, he finally enjoyed the comfort of a shower. Truth be told, at this moment, he felt a sense of rebirth, as if the past grievances had finally drawn a line with the present. The troubles of yesteryear were utterly behind him, concluded. As for those unpleasant individuals and experiences, he endeavored to let them go completely. It is often said that it is easy to allow someone into one's heart, yet difficult to see them depart. However, Zhang Luo felt that he was now capable of letting Lu Qian go as well. Yet, it seemed there was no room for new connections. With this thought, Zhang Luo couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. After all, there was no time for such musings now. His sole focus was on perfecting the game and, of course, serving Professor Su well, for she was undeniably the major benefactor. It felt somewhat peculiar. Chapter 22. She is just my sister. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Zhang Luo reached for his buzzing phone, stretched lazily, and wore a somewhat troubled expression. Alas, it is not that I cannot rise. It is truly my blanket and bed that are reluctant to part with me. After a brief moment of reflection, Zhang Luo sprang out of bed. He walked to the bathroom, and, upon gazing at his vibrant self in the mirror, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. No wonder it is said that heroes and beauties alike face their trials. During his time with Lu Qian, every morning was marked by dark circles and yawns. It wasn't due to any wrongdoing. Rather, it was the result of working late hours. What hardworking individuals do not bear their burdens? Well, there were matters to attend to this morning. After freshening up, Zhang Luo entered the kitchen. He noticed some commotion coming from Su Qingye's room. Estimating that she was already awake, so he decided to prepare breakfast. Sandwiches seemed fitting, given that they were to leave shortly. He thought it best to keep it simple, frying an egg with ham and toasting some bread. Before long, Su Qingye emerged from her room. Compared to her attire from the previous days, she was notably more formal today, embodying the quintessential professional image of an office lady. Her personal style was evident, as she wore a light-colored blouse paired with a black blazer, exuding an air of seriousness and coolness. The lower half consisted of nude stockings and a plaid skirt, completed with a pair of flat shoes. Zhang Luo blinked, realizing that what lay before him bore little resemblance to the red-soled heels he had anticipated. Wait, where had his thoughts wandered? He touched his nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. His mind had been dangerously preoccupied of late. Why did he so easily entertain such disquieting thoughts? He diverted his gaze and spoke. Professor Su, shall we have breakfast? All right. Su Qingye set down 2 cups of coffee and took a seat, sliding 1 cup across to Zhang Luo while leisurely chewing on a sandwich. Noticing her dark circles, he couldn't help but comment, Professor Su, it seems you had quite a late night? He sensed an undeniable weariness in Su Qingye. Even her meticulously applied makeup could not conceal her fatigue. Of course, that is thanks to you, she replied, her eyes flickering. The materials from last night proved invaluable. I have nearly completed my work. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo's lips curled into a gentle smile. I'm glad to be of assistance. Su Qingye nodded slightly, contemplating the man before her, and softly added, as a token of gratitude, I should commence work tonight. You may share with me today some of the tasks you wish to undertake. Her words caught Zhang Luo off guard. He gazed at Su Qingye in surprise. Does that mean you will have to pull 2 all-nighters? Forget it. We must prioritize rest. I certainly do not wish for you to be overworked, he replied. Are you already concerned about me, even before our collaboration has begun? Su Qingye teased, a playful glint illuminating her eyes. What? No, I merely feel it is too taxing. Zhang Luo stammered, his face reddening. Before he could collect his thoughts, a delightful aroma enveloped the air. Su Qingye stood, donning a serene smile. Enough with the sympathy. It's time to head to work, Zhang the driver. A moment later, Zhang Luo settled into the driver's seat, feeling far more at ease compared to the previous day. Are you ready? Yes. The vehicle gradually pulled away, exiting the garage. The sky was overcast and pedestrians were sparse. After approximately 15 minutes, the car came to a halt at the entrance of Magic City University. As Zhang Luo prepared to unbuckle his seatbelt, Su Qingye glanced at him and mused. Why don't you simply drive back? Huh. But you have arranged for the studio today, and you'll be returning this afternoon to assist me. How about that? Upon hearing Su Qingye's suggestion, Zhang Luo pondered for a moment, finding it a feasible plan. All right then, let us do it this way. I'll take off now. Yes, that works. Su Qingye nodded, and then proceeded to remove her shoes. Zhang Luo's gaze momentarily faltered, leaving him utterly astonished. What is the purpose of this? In the next moment, Su Qingye magically produced a pair of high heels from the side, swiftly stepping into them before pushing the door open. I am leaving. The movements of the mature woman were decisive. Once she switched to work mode, she exuded an aura of a strong woman. How impressive! Zhang Luo, with a faint sense of admiration, suddenly noticed the gaze of those around him seemed rather excessive. Several students, and even a security guard were staring at him. What was going on? Who was that? How did they come to be driving Professor Su's car? Goodness, it appeared to be a man. Wait, what is happening? Is this Professor Su's boyfriend? That's impossible. Someone as frosty as Professor Su could never have a boyfriend. Feeling the weight of those stares, Zhang Luo's lips twitched slightly. What on earth am I being mistaken for? Realizing this, Zhang Luo promptly started the vehicle and made a hasty exit. How peculiar that Professor Su never mentioned this. With her popularity so high, who would dare to drive her car? In just a few minutes, Zhang Luo felt as though he had ascended to the infamous list of the most wanted in the city. Damn, I was once considered a campus heartthrob. Grumbling to himself, Zhang Luo drove away from the campus, following the address provided by Zhang Yuanjia. Half an hour later, Zhang Luo gazed at the bright office, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Old Zhang, your efficiency is commendable. You've managed this so quickly? Zhang Yuanjia adjusted his glasses, a slight smile gracing his lips. Of course, my friend. Let me put it this way. The moment you said you wanted to get started, I was already preparing. This venue is quite suitable. Ample for the initial development of our studio. Zhang Luo nodded gently, exhaling deeply. Then we should be ready to commence. By the way, have you found the artist? Zhang Yuanjia suddenly posed a crucial question. I have. Mentioning Su Qingye made Zhang Luo's lips curl upward involuntarily. And she's an absolute genius. You need not worry about our artist for this project. All right, I'll rest assured. But speaking of which, who was that woman on the phone last time? Zhang Yuanjia nodded, abruptly shifting the topic. Zhang Luo's expression stiffened. Damn it, this guy hasn't he forgotten about that? You'd better tell me the truth. Are you hiding a romantic interest? What are you talking about? She is merely my sister. Zhang Luo's lips twitched slightly. She is just my sister. Chapter 23. A healing game? Does Su Qingye count as a sister? Certainly not. She is definitely of an elder sister status. While Zhang Luo thought this, he stubbornly asserted, "You must have misheard. I currently have no interest in women whatsoever." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanjia regarded Zhang Luo with a skeptical expression. Really? No kidding. Zhang Luo, unflustered, replied, primarily hesitant to divulge his true feelings to Zhang Yuanjia, as it was rather embarrassing. All right then, Zhang Yuanjia sighed lightly, noticing Zhang Luo's unwavering demeanor. I must ask, would you be interested in me introducing you to a girlfriend? Absolutely not. Zhang Luo's refusal was resolute. What would I do with a girlfriend? Who has time for romance nowadays? Fair enough, Zhang Yuanjia conceded. Though this girl is a classmate of Qingye's, and I thought it might be nice to recommend her to you. It's always good to share joys and fortunes. He let out a wistful sigh. Zhang Luo silently rolled his eyes. He took a seat, appreciating the comfort of his workspace. As he powered on his computer, he gestured to Zhang Yuanjia. Come on, Lao Zhang, be the first guinea pig for our new game. Zhang Yuanjia scoffed. Lao Jiang, calling me a guinea pig seems rather pointless. I'm practically a veteran in gaming. I've tried every genre. While I acknowledge your game is impressive, enticing me in terms of difficulty or appeal may be quite the challenge. Seeing the confident, proud expression on Zhang Yuanjia's face caused the corners of Zhang Luo's mouth to twitch slightly, yet he managed a faint smile. Fine, if you're so confident. Let's see what you've got. I'm actually quite curious about your prowess. All right, let's give it a shot. Zhang Yuanjia settled down, his incessant chatter notwithstanding. He was genuinely curious about Zhang Luo's new game. After all, it had been nearly 3 years since he had seen Zhang Luo develop a noteworthy game. Reflecting on their school days, he recalled how Zhang Luo used to create little games every night. That period was indeed quite enjoyable. Now, with so much time passed, he wondered how far Zhang Luo's games had evolved. First, let me introduce you to the genre of this game. It primarily focuses on evoking melancholy, Zhang Luo said, a smile gracing his face, exuding the innocence of a passionate game designer. Healing? Is this meant to mend my spirit? Zhang Yuanjia's eyes sparkled with interest. That sounds delightful. I've been in the mood for such games lately. He had grown weary of fighting games, and the notion of a healing game intrigued him. Indeed, it aims to touch your soul, Zhang Luo affirmed, then continued. This game is a romantic narrative experience. Upon entering, there are 2 modes. One is a randomly assigned identity mode, and the other is a fixed selection mode. I see a romance game. It is rather intriguing. I must confess, I have never engaged in such a pastime. Zhang Yuanjia appeared somewhat surprised, his curiosity piqued. So these 2 modes are essentially random and self-selected, correct? Indeed. As you enter the game, you will encounter various young ladies, each with their unique stories of connection, ultimately culminating in a romantic development based on your choices. Well then, it seems I am in for a treat. This game surely caters to my strengths, does it not? Zhang Yuanjia's eyes widened with excitement. Lao Jiang, if you're suggesting I try this, I am most certainly awake now. While I may not excel in many areas, I assure you, when it comes to romance, I am quite adept. Zhang Luo cast a sidelong glance at him, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. I must remind you that I currently lack the status of a wealthy heir in this selection. I fear you may face a rather significant setback. Laughing, Zhang Yuanjia responded, it's a healing game. After all, I find it delightful. With eager hands, he unhesitatingly began. I, for one, revel in games that embrace a strong element of randomness. Let us proceed with a purely random identity, shall we? On the screen, due to the simplicity of the visuals thus far, only a rudimentary dialog box was visible. Identity selection in progress. Congratulations. Your identity is that of a freshly graduated university student who has never experienced love, possessing an ordinary appearance, hailing from a modest background, and having studied civil engineering. Observing the string of introductions, Zhang Yuanjia was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Have they truly cast me as a civil engineering senior? Lao Jiang, you possess quite the wicked sense of humor. Zhang Luo retorted with a hint of annoyance. Spare me the nonsense. I have stated it is a random identity. Is being a civil engineering senior truly that uncommon? Well, it is rather common, Zhang Yuanjia conceded, quickly coming to accept this identity as he began to navigate the plot of the game. Graduation banquet. That evening you spot your longtime crush. adorned in your favorite white dress and sporting a high ponytail. You have harbored feelings for her for an entire decade. Do you wish to take any action today? Option 1. Approach her and profess your deep feelings. Option 2. Withdraw quietly, suppressing this affection and concealing it within your heart. Gazing at the options, Zhang Yuanjia quickly immersed himself in the scenario, stroking his chin. To be frank, I am not the type to refrain from confessing my feelings. A confession is imperative. Action speaks louder than words, and hesitation leads to defeat. No regrets, I say. White moonlight. Charge forth. He swiftly selected option 1. You resolve to confess. As you muster your courage and navigate through the crowd, at that very moment, a tall young man emerges, holding a ring box. Smiling as he gentlemanly takes your crush's hand and confesses to her. The crowd erupts in cheers. Zhang Yuanjia tilted his head, glancing at Jiang Luo. His expression somewhat perplexed. Seriously? Are you certain this is reasonable? Jiang Luo remained unfazed, responding with calm indifference. What is unreasonable about it? Such scenes are hardly uncommon during university years. Moreover, considering you have not confessed in all these years, you have long missed a prime opportunity. As his words faded, the game's background music began to play in an entrancing manner. Do not dwell on the past. Zhang Yuanjia ground his teeth in silence, pondering whether this song was truly intended for this moment. It was rather fitting indeed. However, he couldn't help but admire the accuracy of Jiang Luo's words. Such scenarios were quite common during university days, though he often found himself in the role of the one proposing. He suppressed a sigh. Zhang Yuanjia gazed at the screen before him, where a new line of text appeared. You feel disheartened and contemplate leaving, but at this moment, a girl stops you and confesses her feelings. Goodness, is this not the epitome of a healing game? How exhilarating. Chapter 24. My goodness, a female CEO? As he beheld the unfolding scenario, Zhang Yuanjia felt a surge of excitement. Was this truly happening? To think that a girl would confess her feelings so readily. He owed Jiang Luo an apology. This game was far from dull. It was utterly captivating. Without hesitation, he chose to accept her confession and, propelled by the narrative, seamlessly embarked on a romantic journey. Zhang Yuanjia, who prided himself on being a master of love, navigated the preceding minor plot twists and dilemmas with astute and even flawless responses. A broad smile spread across his face, primarily because the experience was undeniably sweet. It was intoxicating, indeed. The thrill of romance was simply delightful. Yet, after a brief interval, Zhang Yuanjia fell into contemplation. Jiang, is your heart truly so tarnished? This girl seems rather materialistic, demanding an iPhone merely for her birthday? To be candid, the options boiled down to giving or not giving. It pained him somewhat, as his personal finances were rather limited. If he refused, would he not appear miserly? Listening to Zhang Yuanjia's lament, Jiang Luo blinked calmly, her demeanor composed. Is that so? Shouldn't such situations be rather commonplace? Have you never encountered this before? Zhang Yuanjia's lips twitched slightly as he reflected. In his extensive romantic history, he had indeed never met such a girl. Most of his past companions were quite affluent and indifferent to such trivialities. Perhaps this was reasonable, but his temper was far too volatile to endure it. With that thought, Zhang Yuanjia decisively opted not to give a gift. In the next moment, the girl chose to break up with him, accusing him of being stingy and insincere. Witnessing this scene left Zhang Yuanjia utterly dumbfounded. Wait, is this real? You're ending it just like that? Jiang Luo smiled faintly and remarked, isn't this outcome rather unexpected? In truth, the character of this heroine had already revealed her tendencies and decisions throughout your romantic journey. You are merely a romantic fool, utterly incapable of considering the complexities of love. Or perhaps you possess a mere superficial understanding of it. Hearing Jiang Luo's merciless ridicule, Zhang Yuanjia's lips quivered slightly. How utterly ruthless. Her words cut deep. Admittedly, he had not given the matter much thought, yet upon reflection, he realized that in several similar situations, he had opted to purchase without recognizing that the girl was, in fact, a gold digger. It was only when the sum became exorbitant that he grasped the gravity of the situation. This was fundamentally wrong. It breached his principles. So, are you suggesting that I failed to truly understand her from the outset? Zhang Yuanjia fell into contemplation, a cloud of melancholy enveloping him. Indeed, does this not resemble a summary of modern romance? Most individuals prioritize novelty, seemingly indifferent to compatibility. Listening to Jiang Luo's words, Zhang Yuanjia's expression darkened, and he sighed deeply. Feeling an inexplicable sense of despair, So, does that mean I've already lost? Of course, you have failed in this romance. Had you chosen to withdraw earlier, there might have been an opportunity to continue. Jiang Luo smiled, his reaction aligning with her expectations. The game of love undoubtedly has its sweet moments. How else could it enthrall you? Even someone as seasoned as Zhang Yuanjia found it challenging to withstand the onslaught of a science fiction-level romance. However, after the sweetness comes the inevitable unraveling. Clearly, old Zhang failed to recognize the gold digger in time, awakening only at the last moment, but by then, he had forfeited the chance to continue the game. Alas, my friend, I sense that while I have not endured a genuine blow, there lingers an inexplicable sense of loss. Indeed, that feeling of loss is to be expected, for we are, after all, cyber lovers, and the essence lies in the science fiction. Jiang Luo chuckled in response. That's true. On numerous occasions, the plot has unexpectedly thrilled me. I was working overtime during a torrential downpour, and she actually came to deliver an umbrella. She brought food. Soaked to the skin, what an extraordinary woman. Alas, I truly failed to see her for who she was. Zhang Yuanjia lamented, pounding his chest in exasperation. Observing this scene, Jiang Luo's lips curled into a slight smile. So, do you wish to try again? To attempt is to court disaster. Damn it. I refuse to believe this was merely an accident. I must sharpen my vision and seize the opportunity. Soon, Zhang Yuanjia found himself in a state of shock once more. This time he was rejected? For being too stingy? What kind of relationship is this? Is that even reasonable? Once again, he faced yet another breakup. And this time, the reason? A clash of personalities? Zhang Yuanjia lifted his head, glaring at Jiang Luo, filled with indignation. Old Jiang, speak the truth. Can this game truly be completed? Jiang Luo shrugged lightly, displaying an air of nonchalance. Of course, it's quite simple. Navigating a romantic relationship is merely a matter of engaging genuinely. Then why do I fail so miserably? Because you fundamentally lack an understanding of love. This statement struck Zhang Yuanjia deeply, leaving him momentarily introspective. He fancied himself knowledgeable about love, yet within the dynamics of romantic endeavors, he began to recognize that while some failures were indeed due to unworthy partners, many were attributable to his own shortcomings. Thus, this game primarily serves to instruct individuals on the art of love. With a sigh of reflection, Zhang's eyes regained a glimmer of clarity as he earnestly remarked, Lao Jiang, this game is truly remarkable. Its playability is immensely captivating, and it can easily become addictive. Most importantly, it evokes a profound sense of nostalgia. I suddenly believe that both men and women ought to earnestly learn the nuances of romance. A smile of affirmation graced Jiang Luo's face. Your perspective is indeed correct. My core philosophy in game design has always been about alleviating physical fatigue while providing mental liberation. If a game ultimately leaves you feeling exhausted to your very core, I deem it a failure. Impressive, Zhang Yuanjia exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Remarkable, Lao Jiang. I truly admire you. I never anticipated that your insights would be so profound. Jiang Luo chuckled softly, yet before he could respond, Zhang Yuanjia's voice brimmed with sentiment. Lao Jiang, let me suggest that perhaps your own experiences of hurt have inspired this project? Indeed, inspiration often stems from life itself. Jiang Luo's lips twitched slightly, his expression remaining stoic. You would do well to behave and get some rest. Otherwise, I might find myself compelled to silence you. Just then, the smartphone resting on the table illuminated. Zhang Yuanjia instinctively reached to hand it to Jiang Luo, but his expression shifted abruptly. Goodness. A female tycoon? Chapter 25. Shall we have lunch together? Upon seeing the three bold characters on the screen, Zhang Yuanjia was instantly exhilarated. His eyes widened as he pointed at Jiang Luo. I told you someone would contact you. Jiang Luo's eyes involuntarily twitched at the unexpected excitement. Goodness. Sue the tycoon, how ruthless you are. Why must you strike now? Are you trying to throw me into the fire? Observing Zhang Yuanjia's gleeful demeanor, Jiang Luo begrudgingly picked up the phone and answered the call while musing silently. How curious this is. There is truly nothing to be embarrassed about. Hello, Sue the tycoon. What can I do for you? Upon hearing this, Su Qingya's voice on the other end momentarily faltered, tinged with confusion. What did you just call me? Ah, my apologies, Professor Su. It slipped out, Jiang Luo stammered. I meant to say, I've just finished my class. Would you like to join me for lunch? Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback by the suggestion of lunch. In the chef's agreement, it seems there is no mention of preparing lunch. Is Su Qingya implying that he should make lunch? As thoughts flickered, Su Qingye's voice resonated once more. Are you available? The food in our cafeteria is quite delectable. Oh, the cafeteria. Zhang Luo regained his composure and exhaled in relief. Initially thinking they were going somewhere else, it turns out they were just heading to the cafeteria. However, ever since his graduation, he had developed a yearning for the meals from his alma mater. With this in mind, he couldn't help but express his concern. I would be willing, but Professor Su, I have already graduated. It seems I can no longer enter the school gates. A cool, melodious laugh escaped Su Qingye's lips as she replied nonchalantly. I can simply escort you, can I? As a professor, it is a trivial matter to bring a few students into the school. Ah, indeed, Zhang Luo realized, almost forgetting that Professor Su's esteemed position made it quite easy. Just then, Zhang Yuanjia, with a cheeky tone, interjected, So, can you take me along for the meal? Sister-in-law, I want to sit at the same table as you. I'll join the girls next door. Upon hearing this, the voice on the other end of the line fell silent, and Zhang Luo's expression stiffened slightly. That rascal Zhang, always scheming with his mischievous glances. That casual mention of sister-in-law could be the end of him. Zhang Yuanjia blinked innocently, silently conveying, "Isn't that what you are? We're going out for a meal." Zhang Luo clenched his fist, his resolve hardening. After a long pause, a magnetic voice finally broke the silence. "Are you Zhang Yuanjia? Ah, you know me, sister-in-law?" Zhang Yuanjia tensed up instantly, feeling as though he were being called out by a teacher. "First of all, I am not your sister-in-law. Secondly, your girlfriend, Su Jiran, is still my student, correct?" Zhang Yuanjia's expression froze, his gaze becoming vacant. Isn't she? What had he gotten himself into? The teacher of Jiran. He was under the impression that Zhang Luo's frequent references to Professor Su were merely playful banter. But now, it seemed she was genuinely a professor. Wait a moment. Zhang Yuanjia suddenly recalled something. If memory served him right, his girlfriend had previously mentioned that her specialized course instructor was quite formidable and possessed a strong presence. Ahem. This Professor Su? Indeed. The woman's voice on the other end seemed satisfied as she replied, "While it is permissible for you to join, Su Jiran happens to be in my office. She said she would take you to meet the girls herself." What? Zhang Yuanjia's face instantly fell. Well then, it seemed he had just shot himself in the foot. He looked at Zhang Luo with tearless eyes, seeking assistance. However, Zhang Luo merely responded nonchalantly, "No problem, Professor Su. Let us depart at once." Indeed, one cannot indulge in mischief. The repercussions of such folly come swiftly. All right, do inform me when you arrive, and I shall fetch you at the school gate. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Luo cast a casual glance at Zhang Yuanjia, a hint of schadenfreude in his expression. "Are you subdued now, child? Shouldn't you explain who she is?" Zhang Yuanjia covered his face, his phone inundated with several question marks from Su Jiran. Observing his distressed countenance, Zhang Luo refrained from rushing to clarify, instead expressing curiosity. "What's the situation? You seem particularly invested this time." Nevertheless, Su Jiran truly is a commendable girl, far superior to your previous choices. He spoke sincerely. Although Zhang Yuanjia frequently changed girlfriends, he was fundamentally a good person, never engaging in frivolous antics. His simplicity often led to mismatches. However, this Su Jiran, he had met before and found her to be quite an admirable young woman. Zhang Yuanjia shot a glance at Zhang Luo, maintaining his composure. "Let me put it this way. My father's birthday is approaching, and I plan to bring her home." "Oh." Zhang Luo raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. "Well, that's promising. Good. My friend, I wish you happiness." As he prepared to grab the car keys and make his exit, Zhang Yuanjia was not about to let him off the hook. "Hey, tell me what's going on with Professor Su." Seated in the car, Zhang Yuanjia was filled with contemplation. Is Lu Qian being excessively unreasonable? Thank goodness for Professor Su. Zhang Luo provided a brief introduction to Su Qingye, but refrained from mentioning their cohabitation, fearing that Zhang Yuanjia would begin to overthink. "Yes, Professor Su is quite amiable. She is the artist I engaged this time, a top-tier talent." Zhang Luo nodded in agreement. "That's reassuring. Let me say this. Jiran often mentions how impressive she is. With her involvement, I believe the female characters will be rendered even more beautifully, enhancing my immersion." Noticing Zhang Yuanjia's excitement, Zhang Luo had already parked the car securely, then glanced towards the school gate, stating calmly, "I'll make a quick call." Just as he was about to retrieve his phone, two familiar figures appeared at the school entrance. On the left stood the vivacious Su Jiran, her face adorned with indignation, seemingly poised to confront someone. On the opposite side was Su Qingye, elegantly attired and donning high heels, exuding an air of grace and beauty, her presence akin to an imposing ice mountain. Especially that cold gaze, which compelled every passing student to steal a few glances at her. Zhang Luo discreetly averted her eyes. Yet the image of Su Qingye emerging from the bathroom in her pajamas, enveloped in steam, involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Merely contemplating it conjured an aroma that was both enticing and soft. Chapter 26. An invitation to the dormitory for a midday rest. At this moment, old Zhang's expression was rather grim, primarily due to the sight of his girlfriend looking furious, which left him apprehensive about the possibility of facing a harsh reprimand himself. However, his gaze quickly shifted to Su Qingye, and his demeanor brightened considerably. Good heavens, this Professor Su exudes such charisma. Standing there, she possesses an air of unattainability. Most striking is that gaze, which feels utterly out of reach. Is this truly our illustrious artist? Zhang Yuanjia couldn't help but inquire. Indeed, that is she. Just looking at her gives an impression of formidable prowess. Zhang Yuanjia mused quietly, then turned to Zhang Luo and said, "You must assist the doves later, or I fear Jiran might genuinely misunderstand." Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo cast a sidelong glance at him and could not restrain herself from retorting, "What's this? Won't you keep your mouth in check next time? No more blabbering. I swear never to utter another word." Observing Zhang Yuanjia's earnest expression, Zhang Luo inclined her head slightly, agreeing, "Very well, I shall clarify things for you shortly." The two disembarked from the vehicle and swiftly made their way toward the school gate. It must be said, the sensation was quite peculiar. After all these years, they had returned to their alma mater. "You two are moving rather slowly," remarked Su Jiran, approaching them. She deliberately ignored Zhang Yuanjia, greeting Zhang Luo with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo's lips curled into a subtle smile as she replied nonchalantly, "Slow, is it? Perhaps that's because someone is too timid to confront you." Su Jiran let out a light hum, not placing blame on Zhang Yuanjia, instead taking his hand and playfully stating, "I heard you're seeking a young lady. Am I not one?" Zhang Yuanjia quickly laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Of course you are. When I mentioned going out to eat, I meant to seek you." Seeing that the two young lovers did not erupt into conflict, Zhang Luo paid them little mind, her gaze resting on Su Qingye as she offered a gentle smile. "Professor Su, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Su Qingye stood there, her expression largely unchanged, merely nodding slightly as she walked alongside Zhang Luo, inquiring, "Has the studio work gone well this morning?" Hearing Su Qingye's concern, Zhang Luo responded with a smile, "Actually, it went quite smoothly. The space is ample and satisfactory, and old Zhang operated with remarkable efficiency. Moreover, in accordance with your suggestions, I made some modifications to the game this morning and tested it with old Zhang. Guess what happened?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingye couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity. What happened? Old Zhang nearly fell into depression. Zhang Luo's lips curled slightly. He played several rounds, yet failed each time, becoming rather obsessed. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Qingye's eyes. "Obsessed? It seems the content of your game is quite compelling, otherwise it wouldn't evoke such a reaction." "Indeed," Zhang Luo replied with a smile. "Old Zhang mentioned that if there were a beautiful girl involved, he would likely suffer even more." "Very well, I shall take care of this matter tonight," Su Qingye responded after a brief moment of contemplation. In truth, she had already begun pondering the character development that morning. Firstly, the game's artistic style undoubtedly needed to be quite realistic, and the variety must be extensive. Thus, she had started to devise her character sketches earlier and had already conceived several ideas. "Professor Su, you're remarkable," Zhang Luo exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. "Is it truly possible that you have prepared so much in just one night? When you return tonight, take a look and see if it aligns with your vision." She replied as their group arrived at the cafeteria. Gazing at the familiar architecture and layout, Zhang Luo felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. "I never imagined that returning to school would present such a scene." Su Qingye shot him a glance. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just reflecting on how I squandered my best youthful days on trivial pursuits," Zhang Luo admitted honestly. Much of his campus life had been consumed by his infatuation. Had he awakened sooner, perhaps the outcome would have been different. "What's past is past. What do you want to eat?" "Oh, I'll grab some spicy hot pot," Zhang Luo said, reaching for his phone, only to be met with Su Qingye extending a meal card with a composed expression. "Order whatever you like. There's more than enough." "Excellent, excellent," he thought, feeling once again the undeniable aura of Su Qingye's dominance. This time, Zhang Luo did not decline. Realizing he hadn't spotted a way to use WeChat for payment. Quietly accepting the card, he scanned the options and selected a few dishes. Conversely, Su Qingye opted for a light meal, a simple nutritious dish sufficing for her. Soon, they were seated together, and Zhang Luo glanced at Su Qingye's plate, unable to restrain himself from commenting, "Eating so little? I usually do. Anything more is too greasy," Su Qingye explained, a rarity for her. Her gaze drifting towards Zhang Yuanjia and Su Jiran, not far away. "So, your good friend is him?" "Yes, they've been dating for quite some time," Zhang Luo nodded. "Su Jiran is quite a clever girl and very capable. She would be a great addition to the studio," Su Qingye succinctly assessed. "Why didn't old Zhang mention this to me?" "He did not mention this matter either." A flicker of confusion crossed Zhang Luo's eyes. "The reason he did not speak is that my assessment is rather stringent. She currently lacks the energy to assist you," Su Qingye remarked, delicately biting into her egg, and continued, "This afternoon, you should be prepared. I will send you the documents beforehand. You can briefly organize them." As she spoke, a thought suddenly crossed her mind, and she added, "However, you must remain relaxed, as everyone may pay close attention to you." Zhang Luo blinked, recalling the discussions he encountered at the school gate that morning, and suddenly grasped the significance of Su Qingye's words. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "All right, I will do my utmost to maintain my composure." "Yes." Su Qingye nodded in satisfaction, and soon, she finished her lunch. She turned to Zhang Luo. "Are you planning to head back, or?" "I am also in a dilemma. If I have classes in the afternoon, it seems unworthy to specifically return to the studio." Zhang Luo pondered where to stay during lunch. "Will you accompany me back to the dormitory?" Su Qingye frowned slightly. "Other places are not quite suitable for you to rest. My dormitory is relatively spacious. If you come to rest, it would be just enough." "Dormitory?" Zhang Luo was momentarily taken aback. Visiting a female teacher's dormitory felt quite intimate. "What? Are you feeling shy?" Seeing the awkward expression on Zhang Luo's face, Su Qingye couldn't help but chuckle. They are already cohabiting. Why still care about this? Chapter 27. Are they not a couple? Su Qingye's mindset had actually adjusted quite well. They were already living together, so bringing him back to the dormitory seemed entirely reasonable. Moreover, she had no ulterior motives. She merely wished to make things more convenient for Zhang Luo and save him from making multiple trips. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo immediately shook his head. "I have nothing to be shy about. I am mainly concerned about whether it would be convenient. If it is possible, I certainly have no objections." "All right, then let's go." Su Qingye glanced at the time. It was nearly her break. Zhang Luo also stood up. Not far away, Zhang Yuanjia noticed this scene and was momentarily bewildered. "Wait, where are you going, Lao Jiang? Where the hell is Zhang Luo going?" He has to follow Zhang Luo back to the studio. Only then did Zhang Luo remember that this guy was still here and helplessly said, "I forgot to tell you. I'm hungry. I will be assisting Professor Su at the school this afternoon, so I probably cannot return with you." "What?" Zhang Yuanjia exclaimed indignantly. "You scoundrel. Prioritizing romance over friendship, huh?" "No, it's mainly because this is the price of having someone come to be our artist." Upon hearing Zhang Luo's softly spoken words, Zhang Yuanjia paused. Then, a look of understanding crossed his face, and he immediately gave a thumbs up. "Wow, so that's how it is? Lao Jiang, your vision has broadened." As he spoke, admiration was etched on his face. "I understand your expression. Go on, my brother will certainly not put you in a difficult position. I shall simply walk on my own. Not to mention it's merely noon, old Jiang. It would be no issue if you chose not to return today. Your self-sacrificial behavior is truly commendable." Zhang Luo's lips twitched slightly. The flicker of guilt within him vanished in an instant. "What a scoundrel you are. What nonsense is this about sacrificing oneself? That expression of yours, as if I am engaged in something unspeakable." Observing Zhang Yuanjia's playful demeanor, Zhang Luo felt an urge to deliver a couple of solid punches to the lad, yet the moment was ill-suited for such actions. "Wait for my return." Watching Zhang Luo's figure recede into the distance, Zhang Yuanjia couldn't help but muse. "Damn. I can't shake the feeling that Professor Su and our old Jiang are quite the match. Having her as a sister-in-law wouldn't be so bad, especially her aura. It's simply electrifying." Upon hearing this, Su Jiran couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yuanjia, her expression tinged with curiosity. How could that be? Professor Su is famously aloof. Who knows how many teachers and professors at the school are vying for her attention, yet she pays none of them any mind. Although Zhang Luo is indeed exceptional, if it were Su Qingye he faced, my assessment would be unfavorable. Observing Su Jiran's expression of admiration, Zhang Yuanjia shook his head dismissively. So what? Even if she is the goddess among goddesses, my brother Zhang Luo is by no means inferior. Moreover, to be blunt, as long as old Zhang isn't with Lu Qian, I would deem it suitable. This was Zhang Yuanjia's heartfelt sentiment. Over the years, he had witnessed Zhang Luo tormented by Lu Qian. Thus, his only wish now was for his brother's happiness. Upon hearing this, Su Jiran pouted slightly, a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. However, I've been by Professor Su's side for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen a man beside her. Why are they heading in the same direction? Where are they off to? They're going to the dormitory to rest. Zhang Yuanjia was poised to scoff dismissively, only to find that Su Jiran's expression had turned to stone in an instant. She stood there, dazed. Are you saying they're going to the dormitory together? Indeed, I heard they're supposed to assist you this afternoon as well. Zhang Yuanjia remained unfazed. What is wrong with heading to the dormitory? Professor Su is as cold as ice. Isn't she just being brought to the studio by old Jiang to work as a painter? Yet, speaking of which, old Jiang is indeed rather impressive. Is it possible that this lad is truly embarking on a second spring? Zhang Yuanjia stroked his chin thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Zhang Luo and Su Qingye had just entered the dormitory. This was his first visit to the teacher's dormitory, a realm that had previously existed only in his imagination. Upon entering, he was greeted by a familiar decor style. The ambience was succinct, composed, and imbued with the essence of solitude. The modest apartment spanned approximately 80 square meters. Su Qingye unfastened her hairpin, allowing her long hair to cascade gracefully over her shoulders. She glanced at Zhang Luo and said, "You should rest for a while. This afternoon's assistant teaching will be rather demanding." Zhang Luo replied, feeling indeed fatigued. He had risen early that day, and upon arriving at the studio, the workload had been quite taxing, leaving him somewhat drained. Under Su Qingye's guidance, he reclined on the sofa bed. As for Su Qingye, she was about to retreat to her room for a brief respite when a series of notifications erupted on her phone. "Qingye, shall we dine together after class tonight? I've made a reservation at a trendy restaurant. Would you join me?" "Qingye, everyone seemed to enjoy our last family gathering. I am extremely pleased with you." "Haha, Qingye, I must attend to some matters now. Business has been quite bustling lately, and there are always potential collaborators seeking us out." Su Qingye furrowed her brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure as she noticed the name of Wang Liang on the screen. Without hesitation, she blocked him. The so-called family gathering had merely been a guise orchestrated by some restless relatives to set her up for an arranged meeting, with Wang Liang as the suitor. She had made her refusal quite clear, yet unexpectedly, he had persisted for several consecutive days, bombarding her with messages. With a slight shake of her head, Su Qingye dismissed it, placing her phone aside and lying down calmly. However, her thoughts inevitably drifted to Zhang Luo outside. This afternoon, he was to assume the role of assistant teacher, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a pang of nervousness. Was she being too hasty? Should she have been more patient? What if he struggled to adapt? The rationale behind her decision to enlist Zhang Luo as an assistant was twofold. Firstly, she genuinely required assistance. If she did not select someone herself, the school would assign someone to her, and she had no interest in dealing with connections. Secondly, she yearned for more opportunities to interact with Zhang Luo. There is a saying that what was once unattainable becomes fervently desired once more. Just as she pondered this, her phone screen lit up once again. Su Qingye glanced at it and frowned slightly. What was happening? Hadn't she already blocked Wang Liang? Upon closer examination, she realized it was Jiang Yu messaging her. Her expression brightened, and she curiously picked up her phone, responding with a question mark. Hey. Chapter 28. Just right. I made a reservation. Su Qingye first sent a question mark and then continued to inquire. What's this? Aren't you working overtime tonight? The sun must be rising from the west. Jiang Xiaoya. What are you saying? Is a working person's life not valuable? It's impossible to work overtime every day. Yee. Hee. Why are you suddenly inviting me to dinner? What are your intentions? Jiang Xiaoya. Do you really think I have ulterior motives for wanting to dine with you? Could it not be that I genuinely miss you? As best friends. When was the last time we strolled and dined together? Yee. Speak plainly. Jiang Xiaoya. Ahem. I was merely inquiring about the recent developments between you and my brother. Yee. There's nothing significant to report. You needn't concern yourself with that. Jiang Xiaoya. Oh, come now. I was just joking. Honestly, I simply wish to share a meal with you. Don't you long for my company even a little? I am your closest friend, after all. Observing Jiang Xiaoya's playful demeanor, Su Qingye felt a tinge of helplessness. Yi. Let us postpone it until the weekend then. Normally, Su Qingye would have readily agreed, especially since after work, she had little else to attend to. But circumstances had changed. She had to assist Jiang Luo and endure his cooking. Jiang Xiaoya. If you insist on this, I might just cry. Looking at Jiang Xiaoya's dramatic display, Su Qingye felt a headache coming on. She could never withstand this girl's antics. Let us wait until the weekend. I'll take you out then. Today, I truly have some work to finish. She refrained from mentioning her task of assisting Jiang Luo, as she feared Jiang Xiaoya would misunderstand. Even through the screen, she could sense Jiang Xiaoya's disappointment. Jiang Xiaoya, all right then. I had planned to take you to that newly opened hot pot restaurant and even made a reservation with your phone number. I suppose we'll have to wait until next time. Yi. Let us set a date for the weekend. After putting down her phone, Su Qingye finally exhaled, reflecting with a hint of melancholy. Ever since living with Jiang Luo, it seemed she could no longer view Jiang Xiaoya in the same light. However, that was a matter for another day. She knew Jiang Xiaoya would eventually accept it. Just as she was lost in thought, Jiang Luo's voice rang out. Professor Su. It's time to rise. Upon hearing this, Su Qingye paused, her lovely features momentarily frozen. Was it already 1:30? Had an hour slipped away unnoticed? She hadn't even had the chance to enjoy a proper nap. Professor Su? Still not awake? Outside the door, Jiang Luo looked slightly perplexed. Was Su Qingye sleeping so soundly? It was nearly 2 o'clock, and if she didn't hurry, she might be late for class. Just then, Su Qingye emerged. Having tidied herself up, she made an effort to mask the fatigue in her eyes, calmly stating, I'm awake. I was just getting ready. Observing her, Jiang Luo keenly sensed that something was amiss with Su Qingye's demeanor. Yet, the woman merely shook her head. I'm fine. I didn't sleep poorly. Due to the utter lack of sleep, it was impossible for one to experience the nuances of restful slumber. Jiang Luo could not help but remark on the evident weariness etched across Su Qingye's visage, which elicited a pang of sympathy within her. Given your current state, might it be possible to forego painting tonight? Su Qingye lifted her gaze, a playful smile dancing upon her lips, her eyes glinting with mischief. Jiang Luo hesitated momentarily before hastily shaking his head. Of course, you need not go, Professor Su. I certainly do not wish to treat you as a mere servant. Observing the anxiety on his face, Su Qingye couldn't help but chuckle softly. Relax, you needn't be so worried. I shall attend. However, what plans do you have for this evening? Her concern for dinner was quite palpable. If we head to the studio tonight, we might be rather late. How about we venture out for hot pot instead? Su Qingye's gaze drifted, as if lost in thought. She recalled Jiang Yu mentioning something about making a reservation under her name. Embarrassment flickered in her eyes as she thought, as it happens. I too have a reservation at a hot pot restaurant. Let us go there. Simultaneously, she silently apologized to Jiang Yu. Dear Jiang Xiaoya, I hope you won't hold this against me. After all, it was your brother's suggestion. Surely, you wouldn't want Jiang Luo to discover our connection, would you? Around 2:10 p.m., Jiang Luo sat earnestly at the assistant's desk beside the podium, operating Su Qingye's computer and reviewing the tasks for the day's lecture. However, ever since he settled into his seat, each student entering the classroom scrutinized him with curious gazes. Upon returning to their seats, whispers began to circulate. Did you see? Our assistant seems rather handsome. Indeed, he is somewhat attractive, but who is he? I've never seen him around the school before. It seems he is not a teacher from our institution. Could he be from another school? I'm not certain, but since he was chosen by Professor Su, he must possess some merit. The classroom buzzed with chatter, growing increasingly raucous. At that moment, Su Qingye approached and cast a sweeping glance over the room. Her voice commanding as she stated simply, silence. The weight of her words instilled an immediate hush throughout the classroom. The lesson commenced. Su Qingye glanced at Jiang Luo. She had already briefed him on the day's agenda during their earlier journey. Soon, the content of the textbook appeared on the projector. Jiang Luo's primary role was to assist in adjusting the projection, as the material to cover was rather extensive. The class proceeded with a relaxed atmosphere. For Jiang Luo, it was not particularly challenging. He also indirectly experienced the professional intensity of Professor Su's work environment. The atmosphere was one of stark seriousness. with not a single student daring to slack off or disengage from the lecture. It was an exaggerated sensation, as these individuals clearly held a deep respect for Professor Su. After a moment of introspection, Zhang Luo heard Su Qingye's voice beside him. "Class is over. What are you still waiting for, Assistant Jiang?" Zhang Luo hastily snapped back to attention, raising his gaze to meet Su Qingye's eyes, and smiled. "I'm not waiting for anything, Professor Su. I was merely savoring the insights from your lecture today. Less chatter. Let us head to the studio," Su Qingye replied, glancing at the time. "Why the rush?" Zhang Luo was taken aback. Su Qingye, with a hint of amusement, looked at him and said, "I'm not in a hurry. Can you afford not to be? I have some unfortunate news. Your predecessor's game, Dark City, has launched across all domestic platforms, and the promotional campaign is overwhelming." Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo fell into a moment of contemplation, realizing that Yang Wei and the others had progressed rather swiftly. Given the momentum they had, was it truly a concern that he might not succeed? They were the ones who should be anxious, not him. Zhang Luo quickly regained his composure. In his view, this was far from a troublesome matter. Their resources were finite, and even if they were to assemble a new team immediately, it would ultimately be insufficient. Conversely, what we possessed was entirely original, so as long as we refined our content, we would inevitably succeed. Upon hearing his words, Su Qingye nodded in rare approval, her beautiful eyes glimmering as she regarded Zhang Luo, stating, "Your calm demeanor is commendable. Patience and composure are indeed qualities befitting those destined for great accomplishments. It's rare to hear you praise me, Professor Su. Now that class is over, shall we proceed directly to the studio?" Zhang Luo's lips curled into a smile as he extended an invitation to the woman before him. "Yes, let us go," Su Qingye replied, having prepared several design sketches to show Zhang Luo in the studio. She needed to ascertain their suitability before proceeding further, otherwise it would be a futile endeavor. Before long, Su Qingye arrived at Zhang Luo's office. One must concede that Zhang Yuanjia had a knack for selection. The location was quite favorable, in close proximity to the school, making it ideal for future recruitment and development. The office was also bright and elegantly arranged. "Goodness, Lao Jiang, you actually decided to return? I thought you were going to sacrifice yourself for the professor tonight." Upon hearing the commotion outside, Zhang Yuanjia, who was busy packing, dashed out, only to freeze mid-sentence upon spotting Su Qingye, his face breaking into a dry smile as he stammered, "Ah, Professor Su, what a surprise to see you here. You truly elevate our studio's prestige." With that, he shot a frantic glance at Zhang Luo. "You absolute scoundrel. Why is no one speaking after bringing Professor Su back? This could lead to disastrous consequences for our dear brother." Zhang Luo's lips twitched slightly, expressing his disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. Fortunately, Su Qingye appeared unfazed, responding with a gentle smile. "Am I not here to serve as an artist? Should I take my leave?" Wait. Zhang Yuanjia quickly waved his hands, a look of exasperation on his face. "Professor Su, you can't leave. Without you, how would we survive?" "Enough with the nonsense," Zhang Luo interjected, glancing at the time. "Shall we take a look at your composition, Professor Su?" Su Qingye nodded in agreement, retrieving her laptop and placing it on the table. She swiftly opened a file. "Let us take a look." Upon hearing this, both Zhang Luo and Zhang Yuanjia leaned in closer, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Su Qingye's composition was indeed remarkable. The screen depicted several young girls, one with a high ponytail clad in a white dress, radiating an artistic aura, another with fiery red hair and a captivating beauty, exuding a vibrant charm, and a third, an aloof figure resembling an ice queen, exuding a chilling elegance. Wow, this is impressive. The exquisite artistry, formidable hand-drawing skills, and unique character designs were undeniably exceptional. Su Qingye's talent was truly formidable, something the average person could hardly achieve. Zhang Yuanjia lifted his head, filled with admiration, and whispered to Zhang Luo, "Have we summoned a living deity back to us? This level of skill is astonishing." Cough, cough. I didn't expect her to be this incredible either. Both Zhang Yuanjia and Zhang Luo were thoroughly impressed. Zhang Luo was genuinely shocked by Professor Su's prowess. "What do you think? Are you satisfied?" Su Qingye inquired calmly, her gaze steady on the two. She was not attempting to assert any dominance. Rather, she was sincerely asking. As an original artist, her work needed to align with the studio's vision and their requirements. Zhang Luo silently gave a thumbs up, stating, "Absolutely satisfied, more than satisfied. To be frank, Professor Su, At this caliber, I'm now concerned whether our game can live up to your talent. Glad to hear that. I will continue with this artistic style, Su Qingye said, stretching her arms. The overall tone of the artwork is crucial. Since you appreciate this style, we shall proceed with it moving forward. All right, I will send you the subsequent texts. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Upon hearing this, Su Qingye nodded affirmatively. Observing the determined expressions on their faces, Zhang Yuanjia remained momentarily dazed, still processing the situation. Do we truly possess such an exceptional artist now? It is utterly astonishing that something so fortunate has transpired in his life. Jiran, didn't you previously inquire why I didn't allow you to join our studio? There is indeed a reason for that. Our artist is Professor Su. Zhang Yuanjia, clutching his phone, scurried off to boast. Meanwhile, in the office, Su Qingye and Jiang Luo were completely immersed in their work, their communication growing increasingly professional. The design of your current game style is quite intriguing. I believe it surpasses the previous iteration by a significant margin. Is that so? Haha, I must credit Professor Su for his brilliant suggestions yesterday, Jiang Luo replied. Zhang Yuanjia, standing by, felt a twinge of confusion. Yesterday? Had these two already begun their discussions? However, I believe there are still some enhancements to be made. For instance, your background music seems somewhat insufficient. Perhaps we could incorporate some music for each choice, or even special scenarios with unique soundtracks. At the moment of parting, we could opt for something more emotional. Su Qingye furrowed her brow, analyzing seriously. What a remarkable idea. Jiang Luo couldn't help but feel a surge of enthusiasm. If a player were to hear Buffalo's memoir at the moment of separation, wouldn't that be utterly devastating? As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Luo realized this concept could indeed be executed. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanjia was left trembling at the exchange. Goodness, is the brainstorming of these two truly this formidable? What? To play melancholic songs at the moment of parting? Isn't that just cruel? Who would endure such emotional turmoil? Zhang Yuanjia silently inhaled sharply, reflecting on the darkness that resides in the minds of those who design games and create art. Chapter 30. The Essence of Man around 8 o'clock in the evening. Following Su Qingye's suggestion, Jiang Luo promptly added the background music feature. I must say, Professor Su is indeed a genius. Just her recommendations alone have significantly enhanced the game's playability. Truly, the ancients were not mistaken. When men and women collaborate, the work is far less exhausting. Come on, old Zhang. We are ready now. Why don't you give it a try? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanjia, who was sweetly duo queuing with Su Jiran in honor of kings, felt his face darken and could not help but murmur, "Oh no, not again. You want me to suffer once more, don't you? This is just too much." Upon hearing his complaints, Jiang Luo retorted, "Then who else should do it? You are the only one who hasn't been involved in the development. Only you can provide the most genuine player experience." Before Zhang Yuanjia could utter a word, the curious voice of Su Jiran echoed within the game. "What are we testing? Has the new game developed by Lao Zhang been completed?" "Uh-huh," Lao Zhang responded wearily, though he secretly yearned to play. Yet, the thought of Professor Su's presence made him hesitate. It would be quite embarrassing if she happened to witness him falter. Moreover, to be candid, he was eager to log in and showcase his skills once more. After all, a man has his pride, despite his successes in the realm of romance. How could he endure repeated failures in a dating game? Just as he finished speaking, Su Jiran's excited voice rang out. "Can I give it a try? I'm really eager to experience it." "What? You want to try it, darling?" Zhang Yuanjia blinked, taken aback. "Yes, I think I would be quite suitable as a player to experience this." Upon hearing Su Jiran's words, Jiang Luo hesitated slightly. That is a valid point. Your perspective as a player would undoubtedly be quite accurate. But are you certain you wish to proceed? Absolutely. Su Jiran's excitement was palpable. "Quick, send me a link so I can try it." Jiang Luo nodded in agreement. "All right, since Su Jiran is so keen to try, it's certainly no problem." He glanced at Zhang Yuanjia. "All right, it's no longer your turn. Let Jiran have a go." Zhang Yuanjia's lips twitched slightly, almost wanting to caution his girlfriend that the game could be rather intense. But Jiang Luo had already packaged and sent the link. He also kindly added, "Don't worry. Our game primarily focuses on healing and romance, so you should give it a shot." "Great. That excites me even more. By the way, how did Zhang Yuanjia fare the last time he played?" "Oh, him?" Jiang Luo glanced at Lao Zhang, nonchalantly stating, "I think it was rather mediocre. He barely managed to get through 2 or 3 rounds before being defeated." Su Jiran instantly perked up. "Watch me surpass him." Before long, the game was sent. and Zhang Yuanjia noticed that Su Jiaran had already exited the game. His lips twitched slightly, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Jiang Luo. Damn it. I finally managed to enjoy a sweet dual queue today, and you've just lured her away. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's lips curled into a mischievous smile. So, do you still wish to give it a try? To be honest, I've optimized it again this time. Perhaps your experience will be entirely different. Well, if you put it that way, I shall give it another shot. Soon, Zhang Yuanjia was fully immersed in his gameplay once more, and Jiang Luo had already uploaded several images created by Su Qingye, filling the previously barren page and significantly enhancing the overall immersive experience. In a moment of indecision, I found it hard not to choose the enchanting white moonlight. The petite dress he wore captured my heart entirely. At that moment, Zhang Yuanjia, with headphones on, wore an expression of sheer exhilaration, causing Jiang Luo to involuntarily twitch her lips. She then turned to the side, addressing Su Qingye with utmost seriousness. Professor Su, you see it now, right? My friend, well, this is how it is. A slight smile flickered in Su Qingye's eyes. Indeed, I believe you. However, at this hour, I think we should venture out for a meal, don't you think? After a bustling night of work, she felt a pang of hunger. Jiang Luo quickly snapped back to reality, casting a guilty glance at Su Qingye. I apologize, Professor Su. I was so engrossed that I completely lost track of time. It's nothing. Let us go, Su Qingye replied with a smile, clearly unfazed. Perhaps a girl of 18 might care whether a boy keeps her in his thoughts. But at her age, such matters held little significance. When a boy truly cares for you, he is simply unshakable. Conversely, if he does not, no amount of pleading will keep him from leaving. Genuine affection is not the most reliable gauge of a man's worth. Character is. Jiang Luo reflected on how dependable Zhang Yuanjia appeared in his work. What value does a heartfelt sincerity have if a boy lacks ambition and responsibility? Old Zhang, are we going for hot pot or not? Jiang Luo called out to Zhang Yuanjia. At that moment, he was completely absorbed in the game, his face aglow with delight. Dismissing her with, not going. I'm meeting Jiaran for dinner later. Cursed lovebirds. Jiang Luo scoffed with a tinge of envy. The bond between Zhang and Su Jiaran seemed remarkably solid. They were likely cohabitating by now, which she found somewhat enviable. Jiang Luo diverted her gaze, grasping the small keychain Su Qingye had given her, and together they exited the studio. Outside, a light drizzle had begun, casting a gloomy ambience reminiscent of the heavy rain from 2 nights prior. Su Qingye settled into the passenger seat, gracefully slipping off her high heels and donning sandals. A faint sense of comfort gracing her alluring features, her tone noticeably lighter. This restaurant is quite popular, just opened. I wonder if the food is any good. Jiang Luo fastened her seatbelt, instinctively glancing to see if Su Qingye had done the same. To her relief, Su Qingye had already secured hers, though it seemed positioned rather oddly, snugly adjusted forward. Based on her observations of the mature professor over the past few days, Jiang Luo boldly speculated that she must possess a certain allure, her figure undoubtedly captivating. Of course, such assumptions could be considered impolite. What if she were even more endowed? Jiang Luo reined in her wandering thoughts, a flicker of inexplicable melancholy and self-awareness shimmering in her gaze. Jiang Luo, what has gotten into you? Why do you keep entertaining such impure thoughts? What? Is this the essence of manhood? Indeed, maintaining the notion of purity in the presence of a woman like Su Qingye is quite the challenge. Perhaps I should pursue Professor Su? This thought suddenly sprang to mind. Jiang Luo quickly shook his head, extinguishing the idea, and let out a dry laugh. Ahem, Professor Su, hold on tight. We are setting off. Chapter 31. Jiang Yu's worries regarding this fleeting thought. Jiang Luo could only admonish himself not to entertain such notions. Setting aside the fact that Professor Su is exceptionally outstanding, most people simply do not measure up. Her credentials alone merit admiration. She is a professor in the illustrious metropolis. With a well-to-do background and unparalleled beauty, even her age, from Jiang Luo's perspective, only adds to her allure. Mature women are truly magnificent. Thus, competing on equal footing with such an extraordinary professor seems an insurmountable endeavor. Moreover, another reason stems from Jiang Luo's own aspirations. Engaging in a romantic dalliance? Focusing on a career. Without a career, what good is having a woman by one's side? Furthermore, he does not hold much faith in love. It is often said that sincerity is a potent weapon, yet only those who have been hurt understand that those who love deeply often bear the brunt of pain. The car sped along. Su Qingya's gaze remained fixed on her phone. Zhang Luo stole a glance and was momentarily taken aback. Was Professor Su still working? It appeared she was engaged in crafting character designs for her studio. One cannot help but admire her dedication. With such a talented artist, success is surely within reach. After a silent moment of reflection, he softly remarked, Professor Su, encountering you feels like a stroke of good fortune. Su Qingya, who had been focused on her work, momentarily lifted her gaze, a playful smile gracing her lips as she regarded Zhang Luo. What do you mean by fortunate? Since meeting you, I have a place to stay and even a designer. Without you, Zhang Luo let out a slight sigh of resignation. Perhaps I have simply resigned myself to stagnation. At this, Su Qingya merely shook her head lightly, her demeanor composed. Not possible. Your character does not allow for complacency. It's not because you met me that you would rally. You would rise to the occasion with anyone. Zhang Luo inhaled sharply. Professor Su, I hadn't realized you possess quite the talent for encouragement. Just speaking the truth, she replied with a chuckle. We've arrived. Let us get out. Gazing out the window, Su Qingya set her phone aside and tied her hair up, inhaling the fresh air deeply, feeling considerably rejuvenated. Let us go. I'm famished. Certainly. They arrived at a trendy new eatery, where the queue outside resembled a long serpent. Thankfully, Su Qingya had made reservations in advance. Once seated, Zhang Luo glanced at the menu and looked up at Su Qingya. What would you like to eat? Allow me to order. The mature professor swiftly picked up the menu, not allowing Zhang Luo to place an order, but rather quickly making selections. She then handed it to him, asking, Take a look and see if there is anything else you wish to try. Zhang Luo cast a glance over it and was momentarily taken aback. Goodness! Had Su Qingya ordered everything he desired? Was it truly that precise? If one were to describe the situation, it was almost eerily in sync. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Luo murmured, Professor Su, no wonder you want me to be your chef. Our tastes are nearly identical. Everything I love to eat, you love as well. Su Qingya smiled silently at his words, though internally, she couldn't help but chuckle at her thoughts. Wasn't that rather obvious? How well did she know him? Not only did she know what he liked, but she was also aware of what his sister enjoyed. At this thought, the corners of Su Qingya's mouth twitched slightly, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. This matter must not reach Zhang Yu's ears. After all, it was Zhang Yu who had originally booked the hot pot, which she had declined, only to bring her brother along afterward. If this were to be discovered, it could lead to trouble. Su Qingya took a gentle breath. Despite her composed demeanor, she felt a flicker of apprehension. Since there was nothing further to order, she decided to proceed. She handed the menu back and cast a furtive glance at her phone screen. Indeed, she saw a message from Zhang Yu. I'm just lying here, sigh. What a boring night. By the way, I've noticed you've been acting strangely lately. Upon reading this message, the corners of Su Qingya's eyes twitched slightly. What she feared had indeed come to pass. Just as she was contemplating whether she had wronged Zhang Yu, the latter sent a message. She looked up at Zhang Luo and cautiously replied, What do you mean by strange? It's hard to explain, really. You used to chat with me, but now you hardly send me any messages. Listening to Zhang Yu's words filled with grievance, Su Qingya fell into a brief silence. It was true that she hadn't been messaging Zhang Yu much lately. Yet, this was hardly her fault. She had devoted her time to Zhang Luo daily, leaving her little opportunity to message Zhang Yu. I've been a bit busy lately, Su Qingya replied, forcing herself to respond. Although she typically maintained an aloof demeanor and rarely spoke, she often displayed a more endearing side when communicating with friends. Su Qingya, I can't shake the feeling that you're secretly pursuing my brother. You aren't spending all your time on him, are you? Upon reading this message, Su Qingya's cheeks imperceptibly flushed. Was Zhang Yu reading her mind? Ridiculous, what nonsense was this? Su Qingya flipped her phone over, deciding not to continue reading the messages, as she noticed Zhang Luo had begun to observe her. Professor Su, is everything all right? You seem a bit off today. Zhang Luo blinked, sensing that Su Qingya's expression seemed somewhat off, as if she were harboring a secret. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya lifted her head and feigned calmness as she replied, Not at all. I was merely responding to a friend's message. Oh, I see. Zhang Luo did not ponder much further, casting a fleeting glance at his phone. How perplexing. Why did his sister suddenly inquire about him? What was this unexpected display of sisterly affection and concern? After some contemplation, Zhang Luo resolved not to disclose that he was enjoying hot pot outside. It would be exceedingly awkward if she misconstrued the situation. With this thought in mind, He composed himself and responded nonchalantly, "I'm just at home sleeping, sis. Is there something you need?" He had no intention of revealing to Jiang Yu that he was currently cohabitating with a young woman. He could already envision her berating him as a lovesick fool. This time, he vowed to maintain his secrecy. A lovesick fool. Not even a dog would accept such a label. "Nothing much, just checking in on you. How has life been treating you lately?" Jiang Yu indeed had a modicum of concern for Jiang Luo, primarily stemming from her own worries. Ordinarily, it wouldn't matter. But now that Jiang Luo was living with that enchanting succubus, her apprehension was genuine. After all, she couldn't shake the feeling that Su Qingye harbored ulterior motives towards Jiang Luo. Moreover, her instincts told her that Su Qingye had significant feelings for him. "Life is quite splendid," Jiang Luo replied sincerely. "It feels as though the world has transformed for the better since the breakup." Chapter 32. The lady's secret. Setting down her phone, Jiang Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Su Qingye, both revealing faint, awkward smiles, unwilling to expose the guilt etched on their faces. Soon, a steaming hot pot was presented before them. One must commend the establishment. The hot pot truly exhibited a remarkable quality, with the base broth exuding an enticing aroma. "Do you often indulge in hot pot?" Su Qingye inquired. "Not really. Most times I dine alone or with acquaintances I barely know." Su Qingye nearly let slip the words "your sister," but fortunately, she managed to halt herself in time. "Oh." Jiang Luo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, lowering his head to conceal the melancholy that lingered beneath the surface. It had indeed been quite a while since he last relished hot pot. Sometimes he felt that being in a relationship resembled constructing a prison of sorts, confining oneself within a diminutive world shared only with another, thereby halting all external social interactions. Your universe consists solely of her. If she felt the same, it would be tolerable. However, if the cage contained only you, then one would truly come to experience the profound taste of loneliness. This was a sentiment Jiang Luo understood better than anyone. "Actually, Professor Su, I have a question. I can't shake the feeling that I know you, and you seem to know me as well." Seizing a moment between dishes, Jiang Luo gathered his thoughts and finally voiced the curiosity that had lingered in his heart. This question had lingered in his mind since the day he awakened. As he pondered repeatedly, he could not quite reconcile the image of Professor Su with that of a person who would rescue someone in distress. What could be the reason? Was it merely because he was as handsome as the other gentlemen? Moreover, during their subsequent interactions, he began to feel an increasing sense of familiarity with Su Qingye, as if they had met somewhere before. Yet, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not recall any specifics. Upon hearing Jiang Luo's words, Su Qingye's eyelashes fluttered involuntarily. She had not anticipated such a sudden inquiry. Could it be that Jiang Yu had divulged something to him? Or had he perhaps recalled something? In that moment, the self-assured professor, who prided herself on managing every situation with aplomb, revealed a rare expression of gravity. Her gaze toward Jiang Luo shifted from relaxation to earnestness. "Are you inquiring why I took you in and chose to assist you?" She tentatively probed. "Indeed. How could there be someone so kind in this world? It leaves me somewhat incredulous, leading me to believe that we might have crossed paths previously." Jiang Luo's eyes held a peculiar glint. It was truly perplexing. He was not intentionally prying. Rather, his curiosity was purely innocent. Crossed paths? After a moment of consideration, Su Qingye nodded in affirmation. "Really?" Jiang Luo's eyes brightened with intrigue. "Back in school, you had a project that was in search of an artist, and ultimately, your teacher enlisted my assistance. I was the one who completed it," Su Qingye stated flatly, recounting a past event. However, it was worth noting that it was not Jiang Luo's teacher who sought her help. She had volunteered her services. "Oh." Jiang Luo fell into contemplation. It seems there was indeed such an occurrence. The quality of his project had been quite commendable, as it was intended for a collegiate competition. However, due to the game's artistic style and high standards, the dedicated artist Lu Qian had struggled repeatedly without success. Eventually, it appeared that a teacher at the school had intervened. Little did he know that it was Professor Su who had come to the rescue, and now they were collaborating once more. Such is the nature of fate. As he mused, Su Qingye's voice broke through his thoughts once again, thus: "Your confusion regarding my willingness to help you may stem from my desire to prevent a talented individual from being overlooked. Teaching and nurturing talent is my vocation. You may consider it a professional inclination." Though her tone was cool, after this brief period of interaction, Jiang Luo had begun to grasp the professor's demeanor. Typically, she was in a good mood, albeit a bit shy, making it difficult for her to directly express her admiration. How delightful! It appears that this connection is indeed a matter of fate, Jiang Luo exclaimed, and just then, the hot pot ingredients arrived. He promptly began to busily prepare, adeptly placing vegetables and meats into the pot. Su Qingye listened to Jiang Luo's words and quietly let out a sigh of relief. Deep within her, there were numerous secrets. But now was not the time to unveil them. Observing Jiang Luo's movements, she hesitated for a moment before placing her chopsticks down. A flicker of joy crossed her mind. Why should that little girl, Lu Qian, be the one to indulge in such delightful fare? No, she had accumulated kindness and virtue for so long. What was wrong with enjoying the service of a young man for once? Meanwhile, in the studio of Yang Wei and Lu Qian, fatigue had begun to set in after several days of intense interviews. It was already past 9, yet the studio remained brightly lit. Everyone was laboring under the weight of exhaustion. There was no alternative. Yang Wei had forcefully compressed their development time to expedite the game's progress. Consequently, upon launching, a plethora of bugs were detected, compelling them to work overtime to rectify the issues. Naturally, murmurs of discontent began to permeate the atmosphere, though they had yet to reach Yang Wei's ears. In the office, Yang Wei cheerfully remarked to Lu Qian, "Shallow, you really should stop drawing. After all, your work is going to waste. Why not take this time to enjoy being the boss's wife?" At that moment, Lu Qian was visibly conflicted and agitated. Since joining the studio, she had not merely been coasting. As a professionally trained artist, she genuinely yearned to create. Unfortunately, her skills seemed to fall short. Several of her recent pieces had been outright rejected, leaving her in a rather gloomy mood. Yang Wei's attempts at consolation did little to ease her discomfort. In fact, they elicited a hint of resentment. What did he mean by "if it doesn't work out? So be it"? Hearing that stung. This was her dream, after all. Was it too much to expect support from her boyfriend? As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but recall Jiang Luo's words from the past. "Take your time. I can wait for you. You're already doing wonderfully. Perhaps it's just a matter of luck. Someday, you will be the chief artist of my studio." Though she had always dismissed these sentiments, it was not for any profound reason. She simply enjoyed rejecting him, relishing in his persistent pursuit. It seemed she was addicted to the feeling of being cherished by Jiang Luo. Now, however, Yang Wei appeared incapable of providing that emotional support. Lost in thought, Lu Qian lifted her head, ready to voice her feelings, only to find that Yang Wei had already been called away by an employee. In that moment, a wave of melancholy washed over her as she glanced at her phone. Jiang Luo's social media was devoid of any updates, and even the post from 2 days prior had been deleted. He certainly had a way of disappearing. It had been a week since he last messaged her. Chapter 33. For whom have you ever struggled in this life? At this moment, Lu Qian was not particularly angry. Rather, she felt a tinge of annoyance. Gradually, she began to adapt to the sensation of having one less person treating her with kindness. Yet, adaptation did not equate to acceptance. Even now, she found it difficult to reconcile herself with the situation. Although Yang Wei was kind to her, there lingered an inexplicable sense of something amiss. It was as if, never mind. One should not bite the hand that feeds. Lu Qian chose to remain silent. In truth, there was no deep-seated enmity between her and Jiang Luo. They had merely parted ways without any significant issues. If she were to reach out to him, their relationship might soften, and perhaps he would continue to treat her well in the guise of friendship. After letting her gaze wander over the glass door before her, she promptly dismissed this thought. How could there be no issues? If he truly loved her, he would have sought her out to reconcile long before now. The fact that he had not even messaged her suggested that perhaps their breakup was a liberation for him. How typical of men. If she were to feel relieved, unbeknownst to her, she would be perceived as a woman devoid of ambition in his eyes and words. No, she absolutely could not concede. As her thoughts swirled, Yang Wei's voice pulled her back to reality. "Qian, we have a bit of trouble." Lu Qian looked up to see Yang Wei's grave expression, and her heart sank momentarily. "What happened?" she inquired softly. "Our game has encountered a bug that our technical team cannot resolve," he replied. Lu Qian's face reflected confusion. "Isn't our team supposed to be highly professional? Aren't they supposed to handle any issues with ease?" Yang Wei, somewhat awkward, explained with reluctance, "Indeed. But the issue lies within the game design itself, which is significantly linked to the designer. Only the designer would know how to rectify it." Lu Qian's brow furrowed, her expression turning peculiar. "So, are you suggesting that I think you need to speak with Jiang Luo?" Yang Wei interjected, clenching his teeth. Only he can resolve this. I even suspect this could be a trap he set. At these words, a flicker of bewilderment crossed Lu Qian's eyes. A trap? She found herself struggling to comprehend. Moreover, based on her understanding of Zhang Luo, he would never resort to such tactics. Could it be that the issue hasn't been properly assessed? Impossible. The core system is malfunctioning. It's a minor bug, yet it has rendered the game unplayable. Observing Yang Wei's anxious demeanor, Lu Qian began to grasp the gravity of the situation. However, the thought of approaching Zhang Luo was daunting. To be honest, she was reluctant. Only moments ago, she had resolved not to yield. But now, Yang Wei was asking her to handle this matter. Observing Lu Qian's expression, Yang Wei could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Qian, you must listen to me. I truly find myself at my wit's end regarding this matter. To put it plainly, if we do not swiftly rectify this bug, all our previous efforts and investments will come to naught. As he mentioned this, a flicker of frustration danced in his eyes. I believe that consulting anyone else to discuss this with Zhang Luo would be futile. It seems only you can address this issue, yet we are currently estranged. Lu Qian frowned in displeasure, responding curtly, "What is the matter with you, Yang Wei? Even if the situation is dire, it should not come at the expense of my comfort. So what if we have parted ways? Did you not tell me just the other day that Zhang Luo could never truly let you go? I certainly believe it. He was so enamored with you before. How could he simply claim to no longer love you? I think you should approach him directly. Perhaps with just a few words, he might willingly divulge everything." Seeing the hopeful expression on Yang Wei's face, Lu Qian pressed her lips together, lost in contemplation. Qian, you must be aware of how much we have invested to enhance this game, right? And do not forget, the essence of creating this game is fundamentally to allow you to vent your frustrations. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qian ultimately nodded. All right, I understand. I will find a time to meet him and clarify the situation. Be swift, Yang Wei exclaimed before hastily departing to communicate with the staff, leaving Lu Qian to her thoughts. Perhaps if I were to take the initiative, he might truly fall in love with me once more, or even fawn over me again. In that case, I am not merely asking him for a favor. I am offering him an opportunity to seek reconciliation with me. As she entertained this notion, her heart felt considerably lighter. In a hot pot restaurant, two exquisitely attractive individuals were gasping as they consumed their meal. "Spicy, exceedingly spicy," Zhang Luo exclaimed, his face flushed. He had not anticipated that the hot pot they were enjoying would be this fiery. Meanwhile, Su Qingye, overwhelmed by the heat, had ceased eating and opted instead for a cup of iced soy milk, sipping it slowly while simultaneously working. Observing her fingers dance across the screen, a small character began to take shape. Noticing this, Zhang Luo's lips twitched slightly, unable to refrain from commenting, "Professor Su, whom do you intend to exhaust with this relentless work ethic? We are here to enjoy hot pot, and you choose this moment to work? It fills me with immense guilt to see your dedication. You truly lack a sense of indulgence." He had thought himself to be among the most industrious until he encountered Professor Su, at which point he realized the true meaning of incessant competition. This relentless pursuit is truly maddening, he lamented, feeling the pressure of the meal mounting. Embracing the philosophy of resting where one collapses, Zhang Xian Su Luo, the spicy hot pot version, chose to indulge in leisure. Tonight, no work. Instead, a sumptuous feast awaits. As the saying goes, only those who are not defeated by competition will emerge stronger. When faced with uncertainty, one should first embrace tranquility, regardless of what tomorrow may bring. Under the subtle coercion of Zhang Luo's gaze, Su Qingye appeared to reconsider, and with a hint of apology, she remarked, "I mainly fear that I might fall behind. So there is no need for you to feel pressured. After all, I haven't assigned you any tasks." Zhang Luo widened her eyes, full of righteous indignation. "But you are already working. How can I, as your boss, not do my part?" Relenting, she added, "All right then. I will send you the lesson preparation files for tomorrow." Zhang Luo's lips twitched slightly. "Wait, Professor Su. I implore you, let us enjoy a good meal today. Look at this hot pot, so large and round, fragrant and spicy." Upon hearing this, Su Qingye couldn't help but chuckle, her cold beauty softening into a radiant smile. All right. No work for now. We shall discuss it tomorrow." Stretching gently and exhaling a long breath, she felt a wave of weariness and languor wash over her. "It seems I haven't worked this hard in quite some time. Was it during the last competition? Wait, something feels off. Am I truly working this hard for this little man?" Su Qingye, Have you ever done this for anyone else in your life? Chapter 34. The resentment of women as they exited the hot pot restaurant. Zhang Luo had already taken several strides, hindered only by the fullness of the meal. Su Qingyi pondered whether to offer him support, but ultimately decided against it as she too struggled to stand, her legs numb from sitting too long. They had spent a full 2 hours at the hot pot, not because of the eating time, but rather due to the notoriously slow service of the trendy establishment. Once settled into the car, listening to the engine's rumble, Zhang Luo couldn't help but murmur, "To be honest, I find the texture of the Xiaomi car rather mediocre." Su Qingyi, unfazed, replied, "There are 3 more cars in the garage, and the keys are on the shoe rack. You may choose one you prefer to drive tomorrow." Zhang Luo's gaze faltered momentarily. "Professor Su, could we perhaps refrain from such opulence? It truly weighs heavily on the heart. Moreover, I do not have class tomorrow morning." Su Qingyi paused slightly at this point. Zhang Luo quickly grasped the implication and calmly stated, "Understood, then I shall not prepare your breakfast tomorrow. I will head straight to the studio." "No, what I meant was, tomorrow morning we can go directly to the studio." Zhang Luo instantly felt a surge of respect. His voice tinged with an inexplicable pressure. "Professor Su, you are indeed a dependable person." Su Qingye remained silent, her gaze directed outside the car window. A gentle summer breeze slipped through the slight opening, tousling her hair and stirring her thoughts restlessly. The torrential rain had not graced the night. It had ceased suddenly after 9 o'clock, even the dark clouds being dispersed by the wind. The night sky, adorned with countless stars, revealed a unique beauty of summer evenings. The vehicle zipped along the elevated highway, the scenery before her flashing by in an instant. For reasons unknown, Su Qingye's mood seemed to relax momentarily, and she found herself humming a tune. "If at 18 you failed to present me with flowers, then at 28, I shall treat you to drinks." Zhang Luo, listening to the carefree melody sung by the woman beside him, was suddenly reminded of similar nights from the past. He was not one to easily succumb to sentimentality. However, since their breakup, such moments had become increasingly frequent, each time evoked by Su Qingye. Perhaps this is the destructive power of comparison. Never should 2 individuals be weighed against one another, for it is oneself who bears the sorrow. Once upon a time, there were nights filled with joyful singing. Lu Qian's voice was quite pleasant, though Zhang Luo often teased her for lacking emotion in her singing. Initially, he believed her to be devoid of sentiment, only to later realize that it was not the singing that lacked feeling, but rather the affection directed towards him. Heart-wrenching, indeed. Ancient sages often articulated emotions remarkably well, such as the pang of sorrow. A sharp ache rose within his chest, and tears threatened to spill uncontrollably. Fortunately, the darkness of night provided some cover, allowing Zhang Luo to conceal his masculine pride. Letting the wind carry away his tears, he returned to his senses, unable to suppress a quiet sigh. Indeed, letting go of such feelings is an arduous task. Humans are, at their core, emotional beings. When emotions swell, they cannot be contained, no matter how fervently one tries. Such restraint is but a facade. Upon returning home, Zhang Luo extracted his keys, and a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Su Qingye also exhaled deeply, heading straight to the bathroom for a shower, clearly fatigued. Although another bathroom was available, he did not rush to wash up, as his group chat buzzed with an overwhelming number of messages. Today, Zhang Luo had established a studio group, consisting solely of himself, Su Qingye, and Zhang Yuanjia, with Lao Zhang adding Su Jiran as an artist to assist Professor Su. Zhang Deshuai, "Lao Jiang, are you asleep?" "Damn, I'm not kidding. Today's optimization is truly exhilarating. It's incredibly entertaining." Zhang Deshuai, "Lao Zhang, you're such a rascal. How could there be such a dramatic plot twist? Just because I chose to play a game, she got angry. Does that make sense?" Zhang Deshuai, "Well, thankfully she forgave me. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble again." The messages continued in rapid succession from Zhang Yuanjia. The essence lies in sharing. Observing his desperate demeanor, Zhang Luo couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow, typically so self-assured, often claiming to effortlessly comprehend matters of the heart, was now experiencing the weight of pressure within the game. Moreover, it wasn't just him, there was also Su Jiran. "My name is Shaoran. Although Zhang Luo stated it was my first time playing this game, I am genuinely astonished. How can such an addictive game exist? I actually drew a little puppy in the first round." Zhang Yuanjia, "My name is Shaoran. However, this little puppy is quite challenging. One careless move, and I have harmed him. Now I feel that perhaps I haven't been sufficiently kind to Lao Zhang. I have been too domineering. I must reflect on this. Zhang Yuanjia. So, shall we go eat later? My name is Xiaoran. No, I'm busy. Who are you anyway? We're not that familiar. Zhang Yuanjia. What the heck? Watching their exchange, Zhang Luo found it hard to contain his amusement. How did these two manage to shift the conversation to such a tone while merely testing a game? At that moment, Su Qingye emerged, her hair damp, clearly freshly washed. Aren't you going to shower and rest? The mature professor had reverted to her usual demeanor, speaking in a cool, detached manner, devoid of emotion. I'm preparing to review the game evaluation results. Huh, when did you send the evaluations? Su Qingye paused slightly, clearly unaware of Zhang Luo's submission. It was Lao Zhang and Jiaran. Zhang Luo replied with a smile. Oh, their evaluations are unreliable. Testing should be conducted on the official platform. Su Qingye's expression grew considerably serious. As I said, I will complete all the compositions in the shortest time possible to catch up with your pace. And then you should test it. Ideally, you should aim to outmaneuver them, maximizing their losses. Upon hearing Su Qingye's professional remarks, Zhang Luo found himself momentarily bewildered. He was taken aback, sensing that the professor was more invested in this matter than he was. Su Qingye seemed to notice Zhang Luo's confusion and offered a calm explanation. Because I am now an artist in the studio, I do not wish for my work to receive poor results. She paused for a moment and added, moreover, I'm not particularly fond of them. So it's not in my nature to let grievances go unpunished. Reflecting on her words, Zhang Luo recalled the events of that day, a chill running down his spine. Indeed, one must never provoke a woman lightly. Women do hold grudges. Chapter 35. The Yoga Pants version of Professor Su. The following morning, as Zhang Luo awoke, he found Su Qingye practicing yoga on the balcony. Bathed in the golden rays of dawn, her exquisite figure was accentuated by the form-fitting attire, highlighting her ample bosom and slightly curvaceous legs, while her waist remained remarkably slender. Accompanied by the gentle sound of her breathing, the atmosphere was serene. She executed a split right where she stood, her body slightly leaning backward. Then, her gaze met Zhang Luo's. Zhang Luo's eyes widened momentarily in surprise. Subsequently, he observed a fleeting blush of indescribable hue cross Professor Su's face, followed by a somewhat vexed glare directed at him. Zhang Luo's lips twitched slightly. It seemed he had been staring a tad too intently. He hastily averted his gaze, clearing his throat and chuckling. Ha, Professor Su, what would you like for breakfast? You rose quite early. At this moment, Su Qingye, biting her lower lip, remained silent, her face flushed. Yet, she felt an inexplicable surge of anger. She had originally intended to rise directly, but perhaps due to her excessive exertion, she found herself unable to stand, her legs feeling weak. Now, sitting in a split position, she was caught in a dilemma, either to rise or remain seated. Noticing her silence, Zhang Luo refrained from pressing her, pondering if perhaps Professor Su was simply unwilling to engage with him. Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. After all, Professor Su, clad in yoga pants, possessed a figure that was rather striking. It was indeed inappropriate for him to gaze at her in such a state. With this thought, Zhang Luo turned and made his way toward the kitchen, intending to prepare breakfast. Observing his departure, Su Qingye quietly exhaled in relief, yet she felt a wave of despair wash over her. The mature professor's cheeks were flushed to an unbearable degree. Now, how was she supposed to rise? Asking him for assistance would only heighten her embarrassment. Contemplating this, Su Qingye furrowed her brow and glanced down at her legs. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her strength, and in the next moment, she leaned back. Her legs naturally closed from their spread position. Overwhelmed with a mix of amusement and despair, she collapsed onto the floor, daring not to utter a sound for fear of revealing her mortifying predicament to Zhang Luo. Fortunately, Zhang Luo was entirely oblivious to the unfolding scene, as he was engrossed in preparing breakfast. Before long, a bowl of aromatic noodles was ready. At this time, Su Qingye had emerged from the bathroom. The earlier commotion had left her drenched in sweat, making a shower indispensable. Professor Su, have you finished? Yes. Su Qingye nodded slightly, her gaze briefly drifting over Zhang Luo before she calmly remarked, "Let us eat. This morning's noodles look quite enticing." "Of course. I assure you. They will be delectable." Zhang Luo replied with a smile as he placed the noodles in front of Su Qingye. Soon, the two began to eat. "Today, we have quite a substantial workload ahead, so let us eat well to fortify ourselves." Zhang Luo glanced at his phone screen, unable to suppress a smile. It appeared that Lao Zhang and Jia Ran had indulged in their games until the early hours of the morning, yet none had managed to clear a level. Su Qingye's lips curled slightly in disdain, her tone icy and devoid of emotion. The essence of gaming lies precisely in this. Either you conquer it, or it conquers you. Perhaps, Professor Su, you should give it a try, Zhang Luo suggested with a hint of mischief. He was genuinely curious about how a woman like Su Qingye would approach a romantic game. However, he was left somewhat disappointed when Su Qingye merely cast him a fleeting glance before continuing. I possess no interest in attempting it. In my view, I can explore such experiences in reality. I am unafraid of failure. Her self-assured words rendered Zhang Luo momentarily speechless. Truly, she was the formidable Professor Su. Her words dripping with authority. With this thought lingering, Zhang Luo could not help but inquire, Professor Su, have you ever been in a relationship? Su Qingye furrowed her brows, clearly taken aback by the unexpected question. After a brief silence, she turned to him. How many relationships do you think I have had? Zhang Luo, caught off guard, hesitated before responding. I would guess you've only had one? Su Qingye smiled, but ultimately said nothing. It seemed Zhang Luo had overestimated her. In fact, she had never been in a relationship at all, not even once. Yet, could she confess this? Certainly not. That would be too embarrassing. Observing Su Qingye's silent smile, Zhang Luo found himself lost in contemplation. Was her silence a sign of resignation? He decided not to dwell on it, recognizing the futility in such pursuits. Soon, their meal concluded, and Zhang Luo led Su Qingye towards the studio. As they opened the door, they were met with the sight of Zhang Yuanjia comfortably sprawled on a rocking chair in the office, sound asleep. It was not until they entered that he groggily opened his eyes. Luo Gu, Professor Su, you're here so early? Zhang Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Is this early? Just look at the time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanjia appeared bewildered. He grabbed his phone, glanced at it, and then his expression shifted in shock. What the? It's already 9 in the morning. He hastily jumped up and rushed to the bathroom to freshen up. Zhang Luo shook his head, amused. Looks like this guy got hooked on gaming last night. Su Qingye nodded slightly, revealing a rather indifferent expression. It appears that your game is quite well done, he remarked. Professor Su, why not give it a try? I could, but I'm pressed for time at the moment. As he spoke, Su Qingye picked up his phone and directly uploaded several images he had created in the car the previous night to his computer. I shall begin now. Observing Su Qingye's intense focus, Zhang Luo couldn't help but chuckle and took a seat for himself. However, the next moment, his phone suddenly lit up, followed by a new message popping up. Lu Qian, Zhang Luo, I am outside your studio. Come out and meet me. Do not inquire how I know your studio, but I have matters to discuss with you. If you wish to know, step outside to meet me. Upon reading this message, Zhang Luo's gaze flickered momentarily. Is Lu Qian losing her mind? Chapter 36. The sudden appearance of Lu Qian. Looking at Lu Qian's message, Zhang Luo's expression turned particularly peculiar. Are you all right, Lu Qian? Just look at the tone of your words. Do you truly sound like a rational person? A sensible individual would not speak in such a manner. What could you possibly want from me? For a brief moment, Zhang Luo fell into contemplation, but soon a hint of clarity emerged in his eyes. Upon further reflection, he could surmise the reason. It was likely that there was an issue with the game. He had already suspected this in his heart. The game Lu Qian had taken was indeed his labor of love, yet there were certain critical design flaws. It would be difficult for anyone other than himself to rectify these shortcomings. This was precisely why Zhang Luo had not been overly concerned that Yang Wei and the others would swiftly complete the game. Yet now, with Lu Qian coming to him, it piqued his curiosity. With this thought, Zhang Luo unhesitatingly blocked her. What on earth is she thinking? Lu Qian was indeed quite peculiar at times. Upon returning to the studio, Su Qingye had already commenced his work, while Zhang Yuanjia was intensely engrossed in his research. Well, to be precise, he was continuing to play. Zhang Luo, witnessing this, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Well, whether the game is enjoyable or not remains to be seen. Has old Zhang become addicted to it? Not to criticize, but old Zhang, you seem rather overly enthusiastic. Is it really that entertaining? Observing Zhang Yuanjia's current state of desperate engagement, Zhang Luo spoke up. Enjoyment is secondary. What truly baffles me is why I keep failing. After some reflection, I realize that I have far too many issues in my romantic life. Yet, what astounds me is that when I converse with Jiran, we both discover that we often silently endure each other's bad habits. This suddenly made me realize how delightful this game is. Upon hearing this, Su Qingye, who was engrossed in his work, couldn't help but chuckle. So, you mean to say that this game has successfully enhanced your relationship with Jiran? Zhang Yuanzhi grinned, his face brimming with pride. Of course. I feel that I used to make many mistakes, but now I understand. I will certainly treat Jiran well. With a playful glance at Jiang Luo, Su Qingye remarked with a hint of amusement. So, this game shouldn't be called a love game, but rather a well-structured relationship training program? Zhang Yuanzhi readily agreed. Absolutely. Recently, Jiran has been quite strict with my finances, but just this morning, she transferred me some pocket money. Oh, is Jiran that stringent with your spending? Of course, Professor Su. While Jiran doesn't mind how I spend my money, I must report my expenses truthfully. Can your personality handle that? Why not? It's my wife. I can definitely accept it. Besides, I have a little stash I can use from time to time. Hearing this, Su Qingye's eyes glimmered slightly, and he remarked, half seriously, so, do all you men enjoy having a little secret fund? Just saving some private money, aren't you? Absolutely. What kind of man would be without some cash on hand? It's quite embarrassing to be broke. No money means no ability to get things done. Zhang Yuanzhi replied with a grin. And what about Jiang Luo? Su Qingye inquired, glancing over at him. Just as Jiang Luo was about to speak, Zhang Yuanzhi interjected him. Let us not even go there. Old Jiang was definitely under his girlfriend's thumb when he was in a relationship, giving every penny he earned to Lu Qian. In fact, when we went out to eat, the guy didn't even carry a single coin. At Zhang Yuanzhi's teasing, Jiang Luo's lips twitched slightly. Damn it. This guy really knows how to hit below the belt. Seriously, old Zhang, can't you spare me some dignity? Always bringing this up. Be a decent person. What's the big deal? Professor Su isn't a stranger, and that's all in the past. Zhang Yuanzhi sighed dramatically. What do I call this? Desensitization therapy, aimed at helping you become less sensitive. And I've told you before, in love, whoever loves more ends up getting hurt first and becomes the one who chases. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo fell into a contemplative silence. Damn it. Why did he not think to hide some money back then? He was too naive. At noon, just as Jiang Luo was preparing to head out for lunch, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. When she blocked his path and gazed directly at him, Jiang Luo felt his vision slightly distort. Good grief. Lu Qian. Today, she wore a flowing white gown, ethereal and graceful, her expression as perpetually cool as ever. Standing motionless at the door. Are you off work? Lu Qian gazed at Jiang Luo before speaking with a calm demeanor. This simple statement left Jiang Luo momentarily taken aback. A sense of familiarity washing over him. Memories of their past interactions flooded back. During those late nights at the office, Lu Qian would often inquire about his well-being. Though she never awaited his departure, she would remark that it was too late, and with that time, she could accomplish myriad tasks. At the time, Jiang Luo brushed it off, yet in retrospect, it was evident that she simply did not wish to wait. He had never truly pondered this before. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanzhi's expression darkened in confusion. He too was bewildered by Lu Qian's presence in their studio. How had she found them? What were her intentions? Su Qingye maintained a cold demeanor, his curiosity piqued about the unfolding events. What's the matter? Is there something you need? Jiang Luo steadied his breath and inquired calmly. There is indeed a matter. Otherwise I wouldn't have waited for you to finish work, Lu Qian responded, her expression taut, concealing an unexpected nervousness. She had initially believed Jiang Luo was alone, never anticipating the presence of Su Qingye and Zhang Yuanzhi. The words she had intended to voice were abruptly stifled by her growing apprehension. With so many people around, how could she find the courage to speak? Yet, she resolved that she must articulate her concerns, as they were pressing and required resolution. She hoped that with but a gentle nudge from her, Jiang Luo would instinctively offer comfort, as he often did. As she contemplated this, Lu Qian stole a glance at Jiang Luo, harboring an unspoken anticipation that perhaps, if she remained silent, he might take the initiative to console her. In that fleeting moment, her eyes trembled slightly. Jiang Luo, too, found his expression shifting to one of perplexity. What do you wish to say? Why do you look that way? At times, Jiang Luo found it difficult to discern Lu Qian's intentions. Yet, based on his understanding of her, he sensed a flicker in her gaze that seemed to implore him to speak. The question lingered. What exactly should he say? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Disbelief washed over his features. Could it be that Lu Qian was waiting for him to apologize and seek her forgiveness? In that instant, Zhang Luo felt the weight of that possibility loom large. After all, Lu Qian had always been this way, steadfast and unyielding, never once lowering her head. Regardless of her transgressions, she was resolute in her belief that Zhang Luo would undoubtedly forgive her. Indeed, in those days, he did. Whenever Lu Qian was discontented, it felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. He would rush to her side, employing every conceivable method to restore her joy. Yet, in truth, Zhang Luo often found himself perplexed, unsure of where he had erred. Even now, as he reflected upon it, he recalled the countless nights spent working overtime for her, the dreams he relinquished to serve her, and the rift it caused with his family. Yet the final outcome was still separation. Where, then, had he gone astray? Fortunately, he had moved beyond the phase of grappling with right and wrong. At this juncture, he believed wholeheartedly that he had done nothing amiss. As for the promises he had once made, no matter what, I shall believe in you, protect you, and stand by you. Wasn't it the very essence of a knight to cherish a princess? He thought, surely, you must have loved me well in return. Thus I must love you even more. These words cascaded through his mind like debris, fine sand, and remnants surfacing from the depths of the ocean. Exposed upon the orange-hued waves, Zhang Luo snapped back to reality, only to find Lu Qian's face reflecting a blend of anxiety, anticipation, and distress. How curious. This was the first time he had witnessed such an expression. Was she here to seek reconciliation? Following his previous line of thought, should he now contemplate whether this was perhaps his sole chance in life? After all, Lu Qian had humbled her proud demeanor. Yet, a hint of regret washed over Zhang Luo's face, accompanied by an emerging smile deep within. What relevance does this hold for me, Ms. Lu Qian? Surely you've heard that a delayed apology is as trivial as grass. You cannot possibly believe that I would remain stationary, waiting foolishly for your return? With this thought, Zhang Luo, now slightly amused, fixed his bright gaze upon Lu Qian and said, "What is it you wish to convey? Speak, or I shall take my leave." "Why you?" Lu Qian was momentarily taken aback. After waiting for so long, how could this be the outcome? What did Zhang Luo mean by this? Had he failed to grasp her unspoken hints, or was he deliberately attempting to toy with her? Anger surged within her. Did she really have to spell it out? Was her mere presence not sufficient? Zhang Luo blinked, his expression one of shock. "Are you all right?" Lu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated Zhang Luo would utter such words. "You're insane. Let us go." Zhang Luo gently shook his head, showing no leniency toward Lu Qian. Yet, at that moment, she called out to him, her face a mixture of embarrassment and frustration. "I need your help. There's a bug in that game of yours." After uttering those words, Lu Qian felt her ears flush with warmth, as she had never anticipated expressing such sentiments aloud. After all, it was rather undignified. However, she quickly recalibrated her mindset. Well, since I have voiced it, Zhang would surely be pleased. After all, this opportunity would allow him to endear himself to me. He should come bounding over, exclaiming his delight, and we would revert to our former camaraderie. Yet, upon hearing her words, Zhang Luo wore a complex expression, a blend of curiosity and contemplation. As expected, Lu Qian had come for this very matter. It was entirely within his expectations. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanzhi's eyes widened in astonishment, his countenance reflecting sheer shock. "No, my friend. Is this true? Did he mishear?" Lu Qian was actually approaching Zhang Luo for a solution to the game bug? If memory serves, she had previously pilfered the game from him, hadn't she? Yet now, she confronted him with such audacity. Zhang Yuanzhi silently massaged his temples, overwhelmed by the revelation, feeling as though the world was spiraling into an incomprehensible madness. Su Qingya furrowed her brow slightly. Even with her seasoned perspective as a mature professor, this was the first time she had encountered such a scenario. Is it possible that someone as extraordinary as Lu Qian truly exists in this world? Zhang Luo, after a moment of reflection, could not help but feel as if the veil had been irrevocably lifted. Before him stood Lu Qian, adorned in an ethereal princess gown, a style he once cherished. The familiar scent of golden citrus wafted through the air. He had to admit, Lu Qian appeared in her most recognizable form. Yet, inexplicably, she felt strangely unfamiliar. Had she adorned herself to curry favor? Not quite. From beginning to end, Lu Qian maintained her lofty demeanor. Even in her attempts at goodwill, she remained elevated above. It was as if she extended a foot, taunting a sycophant. "Look, I've shed my modesty. Will you not worship me?" Alas, the past is no longer the present. How much do I resemble my former self now? Zhang Luo chuckled and gazed at Lu Qian, asking, what makes you think I would divulge the solution to this bug? Or perhaps you genuinely believe I am unaware of its existence? At these words, Lu Qian's expression shifted dramatically. She had envisioned countless responses, yet never anticipated Zhang Luo would react in such a manner. Moreover, Zhang Yuanjia displayed an amused expression. Ah, Zhang, you truly possess a cunning mind, don't you? It was now clear to him what Zhang Luo meant when he spoke of having plans from the outset. Su Qingye raised an eyebrow slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. No wonder this young man maintained such composure regarding the matter. It seems he had indeed been prepared all along. Quite commendable. She had kept it from her, waiting for this moment. In an instant, Su Qingye understood why Zhang Luo had so easily let these individuals go. It was because he had been waiting here. It seemed that the young man had matured far beyond her expectations. He was no longer the vulnerable little boy she remembered, but had transformed into a man capable of bearing his own burdens. As Su Qingye's thoughts swirled, Lu Qian was already fixated on Zhang Luo, her lips quivering slightly. What do you mean? Was it intentional? Did you deliberately leave this bug in the game to set me up? Chapter 38. She is my artist. She is exceptional. Is that what you mean? Did you intentionally leave this bug in the game to ensnare me? It was evident that Lu Qian was genuinely angry, trembling all over. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Zhang Luo, filled with disbelief and fury. She had come today to offer him an out, had taken the initiative to approach him, had given him an opportunity. Yet, Zhang Luo responded in such a manner? Was he not being excessive? Sensing the anger in Lu Qian's words, Zhang Luo remained remarkably calm, seemingly unfazed by her reaction. He replied in a nonchalant tone, firstly, I did not set you up, as I never compelled you to use this game. Moreover, it was you who appropriated my game. I was merely curious. You never informed me when you took the game. So how was I to know you would encounter trouble because of it? Zhang Luo's response was so straightforward that it left Lu Qian's head spinning. Zhang Yuanjia, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected with a mocking tone. To be honest, Lu Qian, we're all classmates. Why resort to this charade? When you broke up with Lao Jiang, you conveniently took this game with you. I recall Lao Jiang never said a word to you about it. Nor did he cause you any trouble, right? Under such circumstances, shouldn't you be reveling in your good fortune? How do you have the audacity to come over and inquire about the bug? Zhang Yuanjia sneered, his tone growing colder. And I must say, if you are seeking help, you ought to adopt a humble attitude. Was that your attitude just now? With such an elevated stance, who were you trying to impress? One must admit, at that moment, Lao Zhang displayed a certain prowess. However, Zhang Luo could not help but cast a resentful glance at Zhang Yuanjia, thinking, you've said your piece, enjoyed your moment. And what am I to do? Meanwhile, Lu Qian, listening to Zhang Yuanjia's words, felt her face flush with embarrassment and anger, unable to meet Zhang Luo's gaze. For Zhang Yuanjia had spoken the unvarnished truth. If one were to be honest, she had indeed not sought Zhang Luo's consent. Yet, how could Lu Qian possibly acknowledge her mistake at this juncture? She lifted her head and fixed her gaze upon Zhang Luo, her voice involuntarily sharpening. Am I a thief? Have you forgotten that when we were together, you said all of this was done for me? If it was for my sake, then pray tell. On what grounds do you claim I cannot utilize it? Furthermore, when I approached you to inquire about the bug, if you chose not to divulge anything, must you resort to mockery? Or is it your intention to ridicule me? Zhang Luo, I must confess, I am profoundly disappointed in you. I never anticipated that you could be so fundamentally unprincipled. Listening to Lu Qian's fierce words, Zhang Luo couldn't help but laugh. Finally, it was his turn to retaliate. Wasn't it? Awaken, dormant spirit of vengeance. Why should I concern myself with your opinion of me? And as for doing things for you, did I not give it to you? If you desire it so fervently, I would not mind presenting it to you. But tell me, why must you still demand after sales service post-breakup? Do you possess an unattractive appearance yet yearn for beauty? You accuse me of being deliberate? If that is your belief, what can I do about it? Consider me as intentionally vexing you. It is my greatest delight to cause others distress. Zhang Luo exhaled deeply, feeling a refreshing sense of clarity and ease wash over him. Indeed, at this juncture, rather than engage in internal turmoil, it is far more liberating to unleash my fury upon the world. As for Lu Qian's subsequent reactions, he felt utterly indifferent. Having spent the first half of his life as a sycophant, he would now embrace a life defined solely by rebellion. Observing Zhang Luo's outburst, Lu Qian stood transfixed. her gaze vacant, rendered speechless. After all these years, as flowers bloomed and withered, this was the first time she beheld such a version of Jiang Luo. He cursed without resorting to foul language, yet each word pierced her heart, making her wish to turn on her heel and leave instantly. Was this truly Jiang Luo? The gentle soul she had known, who could never utter a single curse. In that moment, Lu Qian's mind faltered, leaving her at a loss for words. Her gaze then fell upon Su Qingye, and an inexplicable surge of anger surged within her. She understood. Jiang Luo's transformation into this unfamiliar figure was entirely this woman's fault. Even the way he cursed bore a striking resemblance. No wonder Jiang Luo hesitated to treat her kindly. No wonder he deliberately set her up. It was all this woman's doing. With this realization, Lu Qian took a deep breath, her tone laced with sarcasm. You have said so much, but is it truly meaningful? Are you attempting to humiliate me? You should perhaps reflect on your own character. You have seamlessly transitioned to her so quickly. How can you even question my actions when you treat me this way? As these words escaped her lips, Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback. Remarkable. Was she attempting to redirect the focus of the barrage? Jiang Luo's gaze flickered momentarily before settling on Su Qingye. Ah, Professor Su, it is my fault. Inadvertently, I have caused you to be caught in the crossfire. Su Qingye, momentarily taken aback, could not help but let a faint smile grace her lips. Well, this is indeed your doing. Just as the mature professor was swiftly contemplating how to retort, Jiang Luo spoke calmly. His demeanor was composed, though a subtle turmoil stirred within him. Surely, Professor Su must feel somewhat displeased, having been caught in the line of fire here. As the head of the studio, indeed, he could be considered the boss in this context. He ought to say something in her defense, right? With this thought in mind, Jiang Luo turned to Lu Qian and reiterated. Firstly, a person's mouth should not be wielded to spread falsehoods. Secondly, allow me to formally introduce you to our artist, Professor Su Qingye. Her artistry is exceptional. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingye was momentarily stunned, her brow slightly relaxing. You rascal, why did you take the initiative? I was just preparing to make my move. And now you are poised to conclude the match? Yet, upon reconsideration, she felt a surge of joy, akin to the sensation of a small man stepping forward to defend himself. This feeling was rather delightful. However, what had that foolish Jiang Dodo just said? Her artistry is exceptional. Was that a compliment directed at me? Having received countless accolades and adoration since childhood, Su Qingye's eyes suddenly sparkled, reminiscent of the sun breaking through after a long winter, radiantly bright. In truth, she was unsure why this declaration brought her joy. Nonetheless, Jiang Luo's praise caused her heart to race unexpectedly. Chapter 39. What does it have to do with me? It must be said, after Jiang Luo's remarks, Su Qingye felt her spirits lift, a gentle smile adorning her face. Jiang Luo, oblivious to Su Qingye's reaction, continued addressing Lu Qian. Therefore, I hope that from this moment on, you will cease spreading rumors. It is truly distasteful. Lu Qian was rendered speechless, her mind feeling somewhat vacant and sluggish. What had Jiang Luo just said? To refrain from spreading rumors? And Su Qingye was now the artist at the studio? Did this mean Jiang Luo no longer wanted her? Wait, hadn't Jiang Luo previously claimed that she was his sole artist? What was the current situation? In an instant, Lu Qian experienced a sensation of abandonment. She felt like a jester, scurrying over in the hopes that a mere bow of her head would restore Jiang Luo to his former self. Yet, his responses made her realize that she had been deluding herself. Jiang Luo had never entertained such thoughts. What significance does her standing here hold? It feels akin to the presence of a jester. Consequently, Lu Qian's gaze began to waver, a desire to flee surged within her. Yet her legs felt as though they were rooted to the ground, her surroundings dimming into shadows. She bit down hard on her lip. Her once rosy and delicate visage now devoid of color, her eyes fixated on Jiang Luo, seemingly on the verge of shedding tears. When had she ever endured such indignity? When had Jiang Luo ever subjected her to such humiliation? Jiang Luo, do you possess no heart? This overwhelming sense of disparity was something Lu Qian had never contemplated in her lifetime. Where had the gentle Jiang Luo of yesteryears vanished to? Upon this realization, Lu Qian could not help but take a step back, her hand pressed against the door, striving to lift her gaze, no matter how she smiled. Her meticulously crafted makeup rendered her appearance unsightly. Cough, cough. So you have indeed found a more suitable candidate, haven't you? What about me? The moment those words escaped her lips, Regret flooded Lu Qian. How utterly pitiful, how exceedingly humble. Yet she felt an insatiable defiance. She could not believe that Zhang Luo would remain unaffected by her declaration. She would not resign herself to the notion that Zhang Luo could so easily abandon her after all these years of affection. Love so grand, and yet so easily cast aside. Zhang Luo appeared momentarily taken aback. Observing the woman before him, his expression bore a peculiar curiosity as he replied, "You? What relevance do you have to me?" With that statement, Lu Qian's complexion turned ashen, the light in her eyes dimmed. Then, Zhang Luo continued, "If I must say, as an ex-girlfriend, don't you have a slight issue? We have parted ways. Why should I concern myself with you? Refrain from showing up unannounced and disrupting our meals." Upon uttering these words, Zhang Luo casually glanced at Su Qingye and Zhang Yuanjia. "Let us go. We have already wasted over 10 minutes. With that, he turned to leave. Then, Lu Qian, her demeanor suddenly fierce and her tone sharp, reclaimed her former haughty stance. "Fine. I shall not return henceforth, and there will be no matters to trouble you with. It would be best if we never laid eyes on each other again." With that proclamation, Lu Qian clicked her heels and strode away without a backward glance, fearful that Zhang Luo would witness the tears she had valiantly suppressed. Zhang Yuanjia, witnessing the scene, was utterly astonished. "Wow, my friend, you have transformed. It seems you have truly let go." To be candid, he had never encountered Zhang Luo in such a manner, nor had he seen Lu Qian so vulnerable. In his memory, Zhang Luo had almost been indistinguishable from a model gentleman. But just moments ago, each word had struck with lethal precision, a veritable verbal onslaught. Remarkable. Zhang Luo, having heard these words, cast him a fleeting glance and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't that mere nonsense? I already told you to let go last time." Zhang Yuanjia, with a grin that suggested he understood, remarked, "Well, I can't help but worry that you might revert to your old ways. After all, as the saying goes, a dog can't change its habit of eating excrement." Zhang Luo merely met his gaze and replied coolly, "If you have already reached the last page of this book and know the ending, do you think that repeatedly flipping through it will alter the outcome?" At this, Zhang Yuanjia paused in silent contemplation, then gave a thumbs up, his expression tinged with admiration. "Wow, look at you, you're finally catching on. But this is the rhythm of becoming a scoundrel." Zhang Luo, uninterested in his banter, turned to Su Qingye and, with a hint of apology, said, "Professor Su, I'm sorry for involving you in this." The seasoned professor remained composed, her demeanor as frosty as ever, embodying the principle of remaining unaffected by external circumstances. She glanced at Lu Qian's distant silhouette and, in a calm tone, replied, "I didn't take it to heart. Let us just go eat." Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo felt a slight easing of his expression. His primary concern had been whether Su Qingye would be displeased due to the incident, as it bore little relevance to her. However, it seemed she was not overly bothered. Yet, for some reason, he could discern a subtle hint of regret in her gaze, a feeling of something unfulfilled. It was perplexing. The heart of a woman is as inscrutable as the depths of the sea, and one should not hastily attempt to decipher it. "Hey, you two go ahead. I just remembered that Juran had invited me to dinner last night, and I completely forgot." Zhang Yuanjia exclaimed, slapping his forehead, his expression one of dismay. "It's all your fault, old Zhang, for keeping me engrossed in this drama for so long." Zhang Luo blinked, retorting, "The legs are yours. I didn't stop you." Su Qingye chuckled softly, suggesting, "If you can't make it, just invite Juran to join us." At the sound of Professor Su addressing him, Zhang Yuanjia suddenly became a bit bashful and said, "Would that be appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Juran is my student. Invite her over. It's just right." Su Qingye replied, her brow slightly furrowed as she added, "I should assign her some tasks as well. If we want to make progress, we indeed need an assistant." The idea of finding help had already crossed Su Qingye's mind, and now she felt it was time to act upon it. "Sure, Juran will probably be thrilled," Zhang Yuanjia remarked, his excitement evident. After all, isn't Professor Su the one Juran admires the most? Working alongside her would surely delight Juran. However, Zhang Yuanjia noted that Juran had already arrived at the restaurant. "Let us do it next time, Professor Su," he said, glancing at his messages with a grimace. Zhang Luo, exasperated, chided, "Then why are you still here? Hey, I knew you would want to rush me out." Zhang Yuanjia retorted, as Zhang Yuanjia jested. He scampered away with an air of lightheartedness. Observing his retreating figure, Zhang Luo couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. How wonderful it is to be in a healthy romantic relationship. Yet, just as her thoughts danced fleetingly, she was interrupted by Su Qingye's voice. What's the matter, Jiang Daodu? Are you, in fact, feeling quite heartbroken? She feigned calmness, while the truth was that Jiang Luo was struggling to move on, burdened by sorrow. Chapter 40. Unsteady steps when the cool, measured voice of Professor Su rang out from behind. Jiang Luo nearly stumbled. Turning around, she was met with the bemused expression of the mature professor, who remarked, I suggest you allow yourself a good cry. After all, you did utter those harsh words about never wanting to see each other again. Jiang Luo's lips twitched slightly. Just splendid. Professor Su was teasing her again. With a glum countenance, she muttered, Professor Su, that's quite off the mark. I'm not heartbroken at all. I merely feel a bit sentimental, regretting that if I had known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? Really? Su Qingye inquired skeptically. Of course not, Professor Su. I am not that type of person. When I say I've moved on, I mean it. Men are steadfast, never speaking in vain. Well then, I assumed you were quite upset and was planning to treat you to something nice. But since you're not, I suppose we'll just head to work as usual, Su Qingye replied, shaking her head with mild disappointment. She had thought Jiang Luo might be feeling low and had intended to take him out for a drink to unwind. However, the next moment, Jiang Luo's expression turned serious. Not heartbroken? How could that be possible? Professor, what delightful fare shall we indulge in? Let us go. Su Qingye paused, her gaze fixed on the young man who was desperately trying to suppress his amusement. Her lips twitched involuntarily as she remarked, Didn't you just claim to be heartbroken? Yet here you are, smiling. Deceiving a mature professor comes with its own penalties. Faced with her discerning gaze, Jiang Luo chuckled nervously. To say I'm deeply heartbroken would be an exaggeration, but to claim I'm unscathed would be untrue. After all, after so many years, one must lament the squandering of their heartfelt devotion. Su Qingye turned her face away, somewhat reluctant to engage further. After all this back and forth, it seemed that her concern for his feelings was unwarranted. Jiang Yu was right. One should not indulge in pity for man, as it seldom leads to favorable outcomes. She realized she had erred. After a moment of self-reflection, Su Qingye adopted a stern demeanor. Very well, let us go. This time, she opted to drive instead of letting Jiang Luo take the wheel. It was the first time he had witnessed her driving, and he had to admit, when a woman exudes confidence, it often eclipses the presence of men altogether. At this moment, Su Qingye donned sunglasses, and the wind outside the car tousled her hair, giving her an air of unrestrained elegance. Professor Su, you drive quite swiftly, she remarked. If your foot isn't heavy, the road won't be steady. Su Qingye spoke with a hint of indifference. Whoa. Jiang Luo felt his body abruptly press against the backrest, his lips twitching slightly. Goodness, this woman is something else. Quite intense. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt. Jiang Luo, feeling somewhat dazed, noticed his facial muscles were a bit stiff, and his gaze lingered momentarily on the bar before him. In the next instant, memories long buried surged forth. That night. It was right here. He grasped the woman's long, shapely leg encased in black silk, holding on tightly. With a deep exhale, Jiang Luo's expression grew somewhat awkward. He forced a chuckle and turned to Su Qingye, asking, Professor Su, what brings us here? Su Qingye glanced at him and replied coolly, I was in a sour mood and thought to bring you for a drink, to unwind a bit. Oh, Jiang Luo nodded, understanding dawning upon him. No wonder they had suddenly arrived at a cafe. However, curiosity gnawed at him. Was this cafe truly owned by Su Qingye? Had she really opened a cafe? Was that plausible? Noticing Jiang Luo's inquisitive gaze, Su Qingye began to explain. I purchased this place 5 years ago when I had just started at the university. I wanted a spot to enjoy coffee during my lunch breaks, but I found no suitable cafes nearby. So, I bought a shop, renovated it, and opened a cafe myself. Perhaps due to its location, the business has been thriving, and I've been doing well over the past couple of years, hence I kept it open. Upon entering, Su Qingye led Jiang Luo directly to a private room by the window, where a subtle fragrance permeated the air. After he settled into his seat, she turned to him and asked, Would you prefer coffee or something stronger? Let's have coffee. I still have work to do this afternoon. Jiang Luo contemplated before opting against alcohol, knowing it could lead to distractions. Upon hearing this, Su Qingye exhibited an approving expression. Indeed, a man with ambition is commendable. 2 cups of coffee, please. Shortly thereafter, the server brought 2 cups to their table. Jiang Luo took a sip and gazed out the window. watching the students from Magic City University. The view here is rather pleasant. I quite enjoy sitting here, especially in the afternoons, he remarked. Su Qingye smiled faintly in response. I've also had the kitchen prepare some snacks. They should arrive shortly. That sounds delightful. Zhang Luo relaxed comfortably in his chair, a sense of ease washing over him. Do you feel any regret about how things ended? Su Qingye suddenly inquired. Regret? Zhang Luo paused, then shook his head with a smile. Not at all. How long did it last? It may have been 5 years, perhaps. Has it truly been that long? A flicker of surprise appeared in Su Qingye's eyes. This little man before her had been entangled with that woman for 5 years. Her fists clenched tightly. Had she known, she would have scolded him more fiercely just moments ago. 5 years? Really? Zhang Luo shook her head, a bemused expression gracing her features. I don't perceive it as lengthy. It feels as though time has slipped by unnoticed. It's quite impressive. I never expected you could endure for so long. Su Qingye inhaled deeply before sipping her coffee. So now, this is how you part ways, Not now. It has long been concluded. Today is merely the formal severance, Zhang Luo corrected earnestly. Very well. A severance it is, Su Qingye nodded, her gaze taking on a playful quality. Yet you haven't informed me that you had a contingency plan. Oh, I simply hadn't thought of it at the time, Zhang Luo chuckled awkwardly. Moreover, I truly didn't regard this matter as significant. In my view, should they wish to proceed, they would undoubtedly encounter issues. However, I didn't anticipate their rapidity. I had hoped they would delay their downfall a bit longer. Quite intriguing. Su Qingye smiled lightly, choosing not to delve further into the topic. Instead, she casually inquired, how long until our game goes live? I'm uncertain when it commences. She noted, referring to the game as we rather than I. Zhang Luo paused slightly at her choice of words. It should be soon, if the artwork progresses swiftly. It ought not to take long. All right, because in a while, I may become somewhat occupied, Su Qingye remarked, glancing at the time with a hint of seriousness. Somewhat occupied? Zhang Luo was taken aback, not having anticipated this. He quickly nodded, then I can expedite the progress. However, Professor Su, you must take care to rest. It seems you've been burning the midnight oil of late. At his words, Su Qingye involuntarily paused. This small man indeed possessed a certain compassion. With this thought, the mature professor smiled slightly. Since you're so concerned about me, would you be so kind as to assist me? Being a teaching assistant? No problem. I can handle that, Zhang Luo declared, waving his hand dismissively with an air of calm. What is merely being a teaching assistant? Although I often find myself the subject of much discussion, it's not a significant issue. I'll just go and get it done. However, Su Qingye shook her head. This isn't such a trivial matter. It's somewhat troublesome. Professor Su, please don't hesitate to voice it. Zhang Luo thumped his chest, a sincere expression illuminating his face. In my view, your assistance has been invaluable to me. At this point, I would face any challenge without hesitation. Is the next line about reaching for the stars? Professor Su, your ability to dismantle the situation seems to have grown stronger, Zhang Luo remarked. A hint of awkwardness in his smile. Yet, with sincerity, he added, nevertheless, I maintain my stance. Professor Su, if you require my assistance, I shall endeavor to the best of my abilities. Is that so? Professor Su responded with a playful smile. Then I must speak candidly. Do not harbor any fears. Speak freely. What is there to fear for a man of your stature? Zhang Luo dismissed the concern, believing that Su Qingye would not propose anything too challenging or burdensome. Very well, since you possess such confidence, I shall share, he declared. My family is pressuring me to consider marriage. This evening, would you kindly pretend to be my boyfriend? Observing the serious expression on Su Qingye's face, it was evident she was not joking. Zhang Luo felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Are you suggesting that I accompany you home? The notion was utterly shocking, leaving Zhang Luo questioning its authenticity. If this were indeed true, he was somewhat taken aback. Su Qingye nodded, entirely earnest, stating, precisely. If you do not accompany me home, how can you convincingly feign being my boyfriend? Furthermore, you will need to manage their expectations as well. Is that agreeable? Honestly, I believe I need to contemplate this further, as it poses quite a challenge. Zhang Luo replied earnestly. This was not a matter to be decided lightly. After all, it involved meeting her family. In his eyes, this was akin to a familial introduction, warranting careful consideration. Moreover, he lacked experience in such matters, having never encountered a situation like this even during his time with Lu Qian. Noticing Zhang Luo's anxious demeanor, Su Qingye chuckled softly. Is it truly that daunting? I'm here with you. You're not facing them alone. Zhang Luo felt a tinge of embarrassment. Do you think it inappropriate? In my view, this isn't a grave matter. Su Qingye responded calmly. You need not feel undue pressure. No one will judge you. I will shield you from any scrutiny. I simply hope you can assist me with this request. Otherwise, I may have to confront individuals I would prefer to avoid. Zhang Luo furrowed his brow, beginning to understand Su Qingye's perspective. Thus, taking a deep breath, he looked up earnestly at her and stated, Professor Su, I will agree to this. You consented just like that? Now it was Su Qingye's turn to be taken aback. She had not anticipated that Zhang Luo would readily acquiesce. Originally, I thought Zhang Luo was unwilling, and I felt a tinge of regret and disappointment, considering that I would have to devise another plan. However, to my surprise, Zhang Luo smiled and said, I agree, Professor Su. I hesitated momentarily because I have never done this before, but I believe you need me, so it is my duty, is it not? From Zhang Luo's perspective, since Su Qingye had proposed this matter, he could not afford to hesitate. After all, when he needed support, Su Qingye had stepped forward without reservation. And now, moreover, Zhang Luo had always felt that Su Qingye treated him exceptionally well, and at times, he ought to take action in return. Was it not his obligation? Su Qingye looked at Zhang Luo before smiling. Since you are willing, I shall take you at your word. No problem at all. If you are indeed coming tonight, let us first take a stroll together. At that moment, the dishes had already been served. As Su Qingye ate, she spoke with an unnoticeable sparkle of excitement in her eyes. She had not anticipated that Zhang Luo would genuinely agree. In her view, a young man might hesitate or even refuse, given that their time together had been rather brief. Thus, she had no confidence in her assertion. Today, she had merely wished to test the waters, only to discover that Zhang Luo had acquiesced. It seemed that he was quite courageous after all. With this thought, Su Qingye quietly inhaled, feeling a flutter of joy within her. The mood of the mature professor evidently improved, and once she was in good spirits, it visibly manifested on her face. Generally, we would refer to this as the demeanor of an adorable young girl. Unfortunately, the current Professor Su was already an alluring mature woman. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Luo was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. Why did you suddenly say that? What are we going to do later? Well, I will take you shopping for clothes. Last time, I only bought you pajamas. Since you are pretending to be my boyfriend today, I, of course, must fulfill the role of a girlfriend, Su Qingye replied with a playful smile. However, after saying this, she felt her ears flush slightly. Initially, she intended to tease Zhang Luo a little, only to find herself blushing and feeling a tad embarrassed. Zhang Luo's cheeks also turned slightly red, but he quickly overthought the situation, murmuring to himself, a girlfriend? That sounds quite nice. Could this also serve as material for my designs? Perhaps I could incorporate it into my game. That would indeed be splendid. Upon hearing this, Su Qingye's lips twitched slightly. Chapter 42. The blooming period of men listening to Zhang Luo's response. Su Qingye was momentarily rendered speechless. If Zhang Yuanjia had heard this, he would undoubtedly give a thumbs up. Given his extensive experience in romantic games, one must acknowledge, Hakilo, you truly are remarkable. Typically, in such scenarios, one would already be silently loathed by the female counterpart. What a splendid and evident opportunity for a girl to express her affection. Your blatant naivety is almost alarming. In truth, after a moment of slight embarrassment, Zhang Luo's mind immediately pivoted to his career. His thoughts were consumed by the gaming experience. Recently, he had felt a scarcity of inspiration while developing games. Yet now, he realized that inspiration had indeed arrived. What if he could design a female protagonist who actively suggests a pretend boyfriend scenario? How exhilarating that would be. Observing the gleam in Zhang Luo's eyes, Su Qingye felt it necessary to extricate him from his immersive career mindset. With a slight twitch of her lips, she gently urged, Zhang Luo, you should eat. The food is getting cold. Upon hearing Su Qingye's words, Zhang Luo snapped back to reality, unable to suppress a bemused expression. Apologies, Professor Su, I just connected a lot of thoughts. Su Qingye raised an eyebrow, glancing at Zhang Luo's slightly sheepish demeanor, and inquired, what thoughts did you connect? Were you imagining their daily life as a couple? No, I was thinking about creating this storyline. Su Qingye's eyelids twitched once more, and she responded nonchalantly, well, hurry up and eat. Zhang Luo felt somewhat bewildered, sensing an abrupt shift in Su Qingye's demeanor. She had seemed so cheerful just moments ago. What had transpired? After their meal, Su Qingye spoke to the waiter for a moment before turning to Zhang Luo. Let us go. We need to buy some clothes. All right. Zhang Luo was curious as to why they needed new attire. Did his outfit appear unappealing today? It seemed Su Qingye had read his thoughts, as she calmly remarked. I'm not saying you look bad. I just believe this style may not suit you. But that is all right. It's common for men. Why is that? Zhang Luo could not help but inquire with curiosity. When in a relationship, a girlfriend often helps choose styles that suit you better. Women generally have a keener eye in this regard. And what about after a breakup? The seasoned professor glanced at Zhang Luo and replied coolly, after a breakup. Men tend to strengthen themselves, often engaging in fitness and weight loss. Haven't you heard? A toned physique is the best cosmetic enhancement for men. Listening to Su Qingye's words, Zhang Luo found himself lost in contemplation. It must be said that Su Qingye's words hold considerable wisdom. So, do I belong to the former or the latter? You belong to the former. As I shall now adopt the perspective of a girlfriend to adjust your attire to better suit your style. At this juncture, Su Qingye paused slightly and added, regarding fitness. I genuinely believe you are already quite well proportioned. With some training, developing abs should come easily. Her expression was calm, her heart steady. In truth, these were mere fabrications on her part. However, the rationale behind her words was sound. Women often aspire to see men embody the qualities they admire. She aimed to seize this opportunity to enhance Zhang Luo's style, ideally to align it with her own preferences. Now, she couldn't help but feel a smirk of disdain. What does Lu Qian know about the allure of a man? The current style utterly fails to showcase Zhang Luo's attractiveness. As for the abs, that was purely her personal inclination. She indeed had a fondness for toned physiques. Meanwhile, Zhang Luo found himself lost in thought. There was truth in her assertion. When he was with Lu Qian, he had been encouraged to wear certain styles of clothing, and over time, he had grown accustomed to them. However, to be frank, not only did Su Qingye find them unappealing, but he himself also felt the same way. What style and type does Professor Su prefer? Zhang Luo lifted his gaze, curious to ascertain Su Qingye's tastes. He was genuinely intrigued about what kind of aesthetic a cool and composed goddess like her would favor. In response to his inquiry, Su Qingye merely regarded him for a moment before averting her gaze and replied nonchalantly, I do not have a particularly favored type. We shall see when the time comes. The mature woman remained quite reserved, clearly reluctant to reveal her thoughts too soon. In truth, she had resolved to gradually express her ideas once they arrived at the store. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo felt no urgency. After all, he would soon discover the answer. Before long, Su Qingye drove him to the shopping mall, leading him directly into several menswear boutiques, appearing quite at ease in her movements. Zhang Luo felt a twinge of confusion. Did Professor Su frequently visit menswear stores? Miss Su, it's been a while. The store manager spotted Su Qingye and promptly approached her with a warm greeting. Su Qingye acknowledged her with a slight nod and stated, Today, I've brought my boyfriend to choose some clothing. Your boyfriend? The manager's gaze swiftly shifted to Zhang Luo, causing his face to flush instantly. Goodness, Professor Su, your pace is remarkably swift. I can hardly keep up. How did we suddenly leap to the term boyfriend? Is that appropriate? Is it reasonable? Yet, one cannot deny that it is rather exhilarating. The gentleman appears to possess a tall and slender physique, akin to that of a clothes hanger. Miss Su certainly has an eye for talent. The female manager teased with a cheerful smile. Even Su Qingye felt a slight warmth on her cheeks. She cast a casual glance at Zhang Luo and, feigning calmness, suggested, Let me select a few outfits for you to try on. All right, Zhang Luo replied. Shortly thereafter, Su Qingye had chosen 5 ensembles and handed them to him. Try them on one by one. You might find something that suits you. Sure, Zhang Luo nodded, taking the garments and heading towards the fitting room. Observing his figure disappear, Su Qingye then turned her gaze to the female manager, who wore a playful smile. Unable to suppress her exasperation, she said, Could you refrain from looking at me like that? He might misunderstand. And what if he does? Aren't we allowed to share such things as good friends? Is he truly your boyfriend? Zhang Qianran, the store's owner and a close friend of Su Qingye, inquired eagerly, prompting her to come here first whenever she wished to shop. Raising an eyebrow, Su Qingye responded, Actually, he is not. Do you believe that? I don't. Zhang Qianran replied with a giggle. I find it hard to believe that someone with your personality would bring an unrelated person along. At this remark, Su Qingye couldn't help but smile helplessly. You say that as if I have any control over it. I was merely joking. Did you take me seriously? Zhang Qianran shook her head, her expression full of mischief. Not necessarily. While others may not understand your character, I certainly do. You wouldn't casually bring a man into your life. Whether he is your boyfriend now is debatable, but who knows what the future holds. Listening to Zhang Qianran's playful banter, Su Qingye's gaze flickered slightly, and she sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. What on earth was this situation? However, before they could delve deeper into conversation, they heard the sound of Jiang Luo emerging from the fitting room. Professor Su, how do I look in this outfit? Upon hearing his words, both Su Qingye and Zhang Qianran's conversations abruptly ceased. Su Qingye immediately turned her attention to him, her expression reflecting surprise. At that moment, Jiang Luo stood before the mirror, clad in a crisp white shirt, fitted athletic pants, and sports shoes. His figure appeared exceptionally elongated, exuding a youthful vigor. One could not deny that Jiang Luo was indeed handsome. It seemed, however, that his fashion sense had previously been overshadowed. Moreover, Su Qingye suddenly felt it might be necessary to consider a change in Jiang Luo's hairstyle as well. His current coiffure did not do justice to his good looks. Observing Su Qingye's contemplative expression, Jiang Luo felt somewhat bewildered. What could Su Qingye possibly mean? Why are you silent? You seem lost in thought. Isn't it appealing, Professor Su? Jiang Luo couldn't help but inquire. It is indeed appealing. How could it not be? At that moment, Zhang Qianran interjected, attempting to lighten the mood. Though she too was puzzled as to why Su Qingye remained silent. I speak only the truth. After all this time in business, I have never encountered a young gentleman with such an impressive physique. You are truly a walking mannequin. This outfit accentuates your height splendidly. I believe it suits you perfectly. Miss Su, what is your opinion? Called upon by Zhang Qianran, she snapped back to reality, her gaze returning to Jiang Luo. You look splendid in this attire. You should purchase it. How about trying on something else? Jiang Luo found himself taken aback by her abrupt suggestion. Was it really that simple? It felt so sudden. Observing Jiang Luo's stunned expression, Su Qingye expressed her confusion. What's wrong? Don't you like this outfit? Aren't you going to change? Oh no. It's just that it feels a bit sudden. Jiang Luo retreated into the changing room once more. Seeing this, Zhang Qianran approached with a curious expression. What was that about? You seemed lost in thought just now. I must say, your young boyfriend is quite handsome, with an impressive physique. It's no wonder he caught your eye. A hint of embarrassment crossed Su Qingye's face as she replied, What are you talking about? I was merely distracted by work-related thoughts. Don't misunderstand. She added, I already mentioned he is not my boyfriend. She felt a tinge of embarrassment. Having a boyfriend was inevitable. But that time had not yet come. As for pretending he was her boyfriend, that was an even more awkward topic, one that she found quite embarrassing. If word got out that the esteemed Su Qingye had to resort to hiring someone to act as her boyfriend to appease her family, how would she maintain her reputation? Thus, Su Qingye deemed it absolutely necessary to keep this under wraps. All right. Your reluctance to admit it is rather amusing, Zhang Qianran teased. To her, Su Qingye's earlier gaze unmistakably hinted at something more, though she was not ready to acknowledge it. However, that was of little consequence. Su Qingye was renowned in their circle as the Ice Queen, known for her cool demeanor and independent thoughts. How does this look? Jiang Luo emerged once more, this time clad in an all-black casual ensemble, which transformed his aura entirely, cool and aloof. Even Zhang Qianran, accustomed to handsome faces, couldn't help but be captivated by his striking appearance. This young man certainly had a unique charm. In his white casual attire, he exuded a youthful vibrancy, full of life. Dressed in casual black attire, a distinct aura of aloofness and restraint enveloped her. What do you think, Professor Su? Jiang Lemu's gaze was intensely fixed on Su Qingye. Unable to resist, Su Qingye gently nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, my judgment proves to be impeccable. Zhang Qianran's lips curled slightly. Unable to conceal her amusement, finally acknowledging your discerning eye, are we? Yet, the next words that escaped her lips caused her smile to falter. I was referring to the clothing. Perceiving the shift in Zhang Qianran's expression, Su Qingye hastily added, only to elicit a scoff from her. Is that so? It sounds rather like a disingenuous cover-up. Su Qingye found herself at a loss for words. How could one possibly argue with this woman? Meanwhile, Jiang Lu was unable to suppress his curiosity as he observed the two before him. To be candid, he was quite intrigued by their conversation, yet found himself utterly perplexed. It felt as though they were engaging in a game of charades. I suppose I shall try on another outfit. Just as Zhang Lu was about to turn and enter the store, Su Qingye called out to him. I believe trying is unnecessary. Let us just pack everything up. I am confident you can effortlessly carry off these outfits, so there is no need to waste time in the fitting room. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu nodded. Very well. As he prepared to reach for his wallet, Zhang Qianran cheerfully interjected. Handsome boy, no need to pay. Your Professor Su has already settled the bill. By the way, are you a student? I wouldn't have guessed you shared such a forbidden romance. Zhang Lu paused, momentarily bewildered by her words. Forbidden? Before he could inquire further, Su Qingye's expression stiffened slightly as she urged him. Let us go. We have something more important to attend to. What is that? Prompted by Su Qingye, Zhang Lu exited the clothing store, curiosity evident in his gaze. A change of hairstyle. Su Qingye regarded Zhang Lu earnestly. I firmly believe your current hairstyle severely detracts from your appearance. What do you think? Zhang Lu glanced at his somewhat lengthy bangs. Falling into contemplation, indeed, they are rather long. What hairstyle would suit me better? I have a few ideas. Thus, under Su Qingye's guidance, Zhang Lu found himself somewhat bewildered as they entered a barber shop. To be honest, is this the treatment one receives as a boyfriend? Chapter 44, The Final Stop. Your gift. To be frank, Zhang Lu had never anticipated that Su Qingye would take him to change his hairstyle. This truly feels like the privilege of a boyfriend, doesn't it? It was almost too delightful. Upon entering the barber shop, Tony, the stylist, swiftly approached, a curious expression on his face. Are you here for a haircut? Yes. It is for him. Su Qingye nodded slightly, her gaze calm and serene, as it drifted over Zhang Luo's hairstyle. Finally, she spoke. I believe his hairstyle could be altered a bit more. It has grown somewhat long. While it conveys a Japanese aesthetic, I find it rather heavy. My suggestion is that you could trim it to be more streamlined, perhaps making him appear more vibrant and energetic. This was genuinely Su Qingye's perspective. In her view, Zhang Luo's current hairstyle detracted from his overall charm. He was undeniably more suited to a bright, sunny style. Upon hearing Su Qingye's words, Tony instantly understood, his face lighting up with a relaxed smile. Ah, if that's your sentiment, I comprehend. Primarily, I think this young gentleman looks handsome no matter how he styles himself. He can certainly pull off various looks. Listening to Tony, Zhang Luo felt a bit bashful. Indeed, business people are adept at flattery. Su Qingye nodded, her expression earnest as she regarded Zhang Luo. Do you have any thoughts on this? Do you think my suggestion is inappropriate? Please feel free to express your opinion. Although she aimed to craft the image of her ideal man, Su Qingye believed it essential to consider Zhang Luo's feelings. What if he were less than enthusiastic? However, Zhang Luo nodded, displaying a remarkable calmness. I think it sounds good, and I actually feel it's time for a change. I wasn't particularly fond of my previous look. Taking a deep breath, excitement flickered in his eyes. A new style might also invigorate my approach to life. Upon hearing this, Su Qingye finally exhaled discreetly, relieved that Zhang Luo had no objections. Yet, her composed demeanor remained largely unchanged as she turned to teacher Tony, nodding slightly. I believe we can begin now. Very well. Tony replied without hesitation, leading Zhang Luo to wash his hair before commencing the haircut. Throughout the process, Zhang Luo focused on his reflection as strands of hair were gradually snipped away, revealing a refreshing new style. It must be said that Tony's expertise was indeed commendable. He possessed genuine skill. I think your cutting technique is excellent. Su Qingye couldn't help but compliment from the side. A subtle smirk graced Tony's lips, revealing a hint of pride. Of course, our establishment has been around for quite some time. However, it is primarily due to this young man's striking looks. The hairstyle itself plays only a minor role, merely adjusting his aura. As he spoke, he patted Zhang Luo's shoulder cheerfully. Young man, your haircut is complete. Rise and admire your handsome new look. Zhang Luo also stood up, his gaze directed towards the mirror before him. One cannot deny that he indeed possessed a certain charm. Zhang Luo's appearance was undeniably appealing, particularly with his current hairstyle. Without a striking visage, it would be impossible to carry it off so well. His fair and delicate features accentuated his tall and handsome demeanor, coupled with the new attire that Su Qingye had purchased for him. The admiration in the eyes of women was palpable. He looked remarkably better than he did just a couple of days ago. Indeed, tenfold. It seems that the aesthetic sensibilities of a girlfriend hold significant weight. This thought fleetingly crossed his mind when, almost instinctively, Su Qingye averted her gaze, feeling a strange warmth rise within her. How could she entertain such fanciful notions? A facade, a mere pretense. He is not her real boyfriend. As her thoughts flickered, Zhang Luo had already washed and styled his hair, striding directly before her with a gentle smile. So, Professor Su, are you satisfied? Can I be your boyfriend for the evening? Upon hearing this, Su Qingye felt her cheeks flush slightly, caught off guard by such a proposition. What did he mean by asking if he could be her boyfriend? Yet, she maintained her composed demeanor, responding coldly, I am satisfied, but your own satisfaction is paramount. I think it looks quite good. Zhang Luo, gazing at his reflection, honestly felt quite pleased. That's good. Su Qingye calmly glanced at her watch before turning to Zhang Luo. Let us go. It's time for our final stop. Final stop? Zhang Luo blinked, a hint of confusion lingering in his mind. Now that they had acquired the clothing and styled his hair, what else could possibly be needed? Soon, Zhang Luo found himself following Su Qingye into a watch shop. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. Professor Su, this seems too extravagant. Surely it's unnecessary? Su Qingye cast a brief glance at him, her tone light. Why wouldn't it be necessary? Today you are accompanying me home. While I am indifferent to what others may think of you, whether they perceive you as affluent or destitute, I believe a man should always wear a watch when out in the world. As she spoke, her demeanor shifted subtly, her gaze growing earnest. Consider this a token of appreciation for your efforts today. What do you think? A token of appreciation? Zhang Luo chuckled ruefully, shaking his head. Professor Su, if you put it that way, I really cannot accept it. The reason I helped you today is because you assisted me last time. Moreover, as a man and now that we are friends, I feel I should not refuse. Therefore, I truly do not require any form of compensation. He regarded Zhang Luo's serious expression. Su Qingye hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. All right, since you've said so, I suppose that settles it. However, let us purchase it first and take it home, shall we? Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo's expression softened slightly as he replied, very well. Then, soon, Su Qingye led Zhang Luo into the watch shop, where an array of exquisite timepieces dazzled the eye, each priced exorbitantly. Although Zhang Luo's family was not lacking in wealth, he had scarcely saved any money over the past 2 years, and merely gazing at the watches made him feel a bit dizzy. Unfortunately, Su Qingye was quite straightforward, pointing at various pieces and declaring, this one, that one. I want them all. Let me see them. Chapter 45. A man cannot decline. Su Qingye's behavior could be described as extravagantly generous. Whatever caught her eye, she demanded to see it. This action caused a slight twitch at the corner of Zhang Luo's mouth, leading him to reassess Professor Su's financial prowess. This was not simply having a bit of money, it was immense wealth. Otherwise, how could one indulge in such luxurious purchases? Noticing Zhang Luo's bewildered gaze, Su Qingye turned to him and couldn't help but chuckle. Why do you look at me with such eyes? Zhang Luo sighed deeply. I can't help it. I've never encountered a woman so extraordinarily affluent. It feels as though I am being kept. At Zhang Luo's remark, Su Qingye paused momentarily. Then a playful smile graced her lips, and a rare glimmer of mischief flickered in her cool eyes. Being kept? She tilted her head, gazing at the small man beside her with an amused expression. Her crimson lips moved as she teased. You're dreaming. With that, she picked up a silver-white wristwatch and handed it to Zhang Luo. Instinctively, he recoiled. Professor Su, this is too precious. It's just a performance. There's no need. Indeed, there is a need, she interrupted, her gaze unwavering as she took Zhang Luo's hand. Then, raising an eyebrow, she mused inwardly about how handsome the small man's hands were. Their elegance could easily qualify him as a hand model. Yet her tone remained cool and composed. This watch's aura complements you perfectly. Wearing it, you'll resemble my boyfriend even more. Zhang Luo gazed at her exquisite visage, catching a hint of her delicate fragrance. Consider it alone. With no pressure, Su Qingye added nonchalantly as she released her grip. However, in her heart, she had already resolved to firmly insist on giving it to Zhang Luo after their outing, leaving him with no option to decline. At that moment, Zhang Luo was not contemplating much. Seeing Su Qingye's unwavering determination, he reluctantly acquiesced. He raised his wrist to gaze upon his very first watch, a wave of inexplicable emotions washing over him. To his astonishment, it was a gift from Professor Su. Su Qingye did not linger on him any longer. Instead, she calmly settled the bill and glanced at her phone screen. Let us go. The time is nearly upon us. Zhang Luo snapped back to reality, watching her retreating figure before hastily following her. The series of events today felt almost surreal, as though he were ensconced in a dream, or perhaps living within the pages of a novel featuring a domineering female CEO. And he, the fortunate one chosen by fate? The car glided smoothly along the route back to Su Qingye's residence. This time, Zhang Luo refrained from broaching the subject of driving. Instead, he sat quietly in the passenger seat, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the window and his reflection in the mirror. It must be said, he indeed appeared more handsome than before. Su Qingye's discerning eye had proven astute. The casual attire accentuated his already tall frame, making him appear even more statuesque. His fresh and polished hairstyle contributed to an overall impression of youthful elegance. The understated yet luxurious watch on his wrist served as the crowning touch, imbuing him with an air of composure and affluence. Through the rearview mirror, Su Qingye observed Zhang Luo's transformation, a swell of indescribable satisfaction and pride bubbling within her. Is this the little man I have meticulously groomed? Truly dashing. My taste is impeccable. A smile crept onto her lips as she playfully teased, Jiang, my dear student. You now bear a striking resemblance to a pretty boy. Coughing slightly, Zhang Luo nearly choked on his own saliva, his handsome face flushing with embarrassment as he helplessly retorted. Professor Su, is such flattery customary for you? I prefer to think of it as spirited charm. Pretty boy is far too harsh. Observing his flustered demeanor, Su Qingye's spirits lifted further, even causing her grip on the steering wheel to lighten. The atmosphere within the car was relaxed, yet subtly charged. As they approached the community where Su Qingye resided, her smile gradually faded, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. Zhang Luo, before we proceed, there are some matters I feel compelled to clarify with you. Noticing her solemnity, Zhang Luo set aside his playful demeanor, sitting up straight in earnest. Speak, I am listening. He replied, my parents are engaged in research and spend most of their time abroad, rarely returning home even once a year, Su Qingye stated in a calm tone, as though recounting an event unrelated to her own life. Consequently, family matters are primarily overseen by relatives, particularly concerning my marriage. A self-deprecating smile graced her lips. In their eyes, a woman nearing 30 who remains unmarried is simply unacceptable, hence their relentless efforts to arrange blind dates for me. Zhang Luo listened intently, gradually piecing together the scenario. No wonder such an exceptional individual as Professor Su required his assistance in pretending to be her boyfriend. She, too, was a victim of familial pressure regarding marriage. Today's gathering was orchestrated by my aunt. Su Qingye's tone carried an almost imperceptible hint of annoyance. The individual in question was reputed to be an exceptionally talented young man, hailing from a family engaged in commerce, and his family had a long-standing friendship with hers. Zhang Luo raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, finally grasping the crux of the matter. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, so, tonight isn't merely about meeting the parents. I must also serve as a shield against a potential suitor? Su Qingye turned her head to meet his gaze, a flicker of mischievous mirth dancing in her cool, clear eyes, and she nodded slightly. Indeed, her lips parted ever so slightly, her tone laced with a hint of provocation. What is the matter? Are you frightened, little man? Observing her demeanor, the twinge of nervousness that had arisen from the prospect of meeting her parents dissipated, replaced by a surge of exhilaration. A man must never admit defeat or fear. It is this very desire to prevail that matters. How could he possibly back down? This task must be accomplished. It is imperative. Zhang Luo straightened his posture, meeting Su Qingye's gaze with unwavering resolve. Fear? That is preposterous. A real man never concedes. Su Qingye chuckled at his words, finding him amusing. It seemed her initial assessment of him was not misplaced. Very well, then you must perform admirably tonight. Of course, Zhang Luo replied, adjusting his attire and taking a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. Tonight, I shall dazzle everyone. Very well, I shall be waiting, Su Qingye said, a faint smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, her peripheral vision caught a flicker on her phone screen, causing her expression to momentarily falter. Goodness. Tonight was Friday, the night she had arranged to dine with Jiang Yu. How had she inadvertently forgotten? Just then, Jiang Yu had already arrived at her doorstep, awaiting her. Chapter 46. Taking you home to be honest, Su Qingye felt as if she were spiraling into chaos. Although her demeanor was typically cool and aloof, she shared a deep bond with Jiang Yu. They were genuine confidants, meeting weekly for meals. However, this week, her attention toward Jiang Yu had noticeably waned. In fact, She had completely disregarded their customary gatherings. As this realization struck her, Su Qingye's scalp prickled slightly as she stared at her phone screen, quickly typing a response. I forgot to mention, I need to return home today. Jiang Yu replied. Why didn't you inform me sooner? I've been waiting for you for ages. What on earth is going on? With a sigh, Su Qingye felt it best to disclose the situation to Jiang Yu. My family is pressuring me into a blind date. Tonight is a critical dinner, and I've been quite busy with work, which is why I neglected to inform you earlier. Goodness. Those old folks in your family are still relentless, aren't they? Jiang Yu sighed deeply, even through the screen. She inquired about the situation, and it became apparent that the pressure from her family was once again weighing heavily upon her. This was something Su Qingye could understand, as she had endured similar experiences during this past period. Though she felt a surge of anger, a sense of helplessness accompanied it. With her parents absent, the presence of certain relatives became increasingly irksome, and due to specific circumstances, Su Qingye found herself unable to confront them directly. Reluctantly, she resolved to handle matters as she had in the past. Listening to Su Qingye's calm demeanor, Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before asking, Would you like me to assist you? Upon hearing this, Su Qingye was momentarily taken aback and quickly shook her head. No, I can manage on my own. There's nothing to worry about. I can bear it. Observing her response, Jiang Yu merely shrugged. All right, I suppose you have enough experience and do not require my help. However, where's my brother? Why isn't he home? Since you're not up for a meal with me, I'll have to find him instead. I might as well check if he has lost weight or not. Although I don't usually keep tabs on him, I can't help but worry. I feel he needs guidance. What if he falls behind? Jiang Yu's tone was laced with a hint of concern for her brother's well-being. Rest assured, I am looking after him, so what is there to worry about? Su Qingye retorted. It's precisely because of you that I feel anxious. Who doesn't know that Su Qingye has been single for so long? What if my brother catches your eye? He might be working late. You can ask him yourself. After sending this message, Su Qingye silently set her phone down. They had been parked at the entrance of the community for quite some time. At that moment, Zhang Luo looked at Su Qingye with curiosity. Professor Su, are we really not getting out of the car? Let us get out now. Are you ready? Su Qingye snapped back to reality and, looking at Zhang Luo, replied earnestly. Zhang Luo chuckled. Professor Su, I'm always ready for action. Seeing the man before her trying to amuse her brought a smile to Su Qingye's face, though she also felt a touch of exasperation. What was this little man up to? Did he think she was nervous about the family dinner? Truth be told, she was somewhat anxious. As this was her first time bringing a man home, she was uncertain how her relatives would react. Would they be furious? A wave of curiosity washed over Su Qingye. Never mind, she decided. It was of little consequence to her. Taking a deep breath, a cool demeanor settled in her eyes, and her entire presence transitioned back to the familiar state she was accustomed to. Zhang Luo blinked and said, Professor Su, has anyone ever mentioned that your expression possesses a distinctly lethal aura? Lethal? Su Qingye cast him a perplexed glance. Yes, that particularly frigid demeanor seems as if it could slay a person with a mere glance. Zhang Luo vividly described. This left Su Qingye momentarily in a contemplative state. She was aware of her naturally cold expression, but was it truly to such an extent? Upon this thought, she gazed at Zhang Luo, inhaled deeply, and made an effort to subtly adjust the smile on her face. Soon, she softly inquired, How about now? Is it any better? To her surprise, after her words fell, the man before her appeared utterly stupefied. After a considerable pause, Zhang Luo finally murmured, Never mind, Professor Su, perhaps you should refrain from smiling like that. It's simply too captivating for the average person to bear. He sincerely meant what he said. Goodness, that smile had stirred something within him. It was truly enchanting. Su Qingye blinked, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes, yet she chose to remain silent. All right, let us head inside. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return. After stretching languidly, Su Qingye unfastened her seatbelt, her graceful figure unfolding elegantly. She exchanged her flat shoes for silver high-heeled ones adorned with red soles and stepped out of the car. Instantly, her aura reverted to that of their initial meeting. Her face bore no hint of a smile, and her gaze seemed to repel any approach. This was the demeanor she, a mature professor, was most accustomed to. Zhang Luo also exited the vehicle, his casual attire radiating youthful exuberance. Professor Su, he smiled at her. However, the mature woman approached him directly, her movements slightly awkward as she linked her arm with his. Then, in a calm tone, she said, Let us go in like this. Jiang Luo shook his head in bemusement, unable to suppress a low chuckle. Professor Su, must we take this role-playing to such lengths? Su Qingye blinked, seemingly perplexed by his words, but responded earnestly, aren't couples supposed to do this? Linking arms like this. Indeed, it seems that way in dramas. And one often sees it on the streets. Jiang Luo pondered before replying. What about you? Haven't you been in a relationship? How do you not know? Jiang Luo's lips twitched slightly. As for me, when I was in a relationship, Lu Qian never linked arms with me. Just then, a melodious voice rang out. Oh, Qingye, you're back? And who is this man beside you? Chapter 47. The party is about to begin as Jiang Luo and Su Qingye engaged in conversation. A voice suddenly pierced through the air, drawing their attention. The speaker was a middle-aged woman, adorned in opulent attire and meticulously made up, her eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and curiosity. The warmth in Su Qingye's gaze evaporated instantly, replaced by an icy demeanor. Oh, look who it is, our Qingye. I never imagined you would bring a man home today. The middle-aged woman beamed, yet her eyes roamed over Jiang Luo with an unsettling intensity, as if she sought to scrutinize him thoroughly. In the face of such scrutiny, Jiang Luo remained remarkably composed. To him, being observed upon entering the Su residence was an inevitability, a reality he had mentally prepared for, rendering him indifferent to the attention. What does it matter to you? Just as Jiang Luo's thoughts flickered, Su Qingye's voice cut through the tension, calm yet assertive. The middle-aged woman's expression shifted slightly, taken aback by Su Qingye's forthrightness, clearly unprepared for such a lack of deference. Qingye, I am your elder. You should show me some respect, she retorted. Su Qingye responded with a faint, sardonic smile. Respect is earned, not given, fourth aunt. Do you grasp this principle? The fourth aunt's countenance froze, her expression darkening, yet words eluded her. Everyone knew that Su Qingye, the eldest daughter of the Su family, was sharp-tongued and formidable. Qingye, you truly are quick-witted. The fourth aunt, visibly displeased, turned on her heel to leave, casting one last glance at Jiang Luo. How intriguing. Today, your third and second aunts have arranged a matchmaking event for you, and you dare to bring a man? I wonder how they will react upon discovering this. I only hope you do not embarrass yourself, she remarked before departing. Watching her retreating figure, Su Qingye's piercing gaze softened slightly as she turned to Jiang Luo, explaining, that was my fourth aunt. Naturally timid, she tends to bully the weak and fear the strong. However, as her husband is of little consequence, she usually behaves with a certain subservience. I hope she did not frighten you, Jiang Luo. Noticing the concealed concern in Su Qingye's eyes, Jiang Luo couldn't help but chuckle softly. Professor Su, must we be so tense? I believe this is hardly a significant matter. Every family has such characters, and I must say, your assertiveness just now was quite impressive. Was it? Su Qingye replied, momentarily taken aback. I never expected Jiang Luo to say such a thing. Indeed, with just a few words, you managed to break her defenses. I must commend you. Oh, Su Qingye shook his head and calmly replied, I have been in contact with them for quite some time and have repeatedly advised them not to provoke me, yet alas, no one listens. Well, let us not concern ourselves with them any longer. Let us proceed inside. As they walked side by side, one could not help but remark on the Su family's neighborhood, a distinguished villa area in the heart of the Magic City. The Su villa, positioned centrally, exuded opulence and grandeur, radiating an aura befitting a prestigious lineage. The Su family, with its numerous members comprising elites from various professions, had amassed considerable wealth and heritage over the years. My father is the current head of the family, but he and my mother are abroad, leaving my grandfather to manage the household affairs. While walking, Su Qingye elaborated on his family's circumstances, and Jiang Luo listened with increasing admiration. No wonder Professor Su is so generous, often indulging in luxury cars, shops, and mansions. Is this truly the lifestyle of a wealthy heiress? Although the Jiang family is also affluent, they cannot quite compete with the financial legacy of the Su family, which has been built over decades. Since my parents had only one child, I am considered the sole legitimate heir of this generation. Their intentions are ostensibly to arrange a marriage for me, but in reality, they merely wish to marry me off to claim their share of the family fortune. Upon hearing Su Qingye's words, Jiang Luo raised an eyebrow in mild confusion. Do your parents not concern themselves with this matter? They are occupied with complicated affairs abroad and will not be returning for a long time. Most importantly, they cannot participate in the inheritance disputes, Su Qingye explained, momentarily pausing, a hint of resignation in his tone. As for why they cannot, it is a convoluted matter that I will share with you at another time. Jiang Luo nodded, refraining from probing further. After all, it was a family issue. If Su Qingye wished to divulge more, he would listen, and if not, that was perfectly fine. Well, I think I understand, Professor Su. Our primary objective is to prevent this group from seizing the family fortune, especially since they are targeting you as a means to achieve that. Jiang Luo spoke sincerely, his eyes igniting with fervor as he resolutely declared, then, in that case, it is my duty to protect you, Professor Su. Su Qingye, observing Jiang Luo's earnest expression, could not help but chuckle softly. Sometimes, I truly see you as a weary middle-aged man, overburdened by work, consumed with thoughts of daily labor and career pursuits. Yet, at other moments, I am struck by the realization that you are merely a youthful spirit, vibrant, engaging, and delightful. Jiang Luo sighed deeply at this remark. Professor Su, I must confess I find your words rather unflattering. Am I confined to these two modes, that of a middle-aged individual and a youthful one? Can I not be in between? Jiang Luo said, revealing a face of despondency. Can I not be a bit more mature while still retaining the youthful vigor of a young person? Su Qingye scrutinized Jiang Luo closely and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, I believe you are, especially today. You seem particularly vibrant. As they spoke, the two entered the living room. The Su family's villa was quite spacious, and the living room was exceedingly grand, with shimmering lights that accentuated its luxurious splendor. Moreover, the room was filled with people. Su Qingye cast a glance, and her gaze turned icy. Is this matchmaking event now a soiree, inviting a plethora of young talents? She had initially anticipated a quiet evening, but it seemed her second and third aunts had ulterior motives, orchestrating something more elaborate. Jiang Luo, momentarily taken aback, felt his gaze sharpen as he spotted Lu Qian among the crowd. She sat there, adorned in a princess dress, her expression aloof. Chapter 48. Lu Qian. I am grateful for our breakup. Jiang Luo truly did not expect to see Lu Qian here. She looked exquisite, as if she had meticulously prepared to attend this gathering. Su Qingye noticed Jiang Luo's unusual focus and followed his gaze. Upon seeing Lu Qian, she was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood the situation. What appeared to be a matchmaking soiree was, in fact, a scheme concocted to bolster connections for her second aunt's son, Su Jia. In an instant, Su Qingye grasped the scenario. She then spoke in a calm tone. Do not worry, I will protect you if anything arises. At that moment, the seasoned professor radiated an impressive aura and a sense of camaraderie. Despite the unexpected turn of events, she had taken the initiative to bring Jiang Luo along, and she felt a responsibility to safeguard him. Hearing this, Jiang Luo snapped back to reality and couldn't help but murmur, Professor Su, have you forgotten? I am here to protect you today. After all, isn't that your ex-girlfriend over there? It's fine. I am invulnerable now. Upon hearing Jiang Luo's words, Su Qingye couldn't help but chuckle. Invulnerable? You certainly have a way with words. Jiang Luo's lips curled into a slight smile. Don't worry, Professor Su. Just sit back and watch my performance. With that, Jiang Luo's gaze returned to its usual calmness. Lu Qian's presence here indeed caught him off guard. But so what? He was no longer the Jiang Luo of the past. The soiree was abuzz with excitement, familiar faces mingling and engaging in lively conversations. Soon, a flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Luo's eyes as he observed Yang Wei's unexpected presence. A moment of contemplation ensued, revealing a certain logic to the situation. It was evident that Yang Wei had accompanied Lu Qian, and both were likely invited guests. How inseparable they had become. Jiang Luo gently shook his head, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached Su Qingye, his face radiating warmth. Qingye, you have arrived. A rare softness graced Su Qingye's features. Uncle Lu, it has been quite a while. I didn't anticipate your presence today. With a chuckle, Uncle Lu continued. Upon receiving the invitation, I was somewhat puzzled about the purpose of this gathering hosted by the Su family. However, I later came to understand that it serves two purposes: to help you find a suitable match and to facilitate your younger brother Suja's entry into the business world. His demeanor was affable, imbued with genuine concern, indicating a solid rapport with Su Qingye. He willingly provided insight into the evening's intentions. Upon hearing his words, Su Qingye smiled, having already surmised the situation. She nodded lightly, saying, Uncle Lu, I had anticipated this. Haven't they always operated in this manner? Nevertheless, I am not someone easily manipulated. Uncle Lu chuckled and nodded in agreement. As long as you are aware of your own heart, I shall rest easy. Your parents entrusted me with your care before they left for abroad. Should anything arise, feel free to seek my assistance. I am here for you. Thank you, Uncle Lu. I shall keep that in mind, she replied. Just remember not to overexert yourself. Now, I shall go and converse with a few old friends. As Uncle Lu prepared to depart, his gaze lingered on Jiang Luo, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. And who is this young man? My boyfriend, Su Qingye answered without hesitation, her expression earnest, devoid of any jest. This revelation caused Uncle Lu to momentarily ponder, scrutinizing Jiang Luo with renewed interest. Boyfriend? The young man is quite handsome. You have good taste, Qingye. Of course, Uncle Lu, I would never settle for less, Su Qingye replied with a smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your private moments. Do bring him to my home sometime. Absolutely. As she watched Uncle Lu depart, Su Qingye exhaled deeply, only to hear Jiang Luo's voice, tinged with exasperation. Professor Su, is it appropriate for you to introduce me in such a manner? I fear they might misinterpret our relationship. Su Qingye remained composed, blinking innocently. Let them misinterpret. That would actually be preferable. It would ensure that no one else attempts to introduce me to prospective suitors. In her heart, she welcomed the misunderstanding, for it would grant her the freedom she sought. Well, since Su Qingye has no objections, Jiang Luo feels there is no need to be overly sentimental. Let us proceed. I will introduce you to a few more familiar elders. Very well. Meanwhile, at the banquet table, Lu Qian donned a pristine, exquisite white gown that showcased her snow-like delicate skin, evoking ripples of admiration at first glance. Her long legs, slightly veiled by the flowing fabric, still revealed an enticing grace through the sheer hem. However, her mood was far from cheerful as she fixated on her phone, her cold gaze betraying a deep-seated irritation. In truth, she regretted coming here immensely. The reason was simple. Despite her elaborate attire, not a single soul had spared her a second glance. Numerous young gentlemen had approached her, only to retreat upon discovering she was Yang Wei's girlfriend. As for the daughters of affluent families, they completely disregarded her. After all, she belonged to an entirely different world, and they had no intention of integrating her into theirs. In such circumstances, even Yang Wei busied himself with conversations with others, leaving her feeling utterly neglected. In retrospect, it might have been better not to attend at all. If Jiang Luo were present, he would surely not allow her to sit here in such solitude. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, but she quickly shook her head. How could she think so? If Jiang Luo were here, perhaps she wouldn't even have come to this gathering. Thus, in contemplating her departure, she recognized its significance. At the very least, it had altered the course of her life, hadn't it? Jiang Luo, it wasn't that I intentionally sought to hurt you or abandon you. Rather, one must invariably choose the path that offers greater promise. Although I may have delayed you for several years, wasn't that also a part of my most cherished youth? Reflecting on this, I believe I have not wronged you. It's simply that we are not meant to be, and you no longer have the opportunity to be here. In hindsight, I am genuinely grateful for our separation. With these thoughts, Lu Qian's mood brightened considerably as she gazed out the window, the night deepening around her. Chapter 49, Numblegs Naturally. Lu Qian's contemplations remained unknown to others. She sat there, her gaze distant, feeling irritated yet surprisingly at ease. This seemed to encapsulate the life she had always pursued and desired. As for Jiang Luo, he had just finished greeting Su Qingye and a few familiar elders. These individuals shared a cordial relationship with Su Qingye, and this meeting was an effort to maintain those ties. After this round of introductions, Su Qingye felt somewhat fatigued and leaned against Jiang Luo's shoulder. At this gesture, Jiang Luo instinctively paused in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. They have now established a romantic relationship. Thus, certain affectionate gestures seem rather innocuous. Making a fuss over them would be counterproductive. With this thought in mind, Jiang Luo boldly took the initiative to wrap his arm around Su Qingye's waist, allowing her head to rest comfortably against his chest. This simple act rendered Su Qingye momentarily speechless, prompting her to lift her gaze, her expression tinged with bewilderment. Clearly, she had not anticipated Jiang Luo's audacity. Contemplating this, Su Qingye couldn't help but pout her rosy lips slightly. This young man possesses a fair share of cunning. He certainly knows how to embrace me effortlessly. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing any objections, willingly permitting Jiang Luo to proceed. To be honest, She found herself rather enjoying the moment. However, in the midst of this enjoyment, she unexpectedly succumbed to slumber. Observing the mature woman peacefully dozing on his shoulder, Zhang Luo found himself both amused and bewildered. Really, Professor Su? In such an important setting, you choose to fall asleep so serenely? Yet, Zhang Luo did not rush to awaken her. It was evident that Professor Su was fatigued. The energy expended while dealing with those people earlier had likely drained her considerably. He decided to let her rest a while longer. Meanwhile, passers-by began to exhibit expressions of confusion. How could the esteemed young lady of the Su family be reclining upon a young man's shoulder? This seemed rather inappropriate. Yet, no one dared to approach or utter a word, for the Su family's young mistress was notoriously aloof. Who would dare provoke her? A few elders of the Su family, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a chill of disapproval. What was Qingye thinking? Silently bringing a man home. Wasn't this sheer folly? Indeed. The purpose of today was to find her a suitable match, and yet she had orchestrated this spectacle. Humph. This girl is becoming increasingly defiant. Huh. Your words imply that she has ever heeded anyone's counsel. As far as I know, she has always been like this. So what do you suggest? Who can possibly manage her? These concerns were secondary. Look at the man beside her. Could it be that she intentionally brought him back for us to see? How intriguing. The elders murmured amongst themselves, each remark more scathing than the last. Fortunately, Su Qingye was currently asleep. Had she been awake to overhear, the evening's gathering would likely have devolved into a dramatic confrontation between her and the relatives. Of course, their audacity stemmed from her slumbering state. Otherwise, who would dare speak so freely? Approximately 10 minutes passed. Su Qingye abruptly opened her eyes, momentarily taken aback, only to find Zhang Luo gazing at her with a gentle demeanor. Instantly, she regained her composure. Did I fall asleep? She inquired, bewildered. Zhang Luo could not suppress a chuckle, replying, what else could it be? You plopped down into my embrace and fell asleep right away. I could see you were utterly exhausted, so I refrained from waking you. Upon hearing this, Su Qingye instinctively glanced around her surroundings. Zhang Luo continued, do not worry. Nothing has transpired, and no one has come to cause any trouble. With these reassuring words, Su Qingye exhaled deeply, her expression softening with relief. She had been concerned that something might have gone awry, yet fortunately, all was well. Reflecting on this, Su Qingye lifted her gaze towards several elders in the distance and attempted to rise from Zhang Luo's embrace. However, the next moment, her voice quivered softly, my legs. They've gone numb. Her complexion flushed a delicate crimson, akin to the hues of dawn, while her eyes darted away, betraying a mix of shyness and fluster. She had intended to stand, only to discover that her legs had become entirely unresponsive. How utterly absurd. Observing Su Qingye's predicament, Zhang Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Professor Su, considering the position you've been in for so long, it's truly odd if you weren't numb. Please help me up quickly. This position is far too embarrassing. Su Qingye implored, yearning to escape the situation. Sensing her urgency, Zhang Luo ceased his teasing, exerting a gentle but firm grip to assist her to her feet. As his warm hand settled on her shoulders, Su Qingye was swiftly lifted upright. Upon regaining her stance, she became acutely aware of the gazes around her, succumbing to an awkward silence. Thank goodness, no one had witnessed the incident. Otherwise, she would have felt utterly mortified. In a hushed tone, Su Qingye murmured, all right, I must attend to my family. Would you care for something to eat? That sounds good. I'm feeling a bit hungry myself, Zhang Luo replied, stretching lazily, as he too felt the lingering numbness in his body from remaining still while Su Qingye slept. Observing Su Qingye as she walked away with a slight limp, Zhang Luo couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. The image of Professor Su was gradually crumbling tonight. Well, let us first grab a bite to eat, he concluded. After stretching his body, Zhang Luo resolved to seek sustenance, feeling an overwhelming emptiness in his stomach. As he approached a nearby table, intending to indulge in some desserts, a voice suddenly pierced the air. What is your name? He looked up to find a man clad in a suit, exuding an air of elite sophistication, scrutinizing him intently. Zhang Luo raised an eyebrow, clearly sensing the man's unfriendly intentions, yet he responded with poise. I am Zhang Luo. Is there something you wish to discuss? Unfazed, he remained true to his name and lineage. Chapter 50. The ever-frank Professor Su regarding the unexpected visitor before him. Zhang Luo maintained a calm demeanor. He had anticipated that his close association with Su Qingye might attract unwanted attention. Your surname is inconsequential. I am merely curious about your status and what grants you the privilege of standing beside Su Qingye. The man's tone was cold, and his gaze bore an air of superiority, suggesting that his background was undoubtedly significant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. The remark was rather rude. Thus, he perceived no need to extend any courtesy in return. I apologize, but I see no obligation to answer your question, he retorted coolly. The man's expression shifted instantly, his face darkening as he glared at Zhang Luo. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you think that by associating with Su Qingye, you can act so arrogantly? Zhang Luo arched an eyebrow and responded with a cold smirk. Are you unwell? If so, seek medical attention and refrain from exhibiting such madness here. With that, he turned to leave, feeling no desire to continue conversing with someone so deranged. It was evident that this man was merely one of Professor Su's suitors. Zhang Luo mused that his efforts today had been rather excessive. Logically, Professor Su ought to compensate him accordingly. Just as Zhang Luo prepared to depart, the man moved to obstruct his path, intent on clarifying Zhang Luo's identity. However, before he could act, Su Qingye's voice rang out. Wang Liang, are you all right? Upon hearing her voice, the man abruptly looked up, his expression morphing into one of confusion and even shock. He had not anticipated that Zhang Luo and Su Qingye would share such a remarkable rapport. Instantly, Wang Liang felt a surge of embarrassment and irritation, realizing that their relationship was indeed far from ordinary. He fixed his gaze upon Su Qingye and spoke. Qingye, you ignore my messages and refuse my calls. Are you truly associating with this little man? Upon hearing this, Su Qingye's expression soured. Did this fellow lack the capacity for tact? What did he mean by associating? Furthermore, was I obliged to respond to your calls and messages? First and foremost, my choice to not reply is my prerogative. We share no relationship, and I would appreciate a modicum of respect from you. Secondly, he is my boyfriend, and we are in a legitimate relationship. I urge you to choose your words carefully. Wang Liang found himself momentarily speechless, his eyes flashing with a mixture of hostility and trepidation towards Su Qingye, ultimately shifting his focus to Zhang Luo. You, do not be too arrogant. It would be wise to avoid falling into my grasp. With that, he turned to leave, but a voice interrupted him. Zhang Luo, what brings you here? The speaker was Yang Wei, who held a wine glass in his hand, sporting a relaxed smile. However, upon spotting Zhang Luo, his mouth fell agape, shock evident in his eyes. Yang Wei was utterly bewildered. He had not anticipated encountering Zhang Luo in such a setting. Was this even plausible? How could a penniless fellow like Zhang Luo possibly be present at such a high-profile gathering? Momentarily perplexed, Yang Wei then noticed Su Qingye, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. How was she here? If memory served, she had assisted Zhang Luo previously. Before he could voice his thoughts, Wang Liang cast a glance his way, his demeanor softening slightly. Yang Wei, is that you? Do you know him? Hearing Wang Liang's inquiry, Yang Wei chuckled. Ah, Wang Xiao. Long time no see. Yes, I know him. We are old acquaintances. He then cast a derisive glance at Zhang Luo and provocatively remarked. How did you manage to get in? Zhang Luo, this is the Su family soiree. You ought to leave before someone recognizes you. In response to his taunts, Zhang Luo's lips twitched in irritation. This fool always spoke with such a senseless air. Was it truly that difficult to engage his brain? How could he possibly have sneaked in? Before Zhang Luo could retort, Yang Wei continued. And this young lady, you two have been deceived by Zhang Luo, I presume? This is not the supermarket from last time. This is the Su family's gala, and as an ordinary person, you are ill-suited to be here. Why not stay by my side? I can offer you a taste of the experience. However, before Yang Wei could finish his sentence, Wang Liang turned to him with a disgruntled expression. What do you mean? I meant that this lady resembles someone I've seen before. She is Su Qingye, the eldest daughter of the Su family. Wang Liang's eyes betrayed his irritation. Originally, he believed that Yang Wei was acquainted with Zhang Luo and hoped to gain some insights about Zhang Luo through him, perhaps even to exploit the situation. However, after Yang Wei mocked Zhang Luo, he turned around and ridiculed Su Qingye as well. Wasn't he that madness? In that moment, he couldn't help but think that Yang Wei was rather foolish. The eldest daughter of the Su family? Yang Wei appeared utterly bewildered. Staring at the coldly indifferent Su Qingye before him, his mind buzzed in confusion. Wasn't he this the woman who previously stood up for Zhang Luo? To discover that she was the eldest daughter of the Su family was quite astonishing. How could this be? Yang Wei quickly connected the dots. If Su Qingye was indeed the daughter of the Su family, then Zhang Luo must have entered alongside her. With this realization, Yang Wei's expression darkened, his lips twitching as he glared at Zhang Luo. You actually managed to associate with the eldest daughter of the Su family? Zhang Luo shot him an exasperated glance. If you're unwell, seek treatment. What does it have to do with you? You just broke up with Lu Qian and immediately latched onto Miss Su. No wonder Qian Qian said your character is wanting. Jealousy filled Yang Wei's eyes. What kind of luck did this fellow possess? However, upon hearing her words, Wang Liang began to piece things together and anxiously remarked, Qingye, considering this, he may not be a good person. You must not be deceived. Why should I care? Su Qingye shot a glare at the two of them. Their banter was starting to irritate her. She continued, moreover, could you both stop blocking the way? I have brought my boyfriend home to meet my family today. Can you not bother me? At times, Zhang Luo couldn't help but admire Su Qingye's sharp tongue. Her words seemed to strike at the heart of the matter. Just look at Wang Liang. His eyes instantly reddened, his face pale with rage, and his teeth clenched tightly as he stared daggers at her, exuding a fierce intent. Chapter 51. Tenderness. Truly tender. Wang Liang was certainly displeased. He had harbored feelings for Su Qingye for quite some time. However, the issue was that Su Qingye never afforded him an opportunity. He could never reach her through messages. Finally, today presented a chance, and he thought to seize it. But lo and behold, upon their reunion, Su Qingye was already accompanied by a man, her boyfriend, no less. Who could withstand such a blow? Yet, he found himself powerless against Zhang Luo. With Su Qingye present, he dared not utter a word. He could only resentfully step aside, his eyes flickering with anger. Fine, but Qingye, I hope you will consider this carefully. What makes this man worthy of you? In all of Kyoto, there are few who can match your worth. After saying this, Wang Liang stormed away, fuming. He watched as he left. Yang Wei was visibly restless, casting a fierce glance at Zhang Luo before sheepishly turning his gaze towards Su Qingye. Although the Yang family was considered a prominent clan in the capital, they paled in comparison to the Su family. Thus, Yang Wei dared not offend them any further, suppressing his thoughts. He was also curious about how Zhang Luo had managed to become involved with Su Qingye, as she often referred to him as a mere pauper. In a state of confusion, Yang Wei found himself at a loss for words and could only leave in haste. As he observed their departing figures, the coldness in Su Qingye's eyes gradually dissipated, and she turned to Zhang Luo with a playful smile, asking, So, how are you handling this intensity? Someone will soon come to trouble you. Zhang Luo shrugged slightly, responding, Honestly, I don't find it bothersome. I anticipated facing such situations before arriving here. However, Wang Liang does seem rather infatuated with you. Su Qingye remained unfazed by his observation. Of course, he is infatuated. The Wang family's business is struggling and on the verge of bankruptcy. Naturally, they seek to collaborate with our family. The Su family is quite willing to entertain this, as it presents a prime opportunity to absorb the Wang family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo couldn't help but reflect on the nature of familial transactions. It sounded rather extravagant. However, he noted that, based on Su Qingye's demeanor, one would never suspect such dealings. Sensing his thoughts, Su Qingye smiled wryly. You need not concern yourself overly with this. After all, these are merely their means of elevating themselves. Fundamentally, we are all just ordinary individuals, so it is not of great significance. Zhang Luo nodded in agreement, indifferent to the familial affairs of Su Qingye. All right, let us meet a few more elders and then enjoy our meal. Su Qingye, feeling somewhat fatigued, resolved to engage in conversations with a few more senior family members to conclude the day. Zhang Luo had no objections and followed her. Meanwhile, Lu Qian, who had been in good spirits while eating, was taken aback when she spotted a disgruntled Yang Wei approaching. Confused, she inquired, What's wrong? Why do you look so upset? What happened? Yang Wei glanced at her and couldn't help but exclaim, It's nothing, just that your ex-boyfriend, Zhang Luo, has also arrived. What? Zhang Luo is here? How is that possible? He is so destitute. How could he attend such a lavish soiree? It must be that Miss Su brought him. Yang Wei responded with impatience, Who is Miss Su? Lu Qian was bewildered, struggling to comprehend what Zhang Luo was saying. She's the woman you argued with at the supermarket last time. Huh. Lu Qian was utterly perplexed. Is this even reasonable? She conceded that the woman from last time possessed a certain distinctive charm, but how did she become the esteemed Miss Su? In that moment, Lu Qian found it hard to believe. However, when she followed Yang Wei's gaze, she indeed spotted Zhang Luo and Su Qingye standing together. How could this be? Her eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of luck does this guy have to be with the daughter of the Su family? Yang Wei muttered under his breath, shaking his head, but soon added, yet, it doesn't really matter. They cannot possibly end up together. Why not? That's the Su family. Lu Qian protested. How could the Su family allow someone so ordinary to be their son-in-law? Don't even think about it. Yang Wei shook his head dismissively and continued. All right. I'm off to promote a game today, so I won't chat with you any longer. Soon, a few people approached, and Yang Wei promptly greeted them. Haha, everyone. I have a project to discuss with you. My newly developed game. Indeed, it's currently on the rankings. Luck is on my side. Let us chat more leisurely. Lu Qian watched Yang Wei's departing figure, her expression turning slightly cold. She wanted to say something, but ultimately shook her head, holding her tongue. Her gaze remained fixed on Zhang Luo in the distance, her emotions tumultuous. Zhang Luo was here, and his current girlfriend was so impressive. What kind of extraordinary luck was this? Naturally, Zhang Luo was unaware of Lu Qian's thoughts as he accompanied Su Qingye to a table. Qingye, you finally arrived. Your aunts and I were just discussing your marriage. The speaker was an elegant middle-aged woman, exquisitely dressed, adorned with a striking red agate pearl around her neck. Her demeanor appeared gentle, yet a hint of coldness flickered in her eyes. She was Su Qingye's third aunt, a relative who had consistently advocated for her to engage in arranged marriages. Upon hearing this, Su Qingye's expression turned frosty as she glanced at her and replied, I appreciate the concern of my elders, but I must reiterate that my marriage is not subject to anyone else's decisions, so there's no need to dwell on it. Oh, why do you say that, Qingye? You're not so young anymore. Your aunt has experience. Marriage is not a trivial matter that can be decided in a day or two. Even if you meet the right person now, you must first date before discussing marriage. That takes time, her third aunt responded with a forced smile. Oh, is that so? As it happens, I brought my boyfriend along today. As she spoke, Su Qingye turned her gaze towards Zhang Luo, her eyes softening with an unusual tenderness as she gently assisted him in adjusting his sleeves. The sudden warmth from the mature professor nearly rendered Zhang Luo speechless. Was this genuine affection? Chapter 52. Does the Su family disapprove of romantic relationships? The unexpected gentleness from the professor left Zhang Luo somewhat taken aback. Professor Su, this is rather unfamiliar. One couldn't help but wonder when they had ever witnessed such a gentle, considerate, and delightful side of Professor Su before. It seemed that Su Qingye noticed Zhang Luo's discomfort and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Perhaps she ought to have forewarned this young man. Yet, it was indeed curious. She had assumed that after dating Lu Qian for so many years, Zhang Luo would be accustomed to such small gestures. To her surprise, he was not at all. Had those years of romance been in vain? A flicker of doubt emerged in Su Qingye's mind. However, if that were the case, she found herself rather pleased, as it evoked a sense of a naive youth easily swayed. Wasn't this a nurturing dynamic? Just as this thought danced in her mind, her third aunt's somewhat sharp voice pierced through. What did you say? This is your boyfriend? Are you joking? Su Qingye, your marriage should be decided by the family. Observing her aunt's face, which was a portrait of disbelief and shock, Su Qingye remained remarkably composed. She had anticipated that her words would provoke a reaction from her third aunt, yet the extent of the astonishment surpassed her expectations. Why should the family dictate such matters? With this thought, Su Qingye retorted without reservation, feeling no need to appease her aunt. After all, she wouldn't have brought Zhang Luo along otherwise. Just because you are the eldest daughter of the Su family, it doesn't mean that an ordinary man is unworthy of you. Qingye, I know your little boyfriend isn't genuine. You must have brought him here to provoke us, right? The third aunt wore a forced smile, her tone condescending and preachy. Yet, the more Su Qingye listened, the more displeased she became. Was she truly here to lecture her? And was her guess accurate? With a cold laugh, Su Qingye responded. He is not here to provoke anyone. We have been together for quite a while. What is wrong? Can't you accept it? Although she appeared to be the type who rarely engaged in quarrels, she was well aware of the fiery temperament that lay beneath her calm exterior. Her words rendered her third aunt momentarily speechless, her eyes wide as if she wished to say more. Ultimately, perhaps due to the presence of numerous guests at the evening event, she lowered her voice. Qingye, you need to be mindful of the impact. I have arranged for 2 or 3 individuals today who possess excellent backgrounds, character, and appearance. This individual is quite suitable for you. Do not act recklessly due to familial discord. Aunt San possesses a rather intriguing character. Her words always convey a facade of concern for you. Yet it is precisely this pretense that renders her truly repugnant. Zhang Luo, observing from the sidelines, could not help but shake her head in disbelief. This was indeed outrageous. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingye wore a cold smirk and retorted, "Oh, what relevance does your choice hold for me? Moreover, Aunt San, you are quite amusing." What was initially a family dinner has somehow transformed into a soiree. Those aware of our Su family's hospitality might be led to believe otherwise. With a face full of derision, Su Qingye delivered her remarks. In an instant, Aunt San's complexion darkened, becoming as grim as could be. "Dear cousin, must you speak so harshly?" At that moment, a deep male voice resonated. Zhang Luo turned towards the source of the sound, revealing a young man, approximately 27 or 28 years of age, who approached Aunt Su Li with evident displeasure, seemingly poised to chastise Zhang Luo. "My mother organized this gathering to help you find a suitable husband, yet you return and act like you have swallowed gunpowder. It feels as though our Su family has somehow wronged you. Is this necessary? As the eldest sister, do you not grasp the fundamentals of social conduct?" Listening to Su Che's relentless barrage, Su Qingye felt her smile gradually fade. She regarded Su Che with a cold stare and remarked indifferently, "What are you exactly?" "I am conversing with your mother. What right do you have to interject? Has no one informed you that when adults speak, children should remain silent?" Su Che was momentarily rendered speechless, staring at Su Qingye, unable to utter a single word. Did he not recognize his own place? Was this a venue for his opinions? Having yet to learn basic decency, he still aspired to play the role of an adult? Su Qingye chuckled coldly. "Were it not for today's gathering, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Furthermore, you presume to instruct me?" Her gaze shifted to Aunt San, growing increasingly frigid. "Aunt San, my parents are not home, and as you are an elder, I extend you my respect. However, there must be limits to everything. My current forbearance is a courtesy to you, but should I reach the point of no longer tolerating it, you must consider whether you can bear the consequences." Having said this, Su Qingye firmly grasped Zhang Luo's hand, her tone commanding, "Lastly, I reiterate that this is my boyfriend, and I do not wish for anyone to continuously question that. Furthermore, I do not want any future matchmaking arrangements. I neither desire nor require them, understood?" If Zhang Luo were not present, Su Qingye might have restrained herself from uttering these words. After all, in her world, adults ought to maintain a semblance of decorum. However, with Zhang Luo standing beside her, she inexplicably felt a surge of courage. She thought to herself, "I am already 30. In 2 more years, I may no longer be a mature woman, but rather an unmarried woman. If love and marriage are to be constrained by your expectations, then what is there for me to find joy in? If that is the case, I shall overturn the table. How about it? What can be done?" As these words fell, the elders at the table were left in stunned silence. Particularly Aunt Su Li, who had always believed that her niece, despite her eccentricities, was still behaving within acceptable bounds. But what did today's outburst signify? She was taken aback, the warmth in her eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a hint of coldness. "Qingye, do not act recklessly. There are so many people present. Aunt, please treat me with respect. I am not Su Che, nor am I your son." Su Qingye replied calmly, fully unburdened by the consequences of her words, ready to confront anyone who dared challenge her. Su Li's expression darkened as she scrutinized her niece for a moment, then shifted her gaze to Zhang Luo, coldly inquiring, "Young man, are you truly Qingye's boyfriend? You ought to be aware of our Su family's standing." Before she could finish her harsh words, Zhang Luo responded cheerfully, "Indeed. Since I am here today, I certainly am. Is the Su family now forbidding romantic relationships?" Chapter 53. The cost of bonds is tears, as the saying goes. When the moment calls for action, one must act. It was evident that Su Qingye needed him at this juncture. Thus, he could not falter. Retreat was not an option. He had to act, and decisively. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, Su Li's expression darkened considerably as she fixed her gaze on Zhang Luo, seemingly attempting to penetrate his facade. After a prolonged silence, she realized that Zhang Luo was unfazed, instead returning her gaze with a smile. Witnessing this, Su Li's lips twitched slightly. Where had Su Qingye found such a brash young man? He appeared not only unapproachable, but also quite adept with his words. Contemplating this, Su Li's face grew somber as she declared, "How could our Su family possibly disallow romantic relationships? It is simply that Qingye, as our esteemed young lady, is not easily matched by ordinary individuals. Is it not for Qingye to decide who is worthy?" Zhang Luo blinked, deliberately turning to Su Qingye and asking, "Qingye, must our love still be torn asunder by our families?" Upon hearing those words, Su Qingye couldn't help but chuckle as she glanced at the petite man. At such a crucial moment, he displayed remarkable courage, showing no signs of timidity, quite commendable. She casually brushed her hair aside and, with a gentle smile, inquired, "How could that be? I wonder who in the Su family has the authority to control me? My parents don't even manage me, so what right does she have?" "That's settled then, Sister Qingye. We've agreed to marry in a few days." Zhang Luo continued to drop bombshells, persistently striking a blow. Upon hearing this, Su Li's expression instantly soured, as if she had just swallowed a bitter pill. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Su Qingye. Su Qingye herself was momentarily taken aback. No one mentioned this before I arrived. This little man truly had no filter, divulging everything. However, given the atmosphere had reached this point, Su Qingye could hardly shake her head in denial. She could only muster the courage to shoot a slightly resentful glare at Zhang Luo and admonish, "Why are you revealing everything? This is our little plan. How could you disclose it to them?" Zhang Luo was also impressed. Truly, Professor Su possessed a remarkable ability to engage in conversation. Yet, it appeared the others were beginning to crumble, particularly the elders from the Su family, who were all left dumbfounded, completely unprepared to hear such explosive news today. Enough of this. Let us not dwell on it any longer. We should leave. Honestly, I find no pleasure in this meal. Su Qingye felt that the purpose of her visit had been achieved. Thus, she decided to depart. Remaining any longer would merely involve exchanging barbs with Su Li, a task she had neither the inclination nor the time for. It would be far better to return and thoroughly delve into her game research. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo immediately grasped Su Qingye's intention to leave and nodded in agreement. "All right, then let us go." After exchanging these words, the two disregarded the gazes directed at them and turned to leave. Su Li, initially intent on calling Su Qingye back, reconsidered. Who knew what further shocking revelations she might unveil if retained? With this thought, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of Su Li's mouth as she watched Su Qingye and Zhang Luo exit. Meanwhile, Lu Qian was equally observing the scene. To be honest, her mind was in a whirl. She had initially planned to speak with Zhang Luo, only to find him abruptly turning away and leaving. Is Zhang Luo being forced into this? She couldn't help but ponder. It seemed utterly irrational to her that Zhang Luo, seemingly fine, would suddenly align himself with Su Qingye. Although she had harbored doubts before, she now found it even harder to believe. Surely, there must be some underlying issue. Lu Qian gritted her teeth, suddenly feeling as though she had uncovered a great secret. She turned to Yang Wei, exclaiming with resentment, "Zhang Luo and Su Qingye must be putting on an act." However, to her surprise, Yang Wei shook his head, his expression fraught with irritation. Whether it's an act or not has become irrelevant. The real issue is that the two of them are bound together. I never anticipated that Zhang Luo would cling to Su Qingye's coattails. This is the Su family we are talking about. It will not be easy to oppose them in the future. Upon hearing this, Lu Qian felt a twinge of confusion. But Su Qingye has a poor relationship with the Su family. Did you not see how he scolded his cousin just now? Although I may not fully grasp these matters, I believe that a friend of a friend is an enemy, and an enemy's enemy is a friend, is it not? At her words, Yang Wei paused momentarily, his gaze sharpening. Indeed, that statement does seem quite sound. In light of this, could he and Su Che actually form an alliance? And what about Wang Hai? As this thought crossed his mind, Yang Wei's eyes ignited with fervor, suddenly realizing that he might indeed have a chance. Looking at it this way, I might still have a shot. Lu Qian observed Yang Wei's expression but chose to remain silent, instead sinking into contemplation. What could Su Qingye possibly see in Zhang Luo? He is such an underwhelming man. Meanwhile, Su Qingye and Zhang Luo, having dashed out from the evening gala, finally paused in the basement, breathless. They looked at each other, both unable to suppress their laughter. Zhang Luo glanced at Su Qingye, teasingly saying, "Professor Su, really, there's no one pursuing us, so why are we running?" "Well, I don't know. I just saw you running, so I ran too," Su Qingye replied, a hint of mischief in his tone. "Isn't that a coincidence? I only ran because I saw you." Zhang Luo laughed. This makes it seem as though we are eloping. Eloping sounds delightful. I rather like the idea, Su Qingye responded, shaking his head and exhaling deeply, a smile creeping onto his lips. But tell me, Professor Su, do you think what we did today will have any repercussions for you later? Raising an elegantly arched brow, Su Qingye's beautiful eyes sparkled with a playful glint. I suppose so. I doubt anyone will want to introduce me to potential suitors in the future. Will you regret it? After all, my man does not suffer losses. Jiang Luo said, sliding into the driver's seat of the car. Regret? Not at all, Su Qingye replied calmly. It's not as if we were truly in a romantic relationship. But Professor Su, don't you feel that we have already been labeled? As if we've formed some kind of bond? A bond? Like the kind forged while protecting the village? The rare blush on the mature woman's cheeks only added to her playful jest. Jiang Luo shook his head. Then his gaze turned serious as he fixed his eyes on the woman's face and said, Of course not. This kind of bond, I believe, may be akin to the label of a couple. However, regardless of the nature of this bond, once it is formed, it inevitably incurs the sorrowful price. Professor Su, have you truly pondered this? Chapter 54. Do you remember me? Listening to Jiang Luo's words, Su Qingye found herself momentarily taken aback, then fell into a slight reverie. There was indeed a certain wisdom in Jiang Luo's statement. When two individuals forge a bond, they are bound to pay the price of tears. Thus, Jiang Luo's inquiry compelled Su Qingye to take the matter more seriously. After today's tumult, she felt a sense of relief, knowing she would likely not be introduced to any suitors in the near future. Yet, after a prolonged silence, the seasoned professor suddenly smiled, her gaze turning playful as she looked at the man before her. Indeed, a bond has been formed, but it is of no consequence. The truth of our relationship is known only to us, and should you wish to cease the pretense, I can announce it at any moment. Rest assured, I am capable of both embracing and relinquishing this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo was momentarily stunned, then shook his head, feeling a wave of admiration. Truly, Professor Su exuded an aura of strength and grace. Her words were beautifully articulated. He didn't harbor many thoughts on the matter, but simply felt that such a grand declaration of their relationship today would likely provoke some unique changes in the future. As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Jiang Luo settled into his seat. As the vehicle slowly navigated through the garage, Su Qingye's fatigue washed over her, and she softly spoke, You know, today, witnessing my third aunt's demeanor brought me great joy. At that moment, the professor curled up in her seat, her form appearing delicate and charming. As she languidly shook her head while speaking, Jiang Luo chuckled, I could tell. Professor Su, your smile was indeed more difficult to suppress than an AK. Honestly, your third aunt is quite the character. Despite clearly disliking you, she insists on feigning concern for your well-being. But is that not rather typical? She can't very well unleash her frustrations on me. Her status as an elder warrants some restraint. However, I must admit, I did not anticipate Su Che's emergence today. Su Qingye rubbed her temples. Under the guise of my name, she orchestrated such a gathering, pushing her own son forward. It's as if she is preparing for the day I find a man, at which point I would be promptly ousted from the Su family, allowing Su Che to ascend. TSK, your third aunt is indeed deeply scheming. Listening to Su Qingye's reflections, Jiang Luo could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity. Professor Su, are you particularly invested in this inheritance? Honestly, I am not overly concerned, but this estate was left by my grandfather, who entrusted me with the responsibility of preserving it. Thus, I cannot disregard it. Moreover, if Su Che manages to achieve something, I would not mind at all. Su Qingye shrugged, her gaze indifferent. Perhaps in the eyes of my third aunt and the others, I am perceived as someone who covets the Su family's fortune, but to me, what does it truly signify? Everything you see that I possess, my house, my car, and even the shop I run, has no connection to the Su family. They are the fruits of my own labor over the years. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo was momentarily taken aback, displaying an expression of incredulity. Is that true? Professor Su, are you really that impressive? Impressive? Su Qingye's lips curled slightly, relishing the astonishment reflected in his eyes before she continued, Before I became a professor, I was already one of the top artists in the country. Numerous commissions came my way, and over the course of my university years, I amassed a considerable amount. Later, I made some modest investments, and fortune smiled upon me, yielding a profit. Though Su Qingye spoke with an air of nonchalance, Jiang Luo couldn't help but twitch his lips. Modest investments? Yielding a profit? As expected of Professor Su, you make it sound so effortless. Seemingly aware of Zhang Luo's reaction, Su Qingye chuckled and added, Don't be overly astonished. Have you considered my age? I am already 30. By the time you reach 30, your accomplishments may very well surpass mine. At this remark, Zhang Luo shook his head in bemusement. That may not be the case, Professor Su. What if my game flops and I end up broke? Su Qingye, however, remained unconvinced. Her gaze resolute. It will not flop. I have great confidence in your game. Her words held truth. Her standards were high, and over the years, many game studios had sought her as an artist, yet she had never chosen any. The reason was simple. They did not meet her criteria. However, upon her first encounter with Zhang Luo's dating game, she recognized its potential, which led her to decisively commit her efforts. Did she truly seem like someone lost in the throes of love? Even if she were, she would wait until she had secured her gains before declaring it. What did they have now, really? Suddenly, Su Qingye recalled something. Perhaps they could be considered to have achieved something, albeit tenuously? As the mature woman quietly pursued her own ambitions, Zhang Luo could not help but chuckle. Professor Su, if you put it that way, I feel quite invigorated. I believe my game is quite commendable, and I sense it has the potential to soar. This game is my chance at redemption. It would not be an exaggeration to describe this situation as one filled with great expectations. How long must a person endure the state of defeat? Perhaps it merely requires a singular, splendid comeback. Upon returning home, it was already 11 o'clock. Both were weary, especially Su Qingye, who had fallen asleep during the latter part of their journey. At this moment, still somewhat dazed, her beautiful eyes were barely open. Professor Su, we have arrived home. Zhang Luo announced as he opened the door, noticing Su Qingye swaying slightly, and could not help but lend her a supportive hand. The woman instantly became more alert. Gazing at Zhang Luo, her eyes appeared somewhat unfocused as she asked, Zhang Luo, have we met before? Zhang Luo was taken aback by Su Qingye's sudden inquiry. After a brief pause, he smiled and replied, Professor Su, you must be joking. Of course, we've met before. We are in the same school, after all. Even if I haven't attended your lectures, it is impossible that we haven't crossed paths in the crowd. Perhaps I just didn't pay attention at the time. Zhang Luo spoke the truth. In a shared school environment, how could they not have encountered each other? Su Qingye, feeling a wave of sleepiness, listened to his response but remained silent, her gaze fixed on Zhang Luo. After a long moment, she softly acknowledged him with a slight and stumbled into her room. Chapter 55. Guarding against fire, theft, and best friends. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Luo felt somewhat perplexed, unsure of what was troubling Su Qingye. Yet, observing the mature professor's silhouette, he sensed that there were many things she had not shared with him. Perhaps she was a woman of secrets, and at this moment, he was yet to discover what those secrets were. Maybe in time, Professor Su would be willing to reveal them to him. With a sigh of contemplation, Zhang Luo picked up his sleepwear and towel to take a shower. Inside the room, Su Qingye lay on the bed, her expression tranquil yet lost in thought. She found herself reminiscing about Zhang Luo's face. To be candid, she felt somewhat disoriented. The young man's visage had remained unchanged over the years. He looked just as he always had. Yet, in his memory, he truly did not recall her. Why was this so? How could it be? Heartless creatures. Men truly are devoid of conscience. The woman turned over in bed, her mood growing increasingly agitated, her expression tinged with melancholy. One day, she would surely make him pay for this. Muttering to herself, she resolved to get up and take a shower. However, after much effort, she found herself unable to rise. Eventually, the mature woman, with a forlorn expression, pounded her pillow in frustration and couldn't help but emit a somewhat adorable, childlike whine. It's not that I don't want to get up and shower. I find myself ensnared by the blanket. Oh, this wretched coverlet. After struggling for quite some time, the mature woman finally managed to rise from her bed, resolutely deciding to take a shower. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the room as Su Qingye stretched languidly, catching a delightful aroma wafting through the air. A smile inadvertently graced her face. The little man, as dependable as ever, had once again prepared breakfast. This chef is truly worth every penny. She rubbed her temples, feeling much more awake as her previous drowsiness faded, and soon made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. As she attended to her morning rituals, she could hear Zhang Luo engaged in a phone conversation. Sister, must you always spring such sudden displays of concern? It feels rather unfamiliar. On the other end of the line was none other than Jiang Yu. Instantly, Su Qingye became alert, inching closer with her toothbrush in hand. What do you mean? You speak as if I never care about you. Haven't I just been busy coming over? And why are you acting as if you don't know why I've been distant? Huh. As expected of Jiang Yu, your sharp-witted style remains unchanged. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo's lips twitched slightly as he murmured, You do realize everyone has their missteps, right? Besides, it's not as if we haven't moved on. Precisely because you haven't moved on that I called. How many times must I tell you that Lu Qian is not a good person? I am your sister, for heaven's sake. I would never wish you harm. Listening to Jiang Yu's words, Zhang Luo's mouth twitched again, and he sighed softly. Sister, if you insist on saying that, what can I do? While in love, I felt completely entrapped. I too wished to extricate myself, but it is truly challenging. Upon hearing Zhang Luo's voice, filled with melancholy and helplessness, Jiang Yu fell silent for a few seconds before calmly responding. So let us turn the page. I didn't call to dwell on this matter. Rather, I wanted to inquire about your recent work. At this, Su Qingye perked up, her curiosity piqued. To be honest, she felt quite apprehensive about Jiang Yu potentially asking her about their relationship, as she was not yet prepared to disclose her connection with Zhang Luo. Work? Zhang Luo paused, then slowly replied, My recent work has been fairly good. I am developing a new game. Starting a new game? Is this one your own? Jiang Yu's voice brimmed with skepticism. Indeed, it is my own game. This time, I am not working for anyone else. I have established a studio. Good heavens. You sly fellow, quietly embarking on significant ventures? Jiang Yu's voice abruptly ascended several octaves. Then, with a hint of perplexity, remarked, Wait a moment. Where did you procure the funds to establish a studio? Based on my understanding of your situation, all your money should have been given to Lu Qianhua by now. How could you possibly have enough left to open a studio? Zhang Luo found himself momentarily speechless. Damn it, indeed, it was his elder sister. She seemed to know everything. Didn't she? You're aware I'm broke, he thought, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, he managed to say, Ahem, dear sister, let me be frank. Speaking in such a manner makes it easy to lose friends. Why do you have to pick at old wounds? Jiang Yu, unfazed, retorted, What do I care? You are my brother, and I shall speak as I please. If you don't like it, tough luck. Listening to his sister's domineering proclamation, Zhang Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He wondered what kind of scene would unfold if Professor Su and Jiang Yu were to meet. Surely, it would be a clash of titans, sparks flying like lightning. He shuddered at the thought. Those two would undoubtedly clash fiercely. As he pondered, Zhang Luo helplessly explained, Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that I'm partnering with old Zhang Yuanjia. Jiang Yu paused, momentarily taken aback, before nodding in approval. Well then, I trust you to partner with him. Although he may be a bit dim-witted, he is obedient to your guidance, which is a blessing in itself. However, have you consulted a legal advisor? Have you drafted any contracts now that you are starting a studio? Upon hearing her professional inquiries, Zhang Luo couldn't help but lower his head in shame. Ahem, not yet. Why haven't you? I thought we wouldn't need much initially. Zhang Luo was primarily concerned with investment. Old Zhang had already contributed a considerable sum, and hiring a legal advisor would incur substantial costs. To be frank, he was rather reluctant. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu scolded him. Have you lost your mind from being in a relationship? When you start a company, the most crucial aspect is always legal affairs. You must clarify contracts and such matters. How about this? Send me your company details, and I'll handle it for you. Honestly, you are such a handful. Su Qingye, overhearing this, couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. So, this is what it means to reveal one's true intentions, Jiang Yu. If you wish to care for your brother, you should have said so sooner. Always complaining. This woman is truly dramatic. However, before he could finish his jest, Jiang Yu continued, By the way, does your studio have any artists? I happen to know a rather talented one. How about I bring her over to work for you? Su Qingye's eyes widened in astonishment. What is going on? Little brother, do you want an artist or not? Listening to Jiang Yu's casual remarks, Su Qingye was left speechless, astonished by her boldness. Who are you trying to fool into becoming a mere servant? It seems that aside from me, there is no other artist in your midst, is there? So, you must be plotting against me. The mature woman's indifferent expression momentarily faltered. The mere thought of Jiang Yu considering this notion made her want to curse. Indeed, as a close confidant, she is meticulous in her dealings. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Zhang Luo was momentarily taken aback. You want to introduce me to an artist? Goodness. Truly, my dear sister. Just moments ago, you were trying to arrange legal matters for me, and now you're seeking out an artist. I can't quite fathom why, but I felt an inexplicable warmth in my heart. Having an elder sister seems rather delightful. As Zhang Luo felt a surge of emotion, she replied, Sister, there's really no need. We already have an artist on our side. Upon hearing this, Su Qingye's breath caught slightly. No way. Could her identity be exposed so soon? She certainly did not wish for Zhang Luo to discover who she truly was. Indeed, one must be cautious, guard against fire, theft, and even close friends. That saying holds true. Zhang Yu was clearly a significant leak in this regard. You already have an artist? Zhang Yu was momentarily bewildered. She had initially intended to introduce Su Qingye to Zhang Luo, but now it appeared that Zhang Luo had already secured an artist. Impressive. It seems your connections are quite robust. Very well, since you have found one, I shall refrain from introducing anyone further. Zhang Yu harbored some doubts about this artist being introduced by Su Qingye, for she was quite well acquainted with Su Qingye's profession. Nonetheless, she simply pondered this briefly without delving deeper. Thank you, sister. Let us not dwell on that. When you have a moment, I'd like to visit your studio and revise your contract. Really, is there anything more pressing than this? Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo let out a somewhat guilty chuckle. All right, sister, do come. Well then, if there's nothing more, I shall hang up. Only then did Zhang Yu contentedly end the call. Her primary desire was to ascertain the progress of Zhang Luo's studio. As Zhang Luo set down her phone, she exhaled deeply. That call from my sister was rather uncanny. It came out of nowhere. And now she wants to visit the studio? Zhang Luo rubbed her chin thoughtfully, deciding to have old Zhang clean the studio thoroughly tomorrow. One cannot allow her sister to think the place is in disarray. Meanwhile, Su Qingye in the room quietly sighed in relief. Thankfully, Zhang Yu had not pried further, nor had she exposed her identity. However, the thought of her visiting the studio, could it be that this woman has already surmised her role as Zhang Luo's artist? Is she intentionally trying to corner her? That simply cannot happen. I must maintain some distance from her. I shall simply claim to have prior engagements and avoid any encounters. Although Su Qingye realizes that completely avoiding her is implausible, she deems it inappropriate for the time being. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, she resolves her inner turmoil and turns to wash up, clearly in a delightful mood. Half an hour later, Su Qingye emerges, dressed in a notably minimalist fashion. A long, oversized white shirt paired with sky blue jeans gives her an air of relaxed elegance. What delectable dish did she prepare this morning? It smells utterly divine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo, feeling somewhat bashful, responds, I didn't make much. We had a lovely meal last night, so I merely boiled some wontons. Oh, handmade, you say? Su Qingye raises an eyebrow in surprise. Is this the advantage of having a man around? So skilled in the kitchen? Zhang Luo coughs lightly. It's just basic skills. In this day and age, a man who can't cook doesn't score any points. With a wistful sigh, Zhang Luo adds, I'm merely accumulating skills to facilitate my quest for a partner. Su Qingye raises her brow playfully and remarks, Do you still need to seek a partner? Am I not your girlfriend? At this, Zhang Luo nearly chokes. Professor Su, must you be so flirtatious? It feels quite improper. He casts a forlorn glance at her. Professor Su, must we pretend any more? Surely we can drop the act. With an air of calm, the mature woman blinks at him and replies, What of it? If I wish to, I shall. If I choose not to, then so be it. Do you truly find me so distasteful? Indeed, it seems that junior men belong to senior women, while young men are suited for young ladies. She gently rubs her forehead, a hint of melancholy in her voice as she continues, At my age, it seems quite reasonable to be dismissed. Hearing this, Zhang Luo is left utterly bewildered, his eyes wide with confusion. How did we suddenly veer into this territory? This isn't right. Enough. Let us have breakfast and finish quickly so we can head to the office, Su Qingye suggests, taking a delicate sip of soup, her eyes brightening slightly. One must admit, the young man's culinary skills are commendable. If she were to indeed find Zhang Luo as a partner, life would likely be quite pleasant, at least free from the burdens of takeout. Reflecting on this, Zhang Luo's virtues seem quite substantial. One wonders how that girl, Lu Qian, could possibly let him go. Quite remarkable indeed. Su Qingye stretches lazily and inquires, Are the wontons to your liking? Indeed, they are, he replies. The two quickly finish their breakfast and set off for the office. Today, Zhang Yuanjia has arrived quite early. The young man has already been in contact with various platforms, even reaching out to streamers. Upon seeing Lao Jiang, he immediately exclaimed, Lao Jiang, come here. I have something to tell you. I contacted a relationship blogger today. Zhang Luo was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Zhang Yuanjia's train of thought. Why, of all things, seek out a relationship blogger instead of a gaming streamer? Lao Jiang, you simply don't understand. What use is it to find gaming streamers? Can they really test this? Naturally, we need to turn to the experts. Aren't they always boasting about their understanding of love? Zhang Yuanjia's face twisted into a sinister smile. Just imagine if these relationship bloggers discover they cannot even navigate the complexities of a dating game. Wouldn't that make for spectacular entertainment? Listening to Zhang Yuanjia's words, Zhang Luo couldn't help but blink in surprise, suddenly finding the idea quite intriguing. Lao Zhang, have you had a revelation? Chapter 57. The title Little Sue is quite charming. Zhang Luo pondered Zhang Yuanjia's proposition. It must be said that this fellow's idea held considerable merit. The relationship bloggers often tout their prowess in romance. What if they were to play our game and face repeated failures? The imagery of their struggles brought an almost wicked grin to Zhang Yuanjia's face, as if he believed his idea was unbeatable. Zhang Luo nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. Su Qingye, standing nearby, cast a curious glance their way. Are you planning to have the relationship bloggers test it? Yes, I believe seeking out gaming streamers lacks significance, as they have little understanding of love. Zhang Yuanjia replied with satisfaction. If we were to have them live stream the experience, wouldn't that amplify the entertainment value? Upon hearing this, Su Qingye stroked her chin thoughtfully. If that's the case, it does seem feasible. However, these bloggers must charge quite a fee. Have you considered if it fits within the budget? At this, the corners of Zhang Yuanjia's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, he had never contemplated this aspect. Taking a breath, a troubled expression crossed his face. I truly haven't thought this through. I need to reassess the finances. Zhang Yuanjia sighed. He had been brimming with excitement, sensing that the opportunity for success was within reach, only to realize the complication of budgeting. It was essential to keep track of expenses, especially as the operations manager, even if he was not yet responsible for the financial side. Furthermore, regarding promotion, he thought it was an excellent idea and offered to recommend some bloggers. Su Qingye responded calmly, her words exuding a sense of reliability. Zhang Yuanjia's expression shifted to one of dismay upon hearing the first half of her statement. However, upon reaching the latter part, he instantly became exhilarated. What? Professor Su, you actually know this type of blogger? Su Qingye nodded slightly. I suppose I have a few connections. Zhang Yuanjia promptly gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, Impressive, Professor Su. It's truly fortunate to have you with us. Our network is indeed formidable. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo, somewhat astonished, turned to Su Qingye and inquired, Professor Su, is this not too much trouble? If it proves to be cumbersome, we can always postpone this plan until we have sufficient funding. However, Su Qingye shook her head. It is not a significant matter. I merely need to express my request. Thank you immensely, Professor Su, Zhang Luo replied sincerely. Indeed, Su Qingye's assistance was invaluable, for engaging a blogger for evaluation would undoubtedly incur substantial expenses. Fortunately, Zhang Yuanjia interjected, but do not worry. I intend to discuss this thoroughly with my father. If he is inclined to invest, our endeavors will become considerably easier. Zhang Luo raised an eyebrow at this and couldn't help but ask, is it wise to involve uncle in this? To which Zhang Yuanjia retorted, what is the harm? He is quite shrewd and would not invest without reason. If he does, it will certainly be because he sees potential for profit. Zhang Yuanjia chuckled, fully aware of his father's tendencies. Zhang Luo shook her head in amusement. All right. But to be honest, I doubt uncle would take our small-scale ventures seriously. Zhang Yuanjia confidently replied, that's open to interpretation. My judgment is quite astute. He grumbled to himself before returning to his tasks, while Su Qingye commenced her work for the day. Her efficiency was remarkable. As soon as Zhang Luo forwarded the foundational code, she was able to swiftly enhance the visuals with exceptional quality. Professor Su, it feels as though you alone are worth an entire enhanced team of artists. Zhang Luo exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the situation. Just moments ago, he had completed that segment. And now Su Qingye was already catching up? What astonishing efficiency! Upon hearing this, Su Qingye replied nonchalantly, in the studio, please refrain from calling me Professor Su. It feels rather uncomfortable. Zhang Luo pondered. Then how should I address you? He too felt that calling her by that title in the studio created a sense of distance. Yet he had grown accustomed to it at home. Now, he found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he blinked and suggested, "How about I call you Director Su?" Su Qingye lifted her gaze and cast a mild glance at Jiang Luo. "Do you not find that even less appealing? Well then, you may call me Qingye. I must say, there is something peculiar about mature women in the workplace. They possess an aura that compels one to heed their words. Qingye, perhaps that is a bit too intimate." However, recalling that just last night they pretended to be a couple, Jiang Luo suddenly felt that it was not entirely inappropriate. With this thought in mind, he attempted to say Qingye. Su Qingye could not help but slightly tremble, although this name prompted her to respond. It felt rather strange coming from Jiang Luo's lips. Just as she contemplated suggesting a different appellation, Jiang Luo had already altered his approach, saying, "Never mind. I shall call you Teacher Su instead, or perhaps Sister Qingye." Both options seemed unsuitable, as they implied an undesired sense of age. The mature woman frowned, sensing trouble. How did she suddenly become someone elder? Although she was indeed a close friend of Jiang Yu, which could warrant such a title, she was unwilling to accept it. Jiang Luo chuckled awkwardly, realizing that labeling someone as older was not ideal. Thus, he entertained a rather audacious thought. What if he referred to her as Little Su? Su Qingye lifted her head, casting a glance at Jiang Luo that seemed to convey a warning. Yet, surprisingly, she merely glanced at him and then nodded in agreement. To be honest, the term Little Su, while somewhat presumptuous, did convey a sense of youthfulness. Women typically concern themselves with two matters, age and beauty. Therefore, flattering a woman is rather simple. One merely needs to compliment her youth and attractiveness. Observing that Su Qingye did not reject the title, Jiang Luo found himself immersed in contemplation. Remarkably, this appellation had been accepted. Little Su? Was it possible that the mature professor harbored a peculiar preference? Moreover, truth be told, Professor Su was not exactly young. She appeared rather mature. Just as Jiang Luo's thoughts began to drift, Zhang Yuanzhi's voice suddenly broke through. "Old Jiang, will we have a complete test version of the game today?" Jiang Luo paused momentarily, then nodded in response. Indeed, it should not pose any issue. He estimated that he could indeed finish it today. Although it would not be the final version, a preliminary draft would suffice. Furthermore, this time it was not the kind of experience devoid of visuals that Zhang Yuanzhi had previously encountered. This was something substantial. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanzhi instantly perked up, his eyes gleaming. Finally, will there be visuals? Damn it. I've been relying on my imagination. Now I can finally behold some beautiful women. Hearing this, Su Qingye could not help but chuckle softly. Aren't you concerned that your wife will give you trouble? What is there to fear? Ran will never find out. And you too wouldn't dare to snitch, would you? That remains to be seen. Jiang Luo stroked his chin and smiled faintly, saying, "What if I'm in a rather poor mood and can't resist? That would certainly be a different matter." "Damn it, Lao Jiang, you can't be that kind of person," Zhang Yuanzhi exclaimed, his face filled with melancholy. "Such matters must never reach Ran's ears, understood? Professor Su, surely you have more integrity than Lao Jiang, don't you?" Su Qingye smiled without uttering a word, yet the glimmer of amusement in her eyes betrayed her true thoughts. Zhang Yuanzhi sighed deeply, exclaiming, "This is maddening. Who would have thought these two would behave in such a manner? My assessment is that they are utterly devoid of humanity. And seeing the tacit understanding between you two, I can't help but sigh in exasperation. Alas!" Yet, while lamenting, his curiosity got the better of him as he glanced at Jiang Luo, asking, "Lao Jiang, is it truly feasible to complete this? I feel the progress is remarkably swift." Jiang Luo replied with a calm smile. "Do you think it can be anything but swift? I'm working overtime every day, you know. All right, then I shall thoroughly experience it today." Observing Zhang Yuanzhi's eager demeanor, Jiang Luo turned to Su Qingye and said, "Classmate Xiao Su, I have sent you the code. And now it's your turn." Upon hearing this title, Su Qingye appeared momentarily taken aback before quickly nodding with a smile. Jiang Luo felt his face flush slightly. Damn it, I couldn't help but blush. That term felt rather intimate. Zhang Yuanzhi's eyes widened as he inhaled sharply. You can't be serious. In his view, referring to her as Xiao Su was quite absurd, considering her status. Lao Jiang, how could you be so presumptuous? Sensing Zhang Yuanzhi's thoughts, Jiang Luo cast his gaze in his direction. Zhang Yuanzhi suddenly grinned, lowering his voice to a volume only they could hear. I get it, the youthful flirtations. Lao Jiang, I've long suspected something was amiss between you two. and it seems my suspicions were well-founded. Zhang Luo was momentarily at a loss for words. And after a few seconds of silence, he responded, "All right, keep quiet. I have work to do." With that, Zhang Luo resumed his efforts to identify any bugs. Su Qingye, with a smile, glanced at Zhang Yuanjia before nonchalantly returning to her tasks, seemingly indifferent to his opinions. Zhang Yuanjia couldn't help but scratch his head at their reactions. He had merely been joking, yet now he found himself oddly intrigued. Something seems to be brewing here. I must find a way to observe them closely. Zhang Luo toiled for half the day and finally managed to address the majority of the bugs, nearly bringing the task to completion. With a long sigh of relief, his gaze shifted to Professor Su Qingye, who was also moving briskly, nearing the end of her work. Curiosity got the better of Zhang Luo, prompting him to admire her deftness, exclaiming, "Professor Su, your technique is remarkably skillful." Su Qingye chuckled softly, shaking her head in response. "If I weren't proficient, how could I manage? I am a professor, after all, and I must teach my students." Impressive indeed, Zhang Luo thought, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Just as he prepared to continue speaking, his phone screen suddenly illuminated. Why is Lu Qian calling me? Zhang Luo frowned. Since their gathering, they had had little interaction. What could Lu Qian possibly want now? He answered the call, speaking in a subdued tone. "Zhang Luo, I know you were pretending last time," Lu Qian began. Her tone direct. Zhang Luo was left bewildered. What was happening? Why did she sound so accusatory? "What do you mean?" He replied, perplexed. I know your relationship with Su Qingye is a facade, so please don't deceive me. You simply intend to use her to provoke me. In reality, your connection is purely professional, correct? You are tasked with riling up the Su family while she assists you in that endeavor. Am I mistaken? Lu Qian's calm demeanor exuded an air of certainty, as if she had unraveled the entire truth. Zhang Luo was even more confounded. What on earth was Lu Qian trying to achieve? While her assertion had a ring of truth, he was indeed responsible for irritating the Su family. He had never intended to use Su Qingye for that purpose. Have I struck a nerve, leaving you speechless? Lu Qian continued, her expression tinged with disappointment. I already suspected as much. So what is the point? If you truly cared for me, why didn't you make an effort to keep me? Thus, when I visited your studio last time, you were too embarrassed to refuse my presence, weren't you? Zhang Luo took a deep breath, struggling to maintain composure as he replied. I genuinely believe you may be overthinking this. I am not embarrassed. I simply wanted to reject you. Do you understand? Moreover, have you lost your mind today? Coming at me with such nonsense? If there is nothing else, I'm hanging up. He attempted to terminate the call, weary of the conversation, as it was utterly nonsensical. Lu Qian's lips twitched slightly before she spoke softly. If you wish to keep the Su family unaware of your ruse as a boyfriend, then you should provide me with the solution to the bug we addressed last time. The truth was laid bare. Indeed, her intentions had ultimately circled back to this matter. Zhang Luo's gaze instantaneously transformed into one of bemusement. TSK, Lu Qian, I knew that, given your nature, you must have come with ulterior motives. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Su Qingye, seemingly sensing something amiss, stealthily approached and listened intently for a moment. Upon the conclusion of this statement, a smirk played at the corners of her lips as she decisively seized the phone from Zhang Luo's hand. I'm afraid you've misunderstood. We are indeed a couple. Chapter 59, The Zero Frame Initiation by Professor Su. Zhang Luo was taken aback. He never anticipated that Su Qingye would respond in such a manner. He had been pondering how to utter a few words to silence Lu Qian, yet he never envisioned that Su Qingye would directly initiate a fierce rebuttal. Truly, she is worthy of being called Professor Su, renowned for her assertiveness. Zhang Luo blinked, casting an innocent glance at the phone. He then heard Su Qingye continue, unrelenting. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? If you are, come and confront me. I've already told you last time to mind your own business and take care of yourself. Why must you meddle in others' affairs? You say I'm old? Indeed. I am older than you, yet I am more attractive and wealthier. Do you concede? Witnessing Su Qingye fiercely confronting Lu Qian with her hands on her hips left Zhang Luo utterly stunned. Is this truly the Su professor I know? Her verbal prowess was formidable, her delivery powerful, and she was in full force. This was a stranger, a side of her he had never encountered before. However, he could not deny the slight thrill it ignited within him. There was something undeniably commanding about Professor Su. After unleashing a torrent of scorn, Su Qingye exhaled deeply. her demeanor noticeably more relaxed. She cast a lingering glance at Jiang Luo and earnestly remarked, "Should such an opportunity arise again, allow me to handle it. I believe I possess considerable talent in this regard." Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Professor Su, I too believe you are quite gifted, but such opportunities are not frequent, you know? Lu Qian is not a fool. She cannot possibly come here every day to berate us." The mature professor shook her head, seemingly undeterred. "No worries. As long as she does so, simply summon me." Jiang Luo chuckled resignedly, shaking his head. He had previously failed to recognize just how spirited this professor could be. "So has she hung up now?" he inquired curiously, blinking. "Yes, she just ranted and then abruptly ended the call," Su Qingye replied nonchalantly. Yet, Jiang Luo could vividly imagine how exasperated Lu Qian must be at this moment, especially since she had likely come with the expectation of acquiring a solution to her bug issue today, instead of gaining any advantage. She had been thoroughly scolded by Su Qingye. One could only wonder about the psychological toll this encounter would have on Lu Qian. Well, perhaps it is for the best. Jiang Luo nodded, though a hint of confusion lingered in her expression. But how did she deduce that we were merely pretending? I felt our coordination was rather flawless. Su Qingye chuckled softly, gazing earnestly at Jiang Luo. In truth, our act was not convincing. Hardly anyone believed it. Yet, that is sufficient. What gave us away? Jiang Luo's curiosity was piqued, for she believed she had immersed herself deeply in the role. The gaze. One's eyes when in love cannot lie. Do you truly think your eyes could deceive me? Su Qingye fixed her gaze on Jiang Luo, then suddenly smiled. Your eyes are remarkably innocent, possessing a certain naive clarity. However, they seem devoid of genuine emotion towards me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's lips twitched slightly. Devoid of emotion? Honestly, how can one form feelings so directly? It is quite a challenge. Yet, I cannot deny that I do feel something for you, Su Qingye. After all, the appreciation for beauty is inherent in everyone. With a stunning woman like you before me, it is difficult not to be stirred. Well, although I cannot perceive your feelings, I seem to detect a hint of lechery in your gaze, Su Qingye remarked, her cheeks suddenly flushing. She felt as if the young man's gaze was somewhat improper, as if he were coveting something. A rogue. Indeed, men are such lecherous beings. Jiang Luo felt his face heat up, forcing a chuckle. What are you saying, Professor Su? My admiration for you is purely aesthetic. It is only natural for one to appreciate beauty. Pretend all you like, Su Qingye retorted, unimpressed. At that moment, she exuded a certain alluring charm, her eyes sparkling with an innate seductiveness. She then seated herself to continue her work, which was surprisingly nearing completion. Unbeknownst to her, she was close to finalizing the design of the game after 5 long years. Reflecting on this, Su Qingye paused and asked Jiang Luo, "Have you ever worried that the game might flop?" Jiang Luo shook his head in response. "I have not worried. In my view, this game is unlikely to fail unless my luck is exceedingly poor. However, I am experiencing a bit of a creative block in continuing the design." "What do you mean by that?" Su Qingye raised an eyebrow, a look of curiosity crossing her face. Although the initial version has been completed, the choices and potential storylines are still rather limited. Therefore, in a sense, I must continuously generate narrative and content. Jiang Luo replied with earnest seriousness. "I see. It seems your mind is running low on romantic storylines. Well, if that is the case, perhaps you should consider pursuing a romantic relationship." Su Qingye let out a sigh. This issue seemed insurmountable, and she felt somewhat helpless. After all, she had never been in a romantic relationship. Naturally, she could never divulge this to Jiang Luo. Well, if it comes to romance, then so be it. However, Jiang Luo shook her head with a reluctant expression. I will still seek out Zhang Yuanjia. With him, I can resolve this matter. As for dating, am I not currently engaged in a conversation with you, Professor Su? He chuckled lightly. You mentioned last time that we were not in a romantic relationship. Jiang Luo forced a laugh, then turned his gaze towards the window, where Lao Zhang was already delightfully immersed in his game. Was this game truly that enjoyable? Su Qingye observed his expression and found herself momentarily lost in thought. After a while, she glanced at her phone and said, I have some matters to attend to this afternoon. You may continue with your tasks. Feel free to reach out to me if any issues arise. With this, Su Qingye began to gather her belongings. Jiang Luo was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. All right, classmate Su, you go ahead and attend to your affairs. He waved his hand grandly, exuding a hint of a boss-like aura. Su Qingye cast a fleeting glance at him, amusement flickering in her beautiful eyes, yet she chose to remain silent and departed on her own. Watching Su Qingye's retreating figure, Zhang Luo felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy wash over him. Was Professor Su leaving just like that? Strangely, her departure left him with a hollow feeling, as if he had begun to grow accustomed to her presence in his life. Zhang Luo murmured to himself. Just then, he heard Zhang Yuanzhi's voice from outside. Old Jiang. Damn it, you weirdo. How could you possibly design a hidden female homosexual character? Chapter 60. Blogger promotion. Listening to Lao Zhang's voice, Zhang Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling a bit exasperated. This guy had such luck that he stumbled upon a hidden character? He glanced at him and couldn't resist asking. How many rounds have you played to unlock that hidden character? Lao Zhang's face turned crimson. Ahem, not too many, really. It felt like I played for a short while, and then it just appeared. Alright, you seem to be more addicted than those players. Zhang Yuanzhi grinned. Isn't that quite normal? Old Jiang, don't forget. I approached this with the mindset of a gamer. If a hardcore gaming enthusiast like me finds it enjoyable, then it must be good. Listening to Zhang Yuanzhi's words, Zhang Luo nodded in agreement. That does make sense. If you're so engrossed, I have complete confidence in the game's quality. Just as Zhang Luo was about to inquire about when Su Ran would join them to assist Professor Su in alleviating some stress, Zhang Yuanzhi suddenly exhibited an excited expression. Oh, old Jiang, someone just added me. It's that dating blogger. Goodness, I must exclaim in astonishment. Is this the efficiency of Professor Su? How remarkably swift. It has scarcely been any time at all, and arrangements have already been made. Zhang Luo, too, was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated such rapidity. He hastened to Zhang Yuanzhi's side, his gaze fixed upon the computer screen, and indeed, the arrangements were already in place. Moreover, it appeared that the other party commanded a substantial following. Over 3 million followers. How impressive. Such a large number of fans signifies a remarkable level of popularity. Not only is the follower count astonishing, but Zhang Luo also observed that each video boasted an exceptionally high like rate, indicating that this individual is a significant influencer. Under these circumstances, if she were to promote the game, the initial wave of enthusiasm would likely be easily achieved. I shall engage her in conversation, Zhang Luo said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhang Yuanzhi nodded in agreement. Excellent. Soon, he sent a message. Zhang Dashui. Greetings. I represent a studio dedicated to game development. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Qingxi, hello? I was referred by a friend and heard that you are seeking to evaluate a game. Is that correct? Zhang Dashui, indeed. Our game is a completely new creation, an entirely novel genre with diverse gameplay that offers a high level of engagement. Would you like to give it a try? Qingxi, I am aware of that, and I believe I could give it a shot. Would you like me to conduct a live evaluation? Zhang Dashui, that would undoubtedly be the best approach. However, are you comfortable doing so? Qingxi, I am, but I prefer not to show my face. I can use my virtual avatar for the evaluation. What do you think? Zhang Dashui, that is perfectly acceptable on our end, as long as you are comfortable with it. Qingxi, then let us schedule it for this evening. After their conversation concluded, Zhang Yuanzhi looked up at Zhang Luo, his face alight with excitement. Luo Gu, how did I fare in this discussion? A slight smile curled at the corners of Zhang Luo's mouth. I think it went quite well. A live stream this evening. I must return to address some issues, otherwise. If any bugs arise during the stream, that would indeed be problematic. Quite right. You attend to that. I shall continue my discussions with her. Very well, off you go. Zhang Luo resumed his work on the bugs. To be honest, the prospect of a live stream tonight feels a bit rushed. He felt unprepared, yet, given his pace, he believed it would be manageable. As evening approached, both Zhang Luo and Zhang Yuanzhi remained in the studio. The reason was simple. Tonight marked the premiere live stream of the game, and they needed to monitor the situation closely. They had agreed upon an 8 o'clock start time. When the hour arrived, Qingxi's Douyin account commenced broadcasting punctually. A virtual figure materialized directly onto the screen. Greetings, everyone. I am your dear friend, Qingxi. This evening, we shall not delve into the realms of love or life. Instead, let us converse about a captivating new game. Listening to her gentle voice, Zhang Luo's lips curled into a subtle smile. One cannot deny the persuasiveness of her tone. It is no wonder that so many fans are eager to hear her speak. Indeed, I took the liberty of investigating her previous videos, and I must admit, they are quite impressive, with an engaging delivery. Oh, it appears you have taken the initiative to conduct your background research. You are certainly becoming more meticulous in your endeavors. Zhang Luo was somewhat taken aback. This fellow had become significantly more reliable than before. Upon hearing Zhang Luo's praise, Zhang Yuanzhi's smile broadened. Of course, Luo Gu. Moreover, I have some splendid news to share with you. What news might that be? Qingxi has informed me that, as it is our first collaboration, she will not be charging any fees. If the results are satisfactory, we can discuss compensation for future collaborations. Zhang Yuanzhi expressed his astonishment, having mentally prepared for a considerable expenditure. Yet, to his surprise, she required no payment at all, leaving him quite bewildered. Oh, Zhang Luo was equally astonished. It was indeed unexpected for there to be no fee. Surely, this leniency must be attributed to Professor Su Qingya. Otherwise, such an arrangement would be rather extraordinary. It seems we owe Professor Su a significant favor. Zhang Luo sighed deeply, reflecting on the matter. Regardless, let us focus on the outcome for now. It appears that Qingxi's live stream is thriving, with viewership soaring to 10,000 in no time. The traffic is remarkable. I can't believe we have encountered such a reliable host. Zhang Yuanzhi exclaimed, astonished by the unexpectedly high number of viewers. Many viewers are curious as to why we are testing a game today, as we are not typically game streamers. However, to be candid, this particular game does intersect with the theme of romance. Hence my desire to explore it through the lens of love. The virtual persona embodies a gentle and sophisticated demeanor, suggesting that she is an exceptionally educated woman. Allow me to introduce the game. It is aptly titled Romance Game. Within this game, we will randomly select a character and embark on a life journey, encountering various individuals and forming connections. This bears a resemblance to a simulation of romantic experiences, which I personally find quite exciting. As a self-proclaimed expert in matters of love, I am confident that I shall navigate this game with ease. Now let us commence the game. Chapter 61, The Initial Experience. It is evident that this is Qingxi's first encounter with such a genre of gaming. Thus, she appears somewhat out of her depth, her movements slightly clumsy. Nevertheless, it is clear that she is putting forth considerable effort. As I played, I began to narrate. First of all, upon resurrection, we directly engaged in character creation, which is rather intriguing. In my previous gaming experiences, I was often compelled to play as fixed characters, but now I have the liberty to choose. I decided to craft a character resembling myself. Observing this scene, both Zhang Luo and Zhang Yuanzhi couldn't help but twitch their lips. Is this really right? Why does it feel somewhat off? No one could have anticipated that a perfectly good romance game would transform into a character creation experience in Qingxi's hands. Furthermore, glancing at the barrage of comments in the livestream, perhaps due to the predominance of female fans, the discussion revolved around how to create a more aesthetically pleasing face. I must admit, the art style of this game is rather commendable. Although it seems not entirely polished, it is still quite exquisite. I share this sentiment. If that is the case, I find it quite enjoyable too. I wish to create a character and play. Unexpectedly, upon entering today, I found Qingxi engaged in gameplay. How delightful. What game is this? Can someone enlighten us? It's a romance game. Qingxi is currently customizing her protagonist, Zhang Yuanzhi, while observing the incessantly rolling comments in the live stream, was momentarily taken aback. He turned to Zhang Luo, a hint of confusion in his expression. Old Jiang, did you design this too? Zhang Luo's lips involuntarily twitched. Well, if you put it that way, I suppose it can be considered so. He felt somewhat overwhelmed. The character creation feature was an idea that had struck him spontaneously, and he had not anticipated its immense popularity. Sometimes, unexpected inspirations yield fruitful results. Initially, Zhang Luo had not contemplated it deeply. He merely thought that if characters were designed, it might enhance the player's immersive experience, which led to the inclusion of this feature. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Qingxi swiftly finished crafting her character, smiling with satisfaction. To be honest, the character I created does bear a resemblance to me. I am ready to proceed to the next step. First, I will roll the dice to determine my life circumstances. As her words fell, a die flickered across the screen. Soon, a series of texts sprang forth. Your gender is female. Your profession is an artist. You possess considerable beauty, thus never lacking admirers. Yet you have never found anyone to your liking, remaining single. In this situation, you are indeed quite starved for love, particularly desiring someone who understands and cherishes you. From now on, your daily life will evolve based on your choices. May you achieve the romance you desire. As I read this line of text, Qingxi was momentarily taken aback, then rubbed her chin and softly remarked, to be honest, I feel quite fortunate. I have started with an exceptionally splendid character. Now, let us immerse ourselves in this game. Observing Qingshi's screen, many viewers expressed their astonishment. How intriguing. This game's format is unlike anything I have seen before. It feels remarkably unique. Qingshi is indeed lucky to begin with such a stunning beauty. Let us see how this unfolds. Surely, it won't be long before some gentleman becomes enamored with our Qingshi? That would indeed be delightful. It would be wonderful to have someone appreciate her sooner rather than later, allowing her to showcase her extraordinary romantic skills. Casting a glance at the comments, Qingshi shyly said, "Please do not place too much hope in my success. Although I often analyze romance for everyone, I have consistently reminded you that studying love does not equate to being skilled in it. Now, let me see if there are any tasks available." Oh, it seems there are no tasks, and the degree of freedom appears rather excessive. She sighed. I must admit, what I dislike most about gaming is undertaking tasks. With that, Qingshi began to maneuver her character, discovering the ability to roam freely. Soon, her curiosity got the better of her. It appears I have triggered an option. The system is asking me if I wish to attend the company's team-building event this evening. In terms of socializing, I suppose I cannot decline. As it pertains to my professional life, one cannot navigate the world alone, can one? Therefore, I must go. With that, she promptly clicked to continue. The scene before her began to transform, and text began to appear. Today, as you attend the team-building event, do you wish to apply exquisite makeup and don beautiful attire? Faced with this choice, Qingshi found herself in a moment of contemplation. After some thought, she decisively proclaimed, "I believe I must dress up. After all, we are going out. And one's appearance is a reflection of oneself. If I do not make an effort to look beautiful, would that not be a disservice?" Immediately, she opted to prepare herself beautifully. Subsequently, she witnessed her character attending the team-building event. The experience was quite pleasant. Everyone was friendly and amiable. However, the downside was that numerous individuals actively invited Qingshi to dine, and many requested to connect on WeChat. This wave of attention was undoubtedly a testament to her personal charm. Yet, Qingshi was reluctant to accept such invitations. Friends, please remember to be cautious with such invitations for dinner. They require careful consideration. This crowd can easily harbor playboys, scoundrels, and charmers. Watching the unfolding events on the live stream, Zhang Luo couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Goodness, this young lady truly possesses considerable insight," Zhang Yuanjia remarked. A hint of confusion in his expression. "What is going on? Have you genuinely designed this issue here?" "Indeed, what did you expect?" she replied. Such invitations often carry perilous signals. Thus, those who fall for them are the truly unfortunate ones. It seems this Qingshi blogger has quite a narrative to share. Zhang Yuanjia mused in astonishment. "There's no rush. This is merely the beginning. Please be patient," Zhang Luo said calmly. "More troublesome circumstances are bound to arise. Let us observe her response." As he spoke, his gaze continued to traverse the screen, and after a moment's contemplation, he added, "She hasn't accepted any payment. So remember to send some gifts later. Count on me, Brother Luo." Chapter 62. Identifying a CAD is truly challenging. Within the live stream, Qingshi skillfully maneuvered her character, steadily advancing the narrative. The excitement within the stream grew increasingly palpable. Goodness, it feels as though this game is akin to real life. Qingshi is impressive. No wonder she has garnered the affection of so many young men. Indeed, she is the romance expert. No one can rival her. Glancing at the barrage of comments, a subtle smile graced Qingshi's lips. After over half an hour of exploration, her proficiency had markedly improved. Moreover, her choices began to attract suitors. Yet she dismissed every one of them. In her own words, these young men were insincere, and thus she had no desire to accept their advances. As the designer, Zhang Luo and planner Jiang Su were somewhat taken aback. Impressive indeed, her ability to discern CADs is remarkably high. Zhang Luo blinked, honestly surprised. The male characters, each with distinct styles and behaviors, typically would have been accepted by an ordinary girl. Yet, Qingshi remained remarkably composed and entirely uninterested, evidently unfazed by the advances of those particular male characters. However, just as Zhang Luo pondered this, Zhang Yuanjia suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Luo, look quickly. What is happening? Is Qingshi about to choose a young man?" At that moment, within the live stream, Qingshi displayed a conflicted expression. According to the prompts, "I should quickly find a suitable partner for a romantic relationship. Otherwise, I will be deemed a failure." While this carries a somewhat obligatory undertone, it does seem correct. for one cannot remain single indefinitely. If one refrains from engaging in romance solely to avoid failure, that hardly reflects a healthy attitude toward love. Thus, I shall consider this option, as my overall assessment suggests he could be a good man. Qingxi has chosen an engineer, a gentleman of commendable character, and her overall interactions have been quite satisfactory. To her surprise, she initially thought finding a suitable match would be challenging. Indeed, like Qingxi, I too find this individual rather agreeable. Were I in her position, I would certainly select him as well. Am I the only one who feels somewhat ambivalent? I sense that this engineer may be putting on a facade. Perhaps this perception stems from my previous relationship with someone of a similar disposition, thus rendering me more sensitive to such traits. Observing the barrage of comments, Qingxi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable tension within. To be candid, despite her status as a relationship blogger, she harbors a limited understanding of romance. Her previous experiences have predominantly been theoretical musings. If I were to falter, I implore everyone not to mock me, for it is well known that a renowned relationship blogger may, in fact, be perpetually single. Upon reaching this point in her narrative, Qingxi felt a twinge of embarrassment. She then resumed controlling her character, embarking on the journey of romance. The options before her became increasingly diverse. This engineer proved to be quite romantic. Having just established their relationship, he immediately began inviting Qingxi on dates. It must be noted that he clearly embodies the archetype of a science and engineering enthusiast, yet he exhibits a surprising romanticism in his approach to dating. Qingxi couldn't help but reflect on this, embracing the opportunity since she had already agreed to be his girlfriend, making it rather difficult to decline such invitations. In the unfolding scene, the two characters soon found themselves on a date. Throughout their conversation, Qingxi remained unaware of any impropriety on the engineer's part. However, as he escorted her back that evening, she was taken aback when he accompanied her all the way to her apartment complex without any indication of departing. This left her momentarily speechless. What could his intentions be? Did he wish to stay the night? In that instant, Qingxi furrowed her brow and addressed her audience. He is not leaving. Does he intend to come inside? Is he truly so eager after just our first date? The comments in the live stream began to flood in rapidly. Indeed, this seemed rather unreasonable. It felt excessively hasty. I, too, find myself perplexed by his intentions. Could it be that he desires to overstep boundaries this evening? That would be rather absurd. In my view, such an act on a first date is absolutely unacceptable. TSK. Who understands these matters? Qingxi, please choose to decline. This is truly inappropriate. Observing the comments in the live chat, Qingxi nodded slightly, acknowledging, in truth, my sentiments align with yours. In such circumstances, I urge everyone to prioritize their safety and not to be deceived. With that, she decisively pushed back against the engineer's advances. What transpired next, however, was utterly unforeseen. Upon hearing those words, the engineer's demeanor exploded with astonishment as he gazed incredulously at Qingxi, exclaiming, "You reject me? We are in a romantic relationship. Why should that be impossible?" This response instantly left Qingxi, who was observing the screen, in utter disbelief. What is this absurd maneuver? Are you a master of transformation? Why is it permissible? We are merely boyfriend and girlfriend, not in a more intimate relationship. Do be mindful of boundaries. She replied without hesitation. The engineer, in a fit of anger, pointed at Qingxi, declaring, "If you feel that way, then perhaps we should part ways." Qingxi, observing the options that appeared on the screen, couldn't help but twitch her lips in frustration. Although a virtual character, her exasperation was palpable through the screen. "Let us break up." In the next moment, the screen turned crimson, revealing a pop-up. "Your romantic endeavor has failed." With a slight scowl, Qingxi murmured, "I initially believed I would falter due to the subtleties of romance, yet I never anticipated that my downfall would stem from the selection process." She sighed softly and addressed the barrage of comments. "Darlings, do you understand now? The choice of partner is crucial before embarking on a romantic journey. A poor selection leads to inevitable failure." After this round of defeat, a spark ignited in Qingxi's eyes. "No, I must try again. As the saying goes, women from the Dragon Kingdom never concede defeat. I refuse to believe that my performance cannot improve this time. Just watch me shine." Without hesitation, Qingxi commenced her second attempt at the game. However, this time, the beginning was far from delightful. You are a junior employee, struggling in the bustling city, often subjected to harassment from your boss. Your life is perpetually filled with bothersome men. You yearn to find true love, but first, You must have the opportunity to encounter it. Chapter 63. Professor Su, have you been drained? Taking a deep breath, Qingxi embarked on her second challenge. Yet, this opening was far less favorable than the previous one. You are a solitary worker striving in a metropolitan area, having come here for your dreams. Yet the reality is stark. You frequently endure harassment from your greasy superior. Your existence seems perpetually inundated with men you find intolerable. You long to discover true love. But first, you must have the chance to meet it. Upon witnessing this beginning, not only was Qingxi taken aback, but the comments in the live stream erupted in fervor. Wow, this opening is painfully realistic. My fists are clenched. Designers, why create such oppressive plots? It's suffocating. Woe is me, Qingxi my love. Go forth and triumph over that vile boss. Qingxi gazed at the setting, unable to suppress a delicate frown. With a wry smile, she remarked, my dear ones. It seems our challenge has escalated in difficulty. However, fear not. The greater the adversity, the more enticing the challenge. Would you not agree? Nevertheless, the unfolding narrative continually thwarted her efforts. Regardless of whether she opted for a forthright approach or a more gentle demeanor, that insipid superior always found a way to repulse her. Furthermore, the seemingly appealing men surrounding her each exhibited their own peculiarities upon closer acquaintance. An hour later, Qingxi had endured 4 or 5 consecutive failures, with each round culminating in a glaringly red notification of romantic defeat on the screen. She felt somewhat dazed, her virtual visage radiating exhaustion and confusion. With a deep sigh directed at the screen, she lamented, my dear family, I may truly be inept at romance. I retract my previous statement. This game possesses a certain depth that has genuinely left me despondent. She slumped over her desk, her virtual representation mimicking a dejected posture, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. How could romance be so arduous? The fans in the live stream, witnessing their beloved streamer endure such relentless torment, did not unfollow. Rather, their enthusiasm soared. This is hilarious. It's the first time I've seen Qingxi so vulnerable. Do not cry, Qingxi. The game designer must be an inexperienced male, deliberately complicating matters for us ladies. Honestly, I'm somewhat captivated by this game. What is its name, and when will it be available? I wish to experience this melancholic sensation myself. In the studio, observing the surging popularity of the live stream and the flood of requests for the game to go live, Zhang Yuanjia excitedly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, wow, Luo Gu, we're on fire. This wave is definitely going to blow up. Zhang Luo maintained a calm and confident smile, having anticipated this outcome. He glanced at the virtual figure in the live stream, which appeared on the verge of despair, and instructed Zhang Yuanjia, go ahead and send her the most extravagant gift as a gesture of comfort. Absolutely. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuanjia dispatched a grand carnival gift. The dazzling effects instantaneously enveloped the entire live stream, catching Qingxi's attention. Surprised, she lifted her head and exclaimed, wow, thank you to the official romantic game for the carnival gift. Is it from the designer himself? At that moment, a request to connect was sent in the live stream. Qingxi hesitated for a moment before accepting. The next instant, a young voice, imbued with a hint of magnetism, resonated. Hello, Qingxi, I am Zhang Luo, the designer of romantic game. His voice, enhanced with a mysterious quality, invigorated the atmosphere of the live stream. Wow, a live designer. The designer's voice is so captivating. Please show your face. Zhang Luo chuckled lightly, disregarding the barrage of comments, and addressed Qingxi, saying, first and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your evaluation. Secondly, witnessing your considerable distress as a result of the game fills me, as its designer, with profound regret. Yet, despite his words, there was not a hint of sincerity in his tone. Rather, it brimmed with playful mockery. Qingxi quickly caught on, responding with a mixture of laughter and exasperation. Zhang, is this game truly completable? I seriously suspect you are enacting some form of social retribution. Of course it is. Zhang Luo replied with an air of confidence. True love, after all, must endure trials. Then, regarding the game's launch date, he deliberately paused, savoring the suspense he had built, before slowly declaring, it will be soon, please stay tuned. The live broadcast of the game review was a resounding success, leaving both Zhang Luo and Zhang Yuanjia exhilarated, as they toiled until the early hours of the morning. Casting a glance at the clock, Zhang Luo felt it was time to return home. After all, he had promised to assume the role of chef, yet he had been gallivanting about instead, an undeniable inconsistency. However, Upon dragging his weary body back home, he encountered Su Qingye, who emerged from her room with a weary expression, appearing utterly drained, as if her vitality had been thoroughly extracted. Observing her state, Zhang Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "Professor Su, have you been completely drained?" "Drain my foot." Su Qingye shot him an exasperated glance, her voice tinged with languor and frustration. She floated back to her room, leaving a single remark in her wake. "I'm hungry. I want to eat." Zhang Luo chuckled at her words, shaking his head in resignation. "Very well. I shall prepare a meal for you, Your Highness. Get lost." For some inexplicable reason, Zhang Luo felt that Su Qingye was brimming with grievances today. Soon, a delectable spread was laid out on the table. Zhang Luo observed Su Qingye, who was eating her meal at a leisurely pace, and curiously inquired, "Did you watch the live broadcast tonight, Professor Su?" "I caught a glimpse." Su Qingye nodded, her face betraying no hint of amusement. "It was somewhat interesting." "Hey, did that blogger friend of yours come looking to admonish you?" "I suspect she would like to." Su Qingye elegantly set down her chopsticks, her cool gaze fixed on Zhang Luo. "Truthfully, don't you think the difficulty is excessively high? I feel despair on her behalf." Zhang Luo sighed, hesitating slightly. "Alas, I too ponder whether to adjust the difficulty a tad." "Do not." Su Qingye immediately interjected. "Once players' desire to win is ignited, lowering the difficulty will render it utterly mundane." "But you must assure me, can this game truly be completed?" "Indeed," Zhang Luo replied with unwavering certainty. After finishing her meal, Su Qingye retreated into her room, presumably engrossed in her own endeavors. Zhang Luo, on the other hand, found himself with rare leisure. He comfortably reclined on the sofa, contemplating before picking up his phone. He sought out his sister's WeChat and sent her the game's test package. "Sis, come try out the new game I've developed. Today, I sought the evaluation of a romance blogger with 1 million followers, and the outcome? A dismal failure. I refuse to believe it. Why don't you give it a try and see if you, as an esteemed lawyer, can manage it?" Chapter 64, Sleepless in the Heat. Venturing out for a breeze as Zhang Luo had just sent the game package, Zhang Yu quickly responded, though her message was not about the game. Instead, it was a large question mark. Before Zhang Luo could utter a word, his phone lit up. His older sister, Zhang Yu, was calling. Upon answering, he immediately heard her voice. Filled with astonishment, "Zhang Luo, have you lost your mind? You actually ventured into creating a dating game?" Zhang Yu was utterly bewildered, her tone laced with disbelief. "Am I seeing things? This is quite beyond reason. Furthermore, you can't even navigate romance yourself. Yet you have the audacity to create a dating game." Feeling a bit bashful, Zhang Luo scratched his nose and chuckled. "What is wrong with that? Sister, you don't quite grasp it. Just because someone can play games doesn't mean they can create them. Similarly, knowing how to eat doesn't imply one knows how to cook. Just because I'm inept at romance doesn't mean I can't craft a game." "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. I've been preparing for this game for quite some time, and it's finally come to fruition. Would you like to give it a try? If it's not enjoyable, feel free to criticize me afterward." "Fine, I'll reluctantly give it a shot," Zhang Yu retorted while continuing to grumble. "But don't hold any expectations for me. I'm not one of those gaming enthusiasts. Besides, to be frank, I find it hard to believe that someone with your romantic skills could excel at this." "Don't worry, you'll find out for yourself." Zhang Luo anticipated his sister's reaction, yet the game was ready, and he remained confidently optimistic. "By the way, you mentioned you found a blogger to test it. Who was it?" "So, you've expanded your connections into the blogger sphere?" Zhang Yu casually inquired. "Oh, a friend recommended someone named Qingxi. She has quite a following and streamed for over 2 hours tonight, generating a good amount of buzz for us." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu fell silent. Zhang Luo could even hear her gasp. "Who did you say?" Zhang Yu's voice took on an odd tone. "Qingxi, what's the matter?" Zhang Luo responded, puzzled. After a long moment, Zhang Yu managed to utter a single word. Zhang Luo grew even more curious. "What's wrong, sister? Do you know her?" "I don't know her," Zhang Yu replied tersely before hastily adding, "All right, I'll play the game now. Goodbye." As the call ended, Zhang Luo scratched his head, feeling that his sister was acting rather strangely today. On the other side, Zhang Yu, having hung up the phone, wore a face that was usually astute and capable, now marred by a myriad of complex emotions. She clenched her fists tightly, pacing back and forth in her office. "So, Su Qingye, you dare to engage in these clandestine maneuvers behind my back?" This wretched woman, who claimed to merely be offering refuge to her unfortunate friend's brother. What was she truly up to? Who was Qingxi? Surely, she was not oblivious. Ah, Su Qingye, is this your idea of a game? Jiang Yu gritted her teeth, increasingly convinced that something was amiss. Su Qingye was hiding something significant. Was this all directed towards her, as if she were a sister-in-law? Just then, an explosive rumor she had overheard in the legal circle a few days prior flashed in her mind. The long-icy Professor Su Qingye seemed to be in a romantic relationship. At the time, she dismissed it as mere gossip, for she knew Su Qingye's temperament all too well. A relationship? With Su Qingye's lofty standards. None of the so-called genius heirs from the prominent families of Kyoto could ever catch her eye. Yet now, an absurd thought uncontrollably emerged. Could it truly be my brother? Jiang Yu froze, suddenly feeling that this notion was rather terrifying. Meanwhile, within her apartment, Su Qingye, wearing glasses, was engrossed in sketching characters from a game on her digital tablet. A vibrant and enchanting young girl was gradually taking shape under her deft strokes. Just then, her phone vibrated, the screen flashing with the name Jiang Xiaoye. A slight smile graced her lips. What could this woman possibly want at such an hour? After a moment's contemplation, Su Qingye answered the call. Su Qingye, I have to ask you something. Jiang Yu's voice on the other end was urgent, cutting straight to the chase with an air of interrogation. Go ahead. Su Qingye's tone remained calm, her hands stilling not for a moment. Are you in a relationship? Su Qingye nearly choked on her own saliva, her head snapping up in shock and guilt. Nonsense. We agreed to be best friends for life. How could I ever secretly date behind your back? What had they said back then? If anyone started dating, they would be a dog. She was merely pretending to be in a relationship with Jiang Luo. That didn't count as dating. Then kindly explain why everyone in the circle is saying you're off the market? Oh, that's just slander, pure slander. Every time I attend such gatherings, there are always dazzling rumors flying around. Su Qingye quickly retorted, her mind racing as she concocted her response. Moreover, this time, I just wanted some peace. So I casually found a friend to pretend to be my boyfriend. Who would have known it would escalate to this? After she finished explaining, even she believed her alibi was flawless. Jiang Yu fell silent on the other end, seemingly accepting this explanation. After a brief pause, she playfully remarked, Is the friend you found my younger brother? Su Qingye let out a dry chuckle. Oh, how could that be? He is so young. He is no longer a child. Jiang Yu replied with a fierce tone, You better not be deceiving me. Of course not. Well then, as Jiang Yu chose not to press further, the two engaged in casual conversation for a while longer before Jiang Yu had to return to work, thus ending the call. Once she set her phone down, Su Qingye quietly exhaled in relief. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already 9 in the evening. She stretched lazily, her stomach inexplicably grumbling. What was this? Suddenly feeling a bit hungry, she craved a midnight snack? She had certainly not skimped on dinner. No, she couldn't indulge. A perfect woman must practice self-discipline. Comfort is reserved for the deceased. Be resolute. Yet, once the thought took root, it proved impossible to dismiss. Half an hour later, Su Qingye removed her glasses, rubbed her slightly sore eyes, and stepped out of her room. In the living room, Jiang Luo was intently focused on the computer screen, headphones on, fingers flying over the keyboard as he seemingly addressed the final issues before a game launch. Approaching him from behind, captivated by his serious profile, she impulsively suggested, It's too hot to sleep. Shall we step out for some fresh air? Chapter 65. Appreciating both elegance and simplicity, Su Qingye's suggestion came rather unexpectedly. Hearing her languid and slightly vexed tone, Jiang Luo hesitated for a moment before finally putting down his computer. He raised his head to look at the mature professor before him, his expression a mix of confusion and irritation. What's the matter, Professor Su? Do you really want to go out at this hour? He inquired curiously. Well, I can't sleep and I just want to take a stroll. She replied as she stood up, stretching comfortably. Her graceful figure remained evident even beneath her loose loungewear. She glanced at Jiang Luo. What's the matter? Are you unwilling to accompany this boring older woman on a walk? Jiang Luo shook his head in amusement. Professor Su, you are not old at all. It is actually my honor to accompany you. With that, he too rose to his feet, grabbing a jacket from the sofa. The two exited the house one after the other. The city beneath the night sky remained bustling, with neon lights flickering, and the evening breeze carried the last traces of summer's warmth, pleasantly brushing against their faces. Jiang Luo had assumed Su Qingye would lead him to some refined, upscale lounge or a serene cafe, as such venues aligned with her usual intellectual and graceful demeanor. However, when they halted at a lively street filled with the aroma of street food, and Su Qingye confidently guided him toward a bustling barbecue stall. Zhang Luo's mind buzzed in disbelief. A barbecue stall? Professor Su actually enjoys places like this? The barbecue stall was modest in size, with a few simple tables and chairs arranged outdoors. The air was infused with the enticing aroma of charcoal, accompanied by the cheerful chatter and clinking of glasses from the diners around, creating an atmosphere that was refreshingly down-to-earth. Zhang Luo couldn't help but glance at Su Qingye beside him. She was clad in a simple white shirt and sky-blue jeans, her long hair cascading loosely, exuding a languorous beauty that seemed utterly out of place in the lively surroundings. "Professor Su, I can't believe you actually eat barbecue," Zhang Luo exclaimed, his tone laced with disbelief. Su Qingye found an empty seat and casually cast him a sidelong glance, her elegant eyebrows arching slightly. "Who says I can't? This place is quite good," she replied nonchalantly, as if dining here was the most ordinary thing in the world. Zhang Luo nodded in a daze and took a seat beside her. He felt that his perception of Su Qingye had been once again redefined this evening. This woman seemed to harbor a plethora of surprises he had yet to discover. Ignoring his astonishment, Su Qingye directly took the menu from the proprietor, barely glancing at it before listing a long string of dishes: 20 skewers of lamb, 10 skewers of pork belly, 5 chicken wings, 2 servings of grilled eggplant, and a portion of grilled leeks. That should be all for now. Her adeptness in ordering caught the attention of the owner, who stole a few extra glances at her. Zhang Luo was left dumbstruck, thinking that was an excessive amount. Grilled leeks? He couldn't help but envision Su Qingye, typically poised with a coffee cup, radiating an air of cool detachment from the podium, and juxtaposing that image with her current exuberant ordering of grilled leeks felt profoundly incongruous. "What are you staring at? Don't you want to order something?" Su Qingye handed the menu to him. Zhang Luo shook his head. Nearly everything she had ordered was to his liking. "Boss, let's have 2 bottles of beer as well," Su Qingye added after a moment's thought. "Coming right up." The beer was swiftly delivered, the chilled glass bottles glistening with beads of water. Su Qingye took the opener, effortlessly popping the cap off one bottle, pouring herself a generous glass, and then offering it to him. As Zhang Luo observed her actions, a sense of unease began to settle within him. It was evident that Su Qingye was not in the best of spirits tonight. She seemed to be harboring a certain tension, radiating an unmistakable aura of displeasure. After a brief hesitation, he couldn't resist inquiring, "Professor Su, has someone upset you? Which scoundrel is it?" Su Qingye's hand, poised to lift her glass, paused momentarily. She raised her head, her cool eyes sparkling brightly under the night lights as she fixed her gaze on Zhang Luo, her expression unfriendly. "If I said it was you, would you believe me?" Zhang Luo was immediately rendered speechless. How was he to respond to that? He had not anticipated the fire would turn upon him, leaving him somewhat flustered. He chuckled awkwardly. "Then I suppose I should drink to my own punishment? All right, I'll have a drink first." Su Qingye did not respond to him. Instead, she tilted her head back and downed half of the full glass of beer in one go. Her fair neck arched gracefully as a few droplets of the chilly liquid trickled down from the corners of her lips, vanishing into the collar of her shirt. Zhang Luo gazed at her bold demeanor, momentarily taken aback. He could not help but remark, "I must say, I thought Professor Su was the type to prefer red wine and pursue an elegant path." Setting her glass down, with a trace of white foam lingering on her lips, Su Qingye extended her tongue to delicately lick it away. Casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Luo, her tone laced with a hint of languor, she replied, "Appreciation can be found in both elegance and simplicity, you know? Both are acceptable." "How delightful," Zhang Luo said with a cheerful smile. It must be noted that this version of Su Qingye, stripped of her previous icy aloofness, radiated a more genuine and vibrant warmth, making her seem all the more approachable to him. The barbecue soon arrived, sizzling with hot oil and exuding an enticing aroma. Zhang Luo ordered a plate of spicy crayfish. At that moment, the sound of a guitar being tuned echoed from a distance, followed by the raspy voice of a male singer. It was a street performer belting out a popular ballad, rich with melancholic lyrics and a haunting melody, which, amidst the bustling night market, offered a unique charm. "You say we are unworthy of a romantic ending, like 2 hedgehogs, wanting to embrace yet retreating," the singer sang with fervor, his voice imbued with a gripping narrative that stirred a sense of wistfulness within the listeners. Holding a skewer of lamb, Zhang Luo's movements slowed as he listened, his gaze drifting. Su Qingye discreetly observed him, and upon noticing his demeanor, she shot him a teasing glance, What's wrong? Are you reminiscing while listening to the song? Zhang Luo snapped back to reality, meeting her amused eyes, and with a carefree smile replied, how could that be? I've long moved on. He spoke with an air of nonchalance, picking up a fiery red crayfish and instinctively donning a disposable glove, swiftly peeling it with practiced ease. His movements were remarkably adept, as if he had performed this countless times before, and soon, a perfectly peeled shrimp meat lay in his hand. However, when he instinctively reached out to offer the peeled shrimp, his motion abruptly froze. Sighing softly within, he realized that times had indeed changed. They had broken up. Yet here he was, still peeling shrimp? Once upon a time, every moment spent with Lu Qian, peeling shrimp for her, had become a deeply ingrained habit. Now, with the world altered and people changed, this cursed muscle memory still resurfaced unexpectedly, reminding him of the past that had long since faded. He nonchalantly retracted his hand, dipped the shrimp meat into the sauce, and placed it in his mouth, only to find it rather flavorless. Su Qingye observed the subtle changes in him, a flicker of barely perceptible tenderness crossing her cold gaze. Yet, she uttered no words, silently lifting her glass for another sip. Some scars require time to heal on their own. No amount of external consolation can suffice. As the singer concluded the performance, a smattering of applause erupted around them, the atmosphere seemingly returning to its previous vibrancy. At that moment, Su Qingye set down her glass and curiously inquired, "Can you sing?" Zhang Luo, engrossed in a battle with a lobster, paused, then lifted his head and blinked in surprise. "Do you want to hear a song?" He responded, "If you can sing, I would like to listen," she replied earnestly, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Zhang Luo gazed at her, under the bustling lights of the night market. Her face appeared particularly soft and radiant. An impulse surged within him. "Then I shall give it a try," he said with a smile. Chapter 66. The comfort of being snuggled in a blanket, just as Zhang Luo finished his words, before Su Qingye could react. The singer on the makeshift stage handed the guitar to the proprietor, a burly man in his 40s, who cheerfully accepted it and announced into the microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your meals and drinks. Business is thriving tonight, thanks to your support. For a bit of fun, I invite anyone willing to sing a song on stage. If you can earn applause from more than half the audience, your table's bill is on me." At this proclamation, the patrons erupted in excitement, some eager to participate while others simply enjoyed the spectacle. Zhang Luo, upon hearing this, wore an appropriately amused smile. He turned to Su Qingye, who was delicately sipping from her glass, and lowered his voice, adopting a tone tinged with playful pride. "Professor Su, look, the opportunity has presented itself." Su Qingye cast him a sidelong glance, her silence speaking volumes. "What do you intend to do?" "I'll go up and sing a couple of songs. Nothing more. I just want to save us some money," Zhang Luo declared, patting his chest, feigning the demeanor of a thrifty gentleman. Amused by his antics, Su Qingye fought back a smile, maintaining her aloof professor facade as she shot him a disgruntled look. It was evident to her that Zhang Luo was not motivated by mere frugality. This small man had clearly sensed her discontent and sought to lift her spirits in his own way. This realization stirred something within her, prompting her to tease. "You're rather good at cheering people up, aren't you?" Zhang Luo chuckled, refraining from further comment, and with a playful wink, he rose and made his way toward the modest stage. The platform was rudimentary, constructed from wooden planks, adorned with a microphone stand and a slightly worn acoustic guitar. Zhang Luo approached, skillfully grasping the guitar, his fingers gently strumming a few chords to test the tuning, his gaze somewhat nostalgic. He had not entirely lost the skill he had acquired with the instrument. However, he was not particularly fond of the sensation of performing before an audience. In fact, he felt a degree of aversion towards it, as it reminded him of a time in university that could only be described as a public execution. In an effort to win Lu Qian's affection and persuade her to be his girlfriend, he had once stood beneath the girls' dormitory with a guitar, singing love songs for an entire month, regardless of wind or rain. During that month, he became notorious throughout the school as a love-struck fool, garnering countless mockeries and sympathetic glances, yet he received not even a single glance from the one he longed for. In the end, Lu Qian did not spare him a second look. She merely sent a message through her roommate, urging him to cease his embarrassing antics. Since that time, he had refrained from singing in public. Thus, when Su Qingye had inquired earlier if he could sing, he instinctively hesitated. Yet, the current circumstances were entirely different. Drawing a deep breath, He quelled the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. He raised his gaze, letting it traverse the bustling crowd until it rested upon Su Qingye. She sat there quietly, resting her chin on one hand, the light casting a soft glow on her exquisite profile. Her eyes, which often bore a cool detachment, were now fixed upon him with an expectant intensity. Suddenly, Zhang Luo felt an unexpected calm wash over him. Why dwell on such thoughts? This time, he would sing for Professor Su. With that thought, he felt a weight lift. Adjusting the height of the microphone, he flashed a smile at the audience. I shall offer my humble performance, a song dedicated to a friend who holds great significance to me. He paused, glancing once more at Su Qingye, his voice laced with an unintentional tenderness. I will sing Red High Heels. As his words fell, his long fingers glided gently over the strings, and the melodious prelude flowed forth like a gentle stream. How to aptly describe you, and what comparison could truly capture your essence? As he began to sing, the surroundings fell into an immediate hush. His voice possessed an innate purity, akin to a gentle breeze, effortlessly weaving into the ears of each listener. Su Qingye was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhang Luo's voice to resonate in such a manner. It was indeed comforting, reminiscent of the warmth of being cocooned in blankets, yet elusive like the wind. Zhang Luo's gaze remained steadfast on Su Qingye, memories of their brief time together flooding his mind. She truly was like the comfort of being wrapped in a cozy embrace, offering him solace in his most vulnerable moments, caring for him in her uniquely tender way. Yet she was as elusive as the wind, sometimes as frosty as an iceberg, at other times as fervent as a flame, and often, as in this moment, quietly seated, rendering him inscrutable and unfathomable. She captivated me, ensnaring my thoughts. Su Qingye sensed his gaze, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Instinctively, she averted her eyes, lifting her glass to feign composure as she sipped. As the final note lingered in the air, a silence enveloped the barbecue stand for a brief 3 seconds, before erupting into thunderous applause and cheers, far more fervent than the ovation bestowed upon the previous singer. Wow, this young man is remarkable. His performance resonates deeply. Another song. Another song. Boss, this table must be comped. We won't settle for anything less. The proprietor, his face aglow with excitement, led the applause, giving Zhang Luo a thumbs up. Zhang Luo, smiling, bowed to the audience, returned the guitar to the owner, and descended the stage under their watchful eyes. He walked directly back to his seat, gazing at the sparkling-eyed Su Qingye, unable to resist teasing. So, Professor Su, are you feeling a bit better? Su Qingye did not respond immediately. Instead, she grasped the bottle, filling both their glasses, then raised her own, gently clinking it against his. With a crisp sound, she glanced at him lazily and said, a bit better, though it would be even better with a man. Zhang Luo chuckled at her comment, puffing out his chest playfully. Well, that's me. Su Qingye regarded him with an amused smile, deliberately appraising him from head to toe, then raised an eyebrow. Her voice sultry as she inquired, what sort of man do you think you are? This rhetorical question sent a ripple through Zhang Luo's heart, momentarily leaving him speechless. Before he could formulate a response, he watched as Su Qingye tilted her head back, draining her beer in one swift motion, the graceful curve of her fair neck captivating. Setting down her glass, her cheeks adorned with a charming flush, she mused to herself, the man I speak of is one who belongs solely to me. Chapter 67. An Offense. Professor Su hearing Su Qingye's somewhat tipsy yet sincere confession, Zhang Luo's expression momentarily froze. His hand, holding the glass, hovered in midair, his gaze flickering. A man who belongs only to her. What did this imply? Was it a hint towards him, or merely a drunken reflection? For a moment, he found it difficult to discern, feeling his heart inexplicably race. As he pondered, he gazed at the rosy-cheeked, dazed Su Qingye, and an absurd thought surfaced uncontrollably. Could it be that such an exceptional and flawless woman like Su Qingye also grappled with the troubles of finding a partner? Yet, upon reflection, this notion seemed rather plausible. She was simply too extraordinary. What kind of man could possibly be worthy of her? It appeared quite a challenge to be deemed deserving of Su Qingye. After all, he is truly exceptional. Su Qingye, such a goddess, would surely stand out even among a crowd of divine beings. The prospect of an ordinary man being matched with her? It is an arduous challenge indeed. Realizing this, Zhang Luo felt a sense of relief wash over him. He gazed at Su Qingye, unable to suppress a smile, and with a hint of jest remarked, no worries, if it comes to that. I shall pursue Professor Su. Upon hearing this, Su Qingye seemed amused. She lifted her head, casting him a sultry glance, the corners of her lips curling into a playful arc. You wish to pursue me? Then by all means, pursue away. Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of languor. Zhang Luo, caught off guard by her gaze, felt a dryness in his throat. Instinctively, he raised his glass and took a hearty sip to mask his awkwardness, chuckling awkwardly. I fear I might not succeed. This was indeed his heartfelt truth. Leaving aside Professor Su's exceptional qualities, his own circumstances were far from ideal. His career was just beginning, and he was burdened with debts of gratitude. What right did he have to pursue such a remarkable woman? How can you know without trying? Su Qingye leaned in slightly, bridging the distance between them, causing Zhang Luo's breath to hitch. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischievousness, as if she were enticing him. Gazing at her face, now so close, he suddenly fell silent, suspecting that this woman was indeed flirting with him. After a long pause, he regained his composure, his eyes clearing as he softly replied. At this moment, how can I even think about romance? My career is still unsteady, and I have yet to find my own way. He paused, redirecting the conversation to her. Professor Su, are you considering a relationship? Upon hearing this, the brilliance in Su Qingye's eyes seemed to dim momentarily. She reclined against her chair, shaking her head before nodding. Not really, yet I do sometimes. Why? Zhang Luo inquired, intrigued. Not wanting to is due to the perceived hassle. I have grown accustomed to the freedom of solitude and do not wish to accommodate another person. As she spoke, she raised her glass, watching the wine swirl within, her gaze drifting. Yet, I also think that having someone to protect you could be quite nice. After all, living alone can be rather unfulfilling. To be honest, before meeting Zhang Luo, she had not entertained thoughts of pursuing romance. At this moment, as Zhang Luo listened to her words, a sudden heaviness filled his heart. It felt as though he was touching the softest core of this formidable woman's being for the first time. Beneath such an icy exterior lay a heart yearning for warmth. The two engaged in this casual exchange until midnight, when the crowd at the barbecue stall began to dwindle. Su Qingye stifled a delicate yawn, her beautiful eyes clouded with fatigue. Rubbing her eyes, she turned to Zhang Luo. Shall we head back? All right. Zhang Luo nodded, rising to settle the bill. Despite the owner insisting on treating them, he resolutely insisted on paying. As the two walked side by side on their way home, the gentle night breeze dispersed the lingering scent of alcohol and barbecue, also clearing their minds somewhat. Su Qingye appeared to have indulged a bit too much. Her usual aloof demeanor had dissipated, revealing a relaxed and languorous essence. As she strolled along, she suddenly resembled a child who had discovered a fascinating new toy, engaging in a game of stepping only on the white tiles of the sidewalk. When encountering the gray ones, she would leap delicately over them, her movements light and graceful, akin to a butterfly flitting through the midnight air. The hem of her loose white shirt swayed with her every step, revealing a slender waist. Zhang Luo followed closely behind, watching her playful leaps with a bemused smile. How could this be the stern, humorless professor, commanding a presence of 2 meters and 8 centimeters? She was undeniably an 18-year-old girl at heart. However, as the saying goes, joy often begets sorrow. Just as Su Qingye leaped once more, the heel of her high-heeled shoe seemingly caught in a crack between the tiles, prompting a startled gasp as she tilted precariously and fell towards the ground. Zhang Luo, witnessing this, felt a rush of adrenaline, instinctively taking a swift step forward to catch her just before she hit the pavement. Su Qingye gasped in pain, collapsing softly into Zhang Luo's embrace. He staggered back a half-step to regain his balance, looking down at her with a bewildered expression. How could someone trip on flat ground? He quickly steadied her, only to see her lift her head, her lovely face marred by a grimace of pain, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she plaintively uttered, I twisted my ankle. Her voice was soft and melodious, tinged with a hint of a whimper, tugging at Zhang Luo's heartstrings. A mix of amusement and helplessness washed over him. This vulnerable side of Professor Su was far more disarming than her usual self. He knelt down cautiously and helped her remove the troublesome high heel, revealing an already visibly swollen ankle. It seemed she had sustained a serious injury. Zhang Luo frowned. Concern etched across his features as he spoke gently. Let me support you as we walk. Okay, Su Qingye nodded, attempting to shift her weight onto her other foot. Yet, as soon as she moved, a sharp pain shot through her, causing her to gasp once more and lean back into Zhang Luo's arms. He quickly caught her, noting the pallor of her face, realizing that it was impossible for her to walk home like this, glancing at the considerable distance still left to cover. Then back at Su Qingya, whose eyes were brimming with tears, he sighed softly. "Forgive me, Professor Su," he said, half-jokingly, and before she could react, he turned, squatting down before her, and without further ado, lifted her onto his back. Chapter 68. "Sir, are you purchasing Durex, or—" A sudden warmth enveloped her arm and the bend of her leg, and in the next moment, Su Qingya felt as though the entire world was spinning around her. She blinked, and upon regaining her senses, she discovered that Jiang Luo had lifted her into his arms in a perfect princess carry. No, wait, is this right? The mature professor's mind momentarily went blank, as if engulfed in an abyss of confusion. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Luo's neck, subconsciously trying to prevent herself from falling. The fresh, clean scent emanating from him unexpectedly brought her a sense of comfort. However, comfort was one thing, while the current situation was quite another. At her age, this was the first time she had ever been carried like this by a man in public. Although the streets were deserted in the dead of night, Su Qingya felt her cheeks burn as if they could cook an egg, and her heart raced wildly, nearly leaping from her throat. At that moment, she was at a loss for words. Should she push him away? That would seem overly dramatic. Yet her ankle was throbbing painfully. To not push him away, being held like this felt utterly inappropriate, and any words she might utter would appear strange. Moreover, at this juncture, she seemed to have no other choice. The pain in her ankle rendered her unable to stand on her own. With a conflicted expression clouding her gaze, Su Qingya ultimately resembled a startled cat, stiffly allowing Jiang Luo to carry her, her face buried in his chest, attempting to hide her flushed cheeks in the shadows. After what felt like an eternity, she managed to squeeze out a few words, her voice low and tinged with embarrassment, quivering slightly. "How could you be so sudden?" Despite holding her, Jiang Luo's stride remained steady. Su Qingya's weight was remarkably light, making it not too difficult to carry her. His arms were strong, and lifting her felt effortless. Upon hearing her words, he glanced down at the woman in his arms, her head barely visible, and replied somewhat exasperatedly. "Did I not warn you that I was going to make an advance? But you did not imply it would be such an advance." Su Qingya lifted her head from his embrace, her lovely face flushed, her captivating eyes gazing at him with a mixture of indignation and playful reproach. Jiang Luo, observing her expression, found himself momentarily speechless. This woman, he sighed softly, pondering how she could be so adorably naive at times. Even now, she was fretting over the degree of his advance. What was he supposed to do? Let her hop home on one foot? At that moment, the mature professor truly felt a twinge of shyness. Though she had already reached the age of 30, before students and outsiders, she perpetually exuded an aura of cool composure and strength. Yet, only she was aware of her innocence in matters of the heart, as pure as a blank canvas. What could this possibly signify? It was the first time she had ever been embraced by a man in such a manner. The sensation was both novel and intimate, causing her usually tranquil heart to become utterly disordered, as though someone had clumsily burst into her serene world. However, if it were Jiang Luo, she found herself surprisingly amenable to the situation. Noticing the mature woman fall silent, Jiang Luo ceased their banter and merely quickened his pace. To his astonishment, Su Qingya felt significantly lighter than he had anticipated. Her soft form nestled against him, stirring a flutter of emotions within him. As they traversed the distance in silence, the atmosphere subtly fermented into something intimate and warm. Upon arriving at the apartment, Jiang Luo carefully placed Su Qingya onto the living room sofa, himself perspiring lightly from exertion. He crouched down to examine her still swollen ankle, his brow furrowing as he could not help but inquire, "Do you have any ointment or spray for bruising at home?" Sitting on the sofa, Su Qingya curled up slightly, resembling a remorseful kitten, her gaze pleading as she shook her head. "No, I don't." She usually prioritized exercise and maintained excellent health, rarely falling ill, let alone suffering from an injury. Thus such remedies were not a staple in her household. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo let out a soft sigh. "Your self-sufficiency could use improvement. One should always keep some bruise ointment at home, you know? Stay put and don't move. I will go buy some now." As he spoke, he stood up, preparing to leave. At the door, while changing his shoes, he cast a concerned glance back at Su Qingya, still dazed on the sofa, adopting a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. "Be good and don't wander off." Hearing his words, she instinctively pouted, a mix of frustration and indescribable emotions bubbling within her. Who was he attempting to placate? She was the elder sister. How could he speak to her as if she were a disobedient child? The urge to scold him surged within her. Yet, despite these thoughts, she lowered her head, avoiding his concerned gaze, and inexplicably nodded in agreement. At that moment, the mature professor felt utterly at a loss before this younger man. Though she was older and more experienced, his natural concern and assertiveness rendered her defenses and aloofness powerless. Strangely, she sensed that Zhang Luo's stature in her heart had suddenly elevated significantly. Seeing her nod, Zhang Luo finally felt reassured and exited the door. He hurried down the stairs, heading towards the 24-hour pharmacy at the entrance of the community. The night had deepened, enveloping the community in a blanket of silence, with only the streetlights casting a soft, amber glow. Zhang Luo felt a surge of urgency, eager to procure medicine and hastened back to apply it to Su Qingye. He hurried into the pharmacy, where a lone young male clerk was drowsily draped over the counter. Upon hearing the commotion, the clerk lifted his head, and upon recognizing Zhang Luo's handsome yet slightly anxious visage, his eyes instantly brightened. Just as Zhang Luo prepared to inquire about the medication, the clerk flashed an unmistakably suggestive smile and interjected, "I understand, looking to purchase something for a romantic evening, right?" Confused, Zhang Luo momentarily faltered. "Here, choose from these options." The clerk enthusiastically retrieved several small boxes of various colors from beneath the counter, elaborating on each. "This one extends your experience, ensuring you enjoy the night to the fullest. This other one offers a sensation akin to not wearing anything at all, providing an exquisite experience." Listening to the clerk's fervent sales pitch, Zhang Luo felt utterly flabbergasted, his face flushing crimson. Was this the sort of situation that unfolded in the dead of night? Did he really look so lacking in vitality? Anger simmered within him, and he thought, "Do I truly resemble someone who would venture out at this hour for such items?" His expression darkened, and he took a deep breath, preparing to clarify the misunderstanding. However, the clerk, noticing Zhang Luo's silence, adopted an even more suggestive demeanor. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. "What's the hesitation, my friend? Oh, I see. You're concerned that our sizes are too small to meet your needs?" With that, he bent down and retrieved a more ostentatious box from the bottom of the counter, thumping his chest in assurance. "Let me find you a larger option. Rest assured, I have every model available to ensure your girlfriend's satisfaction." At this, Zhang Luo's lips twitched uncontrollably. He contemplated whether he should pull out his phone and report this pharmacy for disseminating inappropriate content and illegally selling banned items. What outrageous propositions were being made? As the conversation threatened to spiral further into absurdity, he could no longer contain himself and forced out through clenched teeth, "I want a spray for invigorating blood circulation." At this proclamation, an abrupt silence fell. The clerk's enthusiastic smile froze, quickly morphing into visible disappointment. He scrutinized Zhang Luo once more, his expression seemingly conveying, "After all this, you come out in the dead of night for just this?" He shook his head in disinterest and turned to retrieve a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao spray from the shelf, slamming it onto the counter with a lackluster tone. "Here's your anti-swelling medicine." Zhang Luo paid hastily, grasped the medicine, and practically fled the pharmacy. The embarrassment was overwhelming. He dashed towards his apartment building, all the while mentally berating the bizarre encounter, which was surely destined to become a dark chapter in his life's narrative. Upon returning home, Zhang Luo quietly opened the door, revealing a dimly lit living room illuminated only by a solitary floor lamp. His gaze immediately fell upon Su Qingye, curled up on the sofa. She had somehow unearthed a thin blanket, haphazardly draped over herself, shrinking into a small ball. Her long hair lay chaotically against her cheeks, and her brow was slightly furrowed, suggesting her slumber was anything but peaceful, rendering her a pitiable sight. Upon witnessing her state, Zhang Luo's earlier irritation from having to procure medicine dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a wave of helplessness and compassion. He approached the sofa, observing her in this vulnerable position, and could not help but murmur softly, "Why don't you sleep in bed? You might catch a chill on the sofa." As he leaned down to adjust the blanket around her, perhaps his proximity startled her. The mature professor's long lashes fluttered, and she abruptly opened her eyes. In those usually cool and indifferent eyes, a haze of confusion and a hint of barely perceptible unease filled her gaze as she regarded Zhang Luo with a mixture of wariness. The sight of her wide, startled eyes akin to a frightened fawn inexplicably softened Zhang Luo's heart. He halted his movements, offering her a gentle smile, and spoke soothingly, "Do not fear. It's just me." Recognizing the familiar voice, the tension in Su Qingye's eyes gradually ebbed away, and she relaxed entirely. She exhaled deeply, only then becoming aware of a throbbing pain radiating from her ankle. Struggling to rise from the sofa, she softly inquired, "Did you bring back the medicine?" "Yes, I have it," Zhang Luo affirmed with a nod, placing the medicine and cotton swabs on the coffee table. "I will tend to your injury now." "All right," Su Qingye replied obediently, her voice still laced with the raspy remnants of sleep. Zhang Luo first filled a basin with warm water in the bathroom and retrieved a clean towel, before returning to the living room and kneeling before her. He cautiously lifted the blanket covering her foot, revealing her injured ankle once more. It appeared slightly more swollen than before, the delicate skin tinged with a distressing redness. At that moment, he set aside any admiration for the professor's slender foot. "It may hurt a bit. Please bear with it," Zhang Luo spoke softly. He wrung out the warm towel and gently pressed it against her ankle. The soothing warmth elicited a soft murmur of comfort from Su Qingye, her tense body relaxing somewhat. Zhang Luo's movements were careful and focused. After several minutes of heat application, he picked up the medicinal spray, with one hand gently cradling her petite foot. He meticulously sprayed the cool solution onto the swollen area. The instant the icy liquid made contact with her skin, Su Qingye instinctively flinched. "Is it painful?" Zhang Luo immediately paused, concern etched across his face. "And no, just a bit chilly," Su Qingye replied, shaking her head even as her cheeks flushed with warmth. Her foot was gently cradled in Zhang Luo's large, warm hand, the heat radiating from the contact causing her leg to feel weak. This intimate connection instilled in her an unprecedented sense of shyness and anxiety. Zhang Luo merely acknowledged her with a soft sound, refraining from further inquiries, and continued his actions with increasing tenderness. After applying the medication, he extended his fingers to dip into the liquid, gently massaging around her swollen ankle in soothing circles to aid absorption. His fingers, long and strong with a hint of calluses, pressed just right, stimulating circulation without inflicting excessive pain. Su Qingye bit her lower lip, unable to meet his gaze, diverting her eyes elsewhere, yet her senses heightened remarkably. She could distinctly feel the warmth of his fingertips and the gentle breath that caressed her instep, even hearing the thunderous beating of her own heart. The living room was enveloped in silence, save for the soft sounds of his ministrations. The atmosphere brimmed with unspoken tension, causing Su Qingye's cheeks to flush deeper, her ears ablaze. At last, after an indeterminate span of time, Zhang Luo released her foot, speaking softly. Su Qingye felt as though she had been granted a reprieve and instinctively attempted to retract her foot, only to be restrained by him. "Do not move. Let it rest a moment longer for better absorption," he instructed, raising his head to meet her fleeting gaze. Their eyes locked, and time seemed to freeze in that instant. How could this woman be so bashful? One might assume he had done something to her. Chapter 70. I am thirsty. In that moment, the charged atmosphere lingered in the tranquil living room. Zhang Luo knelt before her, maintaining his previous position, acutely aware of the unease reflected in Su Qingye's bright eyes, as well as her warm breath brushing against his cheek. The proximity was overwhelming, close enough for him to detect the faint fragrance lingering from her recent bath. Zhang Luo felt a tinge of embarrassment, his cheeks warming as he sought a topic to dissolve the awkwardness. Suddenly, Su Qingye's already flushed countenance deepened in hue. Yet this time, the redness bore an unusual pallor. Furrowing her brow, she instinctively pressed her hand against her abdomen, her expression contorted in discomfort as she murmured, "My stomach suddenly hurts." Her complexion visibly deteriorated, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Observing her distress, Zhang Luo's heart tightened, casting aside any lingering notions of awkwardness as he anxiously inquired, "What is it? Why is your stomach suddenly unwell?" He supported Su Qingye's shoulders, allowing her to lean comfortably against the sofa. At this moment, Su Qingye was in such pain that she could not utter a word, merely pointing to her abdomen. Her delicate face contorted in distress. Zhang Luo furrowed his brow, observing her agony, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, he recalled the scene from the barbecue stall that evening, where she had consumed nearly half a glass of ice-cold beer in one go, and a suspicion arose. Could it be that she had indulged too much in the icy beverage? "Is your stomach not well?" Su Qingye remained silent, simply nodding in acknowledgement. At this moment, she felt increasingly like a naughty child caught in a parental reprimand, harboring a sense of grievance and guilt. She thought it best to behave herself. However, Zhang Luo was not entirely mistaken. She indeed suffered from chronic stomach issues, which led her to maintain a disciplined and restrained diet, primarily to keep her figure. A significant reason behind this was her sensitive stomach, which rendered her unable to consume cold, spicy, or raw foods. Yet, feeling a bit irritable today, she had indulged in a large glass of beer. Little did she expect that the repercussions would arrive so swiftly, leaving her with a sense of powerlessness and regret, forced to obediently heed Zhang Luo's concerned admonitions. Enough, don't be stubborn, Zhang Luo sighed as he regarded her pitiful demeanor, his tone softening. Tonight, skip the bath. After taking your medicine, just lie down and rest. With that, he swiftly entered the kitchen, soon returning with a glass of water at the perfect temperature, which he offered to her. Listening to Zhang Luo's somewhat domineering directives, Su Qingye quietly muttered her discontent about not bathing, fearing she would become sticky and unpleasant. Unfortunately, Zhang Luo paid no mind to her mild protest, instead heading to the bathroom to fetch a clean, warm towel. After dampening and wringing it out, he presented it to her gently, saying, I understand that skipping a bath is uncomfortable for you, but you can at least wipe your face. It should make you feel a bit better. Oh, Su Qingye looked at the towel offered before her. Though she feigned a bit of displeasure, she felt considerably comforted within. This little man knew how to soothe her in such a manner, which was quite commendable. She obediently accepted the towel, wiping her face and hands, feeling refreshed. And the cramping in her stomach seemed to ease somewhat. After tending to these matters, Zhang Luo noticed her improved state and assisted her, albeit with a slight limp, into her bedroom, carefully settling her in bed and tucking her under the covers. Rest well, I will go freshen up, he said, ensuring everything was in order before turning to leave. In the room, Su Qingye lay on the soft bed, watching Zhang Luo's departing figure. Her heart stirred with a medley of emotions. This long-lost sensation of being cared for was exceedingly unfamiliar yet profoundly warming for her. It was a feeling she had not experienced in quite some time. Throughout her years of solitary living, the prospect of falling ill had always been her greatest fear. For to fall ill meant enduring the ordeal of medication, hydration, headaches, and restless nights all alone. Yet, in truth, she had grown somewhat accustomed to this reality. However, familiarity does not equate to acceptance. The sudden appearance of Zhang Luo, however, instilled within her a distinctly different sentiment. As if the presence of someone to care for her was rather comforting. Amidst her wandering thoughts, her phone on the bedside suddenly vibrated. Su Qingye glanced at it, and to her dismay, the screen displayed the name of her third aunt. The pleasant mood she had just managed to cultivate swiftly soured. She had no desire to answer. Yet the phone persisted in its ringing. Taking a deep breath, she ultimately pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, her third aunt's voice, laced with a hint of reproach, came through. Qingye, what on earth happened that day? You dare bring an unknown man to our family gathering, showing such disregard for your elders. We refrained from addressing this in front of so many people, but what you did was utterly inappropriate. Do you understand? Su Qingye had already been feeling unwell that day, with stomach and foot pains adding to her malaise. Upon hearing her aunt's words, the pent-up frustration from the previous night erupted. With a cold laugh, she interrupted, Third aunt. Whether or not I regard my elders depends on whether they fulfill their duties as elders. When you use the guise of a family gathering to orchestrate a matchmaking scheme for me, treating me as a mere tool to further Su Che's interests. What did you think I was? And I am not jesting. He is indeed my boyfriend, not some random man. Kindly speak with a modicum of respect. Should you continue to address me in this manner, do not be surprised if I bring this matter to grandfather's attention tomorrow. Let us see who ends up embarrassed then. Su Qingye unleashed her tirade like a machine gun, denying her aunt any opportunity to retort before hanging up the phone. Setting the device down, she felt the oppressive weight in her chest finally lift, granting her a sense of relief. Yet, after venting her frustrations, she found herself somewhat parched. Without a second thought, she picked up her phone, deftly opened WeChat, and sent a message to Zhang Luo. I'm thirsty. After sending the message, she hesitated for a moment, then added a cute little emoticon with a touch of pride. Please, Zhang Luo. As she gazed at the message, she secretly mused that this approach would surely please Zhang Luo. Chapter 71. Onward to school. Meanwhile, Zhang Luo had just emerged from the bathroom, freshly showered, and was toweling off his hair when he heard the soft ping of his phone. Upon picking it up, he discovered a message from Su Qingye. The message was quite simple, consisting of just 3 words, accompanied by a cat emoji that exuded a sense of pitiful innocence, with eyes brimming with tears. Su Qingye, I'm thirsty. Zhang Luo, upon receiving this unexpected message, couldn't he help but chuckle. What a surprise. This seemingly aloof and icy professor, who appeared so composed in public, could actually send such an adorable emoticon in private. The contrast was indeed charming. Zhang Luo sighed with a smile. It seems that a woman who knows how to act cute truly possesses a special allure. Su Qingye's playful message inexplicably stirred something within him. Consequently, he set his phone aside and turned back to the kitchen, skillfully retrieving a cup from the cabinet and pouring a glass of perfectly warm water. He then made his way to the door of Su Qingye's bedroom and gently knocked. Almost immediately, a languid, slightly nasal voice drifted from within. Come in. As Zhang Luo entered, he noticed the soft glow of a warm yellow bedside lamp illuminating the room. Su Qingye lay languorously on her side, wrapped in a delicate silk blanket, with only her small head peeking out. Perhaps having just had a quarrel with her aunt or due to her stomach pain and foot injury, she appeared utterly defenseless. A hint of a victorious smile gracing her delicate features. Her eyes, typically exuding an air of coolness, sparkled under the soft light as she gazed at Zhang Luo entering with the water. I knew you weren't asleep. You certainly have a knack for timing. I just finished my shower. Zhang Luo placed the cup on her bedside table, stretched his stiff body, and then looked at her, feigning annoyance as he remarked. With your current state, to be honest, I won't be taking you out for drinks or barbecue again. Su Qingye blinked innocently, as if completely unaware of any wrongdoing. Why not? Zhang Luo couldn't help but laugh at her feigned ignorance. Why? Do you really need to ask? With your foot and stomach issues, Professor Su. How could I possibly take you out? I fear for my safety. Oh, Su Qingye elongated her response, casting him a playful glance filled with feigned grievance. She then sighed, revealing a confident smile that only a mature woman could muster. Rather than expressing any remorse, she boldly presented a new proposal. Well, if we're not going out, it's no matter. After all, you are my personal chef. So next time I crave something, you can just whip it up for me at home, right? Zhang Luo found himself momentarily speechless. He raised his hand to his forehead, feeling a wave of exasperation towards this woman before him. What kind of logic was this? The focus should not merely be on where to eat, but rather on the fact that she shouldn't be consuming those questionable foods. He sighed, opting to change the subject. Professor Su, perhaps you should worry about how you'll manage to work tomorrow, considering your foot is in such condition. Upon hearing the words, Su Qingye's enchanting eyes widened slightly, filled with an expression of unmistakable understanding as she gazed at Zhang Luo. Isn't it because you're here? Zhang Luo stood there, utterly bewildered. So, it turns out she had been scheming all along. The following morning, Zhang Luo resigned himself to an early rise, preparing a light, stomach-nourishing millet porridge along with a few side dishes. After breakfast, Su Qingye comfortably settled on the shoe-changing bench in the foyer, squinting her eyes, exuding an air of regal readiness, awaiting Zhang Luo to drive her. At that moment, Zhang Luo felt as if he had not signed a contract with a chef, but rather a bond of servitude, realizing his role had morphed into that of a dedicated chauffeur and a personal caretaker. Fortunately, during their drive to school, Su Qingye was not entirely idle. Leaning against the passenger's seat, with her laptop resting on her lap, she utilized the commuting time to enhance and optimize some graphical details of Zhang Luo's game, achieving remarkable efficiency. Upon their arrival at school, their roles underwent a delightful reversal, due to Su Qingye's swollen ankle, which rendered her incapable of standing for prolonged periods. She assumed the position of a composed lecturer seated behind the podium, while Zhang Luo took on the role of the beleaguered teaching assistant, tirelessly jotting notes on the blackboard with chalk. After a grueling 90-minute lecture, Su Qingye remained unfazed, while Zhang Luo felt utterly exhausted, as if he had written more than in his entire life. When the bell rang, observing his disheartened demeanor, Su Qingye couldn't help but smirk mischievously, playfully inquiring, "So, Zhang, how does it feel to be a teacher?" With a long sigh, Zhang Luo rubbed his sore wrists and replied earnestly, "In my opinion, it pales in comparison to coding. It's exhausting, both mentally and physically." Su Qingye chuckled at his expression, her spirits lifted as she closed her lesson plan. "All right, you've worked hard. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal at the cafeteria." As they made their way out of the teaching building towards the cafeteria, they attracted numerous curious glances. Almost every student passing by scrutinized them with a blend of intrigue and gossip. Su Qingye was accustomed to this attention, as it had always been a part of her life, remaining unfazed. However, Zhang Luo felt distinctly uncomfortable under the weight of those stares. Why is it that even after graduating for so many years, I still find myself being gawked at? He thought, trailing alongside Su Qingye, suddenly experiencing the sensation of being a somewhat unremarkable spouse to Professor Su. Just then, a middle-aged woman with graying hair and glasses approached them, exuding an air of scholarly elegance and amiability. Upon catching sight of Su Qingye, the woman initially nodded with a smile, but her expression swiftly transformed to one of astonishment as her gaze fell upon Zhang Luo. "Oh, is that you, Zhang Luo?" she inquired, adjusting her glasses with a hint of uncertainty. Zhang Luo, upon recognizing her, was momentarily taken aback, revealing an expression of mild embarrassment. This can't be happening, he thought. How could I encounter my former counselor here, amidst the scrutiny of fellow students? Chapter 72. The unveiling. Zhang Luo gazed at the face of his former counselor, his cheeks flushing with sudden warmth. Is this really happening? He pondered. In his memory, Teacher Lu, though kind-hearted, stood as one of the most direct witnesses to his regrettable past as a lovesick suitor. Zhang Luo, it truly is you. Counselor Lu adjusted her glasses, her astonishment deepening. How did you end up with Professor Su? As she spoke, her curious gaze flitted between the two, her eyes brimming with an unmistakable sense of gossip. Zhang Luo felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, wishing desperately to vanish into thin air, and managed a strained chuckle. Ahem, Teacher Lu, it has been a while. Indeed, it has been quite some time. I haven't seen you back at school since graduation, Counselor Lu cheerfully remarked, before shifting the conversation with an ill-timed inquiry. By the way, where's Lu Qian? Why isn't she with you? At her words, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Zhang Luo's smile faltered slightly as he inhaled deeply, finally responding with a hint of resignation. Teacher Lu, Lu Qian and I are no longer in a relationship. You broke up? Counselor Lu clearly did not anticipate such an answer, momentarily taken aback, before her expression shifted to one of understanding. She patted Zhang Luo's shoulder in a comforting manner, saying, How could that be? You were so fond of Lu Qian. Unaware of the heartache her words inflicted, she continued cheerfully, I haven't forgotten your past romantic escapades. Zhang Luo's face turned a shade darker, internally lamenting, Counselor Lu, are you here to mock me? Why must we revisit these old tales? Fortunately, at that critical moment, Su Qingye intervened, glancing at her watch before calmly interjecting, Counselor Lu, are you heading back for your afternoon rest? Oh, right. Counselor Lu snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously. I must hurry back for a quick nap. I have several classes this afternoon and need to recharge. Realizing she had occupied too much time, she waved goodbye to Zhang Luo. I'll take my leave now. Let us chat again when you have time. With that, she swiftly turned and departed. As Lu, the counselor, departed, Zhang Luo exhaled deeply, feeling an immense fatigue. Upon returning to Su Qingye's dormitory, she immediately sank into the sofa, releasing a sigh of relief. The first thing she did was to remove her beautiful yet torturous high heels. She cautiously lifted her injured ankle and, casting a shy glance at Zhang Luo, placed her foot on the coffee table, a smile breaking through her usually frosty demeanor. I hope you won't think me rude for propping my feet up. Zhang Luo, noticing her swollen ankle, couldn't he help but feel a twinge of sympathy. All right, just hold still for a moment. He approached her, crouching down, his tone unexpectedly gentle. Let me give you a massage. From his pocket, he retrieved a medicinal spray, having anticipated that Su Qingye's discomfort would linger after noon. At his words, Su Qingye slowly opened her languorous eyes, her gaze fixed on the man preparing to soothe her feet, a grin spreading across her face that she could not conceal. She playfully elongated her tone, teasingly remarking, Oh, look at you, such a considerate man. Who would have thought you had quite the reputation in the past? Zhang Luo's face darkened in an instant. He had anticipated that upon their return, Su Qingye would seize the opportunity to tease him about this. With a scowl, he retorted, Professor Su, I am currently in the midst of giving you a foot massage. It would be wise for you to behave, or else. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on her delicate ankle, applying just enough pressure to elicit a reaction. In the next moment, Su Qingye let out a surprised gasp, her entire body jolting on the sofa. She glared at Zhang Luo, her cheeks flushed from exhaustion now burning with embarrassment. Just as she was about to voice her indignation, a series of crisp knocks echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. A bright, cheerful voice followed. Professor Su, are you in there? Caught off guard by the unexpected interruption, Su Qingya's mind went blank. After a moment's hesitation, a look of alarm crossed her face as she instinctively glanced at Jiang Luo, still half kneeling on the floor. In a frantic whisper, she urged, quick, hide in the room. However, before she could finish her sentence, the slightly ajar door creaked open. A girl with a high ponytail stood in the doorway, initially beaming with a sunny smile and clutching a stack of documents. But as her eyes fell upon the scene within, her expression froze. In the next instant, her eyes widened in astonishment, and her mouth formed a perfect O. The sight within was undeniably shocking. Before her stood Professor Su, a figure typically as aloof and ethereal as a flower on a lofty peak. Now languidly reclining on the sofa, her exquisite visage flushed with an intoxicating blend of embarrassment and irritation, radiating a captivating allure. A youthful man, handsome and poised, knelt before her, delicately cradling her petite, alabaster foot. The pose and atmosphere ignited a flurry of imaginative thoughts. For a brief moment, the air seemed to freeze, while the female observer's mind raced, conjuring elaborate tales of forbidden teacher-student romances. Professor Su's lips twitched slightly. Despite her usual composure, she found herself momentarily unsettled. Instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her foot, yet Jiang Luo's grip remained firm, rendering her unable to move. Taking a deep breath, she mustered a semblance of calmness and, glancing at the now stunned female onlooker, said, "Do you believe this was an accident?" The girl snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously as if in a frenzy, her expression radiating an understanding that required no further explanation. I truly believe. Chapter 73. Is this a bit like infidelity? Observing the girl's eager expression, one that suggested belief yet concealed a mind swirling with risque imaginings, Jiang Luo felt a wave of despair wash over him. With a resigned sigh, he swiftly rose from his awkward kneeling position, straightening up and forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Ahem, classmate, please do not misunderstand. Yes, I understand. The female classmate fervently nodded, her eyes gleaming with encouragement for him to continue, her enthusiasm unmistakable. I get it. Men have their unspoken quirks. However, her gaze inadvertently drifted to Professor Su's foot resting on the coffee table, her heart unable to stifle an exclamation of admiration. Indeed, the professor's feet were remarkably beautiful. The delicate skin of her feet was as white as exquisite mutton fat jade, bathed in the afternoon sunlight, emanating a soft halo. The slender shape and elegant arch of her foot were captivating, with each toe perfectly rounded and well-groomed, radiating a healthy blush akin to finely crafted pearls. Such beauty was undeniably alluring. Even as a woman, the classmate felt a surge of admiration. With this thought, her gaze towards Jiang Luo grew increasingly peculiar, imbued with a hint of lascivious intrigue. "Please, do not look at me with such eyes," he exclaimed, feeling as though he could never cleanse himself of this predicament. Professor Su, too, felt her cheeks warm with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She forcibly withdrew her foot from the coffee table, concealing it in the corner of the sofa. Clearing her throat, she assumed the authoritative demeanor she typically exhibited during classes, bravely inquiring, "Well, what is it that you need?" To mask her embarrassment, Su Qingya hastily added, "I accidentally injured my foot, so please go ahead." Oh, it was only then that the female classmate seemed to awaken from her reverie. Promptly handing over the documents, she had been clutching and succinctly reporting the adjustments needed for the afternoon classes. Su Qingya, her mind elsewhere, nodded absently, eager to usher this formidable presence away. Once the report was concluded, the classmate, wearing an unwilling expression, prepared to leave, frequently glancing back at Jiang Luo, her gaze laden with unspoken significance, causing the corners of Jiang Luo's mouth to twitch involuntarily. At last, with a soft click, the door closed behind her, ushering in a tranquil silence. Jiang Luo exhaled deeply, then turned to the instigator, Su Qingya, with a furrowed brow. "Professor Su, I fear my reputation may be irreparably tarnished this time." He could almost foresee that, before long, the sensational rumor of the new, handsome teaching assistant being a foot fetishist catering to the aloof female professor would sweep through the entire campus forum. Su Qingya wore an expression of exasperation, rubbing her flushed cheeks, and retorted, "Am I not in the same predicament?" As she spoke, she shot Zhang Luo a resentful glare, as if to suggest that all of this was his fault. Suddenly lowering her voice, a glimmer of mischief flickered in her cool, clear eyes as her crimson lips parted slightly, whispering, "Do you wish to continue?" Huh. Zhang Luo was momentarily taken aback, his mind blanking out. Continue? Continue what? He gazed at Su Qingye's flushed face and her glistening, moist eyes, and inexplicably felt as if he were engaging in an illicit affair. The midday break swiftly concluded in this awkward yet delicate atmosphere. Zhang Luo resignedly assisted the limping Su Qingye toward the lecture hall for their afternoon class. However, as he stepped into the classroom, he sensed an immediate shift in the atmosphere. Nearly 100 students simultaneously fixed their curious gazes upon him, their eyes brimming with gossip. Zhang Luo felt as if he were being pricked by needles, his scalp tingling. He helped Su Qingye take a seat behind the podium. And just as he aimed to retreat into a corner to diminish his presence, Su Qingye's phone rang. "You keep an eye on things. I'll step out to take this call," she murmured, then exited the classroom. The moment Su Qingye left, the previously quiet classroom erupted in a flurry of excitement. A few audacious boys quickly surrounded him, with the sports committee head leading the charge, his face alight with curiosity. "Assistant Zhang, what is your relationship with Professor Su?" Another bespectacled academic, adjusting his glasses, chimed in with a glint of inquisitiveness in his eyes. "Assistant Zhang, based on my observations and deductions, you cannot possibly be Professor Su's boyfriend, can you?" Yes. Hurry and tell us." Not only that, but the girls in the back row also cast fervent glances in his direction. Zhang Luo felt overwhelmed by the commotion and could only wave his hands repeatedly, exclaiming, "You've all misunderstood. I am merely Professor Su's teaching assistant, truly." However, his explanation seemed utterly inadequate to the crowd. Just as Zhang Luo was on the verge of suffocation from the onslaught, a savior arrived. Su Qingye entered the room, casting a casual glance over the chaotic assembly. And within 3 seconds, the entire classroom fell into silence. She rubbed her temples with a hint of frustration, gazing at the multitude of students before her. And couldn't he help but speak up? "I must ask, dear students, are you so concerned about my relationship status? Each of you, neglecting your studies and indulging in gossip. How can this be permissible?" With a sigh, she added wistfully, "Aren't you all merely here to witness the spectacle?" Yet, as soon as her words fell, the students below responded in unison, "Indeed." Su Qingye's lips twitched slightly, and she cast a despondent glance at Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo, too, covered his head and sighed in exasperation. What a predicament this was. Just as Su Qingye took a deep breath, preparing to say something decisive to close the topic, her phone in Zhang Luo's pocket suddenly vibrated urgently. He raised an eyebrow, pulled it from his pocket, and upon reading a critical message on the screen, his expression shifted dramatically. The earlier awkwardness and helplessness vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. He quickly lifted his gaze, striding to Su Qingye's side. Disregarding the curious students below, and spoke in a hushed but serious tone, "Lu Qian and the others are attacking our back end, attempting to steal the solution to the bug." Upon hearing this, Su Qingye was momentarily taken aback, her expression turning icy. Are they truly so relentless? Chapter 74. Stirring the pot upon learning of Lu Qian's actions. Even Su Qingye, who typically maintained a composed demeanor, found it difficult to contain her emotions. The elegant lines of her brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of barely concealed anger flashing in her eyes. Fortunately, the class bell rang at that moment, and the noise began to rise. Zhang Luo was the first to regain his composure. He glanced at the visibly irritated professor beside him and gently patted her shoulder, signaling her not to dwell on it too much. Su Qingye took a deep breath, managing to suppress her rising ire. She nodded, gathered her teaching materials, and together they exited the classroom under the watchful and inquisitive gazes of their students. As they walked down the tranquil corridor, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Su Qingye's expression remained somewhat aloof as she walked beside Zhang Luo, saying, "If they are acting in this manner, it signifies they are prepared to escalate matters. I believe you should contemplate implementing some measures. Are you going to report them, or seek revenge?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo merely shook his head, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips, as if he were entirely unperturbed by the matter at hand. He spoke nonchalantly. What significance would reporting them hold for them? Su Qingye raised an eyebrow at his words, halting her steps and turning to gaze at Jiang Luo. A flicker of curiosity appeared in her icy eyes. So, you already have a plan in mind? Jiang Luo regarded her, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Reminiscent of a wily fox whose scheme had succeeded. He smiled mysteriously. Since they enjoy stealing, let us provide them with something to pilfer. What do you mean? Su Qingye's eyes brightened instantaneously, as if she had begun to grasp the essence of his thought. I shall embed some new elements within the bug-fixing code that they covet. Jiang Luo replied with a casual air, as though discussing an utterly mundane matter. Upon hearing Jiang Luo's words, Su Qingye was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. She looked at the young man before her, a few years her junior, yet exuding an air of remarkable steadiness and reliability, and remarked, "Impressive. I truly underestimated you." Jiang Luo smiled without retorting, his gaze drifting toward the horizon, his tone calm, yet tinged with a hint of reflection. There are things worth doing and things not worth doing. The two did not return to the dormitory, but instead drove straight back to the studio. Throughout the journey, Su Qingye's spirits noticeably lifted, and she even engaged Jiang Luo in a discussion regarding the character development of several female roles within the game. Meanwhile, Jiang Luo remained singularly focused, his mind racing to devise the grand package he would tailor for Lu Qian and Yang Wei. Upon returning to the studio, Zhang Yuanjia was still fixated on the computer screen, his expression one of exasperation as he surveyed the compromised back-end situation. Jiang Luo had no time to attend to him. He promptly seated himself at his workstation, donned his headphones, and began to operate with intense concentration. His fingers danced across the keyboard with such swiftness that they seemed to leave traces in the air. A cascade of intricate code pouring down the screen like a flowing waterfall. This time, he was not merely fixing bugs. He was stealthily implanting a new bug within the foundational code. This Trojan would remain dormant, exerting no influence over the normal functioning of the game. However, once the game's popularity, online player count, and revenue reached a predetermined critical threshold, it would be instantly activated. At that moment, all players' game data would be erased. Since Yang Wei and his associates relished the game, Jiang Luo had no qualms about orchestrating a grand scheme. In the afternoon, within Yang Wei's gaming company, a stark contrast to the tense busyness of Jiang Luo's side prevailed, as an atmosphere of fervor and excitement enveloped the room. Several core technical staff gathered around the computer, their faces radiating unrestrained ecstasy. "We got it. Haha, haven't we just secured it?" One technician, wearing glasses, excitedly slammed his hand on the table, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Indeed, with this comprehensive solution at hand, what can Jiang Luo and his team possibly contend with us? Another individual echoed his sentiments, laced with disdain and pride. Yang Wei, hands clasped behind his back and a cigarette dangling from his lips, strolled leisurely out of his office. Listening to the jubilant cheers of his employees, a triumphant smile spread across his face. He made his way to the center of the crowd, gazing at the recently pilfered code on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. He then turned to Lu Qian, who stood to the side with a complex expression, his tone rich with admiration and arrogance. "It's all thanks to you, Qian Qian. You cracked Jiang Luo's passcode in an instant, truly my invaluable aid." However, as Yang Wei's enthusiastic praise rang in her ears, Lu Qian's countenance darkened, almost resembling a stormy sky. She felt no joy as she had anticipated. Instead, it was as though a massive stone weighed upon her heart, causing an uncomfortable constriction. She never imagined, never in her wildest dreams, that the password to Jiang Luo's studio's backend server would be her birthday, combined with the date of their first date. All these years, it remained unchanged. Just moments ago, while Yang Wei's technical team was frantically attempting to breach the defenses with no success, she had entered that sequence of numbers, so familiar to her, with nothing but a fleeting sense of hope. To her astonishment, that formidable firewall had yielded so effortlessly before her. In that instant, Lu Qian felt as if her heart were gripped by an invisible hand, engulfed by an indescribable ache and confusion. Jiang Luo's password still pertained to her. Was this right? Had he not truly forgotten her? Were the harsh words exchanged in the supermarket and at the studio's entrance merely a performance for the sake of the woman nearby? A facade meant to convince himself? Did he still harbor feelings for her? The thought sprouted within her like a rampant vine, ensnaring her heart and leaving her breathless. An inexplicable sense of grievance and unwillingness surged within her. If he still thought of her, why not seek her out? Why speak so cruelly? Did he realize that after uttering those words, She was consumed by anger for a long time, biting her lower lip. Lu Qian gazed at the cold lines of code on the screen, her thoughts drifting far away. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the reason it had not been changed was simply that Zhang Luo had forgotten. At this moment, Zhang Luo surveyed the information that had been stolen from the back end, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Everything seemed to unfold as planned, a swift and efficient operation. Zhang Yuanjia, standing nearby, looked utterly bewildered and couldn't help but murmur, "Old Zhang, what are you up to? I mean, if I said I was up to no good, would you believe me?" Zhang Luo replied with a sly grin. Chapter 75, does this seem a bit familiar to you? I inquired. Do you believe I'm engaging in mischief? Zhang Luo turned his head, a sly smile illuminating his face, his eyes glinting like those of a cunning fox whose schemes had come to fruition. Zhang Yuanjia, observing the expression on Zhang Luo's visage, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was all too familiar with Zhang Luo. He understood that whenever that particular expression graced Zhang Luo's face, it signaled the onset of yet another devious plot. However, he found himself at a loss, unable to fathom how Zhang Luo intended to navigate this situation. Just as Zhang Yuanjia was enveloped in confusion, his phone suddenly emitted a notification sound. Upon checking, his countenance shifted to one of grave concern. Old Zhang, we've received news. I've gathered intelligence that Yang Wei and his group have utterly lost their minds. They are currently promoting the game and preparing to launch on the largest platform in a few days. He scrolled through the screen, presenting the phone to Zhang Luo, his tone growing increasingly urgent. Moreover, they have been frantically acquiring resources and boosting promotions these past 2 days. At this rate, it seems they are gearing up for a significant offensive. What do they intend? To catapult the hype to its zenith? Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo remained remarkably calm. He merely cast a cursory glance at the screen, his expression unwavering, even imbued with a hint of amusement, as if he were a spectator to a grand performance. This was entirely predictable. In my view, their actions are indeed aimed at achieving the utmost hype. Let them soar. The higher they climb, the harder they will fall. He diverted his gaze, speaking with a nonchalant tone as if discussing the weather. Once they make their ascent, they will understand the consequences of their overreach. He paused, shifting his focus to another matter. By the way, how are things progressing with you and the blogger Qingxi? The second live stream should be imminent, correct? According to our prior strategy, our game needs to undergo 2 or 3 promotional pushes prior to its official launch to generate the necessary excitement. While Yang Wei's team is generating buzz, we must do the same. Zhang Yuanjia nodded eagerly, a look of understanding dawning upon his face as he replied swiftly. Rest assured, Brother Luo, I have taken care of everything. I initially intended to discuss the costs of targeted promotions with her, but she didn't even bring up the financial aspect. After reaching out, I discovered she is quite willing to continue supporting us by live streaming our game. He added, do you think we're extraordinarily fortunate to encounter such a generous blogger? At this, Zhang Luo truly exhaled in relief. The last live stream with Qingxi had been nothing short of phenomenal, launching their game into the spotlight even before its official release. Continuing this collaboration would undoubtedly be a fortuitous development. One might even say that it is poised to bring them unexpected surprises. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the studio was ablaze with light. Qingxi's live broadcast room finally opened punctually. Today, she retained her gentle and intellectual virtual persona, yet her voice resonated with an indomitable spirit. Hello, my dear ones, good evening. Your Qingxi has returned. She acknowledged, I know the last live stream provided quite the spectacle, as your romance expert faced repeated defeats in the game, resembling a grand debacle. However, her tone shifted, becoming resolute. We are still the women of Longhua, and we shall never concede defeat. Today, I am determined to conquer this game, to demonstrate my capabilities to you all and to myself. Zhang Luo and Zhang Yuanjia sat side by side before the computer, observing the sudden influx of viewers and the rapidly scrolling comments in the live room. Their spirits lifted. Qingxi quickly dove into the game, opting for a custom mode, crafting a character embodying a spirited, short-haired career woman, designated as an elite lawyer. Dear viewers, our previous gentle painter route was unfruitful. Today, let us shift our approach and see if this career-driven heroine can carve a path through love. As the game commenced, Qingxi's character, with her exceptional professional prowess, flourished in the workplace, swiftly catching the attention of a younger, charming colleague. This young man, handsome and innocent, showered her with affection, bringing breakfast and coffee daily, launching a fervent courtship. The comments in the live room erupted into a flurry of pink bubbles. Ah, this brother is quite skilled. Qingxi, yield to him. Isn't a younger partner appealing? Who could resist? It became apparent that Qingxi's intentions were not merely to challenge the game. Rather, it was a delightful indulgence. Oh, I too wish to play this game. Honestly, it seems far more entertaining than real-life romance. Enchanted by this sweet onslaught, Qingxi soon decided to accept his advances. The two swiftly entered a passionate phase, the game's visuals warm and tender. However, the bliss was short-lived, as deeper plot lines began to reveal underlying issues. The seemingly innocent young man harbored a potent desire for control, becoming jealous when Qingxi conversed with male clients, even resorting to secretly checking her phone. This is not right. My sisters. Qingxi furrowed her brow. Trust and respect are paramount in a romantic relationship. His behavior has crossed the line. She decisively selected the communication option, attempting to reason with him, only to have the young man adopt a petulant demeanor, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, pleading in a hurt tone, "Sister, do you not love me anymore? You were never this harsh with me before." Faced with such green tea rhetoric, Qingxi was momentarily at a loss for words. While the fans in the live room were equally incensed, this type of green tea male must be avoided. I truly believe this brother lacks any understanding of romance. Indeed, once he fell in love, his true nature was immediately revealed. After enduring several unsuccessful communications, Qingxi ultimately reached her breaking point and chose to part ways. A bright red notification popped up, declaring her romantic endeavor a failure. With a face devoid of hope, she collapsed onto the table. Zhang Luo, observing her despondent demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yet, he was perplexed. When Qingxi analyzed the disingenuous behavior of a naive young man during her live stream, her incisive remarks and astute logic, coupled with her amusing commentary, evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. It felt as though he had encountered this tone somewhere before. Pondering this notion, Zhang Luo furrowed his brow and tilted his head, lost in thought. Who could it be? Chapter 76. This blogger has a sharp mind. Although Zhang Luo found the blogger's voice and manner of speaking remarkably familiar, he could not discern who it was at that moment. He pondered for quite a while, mentally reviewing all the women he knew. Yet he could not match that voice to any specific face. Never mind, he thought, shaking his head, casting aside the lingering sense of familiarity. After all, this was not the time to get caught up in trivial details. As long as the promotion yielded positive results, who cared about the identity of the individual behind it? The results of this live stream proved to be not merely good, but astonishingly exceptional. Zhang Yuanjia rushed over with his laptop, excitement radiating from him as he pointed at the data curve on the screen, his face flushed with enthusiasm. Lao Jiang, look! Less than an hour after the live stream ended, the search volume for our game skyrocketed by 500%. The back-end reservation downloads are also surging. Zhang Luo leaned in to take a look, taken aback by the rising curve, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Impressive. It seems we truly found the right person. Not just the right person. It's as if we enlisted a deity. Zhang Yuanjia exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Lao Jiang, I must tell you, this effect is explosive. We absolutely must seize this opportunity. I think we should consider signing her for a long-term contract. That's a good idea. We can discuss it, Zhang Luo nodded, acknowledging Zhang Yuanjia's business acumen. Hearing this, Zhang Yuanjia grinned widely, patting his chest in assurance. I understand. Don't worry, Lao Gu, I've got this covered. After the live stream concluded, Zhang Luo felt compelled to express gratitude to the blogger who had been instrumental in their success. It was also his first opportunity for formal communication with her via WeChat. He carefully crafted a message and sent it. Zhang Shaoluo, hello Qingxi, I am Zhang Luo, the designer of Love Game. Tonight's live stream was a tremendous success. I truly appreciate your help. He anticipated a polite yet brief response, but to his surprise, the reply came swiftly and exceeded his expectations. Qingxi, you're welcome. Your game is quite intriguing. However, while I was playing, I discovered several areas ripe for optimization. I wonder if you would be interested in hearing my thoughts. Zhang Luo immediately perked up and replied eagerly, of course. Please do share. Qingxi, for instance, regarding the elite lawyer storyline. The options presented when facing workplace harassment and client pressure could be more incisive and resonate more closely with the real struggles of women today. This would evoke a deeper sense of empathy and reflection from the players. Additionally, in the younger partner storyline, It would be beneficial to introduce conflicts arising from economic and experiential disparities later on, which would enhance the character's depth, rather than simply portraying a sweet narrative. Qingxi offered a plethora of insights, each articulated with clarity and logical rigor, even accompanying them with specific suggestions for potential plot developments. This took Zhang Luo by surprise. He never anticipated that someone who seemed merely to understand romance could possess such profound and professional insights into game design. Her understanding transcended that of an ordinary player, resembling that of a seasoned planner instead. That evening, upon returning to his apartment, Zhang Luo was in remarkably high spirits. As he opened the door, he was unexpectedly greeted by the illumination of the living room. Su Qingye had yet to retire for the night. She was seated at her desk in the study, intently sketching something on her drawing board, a faint smile dancing upon her lips. Tonight, Su Qingye appeared to be in splendid spirits, and the atmosphere of the entire room felt considerably softened. She even hummed an unknown tune, the melodious notes gently flowing through the tranquil night. Zhang Luo changed his shoes and approached her, admiring her focused profile as she worked diligently. Unable to resist teasing her, he remarked, "Professor Su. Student Su, what delightful event has befallen you today to elevate your mood so?" Su Qingye lifted her head, and upon seeing him, her smile deepened. She removed her glasses, rubbed her slightly weary eyes, and lazily leaned back in her chair, responding with a hint of mischief in her tone. "Indeed, I am in good spirits. Perhaps it is because I inadvertently aided a remarkably talented young person today. It feels as though I have accomplished a great deed." At her subtly suggestive remark, Zhang Luo couldn't help but chuckle and followed her lead. "Oh, is that so? That truly makes him a fortunate young man. To receive assistance from our Professor Su is indeed a tremendous blessing." As he spoke, he settled into the chair beside her, his tone filled with genuine admiration. "Honestly, I cannot thank you enough for tonight. The blogger you recommended, Qingxi, is simply outstanding. Not only is she immensely popular, but her understanding of games is remarkably astute, which has been a tremendous help to us." Hearing Zhang Luo openly praise her other identity in her presence filled Su Qingye with a bubbling joy. She stifled her laughter, feigning calmness as she picked up the water cup from the table and took a sip before leisurely asking, "Is that so? What exactly do you appreciate about her?" "Her professionalism," Zhang Luo blurted out without a moment's hesitation. "The suggestions she offered are even more thorough than what I, as a designer, could conceive, right to the point. I truly did not expect a romance blogger to possess such depth of understanding. She is remarkable." "Oh, is it merely because of her professionalism?" Su Qingye set down the cup of water, his clear, bright eyes fixed upon him, seemingly eager to hear more. Zhang Luo scratched his head, pondering for a moment before adding, "Your voice is melodious, and you must be exceptionally gentle as well." Upon hearing this, Su Qingye finally allowed a satisfied smile to curve his lips. Yet, this warm and harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the shrill ring of a mobile phone. Zhang Luo retrieved his phone, and upon seeing the name Lu Qian flashing on the screen, his smile instantly faded. Furrowing his brow, he pressed the answer button and replied in a flat tone, "Hello." On the other end, Lu Qian's voice emerged, laced with a complex blend of excitement and sentimentality he had never encountered before. "I knew it. I knew you still have feelings for me." Zhang Luo was taken aback, utterly bewildered. "What are you talking about? Stop pretending." Lu Qian's voice trembled slightly, as if she were desperately suppressing a tumult of emotions within. "The password for the studio's backend. You're still using my birthday and the date of our first date. You haven't forgotten me at all, have you?" Her words brimmed with certainty and a hint of joy at what she believed to be a rediscovered connection, as if she had concluded that Zhang Luo's previous coldness was merely a facade. Zhang Luo was momentarily stunned, processing her words for 3 seconds before the realization dawned upon him. His expression shifted from confusion to disbelief, and finally, he could not help but let out a low laugh, filled with unabashed derision. "Lu Qian, are you out of your mind?" Zhang Luo's voice turned icy. "Do you think I retained that password because I still have feelings for you?" He found her assumption to be the most amusing joke he had heard all year. "Let me be frank with you. I simply forgot that I needed to change it. Did you really think the world revolves around you?" His words fell like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing Lu Qian's absurd fantasies in an instant. On the other end, her breath caught sharply, followed by a sharp, indignant retort. "You're talking nonsense. You're just saying this to provoke me." "Zhang Luo, when did you become so malicious?" "Malicious?" Zhang Luo scoffed coldly. Compared to what you and your new boyfriend have done, my actions are mere trifles. You. Lu Qian was left speechless, and in her embarrassment and fury, she finally unveiled her true intentions. Fine. Zhang Luo, you're forcing my hand. Just wait and see what I do to your pathetic game and your so-called studio. With that, she hung up the phone with a resounding click. Zhang Luo put down his phone, staring at the darkened screen, shaking his head in resignation. This woman truly was beyond redemption. Chapter 77. Danger, danger, danger. Su Qingya, having listened to Zhang Luo end the call, cast a curious glance in his direction, his usually cool eyes betraying a hint of intrigue. What happened? Nothing. Lu Qian has lost her mind, Zhang Luo replied. Zhang Luo let out a long sigh, his face adorned with a complex expression of resignation intermingled with a hint of mockery, which led Su Qingya to infer a few things. He then succinctly recounted the contents of the earlier phone call, including Lu Qian's self-righteous mind-reading antics and her furious threats. Su Qingya listened without much surprise, merely lifting the now-cold cup of water from the table to take a sip, a slight smile gracing her lips before she remarked lightly. It seems your affections are quite evident. The password belongs to her, after all. Zhang Luo's mouth twitched slightly, fully aware she would tease him about this. All right. Mock me if you will. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and cleared his throat, attempting to change the subject. Cough. Let us leave the past behind. On to serious matters. Since they have already utilized the surprise I left, it is likely to explode soon. As he spoke, Zhang Luo's expression turned serious once more, confidence shimmering in his eyes. Moreover, thanks to that blogger you recommended, the anticipation for our game has been building quite impressively. At this rate, when our game officially launches, we can fully expect remarkable results. Observing his earnest demeanor, Su Qingyan nodded slightly, her eyes sparkling with increased warmth. I am quite looking forward to it as well. After all, I wish for my work to reach a broader audience. Rest assured, Zhang Luo replied, buoyed by the recent testing data, which had been overwhelmingly positive, coupled with the thunderous enthusiasm in the live stream. I am at ease, but... Su Qingya's tone shifted abruptly as she glanced down at her still, slightly swollen ankle, a hint of well-placed concern knitting her brows. My leg will likely take a few more days to heal properly. There's an art exhibition at school in a few days. I would appreciate your assistance then. Art exhibition? Zhang Luo paused, the term somewhat unfamiliar to him. Yes. Su Qingya raised her gaze, her bright eyes fixed on him with a subtle glint of mischief, and there may be a few of my admirers present. I might need your help. Her words conveyed both sincerity and a touch of helplessness. Seeing her expression, Zhang Luo did not hesitate for a moment, promptly thumping his chest with a resolute demeanor. All right, no problem, I can go. As night deepened, Zhang Luo immersed himself in fixing several minor bugs to ensure the game's stability, while Su Qingya focused on adding the final details to the game's scenes. Time slipped by unnoticed until Su Qingya paused her brushwork, stretching languidly and reclining against her chair, her graceful figure evident. Rubbing her slightly sore eyes, she suddenly exclaimed, I am hungry. Zhang Luo was intently focused on his code when he suddenly paused, turning his head with a hint of amusement at her. Professor Su, it's nearly midnight. Are you still having a late-night snack? Last time after eating, you broke your leg. What about today? What's wrong with that? Su Qingya retorted with a sense of righteous indignation, her expression tinged with a touch of grievance. I've spent the whole night drawing, and my brain cells are all but extinguished. I need to replenish my energy. Observing her rare moment of childlike innocence, Zhang Luo felt his mood lighten. He shook his head in resignation and stood up. All right then, what do you wish to eat? It seems we are out of ingredients at home. Instant noodles. Su Qingya blurted out almost instinctively. After realizing her own spontaneity, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she awkwardly added, I haven't had them in ages. I suddenly crave them. Zhang Luo was taken aback, thoroughly surprised by the incongruity of this woman, who seemed at odds with the very concept of instant noodles. He couldn't help but chuckle. He rummaged through the small storage cabinet in the studio and unearthed 2 cherished packages of deluxe seafood instant noodles. With practiced ease, he boiled water, cooked the noodles, added a couple of eggs, and even indulgently tossed in some luncheon meat and vegetables. In no time, 2 steaming bowls of fragrant noodles were set on the table. Su Qingya gazed at the bountiful ingredients in her bowl, her eyes shimmering with delight. She picked up her chopsticks, cautiously lifted a strand of noodles, blew on it, and then brought it to her mouth. Delicious, she exclaimed, her eyes squinting in satisfaction, resembling a cat that had just pilfered a dried fish, her expression radiating pure contentment. Zhang Luo watched her with warmth in his heart and teased lightly, "Professor Su, I never imagined that a bowl of instant noodles would bring you such joy." "Of course," Su Qingye replied with her cheeks full, chewing enthusiastically. "You have no idea. I've nearly forgotten the taste of these things while trying to maintain my figure." She continued to savor a piece of luncheon meat, enjoying every bite. The two sat across from each other in the late-night studio, relishing the simplest of meals, engaging in light-hearted conversation. After finishing their late-night snack and their chat winding down, they each retreated to their respective rooms to rest. The room finally returned to tranquility. The following morning, being a rare weekend, and after weeks of relentless busyness, both had the luxury of sleeping in. By nearly 9 o'clock, not a soul had awoken. The living room felt eerily empty. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, filling the air with a languid, leisurely atmosphere. Suddenly, a series of urgent, forceful knocks on the door shattered the serenity. In her bedroom, Su Qingye was jolted awake by the unexpected sound. Dazed, she sat up. Her long hair tousled over her shoulders, her typically serene face now reflecting the confusion of just waking up. Rubbing her eyes, she instinctively reached for her phone on the bedside to check the time. 9 o'clock? The mature woman felt somewhat disoriented, having not awakened this late in quite some time. It was truly alarming. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up, instantly jolting her back to reality. "Zhang Xiaoya, I'm here. Open the door." Upon reading those 6 brief yet commanding words, Su Qingye's mind buzzed as if struck by thunder. No, this was not right. She sprang up from her bed, her heart racing wildly, her thoughts swirling chaotically. Wait, was it Jiang Yu knocking on her door? What on earth was she doing here? Chapter 78, A Minor Turmoil. How had Jiang Yu arrived? That thought struck Su Qingye like a bolt of lightning, banishing any remnants of sleep. She leapt from her bed, her heart pounding even more fiercely, her mind in a tumult. This was not right. Why had Jiang Yu come without a word of notice? No, she couldn't let her encounter Jiang Luo. If they met, Jiang Luo would surely discover her connection with Jiang Yu. That simply could not happen. She could no longer maintain her facade. With this realization, Su Qingye took a deep breath, her gaze flickering with urgency as she hastily donned her clothing. Though she could not articulate why, the impulse was overwhelmingly strong. No, first I must awaken Jiang Luo. It was imperative to conceal him. Perhaps that little rascal Jiang Yu had come specifically for Jiang Luo. With that thought, Su Qingye could hardly contain herself. She rushed out of her bedroom in a flurry, heading straight for Jiang Luo's door, neglecting even to knock, and flung the door open. Jiang Luo, wake up. Jiang Luo was in the depths of a pleasant slumber, dreaming of his newly developed game that had taken the world by storm. Standing on a podium, delivering an acceptance speech. Suddenly, he was jolted awake by a vigorous shake, and through bleary eyes, he saw Su Qingye's anxious face. "What's wrong, Professor Su? Is it morning already?" he mumbled, his voice still thick with sleep. "Stop sleeping. Hurry up and go." Su Qingye's voice was urgent yet hushed, her eyes filled with trepidation, as if she were involved in some clandestine operation. Jiang Luo was utterly bewildered, his mind still foggy. Go? Where to? Su Qingye was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly, only managing to hastily urge, "Don't ask. Someone is coming. You need to leave." At last, Jiang Luo grasped a few crucial keywords. He rubbed his eyes, and his mind began to clear as he caught onto a key piece of information. "So, your friend? You're embarrassed for her to know I'm here?" he tentatively inquired. "Yes," Su Qingye nodded, her eyes betraying her anxiety as the knocking from outside grew increasingly insistent. Jiang Luo raised an eyebrow, then glanced at his phone, a flicker of realization dawning upon him. Wait a moment. Jiang Yu mentioned that she would be coming over? So is Jiang Yu at the door? But how could she arrive so suddenly? In an instant, Jiang Luo was thoroughly awakened, as if he had been jolted by an electric shock, hastily scrambling out of bed. Though he could not quite comprehend the source of his anxiety, the sight of Su Qingye's tense demeanor instilled in him an inexplicable sense of urgency. The feeling was overwhelming. What should I do now? Jiang Luo, at a loss, gazed at her and whispered, "What now?" Su Qingye surveyed their surroundings, finally fixing her gaze upon her own bedroom. "You must hide in my room, in the wardrobe." Jiang Luo hesitated momentarily before he could voice any objections. He was practically shoved into her bedroom by Su Qingye, and with a resounding thud, he was crammed into the wardrobe, which exuded a faint, delightful fragrance. The instant the wardrobe door closed, Zhang Luo was enveloped by darkness, the unique scent lingering at the tip of his nose, and he belatedly realized that something seemed amiss. Wait a moment. Why was Su Qingye so anxious? If his sister arrived, what of it? Even if discovered, it merely implied that he was cohabitating with a woman. So what? In such a sprawling city, sharing accommodation with someone was quite normal and reasonable, was it not? Why must it feel akin to being caught in the act? Outside the door, after concealing Zhang Luo, Su Qingye exhaled a long breath. Leaning against the door, she listened to her heart pounding like a drum, also sensing that something was not quite right. Wait, this is illogical. Why am I in such a state of panic? It feels as though I am hiding a lover. Zhang Yu is not naive. She knows I live with her brother. During our last phone call, her tone clearly indicated acceptance. In such a context, why should I be flustered? Moreover, Zhang Yu is unlikely to speak out of turn, right? Instead, it seems that my own behavior could lead Zhang Luo to misunderstand the situation. As Su Qingye pondered restlessly, she increasingly felt that her earlier reaction was indeed an overreaction, bordering on the absurd. Just as she was mired in her own frustration, a knock at the door sounded once more, this time accompanied by the voice of a young man. Hello, delivery here. It's the breakfast you ordered. Delivery? Su Qingye's lips twitched slightly, her mind momentarily going blank. Mechanically, she walked over to open the door, and there stood a delivery man clad in a yellow vest, holding a meticulously packaged breakfast. Hello, this is your order. Silently, Su Qingye accepted the delivery, her gaze falling upon the name Miss Jiang inscribed upon it, leaving her in a daze. She closed the door, clutching the warm breakfast, and with a look of bewilderment, she called Zhang Luo out from the wardrobe. The two stood in the living room, staring at one another, their expressions mirroring confusion as they regarded the incongruous breakfast laid out on the table, both sinking into a prolonged silence. The previous atmosphere, fraught with tension and chaos, had not yet completely dissipated, yet it now appeared remarkably comical. Ultimately, it was Zhang Luo who first shattered the awkward stalemate. I mean, it's a bit embarrassing. We really don't need to hide like this, she remarked. It seems so, Su Qingye replied, her expression dazed, wishing only to slip into a crevice of the earth. The two fell into a prolonged silence until Zhang Luo let out a sigh, breaking the tranquility. Let me cook, she suggested. Or I could assist you today. Su Qingye, eager to make amends, quickly replied, That's not a bad idea. Zhang Luo nodded gently, her eyes betraying a hint of exasperation, and then sent a message to Zhang Yu. Where are you? Something came up. I can't make it. You're something else, came the swift reply. In the kitchen, the two found themselves, quite unusually, engaged in a flurry of activity. The weekend sunlight streamed through the kitchen window. Clearly, Su Qingye was not adept at cooking. Water splashed everywhere as she washed the vegetables, and she wielded the knife with utmost caution. Zhang Luo observed her clumsy efforts with a mix of amusement and resignation, ultimately assigning her the role of assistant, handing over plates and bowls. Seizing a moment of Zhang Luo's concentration on the frying pan, Su Qingye stealthily retrieved her phone and opened Zhang Yu's WeChat, hastily typing a message. Why are you ordering takeout for me when you have nothing better to do? Zhang Yu replied almost immediately, What is wrong with ordering takeout? I merely wanted to ensure you had something good to eat. Chapter 79. Launching on the nation's largest platform in the kitchen, Su Qingye, her mind elsewhere, absent-mindedly washed the vegetables while replaying the earlier farcical incident, growing increasingly irate. Drying her hands, she picked up her phone once more, sending Zhang Yu a message brimming with indignation. Zhang Yu, are you so idle that you must disturb my peaceful weekend? Not only did you disrupt my dreams, but you also orchestrated this surprise attack. Do you realize you nearly gave me a heart attack? My brother and I almost thought we were caught in a compromising position. After a moment's thought, she added a further grievance. And why did you include my surname in the takeout order? Are you afraid others won't know whom the food is for? I assure you, this matter is far from settled. Zhang Yu responded. What do you mean caught in a compromising position? Why do you sound so defensive? I merely sent a message to let you know I was coming. Why are you so anxious? Anxious? Who said I was anxious? I am not anxious at all. I just felt unprepared for your sudden intrusion. Oh, but I've done the same before. And I didn't even warn you that I was going to sleep in your bed. Ugh, how scandalous. Having sent the message, Su Qingye felt a slight alleviation of her pent-up frustration, though her cheeks still burned fiercely. That mischievous girl had started her nonsense again. Meanwhile, Zhang Luo shook her head in bemusement at Su Qingye's pouting profile. However, he too picked up his phone and navigated to his sister's chat window. Sister, what on earth are you up to? I finally get a chance to sleep in on the weekend, and here you are, startling me for no reason. What do you want? He paused momentarily before sending another message. Also, please refrain from your usual antics. It makes things awkward between me and Professor Su. No, I mean, my roommate. Do you understand? In her law firm, Jiang Yu glanced at her phone screen, where two accusatory messages appeared almost simultaneously, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. What on earth was going on with these two? Why were they teaming up to bombard her? She genuinely intended to visit and check if her younger brother was being bullied by that cunning fox, Su Qingye, and perhaps share a meal. However, an urgent case had unexpectedly arisen at the firm, leaving her unable to break away. Thus, she thought to send a nice breakfast as a token of her care. Yet, she ended up being the target of their prank instead. Jiang Yu set aside her documents, leaned back in her chair, and a spark of contemplation glimmered in her eyes. Why did it seem like the reactions from both of them were overly exaggerated? They were both acting as if they were guilty of something. Was it really just a matter of ordering takeout? Could it be that they were concealing some secret from her? Once this thought emerged, it flickered continuously in Jiang Yu's mind. The more she pondered, the more she felt something was amiss, a smirk of amusement playing across her face. Su Qingye, you better not let me catch you with anything incriminating. In the apartment, after finishing their subtly tense breakfast, the two seamlessly dove into their work. Following last night's live test and Qingxi's professional advice, Zhang Luo was brimming with new inspirations. He sat intently at his computer, fingers flying across the keyboard as he optimized and refined the game's final details. Meanwhile, Su Qingye sat at a nearby desk, quietly finalizing the integration and refinement of the artistic resources. They worked diligently until the afternoon, when Zhang Luo finally let out a long sigh of relief. He gazed at the game icon on the screen, a culmination of his countless efforts, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. It was finally completed. The previous rounds of testing had gone well, and today marked the official launch. He packaged the final patch of the game and solemnly uploaded it to the country's largest gaming release platform. The moment he clicked to submit for review, a mix of excitement and anxiety surged through him. This was his first battle since his rebirth. Success was the only option. At the game platform's review department, reviewer Wang Tao yawned, idly refreshing the backend. As a seasoned game reviewer at Goose Factory, he faced countless shoddily made, skin-swapped, plagiarized games daily, and his enthusiasm for gaming had long since dulled. Another new studio has emerged, and this game appears to be quite intriguing. A dating simulation, you say? The title is rather appealing, and it seems rather rare. Could there be something distinctive about it? I hope it brings a touch of innovation, he mumbled to himself, casually clicking on Zhang Luo's submitted dating simulation, intending to play for a mere 10 minutes as part of his routine before composing a rather mundane review report. However, as the game commenced, the exquisite character customization system and the immersive introductory scenario immediately captivated him. Well, I must admit, the opening design of this game is somewhat engaging. He perked up, casually creating a character and entering the game. 10 minutes later, Wang Tao had completely lost track of time. He removed his headphones, his face alight with disbelief. Is this plot truly so realistic? I feel as though I am not merely playing a game, but rather experiencing another life. 30 minutes later, he found himself regrettably missing an opportunity with the girl of his dreams due to a poor choice, slapping his thigh in frustration while muttering curses. Yet he could hardly wait to start a new game. An hour later, he was thoroughly immersed. This is too addictive. This game is dangerously captivating. A glimmer of long-lost excitement and joy sparkled in Wang Tao's eyes, the pure exhilaration from gaming that he had not felt in ages. He was no longer working. He was reveling in enjoyment. The authentic and nuanced emotions within the game, each challenging decision, resonated deeply within him. This game is extraordinarily enjoyable. He couldn't help but exclaim in awe, immediately checking the developer's information. Upon discovering it was a new studio, his astonishment deepened. Could it truly be crafted by a fledgling studio? How is that possible? Such mature gameplay design, such profound narrative depth, and artistic quality rivaling that of leading industry giants. How could it possibly emerge from an obscure new team? Wang Tao felt akin to Columbus discovering a treasure. He promptly seized his phone and dialed the number of the operations director. Director, I've stumbled upon a potential hit. An absolute sensation. What? You have a hit? Impossible. It cannot compare with what I have in hand. Mine is the true blockbuster. Just trust me on this. My game is undoubtedly the best. Chapter 80. An uproar on the platform director. I've discovered a potential hit. An absolute sensation. On the other end of the line, Operations Director Li Hong was overwhelmed by a mountain of reports. Upon hearing Wang Tao's disjointed exclamation, he furrowed his brow in irritation. What sensation? Wang Tao, are you slacking off reading novels during work hours? No, Director. Wang Tao's voice rose an octave in excitement. It's a newly submitted game for review. It's called Dating Simulation, created by a modestly sized new studio. I assure you, this game is destined for greatness. The gameplay, the plot, the artistry, everything is top-notch. Li Hong's interest was piqued slightly, yet a hint of skepticism lingered on his face. A new studio? How exceptional could it possibly be? Surely, he wasn't deceived by some small workshop's promotional video. Having been in the industry for many years, he had long developed a temperament that remained unruffled by praise or criticism. He would not react excessively to Wang Tao's assertions. Director, I assure you with my decade of professional experience. Wang Tao's tone was resolute. You must see it for yourself. This game evokes the same sensation as that groundbreaking title from years past that transformed the entire industry. We must secure it before other platforms do and place it in the best showcase. Upon hearing the phrase groundbreaking, Li Hong could no longer contain his curiosity, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. He recognized that despite Wang Tao's usual laid-back demeanor, his discerning eye for game quality was unparalleled. A game capable of eliciting such a reaction from him was undoubtedly remarkable. With that in mind, he decided to give it due consideration. All right, Li Hong promptly replied. Since you've put it that way, I will take the time to look at it now. Please send the game package directly to my email. After hanging up, Wang Tao swiftly dispatched the game package. Li Hong immediately opened the file that Wang Tao had sent. Half an hour later, an exclamation of astonishment filled his office. He quickly dialed the operations specialist number. Hurry, get in touch with this new studio. At all costs, we must secure the exclusive publishing rights. Meanwhile, Zhang Luo and Zhang Yuanjia remained oblivious to the stir their game had caused within the platform. The two celebrated modestly in the studio before Zhang Luo drove his increasingly familiar Xiaomi Suchi home with Su Qingye. On that weekend evening, the sunset bathed the entire city in a warm orange hue. Uncharacteristically, Zhang Luo took his time with work, busily preparing a sumptuous dinner in the kitchen to celebrate the successful submission of their game. Su Qingye, meanwhile, sat on the living room sofa with her laptop, ostensibly attending to work, but her gaze frequently drifted towards the busy figure in the kitchen. Listening to the sounds of chopping vegetables and the gentle hum of the range hood, an unprecedented sense of tranquility enveloped her. She found herself increasingly fond of this feeling, having someone at home, preparing meals, with the air infused with a warmth known as life. Professor Su, oh no, I mean. Little Su, Zhang Luo called out playfully as he emerged from the kitchen with a plate of sweet and sour pork. Today, I shall show you my latest specialty. Su Qingye set her laptop aside and took a seat at the dining table, her eyes lighting up with tenderness as she surveyed the array of delectable dishes. You've worked hard, she said. Not at all, Zhang Luo replied, serving her a bowl of soup, his tone sincere. Honestly, this time, it's all thanks to you. Without you, the game could not have been completed so swiftly, nor would its quality have been so high. We are partners, are we not? Su Qingye remained remarkably composed, a slight smile gracing her lips as she picked up her chopsticks and savored a piece of tenderloin. The sweet and sour flavor blossomed on her palate, causing her to contentedly narrow her eyes. Moreover, your talent deserves a more exquisite mode of presentation. On that note, my decision to bring you back was indeed a most sagacious choice. At this juncture, Zhang Luo's lips twitched slightly, recalling an unpalatable past. It seemed Su Qingye had sensed his thoughts. She blinked and displayed a charming smile. The two exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. This meal was particularly warm and intimate, devoid of work-related pressures and external distractions. They resembled an ordinary couple, sharing the minutiae of their day and their hopes for the future. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the jarring vibration of a mobile phone. Zhang Luo picked up his phone and discovered a multimedia message from an unfamiliar number. Curiosity piqued, he opened it, only to have his pupils constrict in shock. The message contained a photograph from a few days prior, capturing Su Qingye resting her head on his shoulder in a moment of exhaustion at the Su family banquet. The angle was cunningly chosen, perfectly encapsulating the intimate yet natural atmosphere between them. Beneath the image lay a brief yet menacing message: I know you are a facade. Keep your distance from Su Qingye, or I cannot guarantee where this photo might surface. The smile on Zhang Luo's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling gravity. Su Qingye, perceptive to his shift in demeanor, furrowed her brow in concern, asking, What's wrong? Is something amiss? Zhang Luo lifted his gaze to meet her worried eyes, remaining silent as he quietly handed her the phone. Upon examining the contents, her typically composed visage darkened. Wang Liang. She almost immediately deduced the sender's identity. Aside from that somewhat dim-witted individual, she could not fathom who else would indulge in such trivial and despicable antics. It must be him, Zhang Luo nodded, a flicker of coldness crossing his gaze. Or your cousin, Su Che. Regardless of who it was, the intent was clear: to dismantle their relationship, or, rather, to force Zhang Luo to withdraw voluntarily. The atmosphere in the living room grew palpably oppressive. Observing Su Qingye's furrowed brow, Zhang Luo recognized the distress this matter caused her. He drew a deep breath, reclaiming the phone, and spoke in a calm tone, Do not worry, I will handle this. He suddenly realized that their charade as pretend lovers, initially undertaken for their respective purposes, had quietly spiraled out of control, entangling them in an unforeseen and genuine predicament. Meanwhile, Su Qingye's gaze slowly cooled. In that moment, everything shifted. She transformed once more into that mature woman, exuding an aura of confidence as if she had mastery over all affairs. Chapter 81. The tides of fortune shift over the course of a decade. Zhang Luo gazed at Su Qingye, extinguishing the light on his phone screen. The shadow cast by threats dissipated, replaced by a calm demeanor, even adorned with a hint of a chilling smile. His composed appearance took Su Qingye by surprise, prompting her to furrow her beautifully shaped brows and softly inquire, How do you intend to handle this? What other course of action is there? Zhang Luo turned to her, noticing the concern reflected in her bright eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle. Since he wishes to play, let us indulge him. He paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Zhang Luo's nature had never been that of a mere pleaser. He merely appeared gentle. In reality, he held steadfast principles. It was evident that those principles had been breached, and Zhang Luo was not inclined to tolerate it any longer. He thinks we're a facade, attempting to use this as leverage to drive me away from you? Let us demonstrate just how genuine we truly are. There was a chilling undertone in his voice, his mind already concocting a plan. If they desired this, he was more than willing to impart a lesson. Su Qingye was momentarily taken aback by his words. Observing this man before her, she realized he was a stark contrast to his usual gentle, almost bashful self. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with confidence and a hint of combativeness, akin to a young lion revealing its claws, radiating with vibrant energy. This was the same fervor she had witnessed when he spoke of engaging in games. What do you mean? The art exhibition. Zhang Luo directly referenced her earlier suggestion. Did you not say you needed my assistance? This time, let us put on a grand performance. Su Qingye raised an eyebrow, suddenly engulfed by a sense of unease. She sensed that Zhang Luo was on the verge of unveiling something astonishing. And, sure enough, in the next moment, he leaned closer, lowering his voice as if sharing a monumental secret. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing her to shiver slightly. Not only must we attend, but we must also ensure everyone believes that I am your boyfriend, the kind you are utterly devoted to. What do you think? You aim to infuriate them, don't you? Su Qingye's gaze flickered, and she couldn't help but murmur. Isn't it most aggravating to dance upon their sore points? Listening to Zhang Luo's audacious and somewhat outrageous declaration, Su Qingye found herself momentarily lost in thought. She regarded his serious profile, and within her heart, the turbulent waters stirred by threats were now further disturbed by a heavier stone, sending ripples that would not soon settle. Utterly devoted? She instinctively repeated the words, feeling a slight flush on her cheeks. But your statement is rather exaggerated, isn't it? Is it truly that dramatic? Something felt amiss. Is it? Zhang Luo blinked innocently. Professor Su, as the saying goes, to act is to fully commit. How else can we persuade them? How can we ensure they are utterly convinced? Observing his self-assured demeanor, Su Qingye found herself both amused and exasperated. She leaned back on the sofa, crossing her arms, and scrutinized him with a teasing gaze. Well, Jiang, I must admit, you seem rather knowledgeable. So, enlighten me. How might one act to convincingly portray a love so profound it feels like life and death? This question momentarily stumped Jiang Luo. He scratched his head, awkwardly suggesting, well, there should be some affectionate gestures, right? Like holding hands or something. Su Qingye raised an eyebrow, suddenly sensing that the initiative was shifting to her. Is that all? Your 5 years of romantic experience have taught you merely to hold hands? Jiang Luo's face instantly flushed, rendered speechless by her retort. During his time with Lu Qian, he had hardly held her hand. Most of the time, he was merely trailing behind, carrying her bag like an eager follower. Observing his embarrassment, Su Qingye's amusement deepened. She leaned forward, and before Jiang Luo could react, she naturally reached out and clasped his hand resting on the sofa within her own. Her hand was cool and soft, the delicate touch causing Jiang Luo's heart to skip a beat. Is this how it feels? Su Qingye tilted her head, her usually frosty eyes now shimmering with mischief. Or do we need to be a bit more intimate? As she spoke, she deliberately brushed her fingertip lightly across his palm, akin to a feather gliding over skin, sending a tingling sensation coursing from his palm to his heart. Jiang Luo felt his cheeks flare with heat, his breath becoming slightly labored. No, Professor Su. We're merely discussing the act of flirtation. We didn't say we should enact it now. Moreover, he could hardly withstand it. The mature allure was akin to the enchantment of a succubus. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, an urgent ring of a phone suddenly shattered the enchanting ambience. All right, just when it matters most. Zhang Yuanjia makes his move. Jiang Luo thought, relief washing over him as he quickly withdrew his hand and answered the call. Old Jiang. Oh my. Great news. Tremendous news. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Yuanjia's uncontainable excitement burst forth from the receiver. Our game has passed the review. Moreover, the platform has granted us an S-level recommendation. They said we are the most stunning new work they have encountered this year. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Luo instinctively clenched his fists. The earlier displeasure brought on by Lu Qian and the anonymous threats had been thoroughly washed away by an overwhelming wave of joy, and the light in his eyes shone with increasing fervor. He turned his head reflexively to glance at Su Qingye, who was also smiling at him, her beautiful eyes brimming with unabashed admiration and congratulations. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Luo felt an unprecedented surge of confidence and determination. The remarkable success in his career made him feel invigorated, as if he had been infused with newfound strength. It seemed that their counterattack could commence sooner than expected. He spoke to Su Qingye, his tone filled with self-assurance. Did they not doubt my capabilities? What if I am indeed capable? Would they not then question their own judgment? A subtle smile curled at the corners of Jiang Luo's lips, suddenly feeling as though he had acquired a script that could turn the tides after a decade. Chapter 82. Astonishing popularity. The following morning, Jiang Luo and Zhang Yuanjia arrived at the studio early. Last night, Jiang Luo had indeed struggled to sleep, overwhelmed with excitement. After all, this was their first significant recommendation, and it was essential to seize the opportunity. Old Jiang, come take a look. Zhang Yuanjia exclaimed as he settled at the desk, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. He gestured toward the computer screen, not bothering to look back at Jiang Luo. Let me put it this way. Our recommendation last night was extraordinarily effective, attracting hundreds of thousands of followers overnight. And look at all these comments. Haha, come see this. It's absolutely delightful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo curiously approached, his gaze falling upon the official community post on the game release platform. In just one night, their simple reservation announcement had accumulated thousands of comments, a remarkable display of engagement. Among them, the most striking were a multitude of new players flooding in from Qingshi's livestream. Their avatars and commenting styles unmistakably marked by their allegiance to the streamer. I came from Qingshi's livestream. The host was utterly devastated. This game is a must-play. Reservation made. Qingshi's beloved has suffered. I shall make the in-game scoundrels pay tenfold. Designers, hurry up. My great sword is itching for action. Laughing to death. I've never seen a host become so absorbed in a game to the point of despair. For the sake of this heart-wrenching effect, I must play. When is it going live? Beyond the influence of the streamer, many casual players were drawn in by the game itself. Their comments varied and colorful. Finally, a romantic game that doesn't treat players like fools. The art style, the authenticity of the plot. I'm in love. I'm tired of mindless sweet romances. I crave something challenging. This artistic style is simply breathtaking. Each female character's illustration is so stunning it could serve as wallpaper. Please provide the contact information of the artist. I wish to send her a... No, it's to send my regards. Am I the only one who finds the storyline of that younger, adorable character to be remarkably realistic? My ex-boyfriend was just like that. The initial sweetness was matched only by the suffocating tension that followed. The designer undoubtedly possesses a profound understanding of the craft. The studio known as Chushin? I have not heard of it. Is it a pseudonym of some esteemed individual? The quality does not resemble that which a novice could produce. I have made my reservation. Hurry up. I can hardly wait to be engulfed in despair. My wallet is prepared. I implore you to release the subsequent content soon. Am I the only one feeling distressed? Today, I secretly played in the office and ended up being completely absorbed. I am now on the brink of a breakdown. I can only say that those who understand. This game is simply delightful. Anyone who has yet to experience it should urgently give it a try, lest they miss out entirely. Observing these eager comments, Zhang Yuanjia felt a surge of excitement. He animatedly patted Jiang Luo on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Old Jiang, the current fervor we are experiencing is truly exhilarating. At this rate, we will likely ascend the new game reservation leaderboard swiftly." Jiang Luo nodded gently, a genuine smile gracing his face. The acknowledgement from players is the finest commendation for him as a creator. Simultaneously, he astutely noted a few minor bugs mentioned by players in the comments, retreating to his workstation with renewed focus, swiftly embarking on repairs and optimizations. Meanwhile, within Yang Wei's studio, the atmosphere was decidedly grim. Useless. A bunch of incompetence. Yang Wei slammed a data report onto the table, unleashing a tirade upon several technical leads. I have spent so much money hiring you, and what have you produced? This mere imitation. Now, their game is soaring in popularity while we remain stagnant. The technical leads hung their heads in silence, unwilling to speak. They had exerted their utmost effort. Yet the game crafted by Jiang Luo was exceedingly challenging. Many design logics resembled an inescapable loop, and no matter their attempts, they could not eradicate the issues. At that moment, Yang Wei's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, and his anger dissipated, replaced by a facade of respect and ingratiation. "Hello, young Master Che." On the other end of the line was a somewhat somber young male voice, that of Su Qingya's cousin, Su Che. "How is the matter progressing?" "Rest assured, young Master Che," Yang Wei quickly replied. "I have enlisted help to start mimicking their game mechanics. Within half a month, we will unveil a version with richer gameplay and more exquisite graphics." "Half a month?" Su Che scoffed coldly. "By the time your upgraded version is released, the opportunity will have passed. I do not require imitation. I want you to obliterate Jiang Luo's game now. Do you understand? Crush it utterly." Yang Wei felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead, hesitating as he responded. "Young Master Che, their game is currently enjoying high popularity and excellent reviews. It may prove challenging to suppress it." "Challenging?" Su Che's tone grew even more frigid. "Yang Wei, do not forget. I requested your assistance because I am inclined to undertake this matter now, so please proceed. If funds are insufficient, I shall augment them. Should there be a shortage of personnel, I will assist in sourcing additional help. Do not wait until I lose interest, leaving you to regret your inaction. I have but one stipulation. Prior to the art exhibition, I wish to see neither that game nor the name Jiang Luo associated with Su Qingyi." "Understood, Xiao Che." Upon hanging up, the smile on Yang Wei's face vanished entirely, replaced by a grimace. He picked up his phone and dialed another number. "Hello. Is this the Blackwater Army? I have a lucrative business proposition to discuss with you." "Which black?" "Young Master Yang, your requests have been rather frequent of late. Isn't it customary in business to be frequent? So, will you accept this or not? If you are unwilling, I can easily engage others for this task." Upon hearing this, the other party chuckled awkwardly. "All right, young Master Yang, let's be direct. Who do you intend to target? Which individual?" "We shall commence immediately. The dating game. The one ranked 10th on the new releases list. Bring it down for me. I wish to see it on the worst lists by tomorrow." "Not a problem." I glanced at it. It's merely a small game. Is it truly necessary for you to intervene personally, young Master Yang? That seems rather superfluous. What do you know? Do I require your conjectures to guide my actions? Hearing this, Yang Wei revealed a satisfied smile. Exactly. This is the efficiency I expect from you. I hope you can resolve these minor inconveniences, allowing me to focus on more significant matters. Chapter 83. Parents have misunderstood the following morning. As Jiang Luo arrived at the studio, he immediately immersed himself in work. He intently monitored the data curves, witnessing the rising number of reservations and community discussions, his face betraying his uncontainable joy. Before long, Su Qingyi also arrived at the studio. Today, she wore a simple cream-colored dress, her long hair casually pinned up, exuding an aura of grace and intellect. Good morning. She placed a steaming cup of coffee on Zhang Luo's desk and turned her gaze to the screen, inquiring with calmness. How are the data figures? Better than I could have imagined. Zhang Yuanzhu excitedly leaned in. Professor Su, look. Our post is nearing the top of the platform's homepage. Everyone is urging us to launch. As Su Qingyi scanned the lively comments on the screen, a hint of amusement brightened her cool gaze. She nodded, then pointed at one of the game's interfaces, saying, the UI icons here could use further optimization for greater visual harmony. With that, she naturally took a seat in the adjacent empty space, opened her laptop, and began assisting with the finishing touches. Zhang Luo observed her serious profile, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. It was fortunate that Professor Su arrived in time. Otherwise, the project might have faced dire consequences. After a long day of work, the affairs at the studio finally came to a close as Zhang Luo and Su Qingye tidied up their belongings and departed for home together, just as they always did. Upon their return to the apartment, Zhang Luo's phone rang unexpectedly, and he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Dad flashing on the screen. Since he had begun his relationship with Lu Qian, a fierce opposition from his parents had caused a significant rift in their relationship, rendering him unable to communicate with his father for nearly a year. Taking a deep breath, he answered the call with a hint of trepidation. Hello, Dad. You little rascal. You still remember I'm your father, came his father's robust voice from the other end, lacking any reproach, yet imbued with a sense of relief. Your sister informed us that you broke up with that Lu girl? Good riddance. Your mother and I never thought much of her. Finally, you've done something that brings us comfort. Listening to his father's words, Zhang Luo found himself at a loss for words. Why was his family so jubilant over his breakup? Was this reasonable? Just as he pondered how to respond, the bathroom door clicked open. Su Qingye had just finished her shower and was clad in a comfortable silk nightgown, gently drying her damp hair with a towel. Noticing Zhang Luo on the phone, she smiled at him without uttering a word. However, this subtle movement did not escape the keen ears of Zhang's mother on the other end of the line. Son, is there someone else on your end? A girl? Zhang Luo felt a jolt of panic and was about to conjure an excuse when his mother's voice suddenly rose in pitch, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Really, son? It's only been a few days since the breakup, and you've already found a new partner? Living together already? Impressive. No wonder you're my son. Zhang Luo was at a loss, his mind spinning. No, that's not right. This isn't. He was sweating profusely, desperately trying to explain. Mom, it's not what you think. Before he could finish, Su Qingye approached him, though she hadn't overheard the conversation. She noticed his flustered demeanor and assumed he was in some sort of trouble, so she kindly paused. Out of courtesy, she turned towards the phone and, with her cool yet gentle voice, shyly greeted, Hello, Uncle and Aunt. This polite greeting proved to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Zhang's mother erupted with even more excitement on the other end. Oh my, I heard that. What a lovely voice. Such a beautiful girl. I just watched a video. And you have an amazing figure. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang's father had silently activated the video call feature. Upon receiving such effusive praise, Su Qingye felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her face blooming a deep shade of crimson. She gazed at Zhang Luo with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes, filled with confusion. Is this really the case? What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, Zhang Luo was equally perplexed. He stared blankly at the screen of his phone, where his parents were laughing joyfully, then glanced at Su Qingye, who was blushing furiously and at a loss for words. At that moment, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Dad, Mom, let me explain. What is there to explain? Zhang's mother cheerfully waved her hand from the screen, completely disregarding his attempt to speak. Son, let me put it this way. You have truly made a splendid choice this time. Such a wonderful girl. You must hold on to her tightly. Zhang's father nodded vigorously beside her, his eyes, hidden behind glasses, crinkling with delight. Indeed. Qingye, is it? A lovely name. My dear, don't listen to this shy boy's nonsense. We absolutely adore you. Uncle and Aunt, that's not. In that moment, Su Qingye felt her cheeks blazing. So hot they could fry an egg. Having lived for 30 years, she had never encountered such enthusiastic and familiar elders, and she found herself momentarily overwhelmed. Why call us uncle and aunt? That feels so distant. Zhang's mother beamed even more. When we return from our travels, you should start calling us mom and dad. Zhang Luo and Su Qingye were utterly petrified. All right, All right, we won't disturb you two lovebirds any longer, Zhang's father said with a cheerful glance at the time. Qingye, when we get back, we must have a meal together. Your aunt will prepare her signature braised pork for you. Without waiting for a response, the two enthusiastic elders hung up the phone, leaving the living room in a profound silence. Zhang Luo and Su Qingye exchanged glances, the air thick with an indescribable awkwardness. After quite a while, Su Qingye slowly raised her hand to cover her burning cheeks. Rarely did her usually cool and indifferent face display such a charming blush. Her ears flushed crimson. She lifted her sparkling eyes to meet Zhang Luo's equally disenchanted expression and, with a mix of embarrassment and amusement, said softly, "Well, now both our parents are under a misunderstanding. It seems we can neither speak nor remain silent. Whatever we do is wrong, isn't it?" Chapter 84. Truly unbearable. Su Qingye looked at Zhang Luo with a resigned expression, her eyes reflecting a mixture of laughter and tears. Zhang Luo, upon hearing her words, felt equally exasperated. He raked his fingers through his neatly cropped hair, feeling a throbbing in his temples. What a predicament! Now both sets of parents were misled, and the situation had truly spiraled out of control. Suddenly, Su Qingye blinked, as if struck by a thought, and blurted out, "So, does this mean we technically met each other's parents now?" Zhang Luo was left speechless. He stared at Su Qingye, running the situation through his mind, and realized that, indeed, she was correct. Though the approach may seem somewhat absurd, the outcome undeniably marks the achievement of meeting the parents. So what now? It appears there are no other options left. Su Qingye let out a soft sigh, her exquisite visage regaining a semblance of the usual nonchalance and cunning. She gazed at Zhang Luo, as if discovering an impeccable equilibrium. In this light, it seems we are no longer indebted to one another. You assist me in fending off my family's marriage pressures, and I shall help you navigate your family's misunderstandings. Is that not fortuitous? Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo was momentarily taken aback, only to succumb to a smile. Indeed, upon reflection, it seemed rather equitable. He nodded earnestly. Very well. Let us establish this as a strategic partnership, unbreakable. However, to be candid, I believe we ought to ponder what might transpire should our affair be uncovered one day. That would undoubtedly be quite awkward, Zhang Luo mused with a sigh. Although it appears manageable at present, one can easily foresee the complications that would ensue. Su Qingye, however, remained remarkably unfazed by his words. If it comes to that, then so be it, she replied, seemingly untroubled by the prospect. After this brief interlude, any lingering awkwardness between the two dissipated, replaced by a sense of conspiratorial camaraderie. Zhang Luo quickly returned to his room, and as soon as he sat down, a message from Zhang Yuanjia popped up. Zhang Deshuai. Old Zhang, I bear good news. Our game has officially launched. Due to the initial buzz, it has soared into the top 20 of new game sales. Zhang Luo felt a surge of joy at this news and was about to respond when Zhang Yuanjia's subsequent message arrived. Zhang Deshuai, however, we have an even bigger piece of bad news. We seem to have attracted the attention of some trolls. Zhang Luo felt a twinge of confusion upon hearing this. How could that be? He promptly clicked on the game's page on the platform, and indeed, something seemed amiss. Amidst a plethora of genuine 4- and 5-star reviews, there lay a jarring multitude of 1-star ratings. The content of these disparaging remarks was alarmingly uniform, often mere copy-paste templates, either baselessly deriding the game as garbage or spouting nonsensical drivel. This blatant trolling had transformed the entire comment section into a cesspool. Are we being targeted? Zhang Luo's gaze hardened, a chill creeping into his heart. This could not possibly reflect the genuine state of affairs. No game could experience such a drastic shift in just 2 days. Meanwhile, in Yang Wei's studio, he reclined with his legs crossed, his face alight with excitement as he scrutinized the data displayed on his computer screen. The screen showcased the page of Zhang Luo's game, now inundated with negative reviews. Yes, just like that. Keep it coming. He cackled. What a delightful sensation it is. He spoke to the person on the other end of the line, his tone brimming with a morbid thrill. Increase the pressure, do not relent. I intend to bring his rating below the passing line. A sycophantic voice responded from the other end. Rest assured, young Master Yang, we are professionals. We will ensure that his game is doomed upon release. Excellent. Yang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Money was no object. What I seek is results. After hanging up, he gazed at Zhang Luo's game page, watching the ratings plummet, feeling an immense sense of gratification. Zhang Luo, Are you not exceptionally talented? Have you not allied yourself with the young lady of the Su family? So what? In the face of overwhelming capital, your paltry talent and luck are utterly inconsequential. Furthermore, you shall not be contending with me alone this time. There are the true wealthy heirs lurking behind me. The rhythm of events was exceedingly pleasant. Yang Wei hummed a little tune, resolved to proceed with his plans. In the studio, Zhang Yuanzhe was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth beside Zhang Luo. Old Zhang, what are we to do? The ratings are about to drop below 7. If this continues, all our initial reputation will be ruined. In stark contrast to his agitation, Zhang Luo remained remarkably composed. He disregarded the venomous comments in the review section and directly accessed the game's backend data. His fingers flying across the keyboard as lines of data rapidly flickered on the screen. His gaze was exceptionally cold and precise, searching for the root of the problem. After a few minutes, he ceased his typing, leaning back in his chair with a knowing, sardonic smile. Observing his demeanor, Zhang Yuanzhe became even more anxious. Speak up. What are you laughing at a time like this? Zhang Luo turned to face him, his tone calm, yet imbued with formidable discernment. It is evident that we are being maliciously targeted. I can surmise that their intent is to undermine us, preventing us from achieving our goals effortlessly. He pointed at the data analysis chart on the screen, articulating his findings clearly. Look here, 95% of the accounts leaving negative reviews were registered within the past hour. And apart from disparaging us, they have no other activity records. Moreover, although they used proxies to disguise themselves, we can still ascertain that most of the traffic originates from several fixed server nodes. This is a typical tactic of a review manipulation company. Furthermore, observe the timing of these negative reviews. They surged at specific intervals, which is not characteristic of genuine players. With each point Zhang Luo made, Zhang Yuanzhe's expression darkened. By the time Zhang Luo finished, he was furious, his face ashen as he slammed his fist on the table. Damn it! I knew it was that scoundrel Yang Wei. No one else could be behind this. Stealing your game wasn't enough. Now he resorts to such underhanded tactics. He intends for our game to fail upon release. I can't take it anymore, old Jiang. Chapter 85. Revenge. This is utterly outrageous. We cannot simply sit idly by. Zhang Yuanzhe exclaimed through gritted teeth. Old Jiang. What do you propose we do? Should we also hire an army of trolls to counter them? Let us see who has deeper pockets. That is unnecessary, Zhang Luo replied, shaking his head, a glimmer of rationality shining in his eyes. Engaging in such a futile comparison will only mire us deeper in the quagmire. The ratings and popularity generated by hired trolls are mere illusions. Once the platform detects this, we will ultimately bear the consequences. Moreover, this approach merely addresses the symptoms, not the root of the problem. Besides, I do not wish for them to discover our vulnerabilities, which would be far worse. What then? We cannot just stand by and watch them act so arrogantly. Zhang Yuanzhe exclaimed, anxiety flooding his features. If that won't work, what should we do? Are we to endure this in silence? Zhang Luo rose from his seat, pacing slowly around the office, his expression frigid, while a clear plan began to crystallize in his mind. Since Yang Wei has resorted to such despicable tactics, we need not hold back. He halted, fixing a piercing gaze upon Zhang Yuanzhe, and said deliberately, you must now contact several influential gaming forums and media outlets in the country, immediately. Why contact them? Zhang Yuanzhe inquired, perplexed by the directive. To unveil the truth, Zhang Luo replied, his demeanor calm, his tone notably relaxed. Rather than sullying ourselves in their mire, we shall compile a comprehensive report detailing our game's backend data and the abnormal activities of their troll accounts, alongside our initial design drafts and development logs, all with clear timestamps. We will demonstrate to everyone who the true thief is and who employs vile tactics to suppress originality. As Zhang Luo laid out his strategy, Zhang Yuanzhe's eyes lit up, the prior anger and anxiety dissipating, replaced by a fervor that made him tremble with excitement. This is brilliant, old Jiang. It's ruthless. I feel this is utterly unbeatable. My goodness. Old Jiang, this is a masterstroke. We will undermine them completely, leading to their social demise. He clapped his hands in exhilaration. Isn't this merely leveraging our resources? What family doesn't possess some capital? Now that you've laid it out, just watch how I execute this. Zhang Yuanzhe sprang to his feet, grabbing his coat. Rest assured, this matter is in my hands. I will reach out to my father's media contacts and ensure this is handled impeccably. Just wait and see. I will make certain they suffer even more than we do. Watching Zhang Yuanjia rush out with fervor, Zhang Luo finally exhaled, returning to his computer. Later that evening, within Su Qingye's apartment, Zhang Luo recounted the day's events and his response plan succinctly. Su Qingye listened quietly, placing her paintbrush down, and after a moment of contemplation, her eyes sparkled with approval. She gently nodded and remarked, "In truth, your line of thought is quite commendable. Rather than engaging in a petty squabble with him, it would be far more effective to unveil his true nature." As she regarded Zhang Luo, she noticed an indescribable charm about this young man, characterized by his composure and decisive nature in the face of adversity. However, mere media presence would not suffice. To swiftly shift public opinion, we require a more influential voice. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Luo's gaze fell upon Su Qingye, his expression imbued with a hint of imploring. "Sister Qingye, I would like to request your assistance in contacting Qingxi." He believed that if they could enlist the support of Qingxi, a blogger with 1 million followers, their impact would undoubtedly be magnified. Su Qingye was momentarily taken aback. She gazed into Zhang Luo's eyes, which were filled with sincerity, and found herself both amused and somewhat resigned. This young man was indeed quite clever, brimming with ideas. Yet, it was undeniably a splendid suggestion. Suppressing a smile, she feigned a look of difficulty before breaking into a grin. "Actually, there's no need for my involvement. You should reach out to her directly." Zhang Luo paused, contemplating her words, and then nodded gently. "Very well, I shall give it a try myself." He recognized the validity of Su Qingye's reasoning, having collaborated previously. A direct approach might indeed convey greater sincerity. "Indeed," Su Qingye affirmed, raising her cup of water to mask the mischievous glimmer in her eyes. Zhang Luo, without further hesitation, promptly seized his phone, opened Qingxi's WeChat dialogue, and meticulously composed a succinct message outlining the situation and his request. He anticipated a delay in receiving a reply and had mentally prepared himself for a potential decline. However, almost instantly after sending his message, a response appeared. "Qingxi, no problem. Leave it to me. I detest such malicious competition. Moreover, I can connect you with a few well-placed friends in the industry. A collective voice will yield even greater impact." Taken aback by this swift and resolute reply, Zhang Luo felt a wave of gratitude. He was genuinely surprised by the altruism of this unfamiliar blogger. A warm sensation coursed through him, alleviating the fatigue that had accumulated from various troubling matters over recent days. "She has agreed and even offered to assist us in reaching out to other bloggers." Zhang Luo lifted his head, displaying his phone to Su Qingye, a smile illuminating his face. Su Qingye acknowledged with a nonchalant hum, her demeanor one of expected calmness, yet the joy in her bright eyes was unmistakable. While the situation appeared to be progressing favorably, Zhang Luo harbored one final concern in his heart. The recent incident transcends mere commercial rivalry. It has devolved into the realm of corporate espionage and malicious defamation. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to reach out to his sister, Jiang Yu. After all, having a lawyer involved might facilitate matters. He couldn't help but wonder if his sister would mock him mercilessly upon learning of this predicament. The roots of this situation were undeniably intertwined with his previous romantic relationship. Indeed, one failure seems to beget endless repercussions. With this thought in mind, Zhang Luo picked up his phone, took a deep breath, and dialed the familiar number. This time, he would take the initiative, not only for himself, but also for the fledgling studio, to seek justice. Chapter 86. Zhang Yu takes action. With this resolve, Zhang Luo scrolled through his phone's contacts, locating the familiar and somewhat exasperating number, and called. After several rings, the call connected, and his sister Jiang Yu's impatient voice came through. "Hello? What now? On a weekend no less. I must warn you, if this isn't something serious, I'll hang up immediately. My time is charged by the second." Hearing her familiar words, Zhang Luo couldn't help but chuckle wryly. The tension he felt from seeking help dissipating somewhat. "Sis, I've encountered a bit of trouble." "What trouble?" Jiang Yu replied, still irritable. "Spit it out. Is this about that Lu Qian again? I knew it, even after your breakup. You can't seem to stay out of each other's lives." "You hit the nail on the head this time," Zhang Luo sighed, his tone growing grave as he recounted the malicious attacks his game faced online and the theft of its code by Yang Wei and Lu Qian. A silence ensued on the other end. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Yu's voice returned, tinged with disbelief. "Are you saying they stole your game and then proceeded to sabotage you? Not only attacking your backend, but also hiring trolls to flood you with negative reviews?" "Yes. All right, I understand. Zhang Yu's voice turned icy. This is no longer a simple matter of business competition. This is blatant defamation and theft of trade secrets. Zhang Luo, listen carefully. You need not concern yourself with this any longer. Zhang Luo was taken aback. Sis, what do you mean? What do I mean? Zhang Yu's cold laughter sent chills down Zhang Luo's spine, imbued with a lethal aura. They have dared to cross paths with me, Zhang Yu, and they truly possess audacity. Do they think I'm to be trifled with? I assure you, we must act, and we shall act decisively. Before Zhang Luo could respond, Zhang Yu continued. You must do this now immediately. Please compile all of your game's original design manuscripts, development logs, timestamps of each version update, backend server records, and all the data concerning the orchestrated attacks, including the registration times of those anomalous accounts and the IP address analysis reports. Gather all evidence that substantiates their infringement and defamation and send it neatly packaged to my email. Not a single piece should be missing, do you understand? Zhang Luo felt somewhat dazed by the formidable aura emanating from his sister at that moment, instinctively nodding in response. Furthermore, Zhang Yu continued, her voice tinged with an even sharper chill. What about the collaboration contract with your friend Zhang Yuanjia? Where is the equity distribution agreement for the studio? I had previously instructed you to procure these documents. Did my words fall upon deaf ears once more? Ahem, I haven't had the chance yet, Zhang Luo replied, his voice betraying a hint of guilt. I knew it. Zhang Yu scolded, her frustration palpable. Just you wait. I will visit your shabby studio tomorrow and ensure all these legal documents are in order. Honestly, it's impossible to have peace of mind. It's not about worrying for yourselves. It's about the potential misuse by others. Do you understand? Although reprimanded, a warm current surged within Zhang Luo's heart. He recognized this as his sister's way of expressing concern. You need not worry about anything else, nor engage in petty verbal disputes with them. Zhang Yu's tone softened slightly. Your sole focus should be on perfecting your game. I will handle the subsequent public relations backlash and legal proceedings. Just wait. I will ensure they receive such an avalanche of legal notices that they will know my brother Zhang Yu is not to be trifled with. Once the call ended, Zhang Luo exhaled deeply, the last remnants of unease evaporating under the weight of Zhang Yu's commanding declaration. Having a sister felt rather splendid, indeed. The following morning, a knock resounded at the studio door. Zhang Yuanjia, brimming with excitement, rushed to answer it, revealing a gathering of journalists and editors from several renowned domestic gaming media and forums. This was a result of his efforts to leverage familial connections to arrange their visit. Please, esteemed guests, come in. Zhang Yuanjia warmly ushered them inside. Leading the group was a seasoned chief editor of a gaming publication, clad in black-rimmed glasses. He surveyed the modest yet bright and tidy studio, nodded appreciatively, and promptly addressed the matter at hand. Zhang, let's dispense with the pleasantries. Our time is limited, and we should get straight to the point. We wish to inquire about the recent controversies surrounding your studio's new game, romance game, that have surfaced online. Their demeanor was thoroughly professional, imbued with the characteristic caution and subtle skepticism typical of media personnel. After all, from their perspective, it was rather unusual for an obscure new studio to suddenly unveil such a stunningly high-quality product. Zhang Luo rose from his workstation, exhibiting a demeanor far less exuberant than that of Zhang Yuanjia. He calmly nodded to the assembled guests and gestured for them to take their seats, expressing gratitude for their presence amidst their busy schedules. I am aware of your inquiries, and I have prepared all pertinent materials. His attitude was neither subservient nor arrogant, exuding a composure that belied his status as a nascent entrepreneur. This poise and confidence prompted the seasoned journalists present to regard him with newfound respect. At the conference table, Zhang Luo activated the projector. Eschewing superfluous chatter, he directly presented a series of detailed evidentiary documents before the audience. First, he addressed the issue of the game's originality. He displayed a time-stamped document containing the earliest drafts of his design concepts and core gameplay mechanics for the romance game. This preliminary design was completed 2 years ago, and I have spent the subsequent year refining and perfecting it. Here are the development logs for each version iteration, allowing you to clearly observe the game's evolution. Next, he unveiled screenshots and gameplay descriptions of Yang Wei's Dark City, highlighting the astonishing similarities in core mechanics and narrative trajectory. As for Mr. Yang, or rather, Miss Lu Qian, Zhang Luo stated in a calm tone devoid of any emotional inflection, she took this unfinished design draft from my personal computer after our separation. The revelation sent shockwaves through the gathered reporters, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Isn't that an act of corporate espionage? So that is what transpired. No wonder Yang Wei's game has been plagued with bugs after its launch. This is where the root of the issue lies. Before they could fully absorb this information, Zhang Luo transitioned to the next document. He addressed the matter of orchestrated online attacks. A series of clear data analysis charts appeared on the screen. This is our backend data from the first 24 hours post-launch, Zhang Luo noted, pointing to a steep decline in the rating curve. As you can see, negative reviews peaked between 2 and 4 in the morning. I ask you, what normal player demographic would choose to systematically post negative reviews at such an hour? He then displayed another list of accounts. Over 95% of these were newly registered in the past 3 days, and aside from giving our game a 1-star rating, they have no other activity. Although the IP addresses had been masked, technical analysis still traced them back to a few common server origins. I believe all of you, as industry professionals, understand what this implies without me having to elaborate further. The irrefutable evidence lay before them, and the conference room fell into a profound silence. The expressions of the journalists shifted from initial caution to shock, and finally to indignation. This is outrageous. This is nothing short of a disgrace to the industry. The chief editor initially removed his glasses and rubbed his brow with a sense of deep disappointment and anger. The original creator's painstaking work has been pilfered, and now they must endure such despicable tactics to suppress it. If we do not raise our voices against this, what purpose do we, as members of the media, truly serve? Another young journalist, equally indignant, declared, "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, we will pursue this matter to the very end. Not only will we expose Yang Wei's plagiarism, but we will also unearth the sordid underbelly of the mercenary industry behind them. Let all players witness how they deceive consumers with such underhanded methods." Observing the unified outrage among the crowd, Zhang Luo felt assured that he had made the right move. He stood up, bowed deeply to everyone, and sincerely expressed, "Thank you all. I have gathered you not only for my sake, but for all my peers in this industry who uphold originality. I merely desire a fair competitive environment." As the meeting concluded, several editors made a decisive pact to not only publish in-depth investigative reports, but to unite in revealing the truth of this incident prominently on their respective platforms. For them, this was no mere interview. It was a battle to uphold the integrity of their industry. Moreover, the dramatic narrative of a creative genius betrayed by his ex-girlfriend and her new lover, only to stage a triumphant comeback, was a story destined to captivate audiences. They were unwilling to miss out on such an opportunity. Chapter 87. The call to turn the tide. In the afternoon, the atmosphere in the studio was electrifying. Zhang Yuanjia was animatedly conversing with several media channel heads over the phone, his face beaming with uncontainable excitement, while Zhang Luo, wearing headphones, was intently focused on the flowing lines of code on his screen, his fingers tapping a crisp rhythm on the keyboard. At that moment, a series of sharp knocks echoed through the room. Zhang Yuanjia, engrossed in his conversation, was momentarily annoyed by the interruption and called out, "Who is it?" The door is unlocked. "Come in." The door creaked open. In an instant, the expression on Zhang Yuanjia's face froze, forgetting to hang up the call. His mouth slightly agape in shock. A woman stood at the entrance, clad in a well-tailored black suit that accentuated her tall and competent figure. Adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, Zhang Luo also sensed the unusual presence. He removed his headphones and turned his head in confusion. Upon recognizing the visitor, he sprang from his chair, his face a mask of astonishment. "Sister, what brings you here?" Zhang Yu disregarded his surprise and the stunned Zhang Yuanjia, striding in confidently in her high heels. She first glanced at the hastily taped game design sketches on the wall, then cast her eyes over the pile of unopened packages in the corner, and finally settled her gaze on Zhang Luo's slightly haggard face, a testament to his late-night endeavors. She adjusted her glasses, frowning as she remarked, "Is this your studio? It looks decent, albeit a bit disheveled." At last, Zhang Yuanjia regained his composure, hastily ending the call and rising from his chair, unsure where to place his hands and feet. "Please, sit down. There's no need to be so anxious," Zhang Yu said nonchalantly, then unceremoniously pulled a chair over and seated herself at the head of the conference table, crossing her legs elegantly, embodying the very essence of authority in the room. Zhang Luo, observing his sister's queenly demeanor, felt a twinge of unease. He quickly moved to the water cooler, fumbling to pour a glass, and handed it to her. "Sister, Why did you come so suddenly without any notice? Would a heads-up have prepared you? Jiang Yu took the glass, but did not drink from it, merely placing it on the table, her sharp gaze fixed on him. Now tell me, what exactly is going on? What is the deal with that young fellow and Lu Qian? How dare they bully my brother? Meanwhile, Su Qingye was driving cheerfully towards the studio, having just concluded her last class of the day. The thought of meeting the charming young man who inexplicably brightened her mood brought a smile to her lips. Just then, her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. She picked it up to find a message from Jiang Luo. Jiang Xiaoluo, my sister is here. Don't come over yet. Su Qingye's smile instantly faltered, her heart skipping a beat. Jiang Yu had arrived? That insufferable girl. How could she spring a surprise visit without a word of warning? The image of Jiang Yu's face flashed in her mind, and an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over her. No, she absolutely could not encounter Jiang Yu now. With that girl's sharp wit, she would undoubtedly sense something amiss. Taking a deep breath, she quickly composed herself, her slender fingers dancing over the screen as she typed. Yay, understood. There's an impromptu meeting at school. I'll come by later. After sending the message, she deftly turned the steering wheel, driving resolutely in the opposite direction of the studio. Relieved, Su Qingye leaned back in her seat, exhaling deeply. Her mind racing with thoughts. She had narrowly avoided being caught by Jiang Yu. That girl was becoming increasingly elusive. Back at the studio, Zhang Luo and Zhang Yuanjia meticulously recounted the entire sequence of events, from the theft of their game to the malicious attacks by hired trolls, culminating in their plan to contact the media for a counterstrike. Jiang Yu listened intently, never interrupting, only occasionally adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses. Her gaze, deep and tranquil behind the lenses, obscured her thoughts. Once they finished their account, she lifted the now tepid glass of water, taking a delicate sip before setting it down with a crisp sound. Is that all? She inquired coolly. Yes, that's everything, Zhang Luo replied. Jiang Yu regarded them with disdain. What you describe is merely a child's skirmish, harmless and trivial. She rose to her feet and approached the whiteboard, seizing a marker. Instantly, her aura transformed into one of fierce determination. Your plan has a commendable inception, yet your methods are excessively gentle and lack efficiency. To confront such unscrupulous rogues, one must employ more robust and professional tactics to eradicate them decisively, ensuring they never rise again. With a sharp click, she uncapped the marker, the sound resonating crisply in the hushed office. First, a legal notice. She cast a glance at the two who were rendered speechless. This is not directed at minor players like Yang Wei, but rather to all the gaming platforms, distributors, and media that have collaborated with him. In the name of my law firm, we shall formally inform them that the products they promote are in serious violation of copyright and commercial defamation, demanding that they remove all related content within 24 hours and issue a public apology. Otherwise, we will initiate joint litigation, holding them accountable for legal repercussions. Zhang Luo and Zhang Yuanjia gasped in astonishment. This tactic was ruthlessly strategic. Second, evidence preservation. Zhang Yu inscribed 4 bold characters on the whiteboard. I have contacted the notary office and the technical appraisal center. This afternoon, we will notarize your backend server data. All development logs, version update records, and traces of the attacks orchestrated by the opposing party's bots. These will serve as the most formidable weapons in court, leaving them no room for evasion. She paused, her gaze growing colder. Third, litigation. Not just one lawsuit, but a series. Copyright infringement, commercial defamation, unfair competition. And we will not spare the bot company they employed. I intend to extract every penny they have earned during this period, with interest, until they are utterly destitute. Fourth, public opinion. Jiang Yu turned to Zhang Yuanjia. Your approach to engaging the media is correct, yet lacks professionalism. I will delegate this matter to my public relations team. We shall not engage in a war of words, but present the facts. We will frame this incident as a ruthless suppression of original talent by a capital giant, and a betrayal by a former girlfriend who has stolen their hard work, an annual drama of business ethics. I intend to ensure that Yang Wei and Lu Qian experience social death starting today. Having concluded her remarks, Jiang Yu cast aside the marker and surveyed the two, now thoroughly intimidated. Her tone returned to a calm, yet commanding confidence. Is everything understood? From this moment on, I will take charge of this matter. Your sole task is to enhance that inadequate game of yours and not to bring me disgrace. Zhang Luo gazed at his sister, who radiated an overwhelming presence. The frustration and anger he felt due to the attacks had dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of reassurance and admiration. How wonderful it is to have an elder sister. Meanwhile, in Yang Wei's studio, celebrations were in full swing. Their game, having appropriated Jiang Luo's solutions, had finally stabilized. Coupled with reckless marketing and the machinations of bots, the game data soared, rapidly climbing to the forefront of the new game sales rankings. Yang, you're amazing. Our game is a hit. In the office, the effervescent sounds of champagne and the jubilant cheers of employees filled the air. Yang Wei stood triumphantly at the center of the crowd, holding a glass of exquisite champagne, basking in the flattery of those around him. Lu Qian nestled beside him, wearing a composed smile that, however, did not reach her eyes. Darling, see? I told you I was right, Yang Wei boasted, wrapping his arm around her waist. It won't be long before we utterly crush Jiang Luo's pitiful studio. Lu Qian forced a smile, remaining silent. However, this revelry was short-lived. Just as Yang Wei was about to announce a night of indulgence at a club with beautiful models, the head of the technical department burst in, his face ashen and his voice trembling. Yang, something terrible has happened. The smile on Yang Wei's face instantly froze, and he furrowed his brow in irritation. What is the fuss about? The game has encountered a serious issue, the technical head exclaimed, pointing at his computer. Nearly on the verge of tears, all player data has vanished. What? Yang Wei felt as though he had been struck by lightning, pushing through the crowd in haste. On the computer screen, what had once been a bustling game forum was now overwhelmed by a deluge of crimson posts. My account is gone. I just spent 10,000 yesterday. What is going on? My character, my equipment, my items, everything is gone. Has the server rolled back? This game is rubbish. Return my data. Return my hard-earned money. Panic spread like a virus among the players as countless individuals rushed into the game, only to find an empty character creation interface. All their hard work and investment had vanished in an instant. What is happening? Didn't we fix everything? Yang Wei's eyes turned crimson as he grasped the technical head's collar, roaring in madness. We don't know, Yang. After we implemented Jiang Luo's code, the game did stabilize, but who could have known this would happen? This bug seems to be embedded in the underlying logic, and we can't touch it. The data, it appears to be completely lost. Furthermore, it cannot be restored. At that moment, the horrifying realization dawned upon them. What they had pilfered from Jiang Luo was not a solution at all. It was a time bomb concealed in honey. And the trigger for this bomb was their own pride, the soaring popularity and revenue of the game. Jiang Luo. Yang Wei let out a primal roar, finally comprehending that he had been outsmarted from the very beginning. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand and violently knocked the monitor off the table. With a resounding crash, the once jubilant office plunged into an eerie silence. Lu Qian stood frozen, watching the frenzied Yang Wei and the panicked employees, feeling an overwhelming chill envelop her. Chapter 88. The resolution lies in subduing Yang Wei within the confines of Yang Wei's studio. The atmosphere seemed to thicken, enveloping everyone in a palpable tension. Incompetence. A bunch of incompetence. Yang Wei's countenance, slightly swollen from indulgence and pride, contorted in fury. He paced the office like a caged beast, his mouth spewing curses incessantly. A few technical leads stood by, necks retracted, their faces ashen, too intimidated to utter a word. They were acutely aware of their boss's notorious volatility. Scattered across the floor lay the remnants of a recently shattered monitor, shards of glass and twisted plastic strewn about. Repair it. I do not care what methods you employ. Restore it immediately. Yang Wei halted, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the desolate player forum displayed on the screen. I have invested so much money, not for you to become the subject of ridicule. The lead technician, trembling, stammered. This bug is not a mere programming error. It has directly attacked the core of the database. All the data has been erased. The damage is irreversible. We are utterly powerless. Powerless? Yang Wei spun around violently, seizing the technician by the collar, spittle flying from his mouth. What purpose do I serve in employing you? A bunch of good-for-nothings who cannot even resolve a bug. And how did you fail to detect this initially? Are you all simply idling away? If Jiang Luo digs a pit, will you all willingly leap into it? At that moment, Lu Qian, who had been standing silently nearby, her complexion pale, suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. Trembling, she retrieved her phone from her bag. Locating the number she thought she would never dial again. Jiang Luo. Only he can resolve this, she murmured to herself, as if rallying her courage. He still cares. If I reach out, he will surely assist me. Meanwhile, The atmosphere on Zhang Luo's side was starkly different. Zhang Luo, Zhang Yuanjia, and the recently arrived Zhang Yu were gathered around a computer, the screen showcasing the thoroughly collapsed player forum of Yang Wei's team. Haha, retribution. This is instant karma. Zhang Yuanjia guffawed at the players' anguished complaints, nearly in tears from laughter. Old Zhang, your strategy is delightfully ruthless. You've cut off their very foundation. A slight smile graced Zhang Luo's lips as he lifted his coffee cup, savoring a calm sip. Just then, his phone screen illuminated, displaying the name Lu Qian. Zhang Yuanjia, with keen eyes, leaned in eagerly, a mischievous grin playing on his face. Ah, speak of the devil. Quick, answer it. I am curious to hear how she plans to plead with you. Zhang Luo's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his expression betraying no emotion. He recalled the countless times over the past 5 years he had dialed this number, filled with hope, only to be met with the cold silence of unanswered calls. Now, the roles have reversed. Within him, only a sense of tranquility and a hint of derision remain. He extended his finger and, without the slightest hesitation, pressed the red reject button. On the other end of the line, Lu Qian could scarcely believe her eyes. The notification on the screen indicating that the call had been terminated struck her like a resounding slap, harshly landing on her face. Well done, Lao Jiang. Zhang Yuanjia whistled. Zhang Luo set down his phone, leaned back in his chair, and gazed out the window, casually remarking, "There's no rush. Let the bullets fly a while longer." Does she still have the face to contact you? Zhang Yu, who had remained silent, finally spoke, her voice icy, her eyes brimming with unabashed disdain and disgust. Did she not consider this when she stole from you back then? Now that trouble has arisen, she remembers to seek you out? Zhang Luo turned to look at his sister's protective demeanor, warmth swelling in his heart as he smiled, and explained, "Sister, this has all been part of my plan. I anticipated they would encounter insurmountable obstacles." He briefly recounted his scheme of embedding a Trojan horse within the code. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment passed through Zhang Yu's sharp gaze, and then, to his surprise, she displayed a rare smile of approval. She reached out and patted Zhang Luo's shoulder. Her tone tinged with a hint of pride. "Well done, young man. Have you finally wised up? At last. You're not so foolish and know how to use your brain to solve problems." In Yang Wei's office, Lu Qian stared blankly at her phone. Her exquisitely crafted features drained of color, her expression shifting between dismay and frustration. How dare he not answer my call? How dare he treat me this way? Lu Qian's voice, laced with fury, turned sharp. I must go find him. I must confront him. As she spoke, she grabbed her bag and made to rush out. Don't go, Yang Wei's voice suddenly interjected, stopping her in her tracks. His own expression was grim, but beyond anger, it bore an undertone of anxiety and latent fear. Why are you stopping me? Lu Qian glared at him, her eyes reddened. He is our only hope. If you won't plead with him, will you prevent me from going? Plead with him? Yang Wei scoffed bitterly. Do you think seeking him out now is asking for his help? It's akin to walking into a trap. He ran a hand through his hair in agitation and handed his phone to Lu Qian, the screen displaying a freshly received message. It's a call from Xiao Che. Yang Wei's voice was hoarse. He warned me that Zhang Luo has already found someone and is preparing to take action against us. The media and lawyers. The mere mention of lawyers was like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing all of Lu Qian's fury. She froze, her mind a blank slate. It was then she realized the gravity of the situation had far surpassed her imagination. Zhang Luo was no longer the submissive figure she could easily manipulate. He was preparing to retaliate. A storm was brewing, and the atmosphere in the gaming community grew increasingly ominous over the following 2 days. On one hand, Yang Wei's game suffered a complete collapse due to a critical bug, leading to a torrent of refunds and complaints that nearly inundated major platforms. Its reputation plummeted, becoming the biggest joke in the industry. On the other hand, Zhang Luo's romance game continued to thrive amidst the eager anticipation of countless players, its popularity steadily escalating. Major gaming media and forums had begun to warm up with several special posts, all previously having interviewed Zhang Luo and his team. As time subtly fermented, they too were poised to make their move. In response, Zhang Luo and his team had received advance notice and prepared thoroughly for a collaborative build-up. Chapter 89. Just let the public opinion surge overnight. Nearly all mainstream gaming media and forum headlines were dominated by the same event. Stunning revelation. City of Darkness accused of plagiarizing original designs. Genius developer betrayed by ex-girlfriend and her new partner. From infatuation to genius. unveiling Jiang Luo's path of resurrection as the developer of romance game. Astroturfing, plagiarism, malicious suppression. Who is strangling the original light of domestic games? Each report cut through the lavish facade erected by Yang Wei and Lu Qian, built on money and deceit, exposing the sordid reality beneath for all players to behold. The evidence chain provided by Jiang Luo's studio was both clear and comprehensive, from time-stamped original design drafts to back-end data analysis of the astroturfing attacks. Every link was irrefutable and solid as a rock. The volcano of public opinion erupted instantaneously. What? City of Darkness was stolen? No wonder it fell off when I played it. Yang Wei and Lu Qian are utterly disgusting. They stole someone else's hard work and then turned around to slander? My heart aches for the great Jiang Luo. Betrayed so cruelly by his ex-girlfriend. How tragic. Support originality. Support romance game. I've already made my reservation and am eagerly awaiting its launch. The astroturfers, who had previously rallied for City of Darkness, crumbled under the overwhelming tide of justice forged by professional media and millions of genuine players, disappearing without a trace. Inside Yang Wei's studio, the joyous laughter of days past had been replaced by a chilling silence. Employees were anxious, with many secretly updating their resumes. Calls from investors and partner platforms came in one after another, each ringing like a death knell. Yang Wei sat despondently in his office chair, his complexion as pale as paper. He could not comprehend how he had plummeted from the heights of assured victory to the depths of despair overnight. Just then, his phone rang. It was an assistant from Suche. Mr. Yang. The voice on the other end was cold and devoid of any emotion. Mr. Che has instructed that you handle this matter cleanly and refrain from contacting him in the future. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Yang Wei felt the last glimmer of hope fade away. He slumped in his chair, his eyes devoid of life. He had been abandoned. In stark contrast to Yang Wei's despair, the atmosphere in the Chuxin studio was one of jubilant celebration. With the immense support of public opinion, Love Game quietly launched at the eye of the storm. There were no grand release events, no overwhelming advertisements, yet its download numbers skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Within merely half a day of its debut, it surged into the top 10 of the new game sales charts. Zhang Yuanze, holding his laptop, watched the continuously rising numbers in the back end, his face flushed with excitement. Old Jiang, by God, we've made it, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in exhilaration. Look at these figures. They are simply astonishing. That fool Yang Wei spent so much money hiring trolls to slander us, and in the end, he inadvertently gifted us a wave of unprecedented popularity. He observed the online vitriol directed at Yang Wei with a sense of schadenfreude, remarking, "This can be seen as his contribution at a crucial moment." Jiang Luo also wore a genuine smile on his face. The player's recognition and the market's success were the best rewards for all his hard work and grievances during this period. Yet, he remained grounded, not letting the current success cloud his judgment. Popularity is fleeting. The essence lies in the content, he said seriously to Zhang Yuanze. We must begin preparing for the second phase of updates. We cannot disappoint the players. Just then, Jiang Yu entered the room. She placed a thick stack of documents on the table and glanced at the two excited individuals, saying calmly, "All right. My team has taken over the matters concerning public relations and legal affairs, so you need not worry." She paused, her gaze landing on Jiang Luo. A rare softness in her tone. "You have done well. Now, focus on your game without worry." After that, she added, "I have to go. Your sister has countless matters to attend to and cannot accompany you every day to handle these trivialities." Jiang Yu spoke the truth. For the past few days, she had set aside her other responsibilities to assist Jiang Luo, and now that things were nearly settled, it was only natural for her to prepare to leave. Hearing this, Jiang Luo couldn't help but feel a moment of reflection. It had been over half a year since he had spent time with Jiang Yu like this. Sensing his thoughts, she said, "What else with that expression? Let's find a suitable time for you to come over for dinner." With that, Jiang Yu waved her hand and gracefully turned to leave, her contributions and accolades hidden away. Jiang Luo watched his sister's departing figure, a wave of sentiment washing over him. Sister is still sister. How wonderful. However, almost the instant Jiang Yu's silhouette vanished at the elevator entrance, another familiar figure appeared at the studio door. Today, Su Qingye donned a delicate light blue dress, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders. A gentle smile gracing her face as she carried an exquisite cake box. Jiang Luo observed her, and upon recalling the recently departed Jiang Yu, An uncanny sense of coincidence surged within him. It seemed rather fortuitous how these two had crossed paths. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. Could this be the legendary encounter of king not meeting king? As Jiang Luo contemplated, he noticed Su Qingye entering, placing the cake on the table. Seemingly oblivious to his scrutinizing gaze, and cheerfully remarked, "Congratulations on the successful launch of the game." Jiang Luo snapped back to reality, responding with a smile, "Professor Su, your timing is impeccable. My sister just left." "Is that so?" Su Qingye's expression remained unchanged, still exuding an air of tranquility. "It's nothing significant. I've been rather busy these past few days with some matters at the school." "Oh," Jiang Luo replied, yet his mind was filled with increasing curiosity. Was it truly just busyness? "However, I have observed the public sentiment regarding your side. The overall atmosphere appears quite favorable. It seems you have achieved success this time." Su Qingye cast a glance at Jiang Luo, deftly sidestepping the topic. "Indeed, they had too many flaws, and we seized the opportunity. Nonetheless, it isn't a major issue. They should not pose any trouble for us in the near future. Now, it seems that after my prolonged period of dormancy, I am finally ready to unleash a wave of action," Jiang Luo said, his eyes shimmering with excitement.